This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 960. 4th level Divine Skill, Silver Frost Breath. Amidst the howling wind, the domineering silver breath hummed out. Painey Lee, the god of the High Castle army, wanted to hold up the shield to resist. But after she sensed the extremely terrifying power, she did not hesitate for a moment and dodged directly. This is a qualitative change divine skill. The power has increased by 9 times, and it has the ability to kill the 5th level across levels. Like an upside-down tornado, the domineering breath spanned 100 meters. The moment it hit the High Castle army, the space was violently distorted, and the sky and the earth changed color. Wow! The army formation that was hit was directly annihilated into slag, and the soldiers of the other squares had no time to rejoice. They were horrified to find that the breath had a strong attraction, pulling them towards the breath. The sky was full of people flying. The Dochi Knight, who managed to escape, was also affected and vomited blood. Roar! The dragon wings flapped, and the power of the silver dragon's breath was pulled to the extreme, plowing through the land, directly splitting the High Castle army in two. With just one divine breath, the 6th army was annihilated, the 12th army collapsed, and the 4th level healing god-chosen Purple Cabbage was killed instantly. The Dragon Wing Demon and the Blood Eagle Knight followed the Silver Dragon and attacked the enemy's collapse. Various lighting guns and energy balls continued to condense, ruthlessly tearing the flesh and blood of the High Castle people. No, we must not let that dragon destroy. Bellato's scalp numbed. The combat power of the god-chosen monster was terrifying, let alone a dragon. I don't know how the rebels convinced a god-chosen dragon to work for them. Level 5 Divine Skill, Hunting Arrow. Raising the giant bow, the divine power spiraled together. Belladou aimed at the heart of the silver dragon and shot it suddenly. The arrow caused a series of ripples in the air. Bang! The silver dragon's divine shield was directly shot out, shattered and dissipated like glass. Seeing that the divine skill arrow could penetrate the dragon and gain an advantage, Bellato's smile disappeared with the buzzing sound of clang. The arrow shot through the divine shield, but was directly bounced off by the silver dragon's heavy mithril scales. Belladou was sure that he was not mistaken. It bounced off. With the blessing of mithril colonization suit and dragon god armor, the silver dragon's defense ability is abnormal and scary. The silver dragon can absorb the firepower of 10,000 people alone. Arrows and magic hitting her are like tickling. The divine skill only knocked off some scales, causing Yintong to scream in pain. Roar! Silver pupils were furious, and the ferocious dragon pupils locked onto Bellardo. Layer upon layer of space slashes cut towards Bellardo. Sensing the killing intent, Bellardo, relying on his archer instinct, dodged most of the space cuts. Defense arrows. After 2 or 3 slashes, Bellardo immediately shot an arrow at his feet and held up the defense. Big shield guards, come and help me. Where are you, Penelai? This dragon is too powerful. Let's deal with it together. These gods' chosen guards belong to her good friend Penelai. But she doesn't need them. Penelai herself is a defensive god's chosen. I'm busy, wait till I strangle this little brat to death. Penelai met Dischia again, with a bad look in her eyes, and she bumped her fists together. This time, you can't escape. Why should I run? Dischia smiled and raised the dragon spear, crossing her long and slender legs, posing, your artifact is very good, it will soon become my collection. Arrogant! Penelai punched the dragon breath bomb and rushed forward. Her armor burst into a silver impact and blocked the dragon spear with one punch. Seizing the opportunity, Penelai punched wildly, and the shadow of her fist flew. The iron fist rained down on Dischia. Dischia was like a small boat in a rainstorm, being manipulated by the wind and waves at will, and was completely pressed to the ground and hammered. If it weren't for Dischia's full resistance to divine power, such an attack would be enough to tear apart a 5th level. Ha ha ha, you only have one divine skill from beginning to end. Penelai laughed wildly, punching out with both fists like raindrops. Except for strong defense, you are useless. It's so funny. Really? Dischia's divine power suddenly burst out, and he raised his hand to catch the opponent's iron fist. A slender shadow quietly pierced out from behind Dischia. It was the tail of the god killer. Penelai was attacking violently, and was caught off guard. The cold scorpion tail pierced through the divine shield and pierced her neck. Is it funny now? Asked Dischia with a smile. Well, how could it be? You still have a divine weapon. Penelai immediately felt a poisonous divine power injected, and her strength was rapidly declining. She struggled hard, but couldn't tear the scorpion tail. Dischia nailed her to the ground with a shot, and madly sent her divine power. In just a moment, Penelai was reduced from the 5th level advanced to the 5th level elementary. Hurry up and rescue the friendly forces. Shirley led the fighting knight, and found that the situation was not right. She rushed over first, and the fighting skills were bombarded. Discia only had special attacks on divine power, and could not compete with fighting spirit and magic. He could only leave Penelai angrily, and was quickly repelled by the fighting knight. The two chosen ones from both sides fought against each other, and it turned out that the two 5th level warriors from the high castle were completely at a disadvantage, which was shocking. The knight who rescued Penelai just stopped his horse, and screamed immediately. He was shot down by the night mage. Shirley turned around in horror, and found that the night army had used the air force to shoot all the way to the high castle army. They stepped on countless corpses, and moved forward firmly. Oh my god, are these archers crazy? She swore that she had never seen a crossbowman shooting while advancing. Normal crossbowmen should either shoot under the cover of infantry, or fight and retreat to occupy the high ground. The enemy's formation is chaotic, and the holy light arrows are consumed a lot. Corrupted army, launch an attack. Field seized the opportunity, and quickly ordered, break the formation quickly. He asked the musketeers to line up in front of the corrupt army. First, the archers need vision, and second, the human army is not afraid of holy light. Now that they are close, the corrupt army can exert its true power. Damn rebels, come on, let me see what you can do. Ranger Aiden roared loudly, waving his long sword wildly. Warriors, show your blades, follow me to kill. More than 1,000 sword and shield soldiers raised their shields, and took the lead in attacking. The knight leader musketeers made way for the passage, and the black demons rushed out. All of them were painted black armor, steel shields, and 3 meters tall, and they rushed out like tanks. 4th level magic skills, crazy corpse aura, sapphire dragon transformation. Xiao Feilong no longer concealed his clumsiness, and directly activated his magic skills. The corrupt divine power surged out, and thousands of steel demons were rushing, and their armor was instantly covered with a layer of blue and white dragon scales, which was so handsome that no one had friends. Bang bang bang. The corrupt demons crushed into the army of Ranger Aiden in a crushing posture. Ranger Aiden seemed to see countless mud trucks crashing into him. Suddenly, countless blood mist rose up in front of him, and broken limbs flew everywhere. When Aiden reacted again, a huge axe came down straight. Chapter 961. Ranger Aiden raised his shield to block, and at the same time, he flicked his wrist and shot a poisonous sleeve arrow. However, the sleeve arrow could not even polish the corrupt demon, and it bounced off directly. Puff! The corrupt demon raised his axe and chopped Aiden and his shield in two with the heavy axe. Without stopping, groups of corrupt demons rushed into the crowd and strangled them like a whirlwind. Every time the axe was swung, a large area of blood and rain would be set off. The swords, guns, and arrows of ordinary soldiers could not even break their shields, and they could only be slaughtered one-sidedly. Blood was spilled, horns sounded, and the tide of corruption instantly broke through dozens of military formations in the front row, unstoppable. The scattered soldiers were either killed by their own supervisory team or shot to death by musketeers on the spot. Fortunately, the gain in the field made the soldiers of the high castle fearless, and constantly launched counterattacks under the urging of officers at all levels. A large number of corrupted demons were wrapped like dumplings by living people. Some soldiers climbed up the backs of corrupted demons and strangled them with standard sabers through the gaps in their helmets. The moment the sword stained with holy light touched the flesh and blood of corrupted creatures, golden flames would burst out immediately. Roaring many corrupted demons fell down with burning golden flames, but the endless corrupted army was attacking frantically. Hurry up and stabilize the defense line, damn it, send out a distress signal, let the remaining troops guarding the pass and the Imperial reinforcements come to support. By the way, there are slaves and logistics in Maple Leaf City, give them weapons, all come. The Earl of Flame sweated profusely, as he looked at the battlefield full of blood. There were crazy attacking rebels in all directions, and the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Who could accurately calculate the number of enemies? The Earl of Flame only felt that there were hundreds of thousands of rebels, and they could not be killed or defeated at all. On the contrary, their own army formations were constantly defeated. The Night Army always wears uniforms, and even the Blood Eagle Knights flying in the air are wearing black saddles and armor. The air forces of both sides compete in the sky, which is extremely spectacular. From a distance, the real world is the same color, black and red. The only silver blue color that makes people feel unsuppressed is a dragon. The silver dragon's divine shield constantly bursts with light, absorbing tons of damage. She breathes freely in the high castle army formation, and there are blue-white fire curtains everywhere, killing countless people. We are obviously the attackers. Why do we feel like we are fighting a defensive battle? Shirley was very angry. What benefits did Field give to the rebels? Why are they all crazy? The Earl of Fire kept mobilizing the army, gathering the defeated and scattered legions again, and forming a defensive formation again. Protect the central army formation, and never let the enemy waver. We will definitely win. The 6th level will soon decide the outcome. Besides, I still have a backup plan. Hold on. Field was also directing the attack. He called in artillery and mages, intending to build a high-platform artillery on the spot. Has the enemy's Griffin army not appeared yet? Something is wrong. It seems that Violet may attack Chaoxia territory or the Bull Fortress. The royal family likes to steal and sneak, so we have to be on guard. After a little thought, Field ordered a dirty blood wing to protect his rear, and another to rush to the Bull Fortress. At this time, the Flame Earl's backup plan, Red Hoof, with more than 1,000 elite knights, 1 man and 2 horses, quickly went to the Bull Fortress. They needed to meet up with the infantry there and launch an attack together. Move forward quickly. I want to be the first person to break into the knight territory. Hongi didn't know that the main battlefield was in chaos. She excitedly imagined that after rushing into the rebel main city, she could let go and slaughter at will. Her Majesty the Queen promised them that the rebel people were not human beings and could be slaughtered at will. Beware of traps. Suddenly, the shouts from the knights in front interrupted Hongi's fantasy. The cavalry acting as the vanguard were tripped by thorn traps and horse pits. The war horses trampled on each other and killed 2 unlucky guys. What's going on? There is an ambush here. Hongi was shocked. There are only a few people in the north. It is difficult to fight against the main force of the Earl. How can they split the troops? However, the nearby area is all mountain valleys, and they are walking on mountain roads, which is indeed easy to be ambushed. We are ambushed. A bunch of petite and cute figures suddenly appeared in the forest and the cliffs on both sides. They have cat ears and cat tails, and what makes them even more lovable is that their hair is pink. Field is a big fool. We cat people are smart and know how to ambush our prey. The pink cat people who haven't been seen for a long time. Woody jumped out. Shoot arrows for me. The pink cat-eared girls around blew poison arrows at the cavalry on the mountain road, and the male cat people threw poison javelins and pushed down the boulders. The boulders rolled, the arrows were blown randomly, and the Red Hoof cavalry regiment fell into chaos. Hold on, they are just a few subhuman mercenaries. Red Hoof is a veteran cavalry god choice, and at night, he will be attacked by fierce horses and sleep in the stable. Facing the attack of the cat people, she even yawned out of boredom. The 7th Cavalry, dismount and charge. The rest of you, keep moving forward. Yes, sir. Level 4 fighting skill, swift wind step. The Dookie Knight in a blue battle robe jumped off his horse and rushed into the forest. The lance containing Dookie swept out, and the surrounding cat-like people were scared to death, dropping their weapons and running away. Damn it, let me deal with him. Wu Dai was angry, turned into a shadow and sneaked into the ground, and in a blink of an eye, she came behind the enemy Dookie Knight and suddenly jumped out. Not giving the Dookie Knight a chance to react, Wu Dai pounced on the enemy's back, tearing, scratching and breathing, tearing the enemy's battle robe to pieces. Annoying little thing. The Dookie Knight turned around and elbowed Wu Dai down. Ugh, it hurts. Wu Dai hugged her head and almost cried. Even the cat's tail curled up. Field subordinates, are they only this good? Hongi sneered, condensing a divine spear, go to hell. Everyone retreat quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Woody ordered a retreat. Boom boom. Before she ran 2 steps, Woody felt the earth shaking. What? Everyone was shocked. On the mountain road in the distance, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the Black Wolf flag cut through the smoke and dust like a shark's fin. The 2 knights of Snow Lion and Wolf Rider led by Night arrived at the battlefield with the sound of horses' hooves resounding through the mountains. Ashina drove the giant wolf and rushed like a cannonball, saying coldly, discover the high castle army and quickly defeat them. All-out attack. In an instant, the sound of wolf howling and horses' hooves burst out like a tsunami. Hongi was shocked. Why are there still enemies? The Wolf Riders led by Night rushed to the front, raised their bows and shot 200 or 300 fighting arrows, immediately rolling up a bloody storm. Asina broke through the blood mist alone, and the ice spear in her hand was like a firefly in the night sky, destroying all the people and horses wherever she passed. Chapter 962. Level 4 Divine Skill, Tyrant Dragon Flame. The dragon wolf roared out ice flames all over the sky, and the high castle cavalry was shrouded in ice and fire. Asina took the opportunity to crash into it. The giant wolf rushed forward, and the ice spear swept across, killing through the cavalry formation with a wave-breaking posture. In a moment, she killed the cavalry blocking the way, and went straight for Hongti. Arrogant guy, dare to compete with me in cavalry battle. Hongti was furious, and the divine power burst out with all his strength, urging the warhorse under him to speed up. Level 4 Divine Skill, Flame Thrust. Be careful, the enemy is very powerful, definitely better than the second level God's Choice. Daiwu, who was running away in chaos, jumped on the ground and shouted at Asina. There has never been such a powerful existence in their pink cat tribe. The previous generation of the chief, who passed away, was only the second level. The power of the other party's burst was stronger than that of the chief. Asina didn't bother to pay attention to her, and the cold light of the spear flashed. Level 4 Divine Skill, Avalanche Charge. The winter power burst out instantly, and the armor of the surrounding knights was immediately covered with thick frost. Ashina's reaction and speed reached the extreme, and the ice spear in her hand stabbed out domineeringly, and the space hummed. The two of them started to charge with lances, and the speed of both sides was almost extreme. The victory or defeat was only a matter of thought. Die! Hongti sneered contemptuously, and confidently shot out the gun, stabbing towards Ashina's heart. At the moment of collision, she found that Ashina's ice spear suddenly accelerated. She didn't have time to think about it. Hongti believed in her own strength. She was the strongest cavalry god in Galbao. The two afterimages, one red and one white, collided, and heard a clang buzzing. Ashina directly swept away the enemy's divine skills, and the ice spear in her hand was like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue, piercing Hongti's heart. It seemed to be a clever and exquisite attack, but it burst out with a shocking roar like a dragon's roar. The space shook violently, and the soldiers around covered their ears in pain. The ice spear went straight into Hongti's left chest, and out of her shoulder, instantly tearing open her ribs and flesh. The two riders crossed each other, and Hongti's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. Looking at her chest, it was already eroded, and the frost was raging through the wound. Puff. How could it be? I'm unwilling. Hongti's throat was frozen, and she couldn't vomit blood. She didn't even consume much divine power, but was killed cleanly and neatly. With a heart full of resentment, Hongti felt dizzy and fell off the horse. Asina didn't even take Bree seriously. The extreme cold killing spear condensed in her left hand hit the confused Bree and severely injured her. Mitchell, the deputy cavalry general, rushed over excitedly, raised his gun, and pierced the seriously injured Bree on the lance, and ran around with her. The knights of the high castle were so frightened that they turned pale, and had no courage to resist. Bree was a 4th level god chosen who specialized in siege, but she didn't even use her talent, and died in the cavalry collision. Night leads to victory. The Snow Lion Knights were excited, howling like wolves, and rushed into the high castle cavalry team repeatedly, strangling and defeating this cavalry regiment of more than 1,000 at the fastest speed. The backup team that the Earl of Flame had high hopes for was intercepted halfway, and countless people died in battle, fled, and were captured. I was scared to death that I could win. Woody patted her chest, and her cat ears drooped weakly. A cowardly cat subhuman? Ashina took back the dragon wolf, and slowly came to Woody. Just a look almost scared Woody to pee. The scarlet eyes were full of pity. Asina raised her chin and asked with a sense of oppression, "Why are you here?" Woody's legs trembled, and she tucked her tail between her legs and said timidly, I came to ask Field for help. I heard that Field was rebelling, so I thought about doing something." A bunch of Cat Asian soldiers emerged from the surrounding bushes. They were called soldiers, but most of them were refugees wearing animal skins and inferior linen, and a few were dressed as rangers and holding blowguns. A bunch of weak fighters. How did you get here? Asina was curious. Disguised as a slave hunting team, the war between subhumans and humans has ended, and the border inspection is not that strict. Woody put her hands on her hips, and tried her best to look very powerful. We Cat Asians are very smart. Woody has a good ability to camouflage. She locked her tribe in a cage, and pretended to be back from slave hunting. In addition, the Cat Asian people were weak in combat, so they easily passed through the pass. Asina grinned, locking her tribe in a cage, she was so smart. Fortunately, all the cat-like demi-humans are cute little Lolita, weak in combat power, and dirty demi-humans, so they are not welcome anywhere. Only the adults in their own families are interested in cat-eared girls, and are willing to take care of them. The adults are really philanthropic. Asina sighed. Very good. Humming lazily, Asina stretched out her white hands and patted Woody's head to show encouragement. Shivering all over, Woody fell to the ground in a duck-like posture, tender, cute, and helpless. After twitching twice, Woody's cheeks immediately turned pink, and her eyes were misty. What's wrong with you? Asina scratched her head in confusion, and her wolf tail swung around. I didn't use any strength. Woody cried. You scared me? The wings of her nose moved slightly, and Asina smelled the smell of cowardice. She patted her twice casually, but she actually scared her to pee. Asina, huh? Speechless. Why are you still at level 1? Too slow. Taking 2 steps back awkwardly, Asina changed the subject. When I was level 1, I saw her at level 1. Now that I am level 4, I see her still at level 1. It's too slow. How is it slow? Woody wiped her tears, weak, pitiful, and helpless. For a normal chosen one, it takes a long time to advance. Miss Wolf, I captured some prisoners and tortured them, but the information they said doesn't match each other. The enemy commander must have covered up. Mitchell ran to report. If we take this road, we must go to Rick Province. Asina waved her hand and analyzed calmly. Rick has only 2 important places, and the enemy is all cavalry, so they should be assisting the infantry in the attack. Oh no, Lord Rocksheep is in danger. Mitchell was shocked. If cavalry can be used, Chaoxia City must have fallen, and the enemy is chasing our soldiers. What nonsense! Is it necessary to support the fleeing soldiers across provinces? Asina glanced at her. Don't think too much. Mitchell is a good friend of Rocksheep, and he is naturally thinking about the safety of his friend. As the saying goes, worrying makes you confused, which will cause serious misjudgment. But the other side sent cavalry to Rick. There must be arrangements there, so we should wait for Lord Field's signal. Since the Chosen One can block space, magic is isolated and communication is impossible, so they can only rely on Air Force communication. Something is wrong. 2 groups of Blood Eagle Knights have not contacted us. Asina was keenly aware of the problem. She pricked up her ears and said, Quick, the whole army will go to Chaoxia City. Why? The Lord attaches great importance to communication. It is impossible that he did not send someone to contact us for so long. The Griffin Knights must have cut off our communication. Chapter 963. What should we do? Woody jumped up in shock. Wait for me. Find a place to hide, the enemy won't bite you. The officers of the High Castle Army, if their cerebellums are not atrophied, will not go looking for trouble with the weaklings. It is a sheer waste of manpower. That's not right, Miss Wolf. We can't arbitrarily judge that the enemy will attack Chaoxia City just because the Air Knights didn't contact us. Mitchell slapped his head. What if the enemy turns around and supports the front battlefield? That makes sense. Asina pulled her silver hair irritably, bit her lips, and cried and cursed. Where did the annoying Griffin cavalry go? After a little thought, she reined in the Dragon Wolf and pointed to the fork in the road. You disperse and hide the cavalry, and continue to wait for the news of the Lord here. I will go to Chaoxia City alone. Ah? Mitchell was embarrassed, mistakenly thinking that Asina was angry with her, and immediately held back her anger and said with a red face, I fought for the Grand Duke of Gem to the last bit of my divine power, and I have long been fighting to the death with the Empire. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Why don't you let me go? Mitchell was extremely eager to fight, waving his spear wildly. Kill, kill, kill. Wu Dai trembled and shrank back into the bushes with a group of cats. I was afraid that these 2 psychopaths would rise up and kill her as a sacrifice. Ashina's wolf ears swayed twice, realizing that there was a big difference between the Lord's direct line and his subordinates. Even if I told Rosaria that the bad woman with evil thoughts in her head must stay, there was no doubt. This was a trust issue caused by status. Don't think too much. If Chaoxia City is in danger, I can take the mountain sheep away with my speed. Taking you with me will make it easier to get into danger. If there is no danger, I can come back soon. You stay here and respond to the Lord. In addition, this is a military order. You are in full command of the cavalry. After saying that, Asina left without further ado. Leaving behind Woody and Mitchell, they looked at each other awkwardly, and turned their faces away tacitly. Rick Province, Chaoxia City. Under the heavy and ancient city walls, there were piles of corpses of serf soldiers, and siege equipment was burning in flames. The soldiers on the city walls fought back in an orderly manner, repelling waves of attacks. We can't beat it down. We can't beat it down at all. Governor Rick looked from afar, holding a purple silk handkerchief and wiping his sweat. This city wall is too strong, and it becomes thicker and thicker as we attack. As the core city of the Earl of Pig, Chaoxia City has been passed down for generations, and the city is as solid as an iron barrel. Yanong himself is a god of the earth. While defending the city, he can produce diamond-like boulders to fill the holes in the city wall. Therefore, Governor Rick's feeling that the city wall is getting thicker is not an illusion. Soya, use your little brain and think of a solution. The chosen one called Soya grinned and squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. My lord, I am a civilian and have almost no fighting ability. Rock Sheep is a long-established chosen one, and I can't beat him. If she stabs me, I will die. Soya stuck out her tongue and gestured on her neck. If I die, who will take the blame for you? Who will make false accounts for you? No, even if she slashes me, she will not let you go. As she said this, she gestured twice on Governor Rick's neck, and then gestured on the neck of the guard next to her. Okay, stop talking, there are too many people here. I was worried about Earl Ross's rebellion before, and now I miss him. Governor Rick wanted to cry, but he had no tears. No one will fight the elves in the future, no one will give me gifts, and no one will fight the field rebels. My position as governor is almost over. It was agreed that the Ross family would send 2 5th-level people, but I didn't expect that the household registration would be cancelled overnight, and it was Field who did it. It's just a bloodthirsty demon. Governor Rick's teeth were trembling, and he didn't dare to provoke him. So we can't attack. If the enemy rushes out, it will be dangerous. Soya put her hands on her waist and said confidently, if I die or get seriously injured, you will lose your position. Wait for Miss Violet to come. As long as the royal chosen ones launch an attack, everything will be fine. The 2 cowards, with more than 10,000 troops, didn't dare to fight hard. They surrounded but didn't attack, and sent slave soldiers to die from time to time, pretending to be bumbling. Governor Rick, Lady Violet orders you to launch a general attack immediately and contain the mountain goat. She leads the Griffin Knights, and prepares to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. A Griffin Knight fell, his gun stained with blood and feathers. As a royal guard, he didn't even take the governor seriously. With a joking snort, he threw a golden order. As expected of a royal family member, I can smell the noble breath from 1,000 miles away. Governor Rick waved his hand. All troops attack. Attack! The huge army rushed towards Chaoxia City. Haha, finally here. The mountain goat carried a big knife and excitedly commanded the surrounding soldiers, thinking to himself, Lord, you are really worrying too much. There is no need to give up Chaoxia City at all. Field's plan was to let the mountain goat lead a small army and garrison the coolies. If the enemy attacked the city, the mountain goat would take the portal to leave, then destroy the portal and defend the bull fortress. It would be best if they couldn't attack. After all, Chaoxia City was prosperous, and it was hard to abandon it. The mountain goat waved his sword and was about to throw stones at the dense enemy troops, when he suddenly heard dense explosions. Sir, the enemy air force is attacking the residential area. How can this bunch of despicable cowards only know this trick? If you teleport away, Chaoxia City will definitely not be able to defend. Startled, the mountain goat quickly put away his sword and turned around. I saw a large group of griffins, taking advantage of the cloud cover, coming to the sky above the residential area of Chaoxia City and blasting dense fighting skills. At this time, the anti-aircraft magic tower, crossbow, and other weapons opened fire, but it was too late. Only 7 or 8 griffins were shot down, and they were all destroyed. The entire residential area turned into a sea of fire. The Griffin Knights folded their wings and swooped down like sharp arrows, crashing into houses and warehouses, wreaking havoc. Those who betray the Empire must pay with their lives. Let your screams ignite the failure of the rebels. Violet, who had disappeared for a long time, snorted irritably. She was sent to the north by the Queen, mainly to monitor the Ross family. But she didn't expect that the Ross family would lose all the 5th-level artifacts overnight, and Earl Ross was also missing. So she launched an investigation and searched for the whereabouts of the 6th-level artifact, but found nothing. Helplessly, she had to choose to join the battle. Thinking of this, she fell down mercilessly, accompanied by a loud roar, and the entire block was razed to the ground. Boring battle. No, where are the screams? After blowing up 2 houses in a row, the streets were empty, and no one came out to scream. Hey, 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 you are stupid. The mountain goat came running over with a big knife on his shoulder. Lord Field has already evacuated the people. Chapter 964. Early before the war, Field encouraged immigrants to take refuge in Knight territory, not only reimbursing expenses, but also providing subsidies for settling down, so loyal subjects have already evacuated. Among the subjects who stayed, those who were smart or disobedient were scared away after Field's uprising. The remaining people who were attached to their homeland were captured by the mountain goats to guard the city and serve as logistics. It was not easy to find a Hakimi in the residential area, let alone people. "You are such a bad bastard, riding a long-haired beast. Let your ibex grandmother beat your head off," the ibex said with a sweet voice, gritting her teeth. "Royal guys only bully civilians." "Humph, we already know your character. You are rebels, corrupted by the devil." Violet raised her chin proudly. "There is only one end, that is destruction. Who is the rebel, and who is the devil's lackey, it is clear at a glance. My family died in the Battle of Silver Lake, died in Violet's massacre. Do you have the strength to challenge me?" Violet's sneak attack failed, her chest heaved with anger, and she was scolded by the ibex, wishing to eat her alive. "I didn't want to bother with you, but now it seems that it would be a good idea to chop off your head and stick it in the square for public display." The ibex glimpsed the hundreds of troops guarding the city, and retreated to the portal with more than 1,000 laborers. A few corrupted demons stayed behind to cover her, so she no longer had to worry about anything. She stomped her feet heavily on the ground. 5th level divine skill, mountain heavy armor. The thick rock spread, wrapping it into a stone man holding a giant sword and a giant shield taller than the city lord's palace. Aiming at Violet, the mountain goat slashed with a simple and unpretentious sword. The air around burst into a whimpering sound, and the giant sword fell like a wall, covering the enemy's body. "You really don't know how to live or die." Too lazy to dodge, Violet's golden hair fluttered, condensing into a divine spear, with golden bird shadows hovering on the spear, and the sense of oppression reached its extreme in an instant. A straight shot was fired, and the people in the whole city felt the golden light flashing and dazzled. Violet swept the golden light, and cut the falling giant stone sword into 2 pieces. The golden traces left in the sky lingered for a long time. "What?" The rock sheep was shocked. This was actually the 5th level burst of combat power, which was exaggeratedly strong. The chosen one of the East is just like this. The golden flame was surging, and Violet stabbed another shot with a deafening tremor, blasting through the stone man's giant shield and hitting the stone man heavily. Fortunately, the mountain goat had a strong defense and successfully resisted, but the mountain armor she had condensed began to break. "Don't look down on me. I must avenge my relatives today." The mountain goat jumped out of the pile of rocks, its hair dancing in the wind, like a god or demon, and swung its sword to attack Violet frantically. Various stone spikes and rocks flew everywhere, and the surrounding residential areas were razed to the ground. The two sides exchanged attacks and defenses for 20 rounds, and the mountain goat had 7 or 8 hideous wounds on its body. Violet didn't even sweat, and was as comfortable as playing. "You are really tough. You can withstand so many of my shots. You have the capital to be proud." With a disdainful flick of her wrist, Violet circled in the air at the speed of sound and turned into a golden light and fell. Bang! The mountain goat's dodge was ineffective, and was hit head-on. In an instant, rocks flew everywhere, and the mountain goat's divine shield was like glass, full of cracks, and it made an unbearable cracking sound. She herself was like a flour bag that was swung flying, falling heavily to the ground and rolling, with crackling bones. Lying on the cracked ground, the mountain goat vomited a large mouthful of dirty blood. With her strong willpower, she climbed up with her sword. "Didn't you eat? No wonder you didn't go to the main battlefield and ran here." The mountain goat made a weak gesture, but was extremely worried in her heart, thinking, she doesn't even need to go to the main battlefield. Could it be that the enemy has already crushed Lord Field? No, I must share the pressure. I must not fall down. Kill. Just at this time, Rick's army broke through the city gate, chopped down the corrupt army behind the palace, and gradually occupied various facilities. Soya was afraid that she would be criticized by the royal family for her poor performance, so she hurriedly shouted, "My lord, I will help you." 5th level divine skill, divine word seal. She condensed a divine book, read the words on it, and the invisible power enveloped the mountain goat. It was as if a heavy weight was pressed on his chest, and the divine power was no longer flowing smoothly. "It's over, the divine skill has been weakened, and there is no way to fight." The mountain goat's eyebrows jumped wildly. "No, if we run away like this, we will lose Chaoxia City. With the mobility of the griffins, if the two of them go to the main battlefield, it will be difficult for Lord Field to fight." "Lord, go." The last group of soldiers stood guard in front of the portal, with artillery and magic ready. The soldiers waved flags frantically, urging the mountain goats to retreat. They were all locals in Chaoxia, and decided to wait for the mountain goats to teleport, then blow up the portal directly and die in their homeland. Although the portal on the Night Territory side will also be blown up, It is safer to blow up both sides. Ha, portal? Just go there to slaughter. Violet sneered and rushed towards the portal. In fact, she would not teleport to Nightfall territory at all. After all, the situation in Nightfall territory was unknown, and teleporting there alone would cut off her retreat. If the portals on both sides were destroyed during the teleportation, she would be strangled by the space storm, and her death would be meaningless. Her move was to expose the flaws of the mountain goat and cut off its retreat, making it easier to kill. The mountain goat was fooled and was horrified. Without time to think carefully, it directly fired a magical skill in an attempt to smash the portal. The giant stone cone blasted straight out, but Violet gently pulled the reins, and the griffin took off at a right angle with an extremely difficult posture. The space ripples continued, and the divine power gathered crazily, condensing into a powerful magical skill in an instant. She turned into a gorgeous golden meteor, dragging a brilliant stream of light, and fell at a high speed. 5th level magical skill, Meteorite. It's over. The mountain goat's head buzzed, and he realized that he had done something stupid. Not only did he cut off his retreat, but he also exposed all his flaws by performing his magic skills, which gave the opponent a chance to seize. It doesn't matter if I die in this battle. Anyway, the portal will be blown up, so I hold it off for a second. The ibex was determined to die, but in a flash, she suddenly realized, no, my magic skills have been weakened, and it's not difficult to stop it. I still have to keep my life and protect more people. Dissociate. With a thought, the stone knife in her hand disintegrated, and the ibex's combat power soared. She grabbed with one hand, and the earth trembled. A heavy rock fortress rose around the portal, smashing the magic skills that had been blasted out before. At the same time, she crossed her hands, and with the increase brought by dissociation, she resisted Violet's magic skills. The ibex was bleeding all over, and her skin was torn, but she took a big step and fled to the portal, ready to rush in. Awooh! Hearing the giant wolf's roar, the ibex paused, turned around and saw that Rick's army was in chaos, and Ashina was actually rushing in. Mom, why are you here now? The ibex wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 965. The rock sheep wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was easy for her to escape, but if she left, Ashina would have to face 2 level 5 warriors and thousands of troops alone. Let's go for it. Hold on a little longer. We must not give up our comrades. With clenched teeth, the rock sheep kept urging its divine power to build a rock defense. Ashina shouted and rushed in from behind the enemy. At this time, Rick's army had already conquered the city gate and was pushing into the city. The mages and archers in the rear were caught off guard. The ice spear swept across, and all the members of a mage team were cut in half. The ice spear passed by, leaving bright red blood marks in the air like ink splashing. The dragon wolf rushed left and right like a high-speed train, rushing to the enemy's weak points, killing the enemy and making them cry for their parents. A large number of soldiers fled. Quick, guard the rear, the enemy cavalry is coming. A noble shouted, heavy halberd phalanx, turn around and meet the enemy immediately, wizards, hurry into the city. It would have been better if he hadn't shouted, but the army went crazy after he shouted. More than 10,000 people entered the city, and it was already crowded, but he wanted the former to retreat, and the latter to advance. Everyone was crowded like a subway, all stuck near the city gate, trampling on each other. The dragon wolf seized the opportunity, and spit out ice flames crazily, and countless people twisted and burned in the dark blue ice flames. Hurry up and take action. Governor Rick urged hurriedly. Soya was frightened and quietly used her magic skills to calculate the opponent's combat power. The pages in her hand turned and quickly turned to the red page. Red rating. Can't be beaten at all, this 4th level is beyond the norm. Spreading her hands, Soya wanted to cry without tears, I'm just a civilian, it's useless to rush over. Her weakening skills cannot be used frequently. In just a moment, Ashina penetrated several phalanxes and rushed into the city. Raising her hand to knock the mountain goat away, Violet looked at Ashina with contempt. The composition of Field's army is really unbearable. Wolf subhumans, stop helping the rebels. The war between the Empire and the subhumans is over, leave the country immediately. Violet is not afraid of Field, but she is worried about angering foreign countries. If the subhuman alliance attacks again, the Empire's 6th level will not be enough. Your royal family compromised with foreign enemies, and the war is over. But our night territory, the war against the oppression of the Empire is far from over. Ashina shook her head and pointed at Violet, her expression calm and fearless. You bullied my master, I want you to pay you back 1,000,000 times. How can she be so brave? She doesn't care about her life. The mountain goat was stunned. The other party was the strongest among the 5th level. You are a 4th level. How dare you be so arrogant? Field must have spoiled her. Crazy and scary. The royal family has not treated anyone unfairly. And you ungrateful wolves are rebelling. Haha. Violet almost exploded with anger, her plump chest heaving violently. Go to hell, Aunt. After saying that, her spear light burst out. Countless inscriptions swept the golden light, burning the entire sky like a blaze. Violet turned into a golden comet and smashed down towards Ashina. For her, the 4th level was enough to be solved with one move. Violet seemed to see the other party's desperate expression and felt happy. Danger? The mountain goat was shocked, dragging his seriously injured body, trying to take the damage. Don't come over, I deal with her. Ashina's silver hair flew, and she raised the ice spear in her hand coldly, crushed it suddenly, and turned into thousands of blue streams, merging into her body. In a moment, Ashina's aura quickly climbed to the 5th level. Awoo! The dragon wolf howled excitedly, and the moment its heavy bear-like claws stepped on the ground, its figure disappeared directly. Boom! Violet fell, smashing the entire street into pieces, but only a residual image was shattered. The enemy was so fast that Violet's eyebrows jumped slightly. The griffin under her made a hoarse scream, and immediately turned around, using its wings to defend itself like a shield. 4th level magic skill, the Spear of Extreme Cold Killing. The ice spear in Ashina's hand turned bigger and bigger, humming and coming, killing all the supporting Rick soldiers along the way. The power of the magic skill did not decrease, covering Violet and her mount, forming a dense and terrifying ice storm, strangling her madly. Get out of here, it's a ridiculous trick, it's not painful. The griffin's wings trembled, splitting the ice storm in the middle, and Violet fired a shot, the long spear bursting with countless golden lights in the air, hiding the most deadly rainbow light of the spear tip. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to see the trajectory of the attack, and then be hit in the vitals. But Ashina's spearmanship is so exquisite, she grabbed with one hand, and condensed an ice spear made of winter power. Your attack is so straightforward and funny. With a whoosh, it whipped over like a whip, hitting the 7 inches of a snake, and with a small amount of divine power, it deflected the opponent's attack. The spear light flashed, passing by Ashina's ear, but it was 1,000 miles away. The surrounding Rick soldiers were unlucky, and the aftermath of the divine power blasted, but they were killed by Violet in a second, leaving a scarlet straight line. Goddess, we are family. Get out of the way, don't get in the way of the chosen one. The Rick soldiers who wanted to help were so scared that they dared not approach. You're looking for death. Violet was furious and urged the griffin to control the wind, forming a wind curtain to suppress Ashina's movement. She sneered and killed. Facing the enemy's terrifying oppression, Ashina's scarlet eyes showed excitement. Passive magic skills have been activated. God killing unparalleled, one against many, get 35% overall increase. The two are extremely agile gods chosen, and both have living artifacts as mounts. Once they fight, ordinary people can't see what's going on. 2 streams of light, one blue and one gold, collided crazily for more than 30 rounds, and each collision would erupt with terrifying aftermath. During this period, the mountain goat tried to support, and was almost killed by Violet. The angry mountain goat took advantage of the 2 people's singles, and drove Soya out of the city directly, and the Rick army also retreated. The houses collapsed and Frust was everywhere. Violet couldn't hit Ashina, and Ashina couldn't break through the enemy's defense either. Who is this guy? He's so weird. Violet panted slightly, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I can kill her with one shot, but I can't hit her. She's really cunning. It's not over yet. Ashina's wolf tail was wet with sweat, as if she fell into the water, and her body was covered with crystal sweat beads. She was also horrified. The opponent was not only fast, but also had top strength and defense. She had the blessing of armor-breaking Frost, but she couldn't even break the opponent's divine shield. Not to mention that the opponent was wearing artifact armor, armor, and other defensive equipment. It seems that only double dissociation can repel her. Ashina narrowed her eyes, and calculated secretly. Violet held her breath and concentrated. The griffin under her had sharp eyes, and crawled to attack, obviously wanting to continue the attack. Chapter 966. Come! Ashina shook her head vigorously to shake off the sweat on her head. She was in high spirits, and hooked her finger provocatively. Come again. Cobalt, you pissed me off. Violet's body was full of golden flames. As a top-level 5th-level warrior, she couldn't even take down a 4th-level warrior. It was too embarrassing, and made her anxious. She had an inexplicable worry in her heart. Field, such a fierce and agile cavalry, was not used on the main battlefield. Could it be that there was a change in the battlefield of the high castle? No, it was impossible. The 6th level warrior was invincible. The border fortress could not allow corruption above the 6th level to enter and exit, and there was no possibility of defeat. It's a wolf! Ashina's hair exploded, her silver teeth clenched, and the divine ice spear in her hand burst out layers of cold waves. Just when the two were about to fight again, a smooth scarlet figure crossed the sky, so fast that it was like a red meteor, leaving a series of red afterimages in the air. It was the 7th level violent creature, the filthy Bloodwing. It opened its mouth and blasted out an energy bomb of astonishing density, repelling the Griffin Knights. Roar! The dragon aimed at Violet, and the bright red ruby on its chest quickly charged. The space hummed, and a strong red beam blasted straight out. Violet was hit by the beam, and the energy ripples scattered, blasting a huge pit, and she was suppressed by the beam. Dragon Seed. Ashina's eyes lit up, urging the dragon wolf to move forward at a high speed, and was about to dissociate the artifact and cooperate with the dragon to give the opponent a fierce wave. Her heart suddenly beat violently, and an indescribable sense of crisis was rapidly magnified. No, she can even resist the 5th level magic skills. There is no reason to be afraid of the monster. Without any hesitation, Asina forcibly turned the direction of the dragon wolf's sprint. Violet really took action, but unfortunately, she was 2 or 3 seconds late, and the magic skill she blasted missed again. The dragon wolf howled and crashed into 2 houses before it barely stopped. Why are there more and more enemy support? Violet's uneasiness quickly magnified. Rick's army, attack. Take down the portal. Roar! The black-feathered dragon didn't give a chance. She spread her wings, like a god, and floated in the sky, as beautiful as a fallen angel. Immediately, countless fine scarlet lasers swept from its chest. Puff, puff, those who were hit by the sweep were directly cut into pieces of meat, and the corpses gradually turned into disgusting blood. What kind of creature is this? Field is too scary. This must be the chaos demon he summoned. Soya was stunned. She had studied for so many years, but she had never seen such a divine and weird monster. What's more terrifying is that the monster's attack actually contains divine power, and is amazing. Countless soldiers threw away their helmets and armor and fled in panic, fearing that they would be cut into pieces. Helplessly, Violet went to chase the Asian dragon again. But the speed of this thing was also amazing. Asina and the mountain goat took the opportunity to kill more than a dozen Griffin Knights, and killed soldiers crazily. Chasing Asina, she was attacked by the Asian dragon, and the mountain goat again. It was really sticky like a slime. The most disgusting thing was that these 3 unlucky things were either incredibly fast or had terrifying vitality. If you don't fight them hard, you really can't do anything about them. They are all useless things. Rick's soldiers fled in large numbers, and Violet sighed hard, her heart full of resentment. The Empire spent gold coins and food to support them, but few people were truly loyal to the Empire. Even the governor and his chosen ones were just flatterers, and played no role throughout the whole process. After beating the mountain goat and Ashina, now there is another strange monster, which makes people exhausted. Okay, let's play it this way, right? Kill them all. Violet no longer cares about her own soldiers, and climbs up quickly, her breath soaring. 5th level magic skill, Golden Butterfly. Before she finished charging, she saw another army in the sky, with black flags, rushing towards Chaoxia City, a huge crowd. Why does the enemy have reinforcements? No, there must be a problem in the main battlefield. Violet wanted to cry, and she couldn't hold it back. If there was no problem in the main battlefield, how could so many strong people intercept her? She didn't dare to hesitate. If the main battlefield was victorious, the small rebellion in Rick Province could be wiped out. But if there was a problem in the main battlefield, it would be meaningless even if she won here. Griffin Knights retreat. The Griffin cried loudly, and the Knights took off and left. Violet casually threw out a magical skill, blasting towards the portal, and turned into a stream of light, and flashed away. The mountain goat risked his life to resist the attack of the magical skill, fainted, and saved the portal. The dragon followed the Griffin cavalry, and also left. Governor Rick and Soya, who were confused, watched the friendly army retreat gracefully. The two looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Ah? Sir, why did you run away?" Soya waved her hands and jumped on the wall. "Sir Violet, you forgot about us, we haven't retreated yet." "Where are you running to?" Ashina, who was soaked all over, hooked her shoulders like a good buddy. "Don't leave now that you are here. Ashina appeared behind Soya like a ghost, with a lot of anger in her stomach. The only thing left in the explosion of Chaoxia City was the portal. The loss was huge. How much meat was lost? Surrender. Soya turned around and knelt down in seconds, crying and shouting, "Finally I see my relatives, woo! I have actually been a rebel for a long time, thinking about being loyal to Lord Field. The rebels are all my family." Soya patted her chest and shouted, "Me too." Governor Rick also knelt down in seconds, smiling as brightly as a flower, flattering, "I have been the leader of the Spirit Knight. It's a pity that I'm not a woman, otherwise I would definitely give birth to a baby for Lord Field." Ashina scratched her head in confusion. As an honest subhuman, she didn't expect this result at all. Originally, she wanted to take the mountain goats to escape, but she didn't expect the Griffin Knights to run away first. Unfortunately, Chaoxia City had no army, so she could only watch Rick's army disintegrate and flee, unable to expand the results of the battle. Raising her hand to knock the two unconscious, Asina looked around and said to the few remaining soldiers, "Go call the city defense troops back, and send the mountain goat back to Night territory for treatment. Violet must have gone to the main battlefield. I have to go too." Driving the giant wolf out of the city gate, Asina noticed that a beggar army had gathered outside the city. They were holding black flags. The pattern on the flag was very similar to that of Night territory. It was just that their equipment was all farm tools and wooden sticks, which were extremely miserable. Asina sensed that the other party was not hostile. We are here to seek refuge with Lord Field and join the rebellion against the Empire." The one who answered was actually a little girl, waving a wooden stick. "It was Lord Field who gave us a bite of food and helped us survive the winter." Chapter 967. Last winter, the Chaoxia territory was still in the hands of the Earl of Pig. The first time Field attacked the Earl of Pig, he only looted a large number of manors. The food was not convenient to take away, so he kindly distributed it to the local poor people to help them through the difficult winter. "But why are you not in Chaoxia City?" Ashina's mind was full of question marks, and she tilted her head and asked curiously. "The Earl of Pig knew that we ate the food and was very angry. He wanted to arrest us and hold us accountable. Many people were killed. We were afraid and had to run away." It turned out that after Field left, the Earl of Pig immediately sent people to take back the food and asked them to compensate for the losses. The people of the territory were unwilling to hand over the life-saving food, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. They were defeated by the Earl of Pig, so they had to flee into the forest and hide in the mountains to avoid the Empire's liquidation. Recently, they heard that Field had revolted and was defending Chaoxia City, so they decisively came to surrender and help defend the city. So that's how it is. I have no right to decide whether to accept or not. Asina understood, but you can stay outside the city and wait for Lord Field's decision. She would not accept people of unknown origin into the city just because of a few words. Without further delay, Asina rushed to the main battlefield. At this time, the battlefield of Lord Maple Leaf was full of killing. Looking from afar, everyone seemed to be fighting in a bloody swamp. Countless men in the high castle died tragically, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. The knight led the soldiers to advance on the corpses. "Sir, the rebels' offensive is too fierce. They are everywhere, and their combat power is amazing," the adjutant reported tremblingly. "No matter what, hold on for me. I will never let any monsters enter the Empire." The Count of Flame gritted his teeth, but his gradually distorted face and iron-green complexion had betrayed his inner panic. The 5 chosen ones of his own family fought the enemy 3 times in a row and were forced to retreat to the rear. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. He had fought countless battles and had rich experience in fighting against rebels, Asians, and Fremians. But he had never seen such a terrifying army. The archers dared to charge forward with arrows. Their formations and steps were so neat and weird that they seemed like mechanical puppets executing orders. Such discipline made people feel cold in their bones. The remaining available army was less than 10,000 people. Boom! The Frostfire cannon flew across the sky, and the Thunderlight cannon sounded, setting off a bloody storm. The artillery position immediately rang with explosions in response. Field looked at the sky nervously. Black Feather had been fighting with the opponent's 6th level for almost half a day. The tenacity of the High Castle army was beyond imagination. "Can't wait any longer, Knight's army, put on bayonets." Field rode his warhorse, holding up his golden sword. The war had been going on till now, and the musketeers in the rear had almost run out of ammunition. The corrupt demons who served as the vanguard suffered heavy casualties, and gradually became weak. It was time to decide the outcome. "Load the last bullets, put on bayonets." Officers at all levels shouted loudly, and flags waved. Clang! The whole battlefield was filled with the crisp low sound of bayonets being unsheathed, and Knight's army put on bayonets in unison. They loaded the last hidden bullets. Warriors, follow me to charge. Let the high and mighty imperial nobles see the iron and fire of Knight's army. Charge! 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 The rapid horn sounded, and the battlefield, which had been calm at first, suddenly boiled. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. Dense musketeers surrounded the big demon, and the chariot surged forward, black and dense like a flood, annihilating everything in front of them. We are finished. Who the hell are the rebels? Why are the rebels' equipment so much better than ours? A captain of the High Castle army chopped the headless corrupted demon to death with all his might, and his knife was bent. Looking up, I saw a huge wave of steel corpses coming. Looking around, I couldn't see even a piece of cloth armor, all steel. The fluttering flags were like a death warrant, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Come on, the other archer has no arrows anymore. As long as the 6th level defeats the other side, everything will be fine. The rebels are at the end of their rope, and they have firm beliefs. Victory belongs to the Griffin Empire. God bless the Queen. The eyes of the Earl of Flame shone, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Without the strange bow arrows, the opponent is like a lion without claws and teeth. What is there to be afraid of? It seems that Field is really out of ammunition and food. Ha ha ha, Field is a clown. He asked the archer to fight with my soldiers in close combat. He is looking for death. Although his own archers and mages are also out of ammunition and food, the close combat of the soldiers of the High Castle is the biggest advantage. The brave soldiers of the High Castle have a long history of swordsmanship and knife skills. Are you still afraid of a group of small fish who can only shoot cold arrows? Kill! The Earl of Fire stood on a high place and roared excitedly. He could already foresee the collapse of the rebels. The armies on both sides collided again like a wave, and blood was splashed. But soon, the Earl of Fire felt something was wrong. The front line was slaughtered one-sidedly, but it was the rebels who slaughtered them crazily. At the moment when the two sides were fighting, the Knight Leader soldiers suddenly opened fire at close range. The elite soldiers of the High Castle army, who were at the forefront, were bleeding and fell down in 2 rows, like peeling onions. The momentum of the High Castle army's charge was greatly reduced. The Knight Leader soldiers roared, grinned and raised their bayonets, running into the crowd. The sharp edges of the bayonets were like countless silver fireflies flying and flowing, and the High Castle soldiers fell down like wheat being cut. The bayonets of the Knight Leader soldiers were stacked layer by layer, with amazing efficiency. As long as a comrade-in-arms poked the enemy's gap, the enemy would be stabbed in the neck, lower abdomen, and other vital parts by the friendly army. The Earl of Fire was stunned. The two armies had only been fighting for 3 or 4 minutes, and his army was like falling into a meat grinder. The entire front was bleeding, the soldiers were killed and cried for their parents, and the corpses piled up like mountains. The terrifying rebels, stepping on the corpses, charging with blood on their faces, were more brutal and terrifying than the rotten corpses. What he didn't know was that the Knight Leaders were almost living in a tide of corpses. In the days in the territory, the soldiers formed a formation to kill the zombies, just like eating and screwing screws, which was a daily compulsory course. When they were bored or digesting food after a meal, they would go to chop 2 rotten corpses for fun. They were not good at muskets at all, but close combat and slaughter were the favorites of the Knight territory. In addition, the food was good. How could the soldiers born in such an environment be afraid of close combat? Sir, be careful of the dragon. Berardo beside him shouted, and the Fire Count was startled and saw the silver dragon rushing towards him. The Count realized that he and the rebels were very close. The flying monster of the High Castle was entangled by the dragon-winged demon. The magician and the archer no longer had the strength to stop the enemy. 5th level magic skill, hunting arrows. Berardo fired hastily, and the silver dragon did not dodge or evade. The ripples in the space spread out, and a straight silver frost breath blasted out. Chapter 968. Divine skills collided, and divine power flew. The breath of the silver dragon was like a surging sea tide, endless. The space hummed and shook. The two sides fought for only a moment, and the silver frost breath directly crushed the hunting arrows and enveloped Belladou. The earth cracked. Belladou protected the artifact in front of her chest and resisted the breath, but was pushed back by the overbearing breath. The silver dragon flapped its wings and pulled the breath power to the extreme. She did not move even if the enemy attacked. The blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth was immediately evaporated, and her clothes were also disintegrated and torn, turning into dust and dissipating. No, I can't bear it anymore. The God-chosen monster is still too strong. Belladou gritted his teeth and decisively chose to dissociate the artifact. If he didn't use the final means, he would definitely die under the breath. The increase in divine power gave Belladou a burst of strength out of thin air. She gave a delicate cry and released a divine power shock. At the moment when the shock swept away her breath, she retreated 100 meters and retreated to the rear of the High Castle army. Woohoo, that was close. Belladou panted heavily. Before she could get more breath, she heard the earth shaking and the sound of iron hooves stepping on gold. I saw a group of iron cavalry armed to the teeth, forming a line formation, rushing from the east of Maple Leaf territory. The white lion flag tied to the enemy's spear fluttered. This is actually the cavalry of the rebels. Almost all fighting knights? Bellato's eyes were red with anger. She couldn't believe that the rebels still had such a cavalry. The commander of this cavalry was Mitchell. She waited for the messenger sent by Field to let her cooperate with Night Lord to launch a general attack. Wolf Riders go to intercept, burn the enemy camp, chase the defeated, and let their wounded scream. Divide the knights into 4 teams and charge the enemy's rear, right, and baggage from behind. Cat-headed people. You guys wave your flags to cheer. After Mitchell quickly gave the order, he caught a glimpse of the defeated Belladou and mistakenly thought he was a cowardly rubbish chosen by God, so he rushed over without saying a word. It's bad, damn rebels. The royal family seriously underestimated their strength. Barreto gritted his teeth, condensed an energy longbow, and quickly locked onto Mitchell. A ghostly figure appeared behind her gracefully, with a swaying black skirt, and the scorpion tail behind Dischia pierced Bellato's back fiercely. The power was so great that it almost pierced out of her lower abdomen. Dischia couldn't fight against ordinary soldiers, so she decisively became an assassin and had already targeted Belladou, who was alone. She was naked, and was lifted up high by the scorpion's tail as if she was being executed. Despicable bitch. Bellato's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands waved subconsciously. Hee, take care of yourself. You are shameless for going out without clothes. Your figure is not as good as mine. You are guilty of a heinous crime. As Dischia's divine power was injected crazily, Bellato's strength plummeted and quickly fell back to the 4th level. I will never lose to you lowly things. Biting his tongue, Belladou tried his best to condense an energy arrow, and was about to shoot Mitchell. With the ability of the God-chosen archer, he didn't even need to aim, and he would definitely hit. Be careful, don't come over. Dischia's heart jumped, and she quickly drew out the dragon's spear and hit her chest. Under the heavy blow, Bellato's condensed energy arrow was deflected and brushed Mitchell's ear. After a missed attack, she had no chance and was suppressed by Dischia back to level 0, just like an ordinary person. She is so full of energy. Keep an eye on her, and don't let her run away. The Lord will be very happy. Capturing a level 5 is much more valuable than killing her directly. Wiping off the cold sweat, Dischia lazily raised her long hair, turned around and walked away quickly. She was looking for the last level 5 of the enemy. Mitchell promised, but still had lingering fears. She was almost shot to death by her just now. She looked at Bellardo angrily and proudly. Okay, you dogs from the High Castle will also fall into my hands one day. You'd better kneel down and beg for mercy immediately, otherwise I see how I deal with you. You trash who was almost shot to death by me are worthy of shouting at me. Bellardo struggled to get up and sneered. The rebels of the Grand Duke of Gem will use the captured prisoners for the soldiers to enjoy. She subconsciously felt that Field, who inherited the Gem rebels, would also use the same method, especially after seeing Mitchell's expression. We, the people of High Castle, are also passionate. We will die standing up and never live in disgrace. Remember, it was Dischia who killed me, not trash like you. For the Earl, for High Castle, for the Empire. After saying that, Belladou cut his throat with his nails and committed suicide. Watching a 5th level fall, Mitchell felt a chill on her spine. She was shocked by the enemy's loyalty and will. She calmed down and couldn't help but murmured, "We should be people of the same country, why do we kill each other? It's all the fault of the Griffin Queen and her minions. If the Queen hadn't provoked the fight, this would not have been the result. Comrades who should have united to fight against the invasion of foreign enemies, fought meaninglessly and died meaninglessly." Thinking of this, Mitchell strengthened his faith and rushed to the battlefield again. At this time, there were obvious changes on the battlefield, and the musketeers' assault was unstoppable. In addition, the High Castle army had been fighting for a longer time and was exhausted. The musketeers only had to shoot before, and their physical strength had a great advantage. All the battle lines of the high castle were collapsing. The Snow Lion Knights attacked from the rear again, and the entire high castle army was in chaos, with screams and blood everywhere. Looking from the sky, the Northern Army was actually the one surrounding the high castle. And the Maple Leaf City camp farther away began to catch fire. Screams were everywhere, and people were panicked. Cavalry, follow me to charge. Field seized the opportunity, and personally led the guards, and the remaining knights to rush into the enemy's formation diagonally. In fact, if they just waited a while, Yimu's army would surely win, but he was worried that hey, you could not hold on. The Lord is charging, hurry up and move forward. Protect the Lord Baron. Charge, charge, and defeat the enemy. The infantry led by Yimu charged before saw the position of the commander's flag change. He also saw Field holding a golden sword in one hand, and a long spear in the other, digging into the enemy's formation to fight. The soldiers were shocked and admired, their eyes red, and they moved forward like crazy. Field's army penetrated like an arrow in an instant, crushing several phalanxes, and was unstoppable. Oh my god, the enemy is too crazy. Shirley had never seen such a scene before. The infantry rushed to the front to cover Field's charge. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the soldiers be afraid of death, and the nobles charge to encourage the soldiers? I stop him. Shirley gritted her teeth. Knights, follow me. Shirley, don't rush over. The Earl of Fire shouted majestically. I am the commander-in-chief. It is not your turn to enjoy this honor here. I order you to take your cavalry immediately, protect the dignitaries and royal family members, and leave safely. Ah? Shirley was confused. The glory of the nobles shine on the high castle. After speaking, the Earl of Fire waved his hand and rushed towards Field with his personal guard knights. Chapter 969. Let Penelai stop the Silver Dragon, and the Earl of Flame led 500 elite knights, all of whom were fighting knights, with thunderous hoofbeats, and rushed diagonally to stop Field. We must stop Field's charge. He must have a terrifying aura skill. Wherever Field rushed, the soldiers there fell into a frenzy. The soldiers rushed madly to the dense enemy, fearless of death. One by one, the solid squares were drowned by the sea of people. The soldiers of the high castle in the rear saw that the brutal enemy had killed all the elite veterans and collapsed without fighting. Even the 6th level domain could not make them regain their courage. The Earl of Flame no longer had any expectations of winning by lying down, and the 6th level could not decide the outcome. Under Field's attack, the army retreated step by step, and the soul links rushing to the 6th level were pitifully few. If no action is taken, the soldiers in the domain will be defeated across the board. Boom boom. The cavalry of the Earl of Flame rushed over. The killing intent was like a blade. Field immediately turned his head, and saw the other side's galloping cavalry. Come on, it seems that the governor can't sit still sometimes. Field laughed. Cavalry charge. Pulling the reins lightly, Field moved the warhorse. The horse's hooves stepped on the blood pool, making a crisp clapping sound. Charge. Field led the cavalry to rush towards the Earl of Flame. The crawling corpses and scattered organs around seemed to be walking through hell. But both sides were good at galloping, and were not affected at all. Field, let the people fall into death and fear. Is this what you want? The Earl of Flame roared from afar, waving the spear in his hand vigorously. Look at all this. Go and complain to the goddess yourself. Let's see whether she will strike the Griffin Queen with lightning, or me. Field was determined. He suddenly drew his bow, and his fighting spirit surged. He shot out an arrow. Go to hell. Paw! He aimed at the Earl of Flame, but the arrow didn't even hit his shadow. However, the arrow containing the 5th level fighting spirit was comparable to a crossbow. After shooting an unlucky knight, its power did not decrease, and it actually broke the flag of the commander of the high castle in half. My lord, what a great shot! The knights around exclaimed in surprise, all stunned. Field's mouth twitched. I said it was a guess. Do you believe it? If the flag fell, the army would fall into chaos. This Field is so brave. No wonder his chosen one can fight across levels, and get the recognition of the dragon. The Earl of Flame was breathing rapidly, and his back was full of sweat. This arrow was too amazing. The combat power of the rebels exceeded his expectations again and again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, used his fighting spirit, and raised the broken flag. With me, the high castle will never fall. Warriors charge. The high castle knights regained their courage, and bravely moved forward. The distance between the two sides was shortened in an instant, and the sound of iron entering flesh was endless. Puff, puff was the sound of knights being pierced, horses neighing, and swords and weapons intertwined. The Fire Earl was shocked to find that the guards in front of him had been swept away. I saw the governor of the high castle kill. Long live the Night Lord. The rebel cavalry rushed over enthusiastically. The heavy cavalry that faced them was like an iron can, wearing 2 layers of heavy armor. The Fire Earl quickly dodged the thunder-like fighting skill charge. With the speed driven by the warhorse, the Earl's fighting spirit surged, and with all his strength, he shot through the enemy's chest with a spear, and blood was splattered. Ha, the Imperial Knights are not easy to mess with. The Fire Earl shouted to boost morale, but a huge wave had already been set off in his heart. The defense of the rebels is simply amazing. The plate-design fighting spirit armor, combined with the mermaid shield, is as hard as a copper wall. Ha ha, the Queen's lackey, go to hell with me. The knight was not dead yet. He tore off his mask, stared with bloodshot eyes, and clamped the Fire Earl's lance with both hands. He laughed wildly. Quick, brothers, kill this dog. Immediately, 2 riders around him, with swords and shadows, squeezed through the crowd and rushed towards him. Damn! The Fire Earl had only watched the battle before, and could not directly understand the level of the rebels. Once they fought, he felt the horror of the rebels. This group of rebels is even crazier than the devil. Unable to pull out the lance, the Fire Earl had to draw his sword and use fighting skills to cut off the head of a rider directly. A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded, and another knight stabbed the Earl's heart. Buzz! The artifact amulet exploded, blocking the fatal injury for the Earl. No! This amulet was a family inheritance. The Flame Earl was filled with grief and anger. After slashing the enemy cavalry, he turned around and looked. Field led a large group of cavalry, killed his 500 knights, and surrounded him. Didn't you say you wanted to slaughter the Night Lord? Come, let me see your chivalry, and fight with me. Letting the warhorse gallop wantonly, Field waved the golden sword and fired an enhanced version of the fireball spell. He can actually use magic. The Flame Earl was shocked, and quickly used his fighting spirit to protect the vitals. However, he didn't know that Field not only often missed the target when shooting arrows, but also fired the fireball spell far away from the topic. The fireball flew high, and landed on the flag held by the Earl. Boom! The flag was burning, and the Earl of Flame was furious. Before Field's men approached, the needle gun in his hand flashed cold light. The Earl of Flame had no choice but to throw away the flag, avoid Field's spear, and fight with Field with a sword in hand. After only 3 rounds, he ran away due to lack of physical strength. Looking around, all of them were deserters, who were on the way with him. The High Castle Legion, in fact, couldn't hold on when he launched the charge. Don't run, hee. Field shouted behind him. The one holding the artifact sword is the Earl of Flame. Whoever kills him will be rewarded. The Earl of Flame was bleeding in his heart, gritted his teeth, and threw away the ancestral sword, which attracted a group of pursuers to snatch it. Before he ran 2 miles, Field shouted from behind. The one with the head is the governor of the High Castle. The Flame Count twitched his mouth and ran faster. He could only call on his own level 6 to circle around in the field to protect himself. Boom! A huge figure fell from the sky, and the Silver Dragon and Penny fell at the same time. After the Silver Dragon's breath blew up the enemy shooter, she had been exhausted after releasing multiple qualitative changes in the breath. Penny seized the opportunity, jumped on the head, and beat it all the way. The skin was torn and the scales were broken, and the Silver Dragon was beaten to a red dragon. If it weren't for the dissociation artifact and the support of the dirty blood wings, the Silver Dragon would have been hammered to death. Penny, come and help me kill Field. The Flame Count's eyes lit up. Vomiting blood, Petalite climbed out of the pit. I'm coming. Before she finished her words, Frostfire's cannon hit her in the face. With a cover of smoke and dust, Dishia's tail pierced her neck. Chapter 970. I've got you. Dishia appeared gracefully like the god of death. It's not over yet. It's just death. Petalite punched the tail of the god of killing fiercely. She didn't choose to pull it out, but smashed it violently. This is a fragile neck. This punch knocked back the scorpion's tail, but half of the neck was gone, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Roaring wildly, Petalite repelled Dishia, but her combat power at this time had dropped to the 4th level, and she was seriously injured, so there was no possibility of a comeback. Dishia's skirt fluttered, and she retreated gorgeously, saying in a daze, I just want to capture you, that's all. This bad guy almost beat me to death. The silver pupil turned into a human form, digging the big pit, and poked his head out from it. The originally smart and cute eyes now looked extremely intelligent, and were hit hard, with tears in the corners of their eyes. The disadvantage of the dragon posture is that it is too big, and it is difficult to get rid of it when a strong person rides on its neck. Ha ha ha, you big stupid dragon. Dishia laughed mercilessly. You have already turned into a human form. Can she still ride on your head and hit you? Etong cried and hummed softly. Ha-ah. Go to hell, go to hell. Seeing that Painey Lee was about to dissociate the artifact, Dishia and the other looked at each other and suddenly opened fire. Dragon Breath Bomb and Breath. Two powerful energies burst out, blasting Painey Lee to death, plowing deep gullies along the way. At the same time, Knight led the cavalry to besiege the Earl of Fire. Field caught up with the Earl of Fire, and with the blessing of Do-Chi, he swung the spear in his hand like a full moon and smashed it on the Earl's head. The Earl of Fire was unable to dodge, and his entire right arm was cut off, and blood was splattered. Does the goddess really no longer favor the living? The Earl screamed, fine beads of sweat mixed with blood, making it difficult for him to maintain his sanity. He cried out sadly, Juliana, I can't sense you anymore. He ran wildly in the domain, not to escape, but hoping to hold on until Juliana appeared. Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen. In desperation, the Fire Earl stopped dodging, picked up a short gun that was inserted diagonally into the ground, and rushed towards Field. The light of the high castle will last forever. Your spirit is commendable, but I can never stop you. Field was merciless and shattered the Earl's weapon. The gun in his hand was like a silver meteor, piercing the Earl's chest. Buzz. The domain was crumbling and suddenly dissipated at this moment. Two embarrassed figures were revealed, Juliana and Rosaria in the fusion state. The two were still colliding wildly, but Rosaria's divine power and vitality had reached the bottom, and the artifacts were disintegrated, which was obviously a big disadvantage. With trembling hands, Rosaria's blood seeped into her eyes, and then slowly flowed down. She looked around the battlefield, but a smile was on her lips. Her persistence was worth it. The Knight army defeated the High Castle army under a great disadvantage. Juliana was not too lazy to come out, but Rosaria dissociated the artifact, madly entangled, and counterattacked, making it impossible for Juliana to escape. What happened? Juliana looked at the battlefield in shock. The battlefield was littered with corpses, blood, and wailing soldiers. She was startled and immediately sensed the location of her lord, but the divine power connection was dissipating. No wonder. No wonder you madly entangled me, and tried your best to interfere with my perception. Juliana trembled all over, shrouded in uneasiness. I'm sorry. No, this is not true. How could it be? She originally thought that her opponent was a 5th level warrior, and that she could finish the battle in 2 minutes, but it dragged on until now. She originally thought that the Knight Commander's army would be trapped in the fortress and ruthlessly slaughtered by the High Castle army, but reality slapped her in the face. The original intention of maintaining the alien space was to protect her own army and the Lord. After all, if she did not choose to fight alone and slaughter the Knight Commander's army, Rosaria would also slaughter her own army. With the terrifying group damage ability displayed by the enemy, no one on the scene could escape. When both armies were finished, she, as a 6th level warrior, naturally could not accept it. Later, when the Lord called her and the domain was weakened, she realized that something was wrong with the outside world and wanted to close the God-chosen space. Rosaria directly dissociated the artifact and forced herself to fight 50-50, so she could not let her leave the space. Otherwise, once Rosaria escaped, the High Castle army would still be finished. There is no correct answer to this multiple-choice question. Are you looking for the governor of the High Castle? He died bravely in a duel of knights. Field's voice sounded, and he used his spear to pick up the Count of Fire. The Count used his last strength to look at Juliana, and then exhaled his last breath. How? How is it possible? Juliana spat out a mouthful of blood, and the terrible backlash caused by the death of the Lord severely damaged her soul. But she did not scream, but floated quietly, as if dead. Rosaria, are you okay? Field put down the Count's body, quickly retreated, and looked at the miserable Rosaria with concern. The chosen one of his own has dissociated the artifact. It is conceivable how brutal Juliana's attack was. She persisted for too long. Fortunately, the two of them were in the best condition at the beginning, otherwise it would be even more dangerous. Hoo-hoo, I feel like I'm not far from death. Rosaria grinned, but I still act according to the plan. Field was heartbroken. I made a big mistake. I shouldn't have been too entangled with you. Juliana suddenly turned her head and smiled bitterly, but her eyes quickly became fierce. Go to hell, you all have to be buried with the Count. I can't do it. Rosaria's mouth was bleeding, her hair was flying, her skirt was rustling, and she was extremely beautiful. No matter what choice I make, I have the belief that I will win. In the field, she gradually understood the battle of the 6th level. The 6th level can crush those below the 6th level, mainly relying on the field and the god-chosen space. Without these two things, I, who have merged with the Black Feather, may not be unable to challenge. You are at the end of your rope, the artifact has been disintegrated, and the time for disintegration is almost up. I want you to see with your own eyes the destruction of everything you cherish. Disintegrate? Juliana's divine power surged, disintegrating the artifact, pushing with both hands, and two fire dragons blasted towards the Night Army and the Heavenly Punishment Sword Monument respectively. The battle has just begun. This time, you can't be reborn from the ashes. Rosaria's mouth corners slightly raised, and the stars around her body flowed, beautiful beyond words. 5th level divine skill, the stars returned to 1. The corrupted dragon broke through the air, and then quickly collapsed into dots of light, merging into Rosaria's body. Life Force, Divine Power Sword. Rosaria forced herself to recover to the peak state, and with a Burial Heaven divine skill, she blew up a fire dragon, and then dodged to resist another one. Like a flash, Rosaria appeared behind Juliana, and blasted the completely qualitatively changed endless slash at her face. The sword energy hummed, and Juliana was crushed by the violent sword energy, and smashed into the distant mountains. 5th level divine skill, the Sword of Catastrophe. Chapter 971. A sword abyss that spanned half of the territory opened and suddenly exploded. The dark blue sword curtain instantly cut through the entire mountain and rushed straight into the sky, as if dividing the world into two halves. The sword curtain was full of dense sword light, moving forward without hesitation, and everything along the way was cut and annihilated. Juliana was in the deepest part of the sword abyss. She felt like she was falling into hell at this moment, and her divine shield made a painful explosion. This time, she couldn't cancel the shield and use the domain to be reborn. She could only grit her teeth and bear it hard. The consumption of divine power was an astronomical figure. The divine shield lasted for a moment, and then it shattered and annihilated like glass. But the vitality of the 6th level gods chosen was terrifyingly strong, and Margaret managed to bear it. Damn it, I want you to be buried with me. Her soul was already severely damaged, and her head was as painful as being strangled by a steel knife. As luck would have it, this genuine divine skill is also the basic skill of the Netherworld Disaster, special attack on the soul. Don't even think about it, you are the invaders. Rosaria was in high spirits. Her every move was not only elegant and gorgeous, but also carried a destructive posture, like a goddess in person. The Night Army led the soldiers to roar excitedly, and seeing this amazing scene was enough to brag about in the tavern for a lifetime. The remaining High Castle army fled in all directions, as if they had lost their parents. The divine power dissipated, Juliana's hair was disheveled, and her body was covered with blood. She fell into madness and rushed over again. The two fought again, the space collapsed, and there were gorgeous aftermath everywhere. Although Rosaria had to distract herself to protect the army also provided pseudodomains, mermaids, and Chi-Yin continuously provided gains. Rosaria attacked closely, and Juliana collapsed physically and mentally, and could only be beaten. How could I lose? This is impossible. Shirley, who had originally had fantasies, was now dizzy. She looked far away, and her heart fell into despair. She didn't expect that the Night Lord had the power to fight against the 6th level. The feeling that the guy who once looked up to her suddenly became a nouveau riche made her feel distressed, and extremely painful. These gods chosen should belong to the Empire. Field took everything away. When she thought of Discia, Silver Dragon and others who performed amazingly in the war, she gnashed her teeth in anger. The high-quality combat power born in the Empire was given to the Empire by the goddess, but was taken away by Field. The High Castle is finished. It will fall into Field's hands. What should the Empire do? If only it could be stronger. Shirley wanted to vomit blood. The soldiers were all fanatical lunatics. The lords of subhumans and demons would turn the High Castle into a purgatory on Earth. Miss, don't stay. Run quickly, the enemy is catching up. Valtteri, who was responsible for the rear, rode a warhorse and shouted hurriedly. Her armor was full of broken arrows and bullets, and she looked like a giant hedgehog, which showed how fierce the previous battle was. The large group of knights of the Night Territory followed behind her, and rushed over excitedly. Some fierce knights hung a series of heads under the necks of their horses to show their bravery and intimidate their opponents. What should I do? The remaining knights and officials are the foundation of the Empire, and they must not be killed by Field. I can't let the governor of Gaobao die in vain. Shirley was panicked. She shouldn't have fought so hard that everyone couldn't run out of Maple Leaf territory. The panic passed in an instant, and Shirley was firm in her belief. I can only sacrifice my reputation. Gritting her teeth, Shirley turned her horse and shouted to the cavalry who rushed over, "It's me, Shirley. The woman you pursue and admire is also one of your best friends. Please give up the pursuit. I will write to your lord and explain it later. Please be like a real knight, be graceful, brave, and full of morality. Don't chase the defeated soldiers. The war is over. Miss, you don't have to do this." Valtteri and Knight William were greatly shocked. Tears burst out unconsciously, and they were filled with grief and anger. It can make the wife of a noble royal family say words of self-defense and begging for mercy. Field, you won. Who is so shameless? They have already lost so much, and they still want to insult our master, the Queen's running dogs. I will eat you alive. I know those guys, the woman on the white horse. They were so excited to chop us before. Shirley didn't expect that her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. When the people in the Knight territory heard it, they went crazy and rushed over with a roar. The fuse of Field's rebellion was that the Queen granted marriage on her own initiative, which detonated the powder keg of the Knight territory. Therefore, everyone is extremely sensitive to topics such as marriage and love. The enemy seems to be chasing us more vigorously. Shirley's mouth twitched, biting her lip, and said, "You guys hurry up. They should be trying to catch me back." Absolutely impossible. Valtteri took a deep breath, with a determination to die in his eyes. She turned around and pretended to be relaxed with a stiff smile. "William, you cover the young lady's retreat. This is the pass, and you can leave to the south. I will hold on here for a while, and then I will meet you later." "What a joke. Let's go together." Shirley's eyes widened, and she shook her head firmly. She drew her sword. "Don't forget, we are relatives who have experienced countless battles. I'm not saying I want to die here." Valtteri laughed. "It's just a group of cavalry. I'm a third-level god. Don't forget, I have the title of slum cockroach. She was born in the slums. It was Miss Shirley who gave her the opportunity. No matter what choice Miss makes, she will support her unconditionally. No, your power has reached its limit." Shirley wanted to say something, but William behind her suddenly attacked and knocked Shirley unconscious. "Protect Miss, I'm sorry. You have to walk the road ahead by yourselves." After saying that, Valtteri jumped off the warhorse and turned around. Not giving William a chance to speak, she punched the walls on both sides of the pass and stood in the middle of the collapsed wall. With a thought, the divine armor was attached to her body, and she crossed the pass like a steel giant. She shouted, "If you want to chase, step over my body. Knights, attack from a distance, don't get close to the chosen one." The cavalry captain immediately ordered his men to attack with long-range fighting skills, staffs, muskets, and bows. Soon, the wolf cavalry also joined the siege, and the crowd even dragged 4 cannons with their war horses. The dense firepower made Valtteri's armor spark. Her divine power was already at its limit, and under the firepower attack, her whole body soon bled and her skin was torn. With a thought, the divine artifact dissociated, causing its power to surge. But she did not move, but continued to block the pass like a statue, allowing the enemy to attack. "Hey, surrender to our lord." The cavalry captain couldn't stand it anymore. "Your damn queen is nothing, surrender, and we won't kill you. I am a soldier of the Garcia family, I can only die standing." Valtteri opened his arms to welcome the ignited artillery. "Take care, miss." Chapter 972. Valtteri felt light and airy. It was as if she had returned to the past, exploring and fighting the enemy with the warriors of the Garcia family. Unfortunately, her comrades died one by one, and the young lady resolutely got involved in the internal affairs of the empire in order to revive the glory of her family. She also inexplicably turned against Field, her lifesaver. Puff vomited a large mouthful of dirty blood, and Valtteri finally looked ahead. "I didn't let anyone down." She fought for her lord until the last second and repaid the kindness of knowing her. Similarly, throughout the battle, she only defended, did not attack, and did not kill any enemies. Although she was in a dissociated state, she was not a match for a large group of fighting knights, but it was still easy for her to fight with her life and kill 40 or 50 people. But thinking that Field had saved her life, she would never take action and chose to die generously. "Sir, the enemy's chosen one has died in battle. Should we continue to hunt down the enemy's dignitaries?" Listening to the soldier's report, the cavalry captain sighed. "The enemy has already run away. The 3rd squad will chase them. Don't run too far to avoid being ambushed. The battlefield is full of defeated soldiers and prisoners. Go and capture those people. This warrior deserves our admiration." Without wasting time, the cavalry scattered. Field would not be idle either. He commanded the army to consolidate the defense line, capture prisoners, treat the wounded, etc. At the same time, the last filthy Bloodwing, and all the Dragonwing demons were sent to block the Griffin Knights, who were about to arrive. With the terrifying combat power shown by Violet, it is likely to affect the battle situation and must be blocked. At this time, the two people fighting fiercely in the sky switched between offense and defense, and the battle became fierce. Juliana vomited blood, but her movements were fierce. She directly squeezed her vitality, and forcibly smashed down a series of flaming meteorites. Rosaria couldn't stop them all, so she simply put her trump card on it, and controlled the disaster sword monument to collide. Boom boom boom. 5 of the 6 sword monuments were destroyed, leaving only the most important sword monument of destruction. Hearing the sound of bones bursting, Juliana's attack came again. 2 giant flaming pythons blasted out from left and right, dyeing the entire sky red. 6th level divine skill, Flame Swallowing Python. The fire python seemed to be alive, roaring and boiling. The power is more than a little bit smaller than when it was in the field. Rosaria was not surprised, condensed an energy sword, and the sword light shook, and layers of terrifying divine power bloomed. The powerful sword energy suppressed the power of the entire battlefield. Ordinary soldiers even had difficulty breathing. The terrifying killing intent made everyone's backs cold. Swoosh! The sword light swept the whole place, shredding the 2 fire pythons into pieces. Hit the bunny on your right. Rosaria's graceful body dodged behind Juliana, raised her hand, and blasted out Eclipse Star skill, tearing a big hole in Juliana's heart. Twisting her slender waist, she dodged Juliana's fire claws, and manipulated the long sword, repeatedly killing like a dragon. The flying sword was elegant and agile, piercing Juliana's body 7 or 8 times in an instant. Why, the total amount of divine power of the 5th level is more than mine. Juliana vomited dirty blood again, and her whole body was bleeding like a sieve, and her eyes were red. I'm not willing to accept it. Originally, after leaving the field, there was still hope of victory in a fair duel. But the backlash of her soul was too serious, and the enemy looked like a double image. In addition, the opponent's pseudodomain can still give blessings, and she can't bear it anymore. Let's decide the outcome, haha. I said I want you to be buried with me, and I will never break my promise. Want to challenge the 6th level with the 5th level? Absolutely impossible. I will never allow this absurd thing to happen. A claw hit her heart, and Juliana used the pain of digging her heart to force her attention. Her mind focused, and her divine power also focused, and she didn't hesitate to inject her vitality. Juliana laughed morbidly, opened her mouth, and the enchanting flame flower stretched out. A red and enchanting arrow condensed from it. It was obviously made of flames, but the moment it appeared, it made people's backs cold. The flame arrow quickly condensed, but Juliana quickly became illusory. She laughed. My Lord Earl, I have avenged you. Even Rosaria was inexplicably palpitating. This attack is too powerful. The opponent wants to trade our lives with us. Even if we can block it, the Griffin Knights are coming. Our divine power is exhausted, and it is difficult to resist. Hey Yu's voice quickly reminded, use my Yun sword to kill her instantly. Yun sword. The power of this divine skill doubles every day. The longer you don't use this divine skill, the more powerful it is. It has been half a year since I got this skill. Its power is much stronger than Jian Yuan and Zhang Tian. Yun sword is He Yu's trump card, which has a legendary divine skill that can wipe out the 9th level. The rest of the divine skills are either not powerful enough or too slow. Once they fail to kill the opponent, they will be killed in return. 5th level divine skill, brilliant in an instant. There are no gorgeous and redundant special effects. Rosaria just moved her mind, and the dark sword shadow flashed and suddenly flashed past Juliana thousands of meters away. Every cell of Juliana was hit by a rule-level slash in an instant. Just as she was about to spit out a rocket, her pupils suddenly dilated. The speed of the divine skill just now was so fast that she couldn't think. What? Thing? Could it be that the enemy also has a trump card? No, it's impossible. When she reacted, she found that the divine power around her was annihilated into nothingness in an instant. Even the gathered life-threatening divine skills were wiped out by the sword light. The previous attack could directly annihilate even pure divine power. I'm not willing. Juliana couldn't move, and could only watch every inch of her skin and every trace of her soul turn into nothingness, and dissipate between heaven and earth. In a breath, Juliana completely dissipated, as if this person had never appeared. Ah! 6th level was killed. Violet, who had just flown to the battlefield, did not participate in any battles, nor did she see any scenes, but she witnessed the last scene with her own eyes. The enemy gods chosen only gave a look, and the old 6th level God's Chosen of the High Castle legend was directly dissipated, leaving no residue. Horror, ultimate horror. The huge sense of terror almost squeezed Violet's heart out of her throat. Without any hesitation, she did not even dare to release her perception or peek at the appearance of the enemy's 6th level. Run! Violet injected almost all of her divine power into the wings of the griffin. Swoosh! She turned into a golden comet and disappeared in the sky, so fast that it was astonishing. The two filthy bloodwings, which were good at speed, could only stare at each other. Rosaria glanced coldly, without any movement, just indifferently stepped on the void, like a goddess. In fact, she and Hey-Yu had completely reached their limit. We won, we won. The 6th level of the Empire is dead. What a miracle, the goddess blessed Lord Field. The entire battlefield was silent for a second, and then it was boiling with uproar. All the Night Lord soldiers were shouting wildly. The battle is finally over. The two provinces of High Castle and Rick are ours. Chapter 973. Field was ecstatic, and looked around excitedly. Even though he was exhausted, the depression and haze accumulated before were swept away, and Field felt refreshed. In this battle, he will take the initiative again, instead of waiting for the enemy to hit him. At the same time, the Empire needs to regroup its army to form an effective deterrent to itself. This precious period of development is just right for expanding territory, adjusting the system within the territory, and accumulating supplies. Whether it is the two places in the High Castle or his own night territory, the internal affairs, economy, and diplomacy are all in a mess and urgently need to be adjusted. Rosaria, Hey-Yu, are you okay? Looking at Rosaria falling, Field felt distressed and hurried to meet her. So sleepy. The divine power dissipated, and Hey-Yu could no longer hold on and dissolve the fusion. The two were haggard like falling flowers, shaking their bodies at the same time and falling softly. Field hurriedly hugged the two, and suddenly felt his arms soft. Hey-Yu narrowed his eyes, breathed softly, and murmured, "My lord, you will be fine after a rest." Okay, don't talk. Field was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. It was too difficult to deal with the 6th level. The high-end combat power of the Night territory was almost completely disintegrated. He hurriedly helped the two to return to the fortress to rest. As the saying goes, care leads to confusion. After walking 2 steps, Field remembered that he had not taken care of his own army. Never let those who are interested know that their chosen ones are seriously injured, and leave illusions for those who are interested. Vivian, you assist Dishia to gather the army. Taking off the coat and cloak to cover the two figures, Field waved to Vivian. Follow the rules and regulations. I believe you can do it well. Yes, leave it to me. I can still do it. Vivian nodded repeatedly, assisting Dishia to gather the army in an orderly manner, clean up the battlefield, and treat and rest. Night fell. On the other side, the imperial city of the Griffin Empire. The mist was lingering, and the queen leaned leisurely beside the hot spring bath, with her long legs raised, healthy and white. The arch of the foot was perfect, the skin was delicate, and the black hair fell from her jade shoulders. Your Majesty, the great queen, great news. Fremaya took the initiative to show goodwill, return some of the disputed land, and also agreed to visit our country. The little maid came with wine. I heard that the holy land that Fremaya relied on was taken back by the goddess, and now it has become a ruin. Humph, who told them to provoke our Griffin Empire? They must have been punished by God. You are undoubtedly a person favored by God. God bless the Empire. Wow, Your Majesty, your skin is so smooth and white, finer than milk. Many maids chattered and boasted. The queen did not speak, but just shook the wine glass gracefully. She was in a good mood, and allowed the maids to make a fuss. Now the internal troubles of the empire have been swept away, all the Grand Dukes have been eliminated, and their land and wealth have been taken back, which has made up for the deficit in the treasury. The nobles everywhere are as docile as kittens. This kind of hegemonic imperial power that has no second thoughts fascinated her deeply. Even Earl Ross did not hesitate to kill his son to show his obedience. This is the ultimate imperial power. Only the ignorant little baron in the north dared to disobey her ridiculously. I believe that soon, Field will be in despair, watching the army disappear into thin air, and then be caught in front of her and put on trial. Thinking of Field's pathetic and ridiculous appearance after being captured, she couldn't help but chuckle. How should I deal with him? The queen licked her lips expectantly. Calculate the time. The two governors. It's time to launch an attack. Your Majesty, there is important news from the north. Let me in. You can't be held responsible for delaying the military. There was a messy voice outside the bath. Let her in. The queen's eyes lit up, and she lazily put on a bathrobe. Bang, the door was pushed open. A chosen one stumbled in, trembling all over, his mouth kept opening and closing, his eyes staring at the queen, sweating profusely. The maids around were startled and pushed away. Isn't this Miss Lantern? What can make you so excited? The Griffin Queen didn't think about the defeat, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and sneered. It's just defeating a small baron, don't be excited. Or did you catch the fugitive wild beast baron? The chosen one called Lantern lowered his head, trembling all over, and couldn't speak. Seeing that the queen was getting impatient, she prepared herself mentally and said, Your Majesty. In the battle against the rebel field, our army was defeated. Rick and the 2 governors of Cao Bao were all disconnected. Ah! The queen was stunned, covered her mouth and chuckled. Her white teeth touched each other, and her tone gradually became colder. You are getting bolder and bolder. Dare to joke with me like this? Seeing that the other party was still trembling, she dared not say a word. The queen's heart tightened, and a bad premonition came to her mind. She stood up and asked, Is it the flame or the Earl of Ross that was blocked? Want to get bargaining chips through war? What conditions do you want to do things seriously? These nobles are really annoying. They obviously want new land, or they think they haven't earned enough gold coins, so they are nurturing enemies to protect themselves. He even pretended to be defeated and begged for benefits when fighting a small baron. Sure enough, his plan to weaken the nobles was right. Your Majesty, both governors lost. Earl Lauren and a 5th level were annihilated in the Silver Spot territory. Earl Ross and 2 5th level were annihilated in the Molten Forest. Governor Rick is missing. The 30,000 troops, led by Governor Cao Bao, were completely annihilated in the Maple Leaf territory. The specific losses have not been confirmed yet, we need time. Ah! The Griffin Queen seemed to be struck by lightning, her pupils trembled, her face was confused, and she just stood there wetly. A feeling of dizziness came over her, and she suddenly felt that the surroundings were dreamy, as if she was having an absurd nightmare. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Griffin Queen was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. You idiot! You'd better be joking with me, otherwise I will give you to the Tiger Man for marriage. It's true. Lantern hasn't finished speaking. Get lost. Contact the Magic Association immediately. I want the most accurate information from the front. I want the governor or Violet to speak, not the rumors spread maliciously by the enemy. Give it to me at the court meeting tomorrow. If there is any problem, you will all lose your heads. Also, let the governor of High Castle contact me personally. Yes. Lantern wanted to cry, but had no tears. The queen snorted twice in annoyance, sneering in a yin-yang tone. 1 level 6, 7 or 8 level 5 chosen gods participated in the battle. It's really funny to be defeated by the little baron. I must have been too tired and didn't sleep well. That's what she said. But the queen was still so angry that she didn't sleep all night. She rolled and crawled on the bed all night, anxiously waiting for the battle report from the front. Her poor pillow was unlucky, and the queen would punch her from time to time to vent her anger. The next morning, she came to the palace after anxiously eating breakfast. Chapter 974. Many royal nobles had already received the information, and no one dared to be absent. The whole palace was noisy. The queen, wearing a graceful robe, sat on the throne solemnly and looked around majestically. The scene immediately fell silent. Have you heard the news of the rebellion? The queen frowned. The ministers nodded one after another, and another imperial guard came forward to salute respectfully. Taking out a pile of projection beads, the imperial guard said seriously, Your Majesty, these are the news from the defeated soldiers, nobles, and the chosen ones last night. All the information shows that the 2 governors, Cao Bao and Rick, were all defeated. In addition, someone used magic props to record a small number of scenes and sent them to us overnight. As he said, the Imperial Guard input divine power into the projection pearl, projecting the tragic battle situation on the Maple Leaf battlefield. Countless corpses piled up like mountains, dirty blood gathered into a pool on the plain, and flies buzzed above the smelly black and red blood pool. A broken griffin flag, stained with a large amount of blood, fluttered weakly. Heavy knights in black robes and full-plate armor traveled in the black and red world, and the necks of their war horses were full of soldiers' heads. It was hell. The projection had only played for a little while when a blood eagle pounced on them, and the magic projection ended. The entire court was silent. Some of the dignitaries, who let their children go to experience, looked ashen and swayed, unable to bear the reality. No, the governor of High Castle can lose this? The ministers reacted and immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet, jumping anxiously. The governor of High Castle is old after all. It's just a baron. Even if a pig is in command, he can't lose. Where are they? Why didn't they contact us? Did they surrender or run away? Your Majesty, I suggest that the Northern Legion be mobilized quickly, and the Nibelungen family be sent to quell the rebellion. We must give the rebels a head-on blow. It's a shame for the Empire. I suggest that their property be confiscated. The nobles with fighting spirit, full of anger, proposed a bunch of radical measures. Sirs, ladies, I haven't finished yet. The Imperial Guard cleared his throat. Miss Violet is on her way back. Her warning is even more shocking. She said that the governor's 6th level god chosen was killed by the enemy in the battle array, and couldn't even escape. Goddess? The nobles were furious again. The 6th level god chosen was not surrendering, but was killed in the battle array. The queen couldn't sit still anymore. Her heart trembled violently. She subconsciously bent over, bit her lips, and clenched her fists. Being killed in the battle array is much more terrible than surrendering. Surrender means that the other party has the 6th level combat power, which is stronger than the Earl of Fire, but not much. Killing the 6th level in battle is different. Looking at the Empire, the number of people who have killed the 6th level can be counted on one hand. The Bloody Rose of the Ross family also fled back to the family and died, not killed in the battle. Being able to kill a 6th level means that the other party has the combat power to resist 3 6th levels. How could this be? Even the fanatical war faction was wilted, and dared not say a word. The whole court was noisy for a while, and then silent. The queen herself was even more aggrieved. She gritted her teeth in anger, and cursed in her heart. Shirley is a fool. She said that the Knight territory was not worth mentioning. Field was just a passionate young man. Your young man can kill the 6th level in the battle? I can go to hell. If it weren't for Shirley, I wouldn't have underestimated Field's military strength. Oh my god, everyone calm down, it's not that bad. The barrel-shaped chief consultant laughed. The governor's defeat is most likely due to underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly, plus he is too old. In addition, a large number of subhumans, disasters, and demons appeared on the battlefield. Field is just a puppet of evil creatures. He even killed people from his own family. He is already a monster. The governor underestimated the enemy, and was tricked into the encirclement of monsters. In the end, he was defeated by the 6th level disaster. It's that simple. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard it. Juliana is old. Demons and disasters are not scary. With holy light and life artifacts, they can be quickly contained. As for subhumans, they are old opponents. It's not surprising that they help the rebels. I suggest that we wait until the Golden Comet comes back before making a decision. After the chief consultant made the proposal, he turned and shook his head at the queen, indicating that she was too shocked and serious, which was not in line with her status. Let the governors of Morningwind and Atavan take strict precautions. In addition, send the Chosen One to investigate the situation in High Castle and other places. The queen looked extremely unhappy. Others did not know Juliana's strength, but she knew it very well. The Earl of Fire was a veteran on the battlefield, ruthless and decisive. His death in battle could not be dismissed as underestimating the enemy. But she could not refute the advisor's words. As the queen, she could not show a decadent and defeated attitude, and she could not recognize Field's strength. Only by trying to discredit Field could everyone regain confidence and the soldiers regain courage. My advisor is right. He is just a little baron who took advantage of the disaster. The governor of High Castle and his chosen one are old and weak, so it is normal for them to lose the battle. The most important thing is that my imperial army did not suffer any losses, only the governor's private army was defeated. The ministers breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. The queen frowned slightly. I remember that Field served the Empire in 2 battles. Why has he always been unknown? I have never heard that he defeated any powerful enemies. As soon as the voice fell, the Imperial Guards and several ministers were sweating. The achievements were divided among everyone. You heard that there was a ghost. Glancing at everyone, the queen said in a bad tone, pass the order to investigate Field's background and experience. In addition, when I asked someone to investigate the Knight territory, what was your conclusion? There is no city in the Knight territory. Since Field has no city, how did he support his army? No wonder he was defeated this time. The idiots who investigated Field were a group of useless parasites. All of them were arrested and tortured. The ministers looked at each other. The queen was looking for someone to take the blame, and take the blame. I'm afraid a bunch of people will be hanged. On the other side, in Starry Night Castle. After Field confirmed that his chosen ones were all fine, he sat down relaxedly. On the soft bed, Hey You and others closed their eyes. Their chests rose and fell slightly, and they slept soundly. Wow, for people are unconscious, what a spectacle. Dizxia laughed non-stop, including the mountain goat lying in the city hospital. There are 5 in total. Ashana rubbed her brows, and couldn't help but smile, saying, "How dare you laugh? After all, we won, and everyone is fine, so we should be happy." Field patted the heads of the 2 people lovingly, and rubbed Vivian, who was drinking tea honestly, and then changed the subject. "Next, what do you think we should do?" "After looting, we will defend it strictly." Asana answered without hesitation, "Our army is not enough to control the entire province." "Are you kidding?" Dizxia objected. "Put away your nomadic thinking. I suggest that we take a short break and attack the Atavan province with a victorious attitude." Chapter 975. Dizxia is usually not very good, but her suggestions are very accurate. Attacking now can greatly expand the results of the war and make the enemy tremble, but unfortunately there are too few people under his command to implement radical strategies. Field looked at Vivian again. "It is difficult to attack. Once the enemy finds that we are short of troops and are a paper tiger, the Imperial army will inevitably sweep in." Vivian suggested, "Occupy part of the land of the High Castle." "What you said makes sense." After a little thought, Field had a plan in mind. "We must occupy both High Castle and Rick. If we don't take what we can eat, the Empire will think we are weak. Only by sweeping the 2 provinces and having enough size can we enhance our strength and make the Queen afraid. We must not only occupy the 2 provinces, but also carry out small-scale looting and scout the 2 places in Morning Wind. But our troops are not enough to control 2 provinces." Ashana shook her tail. "Even if we occupy them all, we won't be able to defend so many cities when the enemy attacks in the future." Field was happy. "Then let them take it back. Anyway, we earn every day we occupy it. The income and manpower obtained from occupying are real. It's just a matter of how long to occupy it. Ashina, take the captured governor to Rick province and persuade them to surrender along the way. Occupy the cities that surrender, and ignore the cities that do not surrender, and ignore the cities controlled by the nobles for now. The same goes for Gao Bao. Let Mitchell go and pursue efficiency first. I will deal with the cities that do not surrender later. The key is to seal the treasury, prohibit the movement of people, and suppress chaos." Field took out a paper map. "For those obedient territories, select the rich areas among them, and make them our direct territories." "Wait, Mitchell can't do it." Speaking of Mitchell, Dizxia snorted and held Field's arm, her fingertips tangled around the ends of her hair, and said coquettishly in a clingy tone, "Master, I shouldn't say too much about personnel appointments, but I'm afraid she can't handle the heavy responsibility." "What do you mean?" Field was confused. "Originally, I captured a 5th-level God's Chosen and gave it to her to take care of. But according to the soldier's report, Mitchell humiliated and threatened the other party, forcing the other party to commit suicide, but she didn't stop her and let her die. She is suspected of taking revenge for personal gain. After all, the Gem rebels suffered a great loss at the hands of the High Castle." Dizxia said faintly, "It may also be careless. In any case, she can't handle the heavy responsibility. If the master thinks what I said is not nice, don't be angry with me. I'm thinking about you." After Dizxia finished speaking, she smiled like a green tea, which made Ashina's teeth itch. It is indeed possible. If she plays the liquidation game in the High Castle, it will be detrimental to the overall situation. Field frowned slightly. There was no benefit in killing the dissociated God's Chosen. Even if he really wanted to kill the 5th level, he should at least wait for her to recover the artifact and kill her after the trial. Mitchell's human-machine operation caused him to lose a 5th-level artifact. "Dizxia, you will be in charge of the High Castle. Mitchell will be transferred back to garrison the Frostfire territory." Field tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. "Rewards and punishments will be determined after the situation stabilizes. You try your best to occupy the land first. I will come to help you as soon as I finish the things at hand." Field looked at the city marked on the map, his scalp tingling, and added, "Yes." The 2 took the order and left. "So this is what it feels like to be the direct descendant of the Lord." Vivian was shocked and patted her chest. In less than half an hour of discussion, the strategic direction was finalized, and a 4th-level God Chosen was demoted. Vivian realized the existence of power. Thunder destruction should be born soon. Field wanted to deal with the problems of the new territory personally, but he didn't dare to leave the night territory. The new destruction disaster was very fragile, and could not be ignored. Let Xiao Filong and the others protect everyone in Starry Night Castle. Field arrived at the border fortress. He was busy formulating future institutional plans, and waiting for thunder destruction to revive. "My lord, there is a group of..." Cat people outside the door asking to see you. A soldier with dark circles under his eyes, but excited trotted over to report, their leader is called Woody, and I heard that he knows you. The short legs run pretty fast. They came to the door so quickly. Field was happy, put down the feather pen in his hand, and walked out of the fortress. In the cleared space outside the gate, a large group of pink cat people huddled together in fear. Their ears were distorted by the smell of blood, and their petite bodies trembled in resistance, as if they were toys. Sister Woody, I don't want to eat bread anymore. Let's go back. Will these humans eat us? The pink cat people next to Woody cried with tears in her eyes, so scary. Probably not. Although Field is very bad, he won't eat people. Woody was sweating profusely. Before she came, she was sure that she would get help, but after seeing the corpses of tens of thousands of people, she was no longer sure. Field is here. Seeing Field walk out of the fortress gate, Woody led a large group of cat people and swarmed towards Phil. So many Hakimi. Field was stunned, raised his hand to stop the guards from expelling him, hummed a little tune and walked forward, saying disdainfully, "Cathead, don't play the favorite game. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Field, we are so hungry, we want to eat. Her eyes were red, and she made a direct request. Woody rubbed her shriveled belly, her cheeks slightly red, and she looked embarrassed. She had thought of a lot of polite words, but after seeing Field, she forgot everything and inexplicably trusted the human in front of her with a gentle smile. "Yes, I'm so hungry." The cat subhumans nodded in agreement. They were all so thin, their fur was dull, and their cat tails drooped weakly. "That's no problem. After all, you guys are helping in the battle, so we're all comrades." Field said to the guard beside him, "Tell the chef to prepare enough food. These guests are here to help us. Just eat with everyone." "Wait a minute." Wu Dai shyly scratched her head and pinched her skirt. Her pink tongue betrayed her inner thoughts. "It's just a small matter." Field waved his hand. "Let's talk business now." "No, we came here just to eat." Wu Dai tilted her head. "Ah?" Field was confused. "You came all the way from the subhuman territory to the night territory just to eat? It's too abstract." "That's right. The Asian Alliance is short of food, don't you know that, Field?" Woody pouted. "Many Asians are starving. We also came to the night territory after arriving in the human territory, relying on poaching and begging. Didn't the Asian army just rob the East? At least it's richer there than in the North. Of the 5 major regions of the Empire, the North is the poorest." Chapter 976. The knight at the side asked curiously, "The eastern part of the Griffin Empire is a good place, very rich, rich in gold, silver, gems, and livestock." "Well, that was robbed by the superior races. We pink cat Asians can only be robbed, and gold, silver, and gems are not valuable anymore." Wu Dai wanted to cry, but had no tears. Gold and silver are not valuable. Such a niche description. Blinking twice, Field figured out what was going on. Wu Dai's tribe was just a pure inferior slave race. How could the benefits robbed by the superior population be distributed to the slave race? The pink cat Asians returned home after the war. Not only did they not get anything, but there was no one at home to farm or graze, and the food supply was greatly reduced. The most difficult thing was that the Asians did not understand economics. They robbed a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry and poured them into the market without restraint, causing prices to soar. The already poor cat Asians probably couldn't even afford the defense. Not only that, Field, many places are suffering from famine. Woody said mysteriously, "I heard that the wisdom of the subhuman gods observed the celestial phenomena and received a terrible prediction from the world will. The origin of the world has been severely damaged by the corruption disaster, and the tide of divine power has weakened. This year's God's Day will be shortened to 6 days. In many areas, the production has declined, and no food can be produced. The eternal continent is completely submerged by corruption, the origin of the world is damaged, and the end of our lives is even closer." Woody said tremblingly, knocking on the armor of the corrupt demon next to him, and making a scary gesture. "Isn't it scary, big guy?" The corrupt demon, who was wearing full body armor and couldn't see his appearance. Field was shocked, his pupils trembled. "You said that the tide of divine power is declining, so wouldn't the number of the chosen ones be greatly reduced? Only the number of chosen creatures will decrease, and the number of disasters will increase." Woody spread her hands and said, "I heard it from others. We, the Maya people, can't beat the disasters, and we can't even eat dried fish on the day of God's arrival. This is not good." Field paced back and forth, with inexplicable worry in his heart. The strength of the corruption disaster is not in its combat power, but in its pollution. The first 4 disasters recorded in the literature have never been recorded as severely damaging the origin of the world and affecting the tide of divine power. Inexplicably, there is an extra sword hanging over your head, which would make anyone uncomfortable. The most difficult thing is that you are caught between the creatures and the disasters, being used by both sides, and neither side is pleasing. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. Field stretched his shoulders. Let's solve the crisis first. That? Human, can we live in your territory in the future? Woody said cutely. We cat people eat less and are easy to feed. The food in the tribe is really not enough. I hope to stay for a while. When the food in the tribe is restored, we will leave. The Hakini around also gathered around, acting cute and breathing, please. The tallest pink cat people are only up to the armpits, and acting cute together is full of lethality. Don't make trouble, acting cute is useless with me, I always distinguish between public and private. Field shook his head repeatedly. Every inch of his territory is stained with the blood of soldiers and the sweat of the people. You come here, say a few auspicious words, and want to eat and drink for free? Impossible. Use it as a cat-eared girl Fiji. It's okay, but the key is that only I like cat-eared girls. Normal people in this world think cat-eared girls are bastards, and dare not even touch them. Ah. Woody was dejected. The eyes of the cat subhumans were dim, as if they were sentenced to death. Thinking of the superior races coming to the tribe fiercely to ask for offerings, but they had no food to pay, everyone felt desperate. If this goes on, the tribe will perish. Woody bit her lip, feeling sad, but she had to admit that food was too precious. Don't be sad, it's easy to get enough food in my territory. Field rubbed her head, 2 choices, join the night territory, or work for us and become a hired worker. Of course, the treatment of the 2 is different. Field's words were like a ray of light, giving Woody hope again. Helper? Hearing this new word, Woody covered her face shyly. It's not a strange thing, right? Similar to mercenaries, they maintain weapons, manage cattle and sheep, and transport goods. Field smiled, work in exchange for rewards. We can do this. The subhumans nodded repeatedly and cheered. We talk about the details later. The food is ready. Let's eat. After their many thanks, Field took in the group of subhumans and wanted to ask them about the subhumans. Boom! The sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The sky-high lightning suddenly burst out and turned into scarlet, black, purple, bright gold and other small thunders, spreading out layer by layer. But in just 2 breaths, the sky above Maple Leaf territory turned into a thunder area. The thunder was drifting, and the ripples of divine power were scattered, weaving a dreamy and magnificent natural wonder. Danger, everyone, lower your flying altitude. The Blood Eagle Knights immediately urged their mounts to land. A few dragon-winged demons were hit by small thunders, bursting into dazzling flames, and fell down with arcs shining all over their bodies. The seemingly magnificent spectacle contained the terrifying murderous intent of destruction. Those fine thunders were like man-eating beasts, tyrannical and overbearing. People from several surrounding territories noticed the scene, mistakenly thinking it was a miracle, and knelt down to pray. Thunder destruction has revived. Field's heart skipped a beat, and he was excited and nervous. The night territory was lacking reliable combat power, and the advent of the new destruction would quickly make up for the lack of combat power. I hope we can get along well. Fortunately, the destruction disaster revived with my soul is directly in the contract state. After letting the guards wait outside, Field made sufficient psychological preparations, stepped into the underground of the fortress, and moved forward along the spiral staircase. Before he took 2 steps, the earth trembled violently, countless pure life energy dissipated, and it seemed that countless creatures cried in his ears. What's going on? Field's heart skipped a beat. When the little sun was revived, there was no such change. In the gray fog far to the north of the night territory, Pure White's eyes were fascinated, her eyes were full of water, and her cold fingers were covering her face excitedly. Great. It's really great. The life lock can't bear the consumption of destruction at both ends. The treasure of the goddess of life, downgraded to a 7th level artifact, allowing more partners to teleport. She stretched out her bandaged left hand and grabbed with one hand. Hee, you actually have the power to fight against the 6th level, and you have successfully revived the thunder destruction. It's really excellent. Pure White was extremely excited and wiped his saliva. I will get you soon. Well, wait a little longer, we have plenty of time. I want to corrupt you myself and become my corrupted lord. The earth shook for 3 minutes before it gradually stopped. The surroundings were pitch black, and the blood of the monsters on the ground had dried up. The occasional flash of electric arcs would reveal the terrifying full picture of the basement. What happened just now? It doesn't feel good. Chapter 977. The artifact of life. I guess there's something wrong. Field quickly thought of the life lock, but quickly put it behind his mind, gritted his teeth, and said firmly, even if the life lock is blown into slag, this god of destruction must be resurrected. Even if he does nothing, the world will still be destroyed by disaster. The first 4 destructions were like this. If you are afraid to obtain reliable combat power because of the risk of the artifact of life being destroyed, you should have died when you crossed over. Field quickly came to the basement, checked the weapons and equipment, and tentatively shouted, Little Thunder. The basement was empty and lifeless. Field looked around and didn't see a shadow. Did he run away? Or did the resurrection fail at all? Field's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the Lord panel. Fortunately, at the bottom of the panel, there was an unviewable message, indicating that the destruction was successfully revived. Just at this moment, a cold and domineering female voice suddenly sounded in my ears. You are so brave. You dare to break into my sleeping place. You are so ignorant. A cold hand clamped Field's neck from behind. A severe numbness spread throughout his body, and then he was lifted up high. Feeling dizzy, Field was thrown away by a strong force. Before he landed, he was slapped to the ground, and the heavy floor was smashed to pieces, and smoke and dust were scattered. There is an assassin. Feeling a burning pain in his back, Field's heart was beating wildly. He bit his tongue to quickly regain his sanity, and his fighting spirit surged. Sizzle. The violent lightning flashed, and a woman with a queen-like temperament teleported directly in front of him. The white and crystal bare feet stepped hard on Field's face, so fast that it made no sense. Field's head was buzzing as he felt the smooth touch on his face. You have the breath of the sun's disaster, my dear sister. Can't wait to devour your kind? A domineering and cold voice sounded. Lei Huasia folded her hands across her chest, her eyes teasing. She stepped on Field and asked condescendingly, Tell me, where is that bitch? How dare you step on me? Field recovered from the brief shock. This guy actually dared to step on his head. He had never suffered such an injustice, and he was immediately furious. This is no longer an ordinary disaster. He must punch hard. Fireball! Field waved his hand, threw out an orange-red fireball, and grabbed her ankle with his right hand. Lei Huasia raised his hand to crush the fireball, and flashed to avoid Field's grabbing palm. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the other party dodged, Field jumped up, exerted force on his bones, and punched out with a whistling sound of breaking the wind. Interesting. Lei Huasia didn't choose to flash this time, and also punched. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides collided with each other in the cold basement. Field punched 3 times, and Lei Huasia took the initiative to turn into lightning and distance himself. Lei Huasia looked indifferent, but ripples appeared in his heart. He thought the newcomer was a small fish, and wanted to kill him as a snack to restore his strength. Unexpectedly, not only could he resist the beating, but he could also catch his attack. The most important thing is that his soul will be backfired after every collision. The other party took the initiative to move away, and Field finally had time to see her appearance clearly. The tall and powerful figure was a head taller than himself, and the snow-white and round long legs were longer than human life. The skin was as delicate as snow, and the black and purple long hair fell like a waterfall, but it couldn't cover up the proud bunny. The woman is as domineering as an emperor who reigns over the world, and the only flaw is the teardrop mole on her left eye. The most eye-catching thing is her domineering dragon horns, and the dragon tail that swings excitedly. Too much of a queen, pure and big. Field took a breath of cold air. This pure A8 level, barefoot on the ground, is actually higher than himself. In comparison, the little fat dragon can only be considered A6. The purple robe moved without wind, and Lei Huasia moved slightly with lotus steps, his eyes dangerous. You can attack souls? Why attack you? I will be hurt. Because I am your lord. Field drew out the golden sword, his tone unhappy. No matter how strong the destruction disaster is, he has the 5th level fighting spirit and the divine power of Dis-Shia to protect his body, so he is not afraid. If the other party dares to attack him, he must be severely taught, otherwise he will be crazy in the future. Huh, you little guy, dare to call yourself my lord. Lei Huasia hugged his hands in front of his chest, causing Tutu to rise and fall. She ignored the weapon in Field's hand and walked forward willfully, bowing her body and lowering her posture. The purple dragon pupils slightly expanded, and she tilted her head and pondered for a while. It's so strange, there is really a soul connection between us. How can a despicable creature sign a god-chosen contract with me? Lei Huaqia's expression became complicated, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned, as if thinking, Don't talk to yourself, it seems I have to control you. Field was furious, and didn't care what she was talking about, and his fighting spirit was like a river bursting its banks. He raised his hand, and hit the sugar-roasted chestnuts wrapped in fighting spirit, and blasted it towards her head. Huh? Lei Huichu was reborn after all, even though his flawless white body contained a majestic divine power. After all, he was an ignorant soul, only a first-level divine power. Caught off guard, even though she raised her head to dodge at the first moment, she was still hit hard. Field's vicious punch hit the opponent's crowded rabbit nest hard, and went straight through the hull. Ant, how dare you? Lei Huasia was immediately furious. Pure thunder rushed, picked up Field with one hand, and threw him out again. Bang! The wall cracked, Field's back was burning with pain, and before he could fight back, Lei Huasia's mouth was bleeding, and his soul was severely damaged. Enough, little guy. Shocked, Lei Huasia's eyes began to blur, and he quickly raised his hand to stop Field. Don't mess with me, I won't hurt you. You are scared, right? I didn't cut you, that's my mercy. Field was unhappy and said directly, don't forget, you started it first. If you make your brother Fei unhappy, I will send you back to Haji Dragon Star in a minute. Lei Huasia didn't understand what Haji Dragon Star meant, but she was deeply aware that the other party had grasped her weakness. You should feel honored. If it were someone else, I would have strangled him to death. I don't want to mess around with you. I have to hurry up and destroy this world. Lei Chuanhui straightened up the rabbit with disdain, his expression still cold, staring at Field. Okay, disconnect the soul connection. Do you think I'm stupid? Field almost laughed out of anger. Even if I let you go, you want to destroy the world in your state? The backlash will destroy you first, you should know that. You destroyed the disaster, but failed to destroy the world. Now it is the 5th era. This era does not belong to you, don't worry about it. After these words, Lei Chuanhui fell silent, and Field changed the subject. What's your name? I forgot, I don't need a name. You can call me whatever you want. The other party waved his hand irritably. Chapter 978. Happiness will not disappear, it will only transfer. Seeing this huge female dragon being irritable and depressed, Field's depression quickly dissipated. Such a domineering and plump figure is hard for humans to achieve even if they have given birth to 3 babies and produce baby food continuously. Field said with a funny face, that's easy, you can take my last name and be called Feiji. A normal name. Lei Mija held his head and rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes glanced at Field casually, full of warning. I have to keep the little son company. With his mind racing, Field made a quick decision and said with a smile, Fei Freya, it's easy to remember and sounds good. Whatever you want. Fei Freya looked straight at Field, but then again, it was you who revived me with your soul. You dared to resurrect the natural enemy of living things without knowing whether to live or die. You are not the first disaster I have revived. Field spread his hands. Don't use outdated moral condemnation to test me. Huh? You are indeed related to the sun disaster. Fei Freya became interested and asked, Little thing, tell me the information about the sun disaster. Let's talk about it later. Talking about the little sun, Field was not interested and opened Fei Freya's panel to study the opponent's strength. Name, Fei Freya Long Lei. Level, First level, Destruction Disaster. Profession, Natural Disaster. Artifact, World-Destroying Heavenly Level Thunder Spear. Description, a 2-in-1 artifact inlaid with the artifact Thunder Abyss Devouring Seed. After killing the Chosen One, it can refine different types of Thunder Spirits to obtain terrifying blessings, and can infinitely stack its own attributes. Catastrophe Thunder Spirit. Quantity, 0. Extract the mark of the enemy goddess, and condense it into several purple thunders. Each Thunder Spirit provides 5 to 10% of the power of the divine skill. Other types of Thunder Spirits can be selected after advancement. Divine Skill, Destroy Thunder Dragon, condenses a giant dragon composed of thunder, causing huge damage and paralysis to enemies within the range. Extra Divine Skill, Thunder Flash, consume a small amount of divine power, and perform unlimited, no cooldown teleportation in the area covered by divine power. Talent 1, Born to Destroy Flesh and Blood Civilization, 99% physical immunity. Talent 2, Sky Overlord, causes 300% huge damage to flying units. Note, God's Chosen One is not flying when stepping into the air. Talent 3, Purify Filth, causes restraint to souls and evil creatures. Negative status, Fragile Soul, Backlash, no magic resistance. Fuck, this panel is a bit luxurious, worthy of being called the Destruction Disaster. Even after seeing the panel of the Little Sun, Field couldn't help but be shocked. Other types of God's Chosen One seemed too simple in front of the Destruction Disaster. born with 2 divine skills, 3 talents, and terrifying values. If it weren't for the backlash of the world's will, I'm afraid it would start to destroy the world immediately. Wait, the little sun has a soft and cute state, so she should have won too. Field continued to browse the panel and found the other party's second form. Name, Fei Freya Long Lei, not the current state. Level, First Order. Profession, Devourer. State, Cub. Fei Freya returns to the cub state, weak, pitiful and helpless, but very good at eating artifact, thunder devouring seed. Description, after Fei Freya kills the enemy, the artifact automatically absorbs the opponent's power and turns into a thunder spirit. After changing to the cub state, the thunder spirit will turn into a fruit, which will permanently improve the attributes and increase the total amount of divine power after eating. Divine skills, none. Talent, none. Negative status, fragile soul, backlash, no magic resistance. Sure enough, the destruction disaster has 2 forms. Field rubbed his chin. Unlike the little sun, the little thunder dragon was not in a soft and cute state when it just revived. This just proves the point that multiple destruction disasters can share the backlash. After the little sun suffered the backlash of the world consciousness, the newborn little thunder dragon was born with reason. The more he thought about it, the more excited Field became. He was in a good mood. Why are you staring at the air and laughing, you fragile little creature? It's really pathetic. Fei Freya regained her previous domineering attitude. Her slender fingertips passed across her temples, she stretched her body, and made a crackling sound of bones. After rubbing Field's head like a pet, Fei Freya walked directly out the door. Wait, where are you going? Field hurriedly called Fei Freya, sullenly fixing her hair. You are only at level 1 now, don't run around. Foraging? Fei Freya said lightly. My perception tells me that there is food all over the place. Those are my soldiers. Field was sweating profusely. I have food for you, follow me. Huh? Fei Freya raised her eyebrows and grinned with interest. My pet actually wants to serve me. I am your lord. Field's fists hardened. You are almost my pet. Take Fei Freya out of the fortress. At this time, the pink cat sub-people sat honestly at the table, their eyes shining. The food is here. Please enjoy it, the guests of the lord. Several cooks came over with a dining cart. From a distance, Woody smelled the fragrance of bread. She squinted her eyes happily, and her stomach was already growling with hunger. Finally, there is food to eat. The cook put down the plate, took out a large piece of bread, and put it on Woody's plate. The freshly baked wheat aroma immediately aroused Woody's dormant taste buds. Since she returned to the subhuman tribe last time, she has not eaten processed food. It is either wild vegetables and fruits, or leftovers. Going fishing in the lake, at most you can taste a bite of the fish tail full of thorns, and the rest must be handed over to the upper race. If you hide, you will die. Now that I see bread, how can I resist it? I hold it with both hands and stuff it into my mouth. The wee aroma is rampant, and Woody stuffed the whole bread into her stomach at the fastest speed. A comfortable warm current immediately flows through her body. Huh, it's so satisfying. Woody breathed a sigh of relief, grateful in her heart. The field people are so nice, and the bread is so delicious. Miss, we haven't served the dishes yet. The cook was confused. Serve the dishes? What do you mean serve the dishes? Isn't this all? There are other things. Woody was also confused. Of course. The cook smiled kindly, and took out a fist-sized fried fish fillet and potato stew from the dining car behind. Woody was almost frightened out of her Spirodon form. She jumped up with her eyes wide open. Is this really for me? After getting a positive answer, Woody's nose was sore, and she almost cried. She didn't expect Field to be so good to her. She had only eaten these precious foods once or twice in her life. She only dared to steal some food from the kitchen when she was spying on Baron Maple Leaf. You're welcome. After all, you are fighting for the night territory. The cook waved her hands repeatedly. Simply asking for food and asking for food after helping in the battle are 2 different concepts. The Asians were greedy. They mistakenly thought that only the chosen ones could enjoy high treatment. But soon, they were shocked to find that everyone had fish to eat. The whole camp was full of joy. Chapter 979. Field and Fei Freya walked out of the fortress. The dark clouds and thunder that had originally shrouded everyone's heads completely dissipated with Fei Freya's resurrection. The sky was clear, and the warm sunshine made people feel comfortable. The environment is good, especially the piles of corpses, which are as warm as home. Fei Freya smelled the strong smell of blood, stepped into the sea of corpses and blood, and burst out with an invincible momentum, with a slight smile on her lips. Little guy, I am very satisfied with the place of resurrection you chose. So the fifth era looks like this, completely different from before. They Freya looked around. Field observed the other party curiously. You are barefoot, won't you get dirty? Don't ask me such stupid questions in the future. They Freya waved her sleeves domineeringly. Okay, let me see what the food you are talking about is. Shrugging boringly, Field took her to the restaurant, ready to conquer her stomach with the food led by Yimu. At this time, Woody and the others were still licking the plates, and their bellies were round as if they were pregnant. So happy, if only I could eat enough every day. Woody burped and turned around, only to see the cool and beautiful Fae Freya walking in calmly, like a lion patrolling the territory. Dragon. Dragon sub-people, the most superior race. The cat sub-people were so scared that they squeezed out a few drops of urine, and all activated the spike-back dragon form, rolling and crawling over, kneeling in front of Fae Freya. Praise the Supreme, I am your loyal servant. The cat sub-people trembled and dared not breathe. Field was stunned, jealous and envious. Oh my god, is the racial oppression so serious? I gave them food to eat, but they didn't even kowtow to me. Fae Freya conquered them just by showing her face. A bunch of pink desserts, so cute, although they are a little low level. Looking down at Woody, she nodded slightly, and glanced at Field with a smile. Field, I didn't know you were good at serving people. Very good, I accept your offering, and I won't waste your kindness. After that, she grabbed Woody like a chick. The divine seal between her eyebrows shone, and lightning swam around Fae Freya, which was obviously a sign of action. Oh my god! Wait, she is not the food I mentioned. Field almost rushed up to punch her. They are my men. This big thunder dragon is too cruel, and he actually treats the subhuman as a snack. At the beginning, the little son did not eat grains, and Field always thought that the destruction of disasters was a fairy who did not need to eat. I thought it was for me to eat. Fae Freya opened her mouth and said, huh? And threw Woody away in disappointment. Forget it, I keep it for you as a toy. Anyway, it's hard for this little guy to condense a thunder spirit. Woody burst into tears, and quickly hid behind Field. When they encounter danger, they know who is the most reliable. I only have normal food here, no living people for you to eat. Field picked up a piece of bread. Then I won't eat it. I only hunt strong living things. I don't like the feeling of being delivered to my mouth. Fae Freya flicked her sleeves and said arrogantly, I said that accepting your offering is already a gift. Field rubbed his chin and felt that he had touched the other party's character. Although this big thunder dragon was arrogant, his temper was unexpectedly good. Wait until I deal with the captives. Let's go together. Foraging, how about it? I agree. Fae Freya nodded dignifiedly and corrected. I will go hunting, you lead the way for me, and you are allowed to eat some scraps. Whatever. Boldly patted the other's round thighs. The texture was full. Fae Freya swung her big tail, and slapped Field away. Master Field actually knows Long Yaren, and he is also the chosen one. Wu Dai and a group of cat heads almost popped their eyes out when they saw this scene. What shocked them even more was that Field was not only not afraid of Long Yaren, but also dared to touch him. He was so brave. You know, Long Yaren are the noblest existence among all the subhumans. Their chosen one is the natural king. The cat subhumans instantly worshipped him so much that even the address became respectful, calling him master all the time, and calling him very eagerly. Don't wash your hands. Woody grabbed Field's arm, her eyes full of little stars. Just with the breath of the dragon Asians, you can lead a large tribe. Nerve. Field's forehead was covered with cold sweat. From now on, you will be hired laborers of the Night Lord. Go, help the cook wash dishes, and help the soldiers wash bandages and clothes at night. Yes, meow. The cats immediately executed. The next morning, the prisoners and casualties had been counted. As for collecting corpses and transporting supplies, it will take a long time, and it can be handed over to logistics and labor. In this battle, only 1 in 10 of the corrupted legion survived. 753 human soldiers died in the battle, and countless people were injured. The Blood Eagle lost 27 heads, which is heartbreaking. It is extremely difficult for the monsters to recover their numbers. More than 5,000 prisoners were captured on the battlefield, including 400 fighting knights and 200 mages. More than 30 people have noble status, and imprisoning nobles is a big problem. The most important thing is the chosen ones. 5 third-level chosen ones were captured. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Field said coldly, there are no nobles. They are nobles of the Griffin Empire, not our Knight territory. When using troops against Knight territory, there is only one identity, enemy. Yes. The clerk who reported was sweating profusely. Don't kill them casually, use the means of trial. If they oppress the people, occupy property, or are war criminals, we will try them according to our laws and confiscate their property. If they are innocent, just release them. Field took out the Civil Code Direct Territory Special, first issue, which is a simple law he formulated with simple and clear clauses, such as imprisonment of thieves, prohibition of forced marriage, prohibition of lynching, and so on. There are also prohibition of blasphemy against the goddess. The right of interpretation belongs to the Lord, which has reservations on the imperial law, but quietly adds the right of interpretation. And change civilians kill and pay with their lives to killing according to the circumstances, subdividing the law. There are only 30 articles in total, but this code is used in his own direct territory. Whether you are a priest, a noble, or something else, Field has hidden the idea of equality in it, aiming to weaken the power of nobles and priests. In addition, the land code and the commercial code have been implemented in Knight territory, but it is not possible to take High Castle, as it is too big a step. Send the rest of the soldiers to Frostfire territory for transformation. Now that the environment has become harsh, I need more farmland to produce food to cope with future famine. Wait for the main force of our army to return to defend, and then gradually absorb them into the army. Sir, what about the chosen ones? They are amazingly powerful, even more difficult to manage, and no one dares to judge them. Chapter 980. Rubbing his brows, Field had a headache. There were too many gods chosen captured in the territory. Including the 2 captured before, there were a total of 7 people. If they rioted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let the 4th level gods chosen Zishan lead the remaining 300 demon troops to take charge of the guard. Field added, let Zishan persuade them to surrender, and those who are willing to surrender will stay. If you don't want to, wait for their artifacts to recover, I will deal with them. It's just right to upgrade their own big thunder dragon. As soon as the civil official left, the painter Chiying came and handed the collected artifacts to Field. My lord, these are the artifacts harvested in this battle. There are a total of 8, the most valuable is the 5th level artifact, and there are 2 4th level artifacts and 5 4th level artifacts. Artifact, Silver Oath, 5th level, Source, Goddess of War and Guardian Goddess Branch. Effect, greatly improve the defense and strength of both arms. Special effect, only for the gods chosen of the War Gods system. This one is good. I keep it for use. With a thought, Field summoned the artifact, and his arms immediately formed silver armor, which was so handsome that no one had friends. Field swung a punch in the air, and the sharp wind of the fist blew a series of sonic booms in the air. It is worthy of being a 5th level artifact. It feels like it can blow up 10,000 corrupted demons. Field played with it for a while, and suddenly felt annoyed. It's a pity that another 5th level artifact was not preserved. Thinking of Mitchell wasting a 5th level artifact, Field was speechless for a while, and quickly wrote down the plan. When the situation stabilizes, rewards and punishments will be given to the army for its merits and demerits. And build a military academy to teach these guys a good lesson. For officers like Bobcat, who have made great contributions and surrendered 3rd level divine elects, they can be arranged. Of course, the chosen ones who reward their subordinates will only choose those who are not the direct lineage. After all, it is useless to keep them. The impure chosen ones will pollute their souls. After checking other artifacts, they were found to be garbage, which they did not like and did not need. So they were all decomposed into divine seals and kept for strengthening. Hurry up and count the harvested food and supplies, and then put them all into the warehouse. The Earl of Flame brought more than 30,000 people. Their food should be able to supply 30,000 people for about a month, which is a big number. After urging, Field stretched and left the command room of the fortress. My lord, the students you summoned have been delivered safely. The capable Blood Eagle Knights landed with the students. After they appeased the Blood Eagles, they saluted respectfully to Field. After the baptism of this war, the Air Force of Knight territory has truly gathered together, although it has not yet been formally organized. As for the students, Field needs talents to manage internal affairs. Although they are still young, it is better than using the officials of the Empire. After all, they are our own people. Vivian also drove the Blood Eagle down. As soon as she stood firm, she trotted over and whispered, Miss Philoumeni, she has not woken up. Ah, Field sighed sadly. The little sun still did not wake up. The biggest possibility is that Faye Freya is too low in level and cannot share the pressure of the little sun. No matter what, I will definitely keep you alive and healthy. With a firm belief, Field mustered up his energy. Let's go, follow me to take over the city. Wait, where is the little thunder dragon? Miss Faye Freya, on the top of the tower of the fortress. The soldier on the side pointed upwards. Ah? Field came to the highest point of the entire fortress, and at first glance saw the super huge stone throne, which was 6 or 7 meters high. Fay Freya lifted her long white legs, propped up her head lazily, and overlooked the entire land. The domineering aura seemed to be his territory. What the hell, you built this throne overnight? Field was shocked. Only the throne fits my identity. Fay Freya snorted twice, gave Field a contemptuous look, kneel down and talk to me in the future. Field's face was full of black lines. You secretly moved the stone in the middle of the night, and then carved it all night, just to show off to me? Puff. Vivian almost couldn't hold it. When I recover my strength, you will know that you are wrong. Fay Freya was very angry, and her chest rose and fell violently. No more idle talk, set off immediately. The third largest city in the High Castle province, Holy Spring City. Due to the order of the Earl of Flame, most of the soldiers in this city went to Maple Leaf territory and never came back. This beautiful mountain city with a long history is now deserted. Women and children stay on the road all day, waiting for their fathers, husbands or sons to come home. The well-informed dignitaries are busy collecting wealth and preparing to escape from the High Castle. The tavern in Holy Spring City can barely be considered lively. The pine torches are burning, and the tavern is noisy. Adventurers drink beer and brag loudly about their heroic achievements. Ordinary people sit by the fire and play dice to liven up the atmosphere. The most common ones are smelly maids, who only wear aprons. They can be taken to a corner for 10 minutes for 5 copper coins. Squeak. The door of the tavern was pushed open, and the woman in a tight cloak walked to the bar with elegant steps. A glass of moonlight berry wine. The woman put down 3 silver coins. When she bent down, you could vaguely see her long light golden hair. So you are a noble female elf. Although the Empire and the elves have reached a truce, High Castle is a dangerous place. It seems that you are planning to return to the elf homeland. The boss happily poured the wine, and took some fresh fruits, and placed them in front of the female elf. No, I won't go back. The female elf Yulu raised her head, and showed her gem-like eyes. The elf council has discovered the traces of the demons. Oh my god, do we still need to discover it? The whole High Castle is spreading it. The hotel owner shuddered. Field, who is called the Undead, is fighting with the Earl of Flame. The subordinates of this fallen noble are all demons. And I heard that the Earl of Flame has been defeated. Then why don't you run? Yulu picked up the berry wine. Where can you run to? The portal of Burning Flame territory is not enough for the nobles. Other roads have been blocked by the Black Legion. Black Legion? It's Field's army. The hotel owner laughed bitterly. If the rumors are true, you elves will be in a bad situation in the future. We, the humans of High Castle and Rick, have fought with you for so many years, and we are old friends. But Field's demon army will only eat you alive. The Elven Empire and the Empire have very little border area, mainly in the north, Songhai province. But High Castle is by the sea, and there are also enclaves bordering it. I'm not sure if the demons you are talking about are real demons. Yulu looked alert, but a scout of the Demon King's army came to the north of your human empire. They are looking for something. Chapter 981. Ding ding ding. The big bell in the center of the town rang rapidly, and panicked shouts rose and fell on the streets. Yulu's elf ears trembled suddenly, and she had a bad feeling. She ran out of the tavern with the crowd. She looked up at the sky, and a large group of blood eagles flew across the sky. They are. Yulu's pupil shook. Field's army is coming? No, the High Castle will fall into terror and death. Fay Freya grabbed Field from behind, flapped the dragon wings, and looked down at the whole city coldly, with murderous eyes like substance. Good guy, the speed is really fast, not slower than the dirty blood wings. Field adjusted his afro hair blown by the wind. Just now, Fay Freya turned into a thunder dragon phantom, and after a few flashes in the air, she arrived above the Holy Spring City. The Blood Eagle Knights were left far behind, and she took the initiative to suppress the speed. Start killing directly? I can't wait. Fay Freya was eager to try. Field shook his head. This city is the gateway from High Castle to the Empire. I need it. Now that High Castle and Rick are empty, it is a good opportunity to occupy it. The 2 provinces connect to his northern border. After he inherits the title of the Ross family, he will use the 3 northern provinces as the foundation to establish a super large country territory. It is worth mentioning that the territory of the Earl is the earldom. The territory of the Duke and the King is the duchy and the kingdom. Because of the family's title, he can only become an earldom at most. Of course, these are just empty titles. As long as you are strong enough, if you don't want the title of king, the Pope will take the initiative to find you to be crowned. Go to the Holy Spring Manor in the south of the city to control the nobles. After waiting for a while, after the Blood Eagle Knights arrived, Field immediately ordered to descend. Amid the exclamations of countless people, Fae Freya turned into thunder, and landed coolly on the Holy Spring Manor, with gravel flying everywhere. Nearly 100 Blood Eagle Knights landed in unison, which was extremely spectacular. Field patted the dust off his body, and slowly stood up. The servants in the manor were scared and fled in all directions. The family of Baron Shunquan saw the Blood Eagle Knights as early as when the town bell rang. They wanted to resist, but they had no army. There were only more than 50 guards guarding the castle. Even so, Baroness Moa Law, with a proud chin raised, strode out of the manor gate and faced Field directly. "Field? Who gave you the power to step into my territory?" Moa Law said in a noble tone. "According to the imperial law, you have lost your noble title and are now a poor and lowly refugee, a traitor. Don't say that you trampled on my manor with your dirty feet. Even if you breathe the air here, it is considered an usurpation." Mrs. Moa Law was so arrogant, and her eyes showed disdain, which showed that she really thought so. People without status are inferior in this era. The land of the nobles is granted by the imperial power and blessed by the goddess. No one can take it away by force, Moa Law emphasized. Her eldest son, who was only about 7 or 8 years old, held a dagger in his hand and shouted in a childish tone, "My mother said that you, a lowly person, should get out. This family is really arrogant." Field was unhappy. How dare these ants talk to the strong like this? Fae Freya put her hands on her hips, unable to understand. The world has changed so much. Field shrugged. "This is called nobility. Get out now." Moa Law pointed at Field's nose and cursed. "That's enough. I'm not interested in your nonsense." Field said bluntly, "Big Thunder Dragon, disarm the enemy's army." Moa Law shook the small fan in her hand and said arrogantly, "I see who dares to touch us. We have noble blood flowing in our veins. Guards, go and kill those who blaspheme the nobility." "Yes." The surrounding guards swarmed in, all bursting out with third-level fighting spirit. "I kind of like this world. It's full of cute and brave ants." Fae Freya laughed so hard that her tone was 100 times more arrogant than Moa Law. "Don't know how to live or die." It was simply the opposite of Tian Gang. In her eyes, it was like a group of harmless fruits that wanted to beat him, the eater. As soon as the chief guard drew out his long sword, Fae Freya flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant, laughing heartily. "I hope your master's noble blood can save your humble life." Without using a magic weapon, she directly stretched out her hands, and brilliant thunder shone. Fae Freya savagely pierced through the armor of the guard captain, using her fighting spirit to defend herself. Her white and smooth hands embedded themselves into the guard captain's collarbone. "Goddess! Wow, wow, wow!" The guard captain only felt a terrifying force that penetrated his internal organs, and cried out in pain. The electric arc sizzled, and everyone saw the two halves of the charred body being torn away by Fae Freya's bare hands, and the internal organs shining with electric arcs were scattered all over the ground. Fae Freya smiled, and tasted the other's screams elegantly. "What?" The guards were almost scared, and quickly pulled back. Fae Freya was angry and scolded. "Did I allow you to escape? I told you to die, so you can't run away. Stop." Moa Law was sweating profusely, and hurriedly shouted, "The Queen has reached an agreement with the subhumans. Whatever price Field pays you, we will pay 3 times. There's no price. I tear up anything I don't like." Fae Freya used the Thunder Flash skill more than 40 times in a short time. Every time she teleported, the guards' flesh and blood flew everywhere. No matter how the guards waved their swords and released their fighting skills, they couldn't hit them. Fae Freya didn't stop until the guards were torn into pieces and blood was everywhere. "I feel a little bit." She stretched her shoulders, and her purple dragon eyes were full of excitement. "Warm-up is complete." "Ah?" Moa's legs trembled, and she was scared to death. She suddenly realized that bloodline and reason may not be universal for all races. Don't say Moa is afraid. The people in the Night Territory are also afraid. How can this God's chosen, who has never been seen before, be so cruel? Don't kill them too. Seeing that Fae Freya was in the mood to kill, Field hurriedly stopped her. "I still have some use for them." "To vent?" Fae Freya was dissatisfied, folded her arms across her chest, and said contemptuously, "This woman is too ugly, little guy. Your aesthetics are wrong." Field covered her face. "Can you think of something normal? Don't bully your mother. Get out of here. I'm going to kill you." Moa's child rushed over, waving a dagger, and was pushed away by the Blood Eagle Knight. "Okay, follow the process." Field waved his hand, and the Duki Knight on the side stepped forward and took out the broken noble emblem of the Baron of Shunquan. Your husband, the Baron of Shunquan, participated in a despicable war of aggression and was defeated and died. But before he died, he repented of his mistakes and wrote a will in his own hand. In order to reflect on his mistakes, he compensated Field for the war losses suffered, and the territory was inherited by Field. In the future, his wife and daughters will be loyal to Field, and all the property will be transferred to the Knight territory to obtain forgiveness. Chapter 982. After these words came out, Emma Waylaw wondered if her ears were cursed. You must be kidding. Which noble family would write such an outrageous will? After the verdict was pronounced, the knight showed the will of Baron Shunquan and handed it to Emma Waylaw. The ink of the will was not even dry, and the fonts did not match. They did not even know the full name of their husband, so they drew a head of by to indicate the name. This was the will that the painter Ching spent 3 minutes to forge. I don't recognize it. Emma Way stopped talking when she saw Fay Freya and grabbed her 2 sons and 1 daughter. Fay Freya was obedient and did not kill them. Instead, she tossed the 3 children around like a clown juggling balls, which was dazzling. The 3 children cried and screamed and were scared. Okay, stop torturing the child. Field tugged at Fay Freya's skirt and announced, to show the etiquette and kindness of the nobility. A quarter of the Shunquan family's treasury will be left to you and your descendants, and will be distributed over 20 years, and will only be effective in the territory I control. Take a quarter and donate it to the church in the city and the goddess temple. Field finished quickly and wiped away the non-existent tears. Finally, take another quarter and give it to the family's side branches and knights. They also need to come to me to collect it. Thank you for the love of the Shunquan family for me. Goddess. Field is too kind. The family's side branches in the manor heard this, and their eyes lit up. The original disgust changed instantly, and they looked at Field as if they saw a lost relative. Okay, protect Mrs. Muvela and her children. All servants will be retained to take care of the manor, and the rest will be paid and dismissed. Immediately, 2 knights took Muvela away. Bad guys, we will definitely take revenge. When we grow up, we will cut you into pieces, and then feed you to the dogs. Muvela's 2 children shouted. Field glanced at them, and the murderous intent in his heart had already reached its peak. Do they really think that they can get the gold coins they promised? The city is stable, and these hidden bombs must be eliminated. Originally, I considered making them laborers, but now I don't have to consider it. Knights, control the city's defense forces, vaults, and warehouses, disband the armed forces in the city, and implement a curfew. Students, it's time for you to show your talents next. Go and sort out the deeds, IOUs, account books, and count the property at the same time, and pack all the genealogies, documents, etc. for me. A large area of small cities in Gaobao is definitely not manageable by himself. Field needs qualified managers, and he will need them to replicate his operations in other territories in the future. Everyone immediately went to execute. This beautiful manor is ours. Field looked at the 2-story villa with a comfortable look. The fountain outlined a small rainbow, and the birds sang, and the flowers bloomed. My lord, why do you want to divide your property? Vivian was confused and couldn't help asking. It's very simple, to quickly gain power. Field didn't hide too much from his own family, and said bluntly, Mrs. Emma Waylaw is right about one thing. The territory is recognized by theocracy and the emperor. We can't trample on it at will, but we have to use it. There is no need to destroy the foundation and slap yourself in the face. It is not conducive to our rule. After all, if he wants to establish a county, he also needs to be crowned with sacred. In the future, he will also tell the people and other nobles that this is the land promised by the goddess. In this era, imperial power and divine power are 2 swords of supreme authority. If he doesn't want to use them, his enemies will use them immediately. The people who can't read a single word are afraid of these 2 things. Field originally imagined that he could uproot the nobles in the direct jurisdiction, completely eliminate the nobility, and promote equality and progress. But after seeing Woody and the others kneeling down to worship the Thunder Dragon instead of himself, who gave her food, Field was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, and he took a big step. The noble class exists in accordance with the times. If he forcibly removes it, it will only backfire. Giving money to the nobles is to divide and cut off the nobles. Investing gold coins in the local temple is to gain support from the middle and lower levels. As for giving money to Lady Muvela, it is just to use her to quickly gain control of the territory and reduce trouble. When they fade out of the public eye, there are ways to get the coins back and deal with them. Many predecessors of the uprising in history died in a hurry. As soon as they entered the city, they were busy slaughtering the powerful and oppressing the people, offending the entire city from top to bottom. In fact, if you kill them all, you won't have any worries. Fei Freya yawned lazily. I haven't killed for 5 minutes. Who should I kill now? Take a break. You did a good job today. Field was busy all day. He quickly and accurately controlled the economic and military lifelines, disintegrated all the consultants and officials with greater powers in the city, and maintained public order. That night, Yuelu and a group of refugees and beggars squeezed into the tavern. Miss Elf, you couldn't leave the city? The boss secretly observed through the crack of the door. This Baron Field is really a domineering and tyrannical person. He doesn't even allow beggars to stay on the street. It's curfew, and the city gates are blocked. Yulu's face is not very good. Those Eagle Knights are too sharp, all fighting soldiers. They don't allow anyone to leave the city. Oh my god, they must be massacring the city. A female refugee broke her defense and cried, while holding her knees. It shouldn't be. I heard that the Baroness was arrested, but Field didn't kill the nobles, but only executed a few thugs who smashed and looted in the chaos. That's good. If he dared to kill the kind and benevolent Baroness, the goddess would definitely punish him. Everyone chattered, extremely dissatisfied with Field's act of arresting the Baroness. The Shangquan family has ruled the local area for generations, and is deeply rooted. Because the Shangquan Baron only chopped off the hands of the bread-stealing boy, but did not execute him, and was willing to lend money to the people. He has the title of Source of Mercy, and is sincerely loved by the local people. Yuelu took out a dagger and said to herself, You rubbish who surrendered to the disaster, the moment you start to massacre the city, I will take advantage of the chaos to kill you. The situation of the elves is already difficult enough, and we can't have another enemy. The next day, Yuelu, who had been alert all night, was awakened by shouting. There were footsteps outside the door, and people were shouting. Sure enough, the massacre has begun. Yuelu grabbed the dagger and rushed out like the wind. This demon must be punished. Following the crowd forward, Yuelu really saw a knight in heavy armor and a big pot, and the people around him exclaimed from time to time. Could it be that Field wanted to cook people to eat? It's too vicious. Sure enough, it's as evil as the rumors say. Before she could make a move, the heavily armored knight came towards her, holding a wooden bowl in his hand. Wait, bowl? The heavily armored Blood Eagle Knight handed her a bowl with a fierce look on his face, and shouted, Go over there and line up for oatmeal porridge. Don't even think about cutting in line. Line up? Get porridge. Yulu was confused. Chapter 983. Soon, a large spoonful of the extremely sticky oatmeal porridge was poured into Yuelu's bowl. Miss, please stretch out your hand, we need to make a mark. The student in charge of distributing porridge took a feather pen, dipped it in the archive potion, and wrote 381 on Yuelu's arm. Archive potion is a potion commonly used by nobles. It makes the written words difficult to erase, and needs to be washed off with a special trace removal potion. This is... Yuelu looked alert. A harmless mark, indicating that you have received food to prevent people from queuing frequently. You can also use this mark to receive the same food in the next few days. The free food will last at least half a month. The female student waved the feather pen in her hand, and explained with a smile. The innocent and lovely smile made the sensitive elf let down her guard a little. By the way, it can also count the approximate population. Field traveled thousands of miles, with an elite force just to come here to distribute porridge? Yulu's mind was full of question marks. Could this be a trick to fool the people? Just then, Field rode the Kyle Foxtrot horse collected by the Holy Spring Baron, and came surrounded by knights. The knight beside him was carrying a big box. I am Field, a citizen of Holy Spring City. Your Baron died bravely in battle, and now I am the only legal heir here. The knight took out the will, documents and family tree, and walked arrogantly in front of the citizens. It didn't matter whether the citizens saw it clearly or not, they didn't recognize it at all. When they saw the dense small words and the noble aristocratic emblem, there was only one word left in their minds. Awe. The crowd burst into exclamations. Their high and mighty lord was killed on the battlefield. In their impression, their master was invincible. He once killed a fire bear with his bare hands. The lord, who was as majestic as a god, took away almost all the soldiers, but he still died. Wow, my husband! Immediately, the people who lost their loved ones cried miserably. Field sighed. Many brave soldiers died with Baron Shangquan. I have sent a priest to pray for them. Is that Field? I heard that he is an ugly old man covered with scales and rotten meat. So young, not like the rumors. Wow, look at those knights, how impressive. I really want to spend a good night with them. People's joys and sorrows are not connected. People whose families did not participate in the war have no interest in the cruelty of war. Especially female people, they have no resistance to noble men, especially young and handsome ones. The fear and worry in their hearts disappeared instantly. Field could even feel the fiery gazes on him, and a girl was flirting with him. Greetings, Lord. Some people's legs trembled, and they couldn't help kneeling down, and the square immediately knelt down. The eyes of the people were numb, and a few people were full of hatred and dissatisfaction. Very good. Field understood that as long as he controlled and stabilized the powerful, it would not be difficult to subdue the people. After all, whoever ruled was not ruling, as long as they could survive. Then, Field opened the wooden box, took out a thick stack of IOUs and account books, and glanced at the people kneeling. I believe you know this thing? It's the taxes, rents and loans you owe. It must be said that the Baron of Shunquan deserves the reputation of being kind. Although he lends money at high interest rates, he is one of the few lords who is tolerant and allows defaults. If it were other nobles, they would not be interested in writing IOUs, and would just hang them or make them slaves. Master, please be kind and give us some more time. The harvest this year is so bad that I even mortgaged the seeds. When they saw the IOU, almost everyone panicked and cried in the square. Ahem, I didn't ask you to pay taxes. Field got off his horse, stepped onto the platform slowly, raised his hand, and condensed a ball of fire, and ignited the entire account box. From the moment I rule Shunquan territory, all previous arrears and taxes are all voided. All taxes will be reduced by 2/3 for 3 years. Field used his fighting spirit to spread throughout the territory, and all the people in the territory widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they heard. Most of the people present owed taxes of about 10 silver coins. If nothing unexpected happened, they would not be able to pay it back in their lifetime. If Baron Shunquan had not allowed them to pay it back later, they would have had to sell their dignity, sell their daughters to merchants, or give their sons to magicians for experiments. Long live Lord Field. Deafening shouts rang out, and the people sang and danced, as if they had welcomed the dawn. I heard that Lord Field is the illegitimate son of Baron Shunquan, and it was the goddess who promised that he would inherit our territory. The dirty people spread rumors in a serious manner. Wrong? I heard that Field is Baron Shunquan's biological father. Ah? But Baron Shunquan is 30 years old, and Field is only 10. Don't worry about the noble's affairs. Lord Field may be the illegitimate son of the goddess of virtue. In this era, the most favorite thing for the people is to use cute and absurd rumors to add divine glory to the respected noble masters. By the way, due to the wrong command of the Earl of Fire and the Queen of Griffins, there is a serious shortage of soldiers in the city. I need to recruit troops, security teams, workers, and technical talents to fight for me, and the salary is twice the previous salary. Field struck while the iron was hot. But we were soldiers before, and we didn't get paid. A smart bearded person scratched his head in confusion and counted on his fingers. Twice is still no salary. Only mercenaries and guards have salaries, and peasant soldiers can only get tax exemptions at most, but they don't get any money at all. Even knights only enjoy feasts and don't get wages. Field's face turned green, and he complained in his heart, "You don't have money, but you are so enthusiastic about attacking my fortress. People who don't know would think you receive 500,000 gold coins from the Queen of Griffins. I will pay the garrison 4 copper coins a day, and the regular army willing to follow me in the wars will be paid 15 copper coins a day, with food and accommodation provided." This is a far cry from the treatment of the Knight Territory's army. For copper coins would take 5 days to buy a pair of shoes in the Knight Territory, but here you can buy people's loyalty. Me. Field was almost drowned by the crowd. The conscription of the Holy Spring Territory was in full swing, and soon 230 new garrisons were recruited to be responsible for the city's security and defense against robbers. 500 regular soldiers were recruited, all of whom were strong and honest farmers. They would be sent to the Knight Territory for professional military training. Master, do you want to see the most important asset of our territory? Holy Spring Garden, the only high magic land in our high castle, and the only healing potion workshop. Paul Holy Spring, a branch of the Holy Spring family, rubbed his hands flatteringly. Chapter 984. Wait, Lord. Vivian gently pulled Field's sleeve, pointed at Yuelu in the crowd, and whispered, "That woman is an elf. It's strange that she mixed in the crowd to get porridge. I sense that the other party is an ordinary elf, not a supernatural power." Oh! Field's eyes unconsciously glanced over. The small map ability has not been restored yet, so it is inconvenient to do anything. Hearing that the other party is not the chosen one of God, Field was too lazy to sneak around, walked over to face Yuelu, and said in Elvish, "Hello." "Well, hello?" Yuelu was stunned for a moment, and was shocked by the other party's High Elven language. Knowing that her identity was exposed, she flashed with horror. After a little hesitation, she simply stopped disguising herself, took off her hood, revealing her emerald short hair, pointed long ears, and good looks. Wood elves. The knowledgeable Vivian immediately said the other party's race. No wonder they can tolerate the crowd. If it were a high elf, they would probably have been unable to hide long ago. It's rare for elves to appear in the Griffin Empire. Field crossed his arms across his chest. Are you here to be a spy? Are you preparing an invasion plan? Human nobles, please put aside your prejudice. Yuelu showed a look of disgust and said righteously, the Elf Alliance is composed of countless countries and tribes. We would elves pursue a peaceful way of life. Don't compare us with the magic-addicted lunatics of the High Elves. Wood elves will never invade your territory, nor do they want to go to war with your army. Field was stunned, and his understanding of elves deepened. Elves are not as pure as children in fairy tales. They also have struggles. What are you doing here? Looking for traces of demons. A demon vanguard bypassed our blockade and arrived in the nearby area. Yuelu asked back, have you heard of the Xia dynasty? Of course, I also kidnapped its last queen. Field shrugged and said bluntly, she is carrying bricks for my castle. Puff. Yuelu laughed out loud and let down her guard against Field. I didn't expect that the fierce Baron Field was so humorous. If you don't believe it, forget it. Field pouted. The demon army may be looking for the Dark Soul demon. Of course, this is just my guess. It may also be that the demons want to expand their army and turn the Griffin Empire into a servant of the Demon King's army. Yuelu regained her seriousness, promoting the worship of the Demon King and the belief in the goddess of death. Servants of the Demon King's army, promoting the worship of the Demon King? Field had to take it seriously. Wait, does that mean that the demons will not kill all humans? After occupying the High Castle, the Griffin Empire is almost a landlocked country. Your Majesty, who has no coastline, does not have to worry about enemies from the sea. Why do you think so? Although the demons are mean and evil, they are also a camp of living beings. At most, they treat humans as food, or kill them for fun, but they will never kill them purely like the disaster. Yuelu explained. The demons' attitude towards humans has always been to use and corrupt them, helping them rule the world and resist the disaster. The Griffin Empire has not been blessed by the holy light, and has long been targeted by the demons. The demons are hostile to all other living beings, but they are also hostile to the disaster. I understand. Field said kindly, now the territory north of the High Castle is my territory. I allow you to investigate the traces of the demons. But as a deal, please notify me immediately if you find anything. Deal? It seems that humans are not always so bad. Yuelu nodded happily. After saying goodbye to Yuelu, Field seemed relaxed on the surface, but the pressure in his heart doubled. Although the territory has become larger, it will take several years of operation to transform it into real strength. But enemies and pressure from all sides are coming without a break, and even demons are coming to join in the fun. I don't know if the Queen has been fooled. Field looked to the south worriedly. After all, the Queen is a phantom god of civil war. If she ignores the defeat, ignores the threat of the enemy country, and ignores the coming winter, and devotes all her elite troops to the crusade, I really have no choice. The only way out is my 3 large ships. This is also the reason why I insist on owning the corrupted battleship Abyss, to keep hope at the last moment. In the southern valley of Holy Spring City, there is a gorgeous flower field like a paradise. About 1,000 acres of magical farmland covered with white starlight, 600 acres of high magic land planted with holy lily of the valley, and 400 acres of low magic land planted with moonlight berries to brew magic wine. Equipped with a potion workshop, it produces the highest level 4 healing potion, Lily of the Valley Holy Water. The flower field is pure white, as if you are in a snowy field, and contains the magical fragrance of flowers, which makes people feel peaceful just by smelling it. I have never seen such power. The thunder dragon Fey Freya got into the flower field like catching a firefly, grabbed it twice, and slapped the magic star clusters into her mouth, trying to eat them. But the magic star clusters are just a manifestation of energy, and they cannot be eaten at all. Hey, Lord Field, good day. The pharmacist of the potion workshop put his hands together and greeted him with a fake smile. I am Old Kaios, a professional pharmacist with a certificate. I have managed this place for 30 years. Good day. Field smiled. How many potions can our workshop produce? Lily of the Valley holy water, 50 bottles a month, including about 2 bottles of 4th level. Field's eyes became strange. How much? This is 1,000 acres of magic farmland. In the night territory, the frost candy produced by the man-made magic farmland can provide juice for the people of Starry Night City. Your 1,000 acres of natural magic fields are only enough for 50 bottles of potions. I ate them all, and I was so drunk. Pasha is enough to fill 100 bottles. Sir, this is all I have. This is a precious magic potion, a gift from God blessed by the goddess of nature and the goddess of magic. In addition, there are many rats in this valley for no reason, and they eat everything. Old Chaos looked disdainful, and didn't care about the new lord at all. He thought to himself, what dare you question me? If you make me unhappy, you won't get a bottle. Magicians in the Griffin Empire are rare, and magic pharmacists are like giant pandas. If you fire yourself, who will make potions for you? Who will take care of the delicate magic plants? Okay. Field was furious and wanted to chop him, but seeing that he was fearless, he immediately knew this guy must have hidden a huge amount of stolen money, and firing him like this might be a disguised reward. Keep refining, I have plenty of time. Field showed his big white teeth, but he couldn't wait to deal with this matter. After the battle in Maple Leaf territory, Field was even more eager for extraordinary power. His ordinary army was very strong, and could even compete with the enemy's middle-level forces represented by the fighting soldiers. But facing the Chosen Ones, they could only be mowed down. More than 700 people died this time, and most of them were killed by the Chosen Ones. The middle-level forces must also be brought up to the level. Chapter 985. Vivian, measure the flower fields tomorrow, and count the number of magic plants. Transfer some magicians from our territory to help Mr. Chaos make potions, and see how much the output will increase. Field turned his head and stared at Chaos with a straight gaze, which made Chaos feel creepy. I believe that the magicians of the night territory will get along well with you. Of course. Chaos stiffened his neck and was fearless, but the resentment in his eyes was about to overflow. After Field left, Chaos gritted his teeth and said, you are ignorant. Don't think that being a lord is great. The one who really has the final say in the territory may not be the lord. This young man is too stupid to dare to offend our magicians. Even Her Majesty the Queen is respectful to magicians. Let's poison the water source, and let the city break out a plague and corpse explosion curse. The apprentices gathered around. Magicians with wisdom and knowledge belong to the upper middle class in this world. The lords respect and fear them very much. After all, no one wants to guard against curses every day. Helping the adults recover their bodies is the most important thing. The last batch of potions will be provided tonight, and then the Blood Knight will make the decision. That night, Chaos brought his apprentices and 4 carriages to the northwest corner of the flower field. This place is different from other places. The land is red, rat shuttle, and there is a faint smell of decay. 3rd level magic gate. The purple magic gate opened, and everyone pushed the carriage into it. What came into view was a slightly shaking thick blood fountain, on which many pale elf female corpses floated. There was only a stone road leading to the pedestal in the middle, and the stench of blood made people cry. Lord Blood Knight, are you there? Chaos swallowed hard, elves and potions, all delivered to you. Gurgle. The blood fountain surged, and a handsome male elf with a sharp face and a strong and upright body slowly walked out of the blood fountain. The elf's body is finally stable. You have a familiar smell on you, wait. The male elf called the Blood Knight had a sinister look in his eyes. Is Field coming to the high castle? He can actually defeat the Earl of Fire. Lord, the goddess blesses you, and you know everything. Chaos was sweating profusely. The elf in front of him had never left the underground, and he even knew that Field had defeated the Earl. There is no other explanation except a miracle. He knelt down quickly and said, Field has taken control of the Holy Spring City, and said he wants to measure the land. We are worried about being exposed, so we came to inform you in advance. Expanding the territory so quickly? The Blood Knight's eyes flashed with horror, but then he laughed. Very good, Field. No matter what you do, you are still a good chess piece. But Field moved too fast. It's a pity to let me live here for another 2 years. It will be difficult to catch elves in the future. Let me think. The Queen has an elf rebel army, so we can go to the Griffin Queen. There was once an elf rebel army that went to the Griffin Queen. It's just right to complete the last soul. The Blood Knight licked his mouth. Bring the elf to me. I feel like there is fire burning in my body. Yes. The carriage cage was opened, and the magic apprentice used the confinement magic to tie up the exposed elf like a dog. The elves rolled their eyes, their cheeks flushed, and they could only crawl instinctively. Why is this one impure? The Blood Knight raised his eyebrows, pointed at the golden-haired elf on the right, and asked sternly. My lord, there are fewer and fewer elves on the market. The Ross family has changed dramatically, and the Imperial Army has given up its overseas interests. No one is attacking the elves, so naturally there are no prisoners. We spent countless gold coins to find these 3 elves, but we didn't expect them to be impure. Kyozi had a sad face. Well, it's not your fault. The Blood Knight's expression slowed down, and he waved to everyone kindly, take them to my bed. The apprentices flattered and took the elves forward, and just took 2 or 3 steps. Buzz. The Blood Knight laughed grimly, and a beautiful and enchanting elf phantom appeared behind him. At the same time, he swung his hand, and the scarlet crescent blade was activated, flashing through the air. The 4 apprentices were directly cut in half, and blood spurted like a fountain. Ah! Chaos was shocked, trembling all over, and slapping himself frantically. Sir, spare me, I will definitely bring more pure elves. No, you performed very well. The Blood Knight apologized in a deep voice. It's just that I need to absorb vitality and relieve the desire to kill. You have plenty of magic power. Thank you for your contribution. Hearing this, Chaos regretted it so much that he ran out. Sir Field, save me. You are looking for death. The elf figure appeared in front of Chaos in an instant, raised his hand, and brushed Chaos's head. With a bang, blood plasma splashed, and Chaos's head exploded like a watermelon. The blood energy containing magic power was slowly absorbed by the Blood Knight, and he snorted coldly. You are so stupid that you don't even know you are being followed. Thank you, your character is like the silver light of the moon goddess. The female elves slowly woke up, and when they saw the naked elf man, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they glanced around unconsciously. No need to thank me, I will not allow despicable humans to pollute the darlings of nature. The Blood Knight opened his arms, and hugged the 3 elves without saying anything. So, how should the little deserts thank me? Quick battle. In just 5 minutes, Field brought the knights, and the newly recruited soldiers to the land polluted by blood. My lord, this is it, my tracking magic was cut off here. Vivian pointed to the ground. There are magic fluctuations around, and a magic gate is needed to connect the dislocated space. I remember this is a complicated 3rd-level magic. Field was overwhelmed. I have to call in a professional magician. I can just learn one now. Vivian took out the magic book, activated her divine power, blinked her eyes cleverly twice, and recited the spell. The magic gate opened. Before Field could praise Vivian, a disgusting fishy wind blew. Roar! A pale elf with lacerations all over its body flashed out of the portal, and rushed straight to Vivian at an astonishing speed. Be careful. Field, who was always vigilant, rushed out, and the 5th-level artifact armor Silver Oath was madly infused into his arms. The moment the silver and domineering armor appeared, the golden sword was also condensed. The brilliant sword light intertwined, and Field chopped the elf away with a sword. My lord, Thank you, my lord. Vivian's heart was throbbing, and her snow-white toes curled up. She didn't expect the enemy to be so fast. Roar, roar, roar! The elf that was chopped away by the artifact was not killed. She stood up with a twisted body, and the evil wind swept over, and rushed over again. At the same time, 17 or 18 elves rushed out of the magic gate, and all of them were sucked dry of blood. Chapter 986. These elves were covered with wounds, and the mosaic area under them was almost hollowed out, and they died tragically. Field's pupil shrank slightly, and it was hard to imagine what kind of perversion would cause such wounds. What was even more bizarre was that these elves were made into puppets. Fighting spirit gathered at the tip of the sword, and Field was about to chop at the corpse that was rushing towards him. Humph, do you think I don't exist? It's not your turn to attack. An unpleasant and arrogant snort came from behind, and the thunder dragon Freya flashed out and hugged Field from behind. The supergiant rabbit brought an unparalleled touch, soft, strong, and huge. The soldiers around were stunned. Although everyone didn't like subhumans, the dragon lady was rare and powerful. The lord would be hugged by the dragon lady when fighting, which was too happy, and the enviable little brother was purple. Without giving Field a chance to feel it carefully, the thunder dragon flashed back. Pulling the distance, she threw Field aside and sternly taught him, "Don't go over there, those monsters will explode." Ah! The knights and soldiers who were about to charge around hurriedly stopped and retreated. As expected, as Freya said, inscriptions quickly appeared on the elf's pale skin. Then, the elf wailed, and suddenly exploded like a balloon that was blown up, and a strange power swept through. Fortunately, Freya reminded in time, Otherwise the soldiers who rushed over would be finished. Get behind me. Faye Freya spoke to Field in a domineering tone, and she was even more crazy when talking to others. After that, the terrifying divine power rolled out like a mountain of collapse, and the blue-purple magic ring behind her slowly bloomed. This is a special magic ring that belongs only to destruction. Her breath surged, and her slender hands reached out to the sky. The surrounding sky thunders were quickly summoned, gathered obediently, and formed dazzling lightning spears, like gods. The whole world seemed to be free of murderous intent, and the sky was immediately dyed into a blue-purple thunder pool, with thunder surging. Die! Before the enemy pounced in front of her, Faye Freya stood in place, and swept the lightning spear. Swish! The fan-shaped field in front of Faye Freya was shining with thunder, and countless sky thunders fell down immediately, covering 100 meters. The 7 or 8 elves that rushed over trembled violently, and their bodies burned with dazzling white light, as if they were pressed by a hydraulic press, unable to withstand the pressure, and exploded instantly. Fuck, it turns out that the attack distance is so long. Field was stunned. I thought that the big thunder dragon was fighting in close combat like his own Eshina, but it turned out that the attack distance of this lightning spear was so long. The soldiers around were even more stunned, and almost looked dumbfounded. They even had the urge to worship. Just standing there and waving, they could actually control the thunder to attack. It was simply a miracle. Thunder rolled, and Faye Freya only took 1 minute to kill all the elf puppets. Are there any more? Faye Freya was still not satisfied, and kept throwing thunder at the magic door. The space trembled and directly destroyed the magic door. It seems that there are no more. Field shrugged, regretting that he couldn't show off. It was not easy to meet some small fish, but he couldn't have fun. All the heads were taken away by the big thunder dragon. I opened the magic door again. Vivian chanted a spell, stabilized the space again, and threw a searchlight magic to make sure there was no danger. Field then entered it. This place looks familiar. Field was stunned at a glance. The circular underground space was like a tomb. Isn't this a replica of the underground altar in the Bull territory? Field's eyebrows jumped wildly. The underground altar in the Bull territory was built by the Ross family, but it was not clear what it was used for. Could the underground altar here also be built by my family? If so, what was the purpose of the family building the altar? Why was it built here? Who used it? Field had a lot of random thoughts. The worst thing was that the altar had traces of use. Even if he defeated Earl Kurt, the Ross family was still a big mystery. There are many inscriptions engraved on the wall. Vivian pinched her nose and copied all the inscriptions. Go back and decipher them. It's not worth much. Faye Freya glanced around and folded her hands in front of her chest. These are divine texts, which are what you call inscriptions. And they are variants of the evolution of inscriptions, involving racial transformation. Can you understand it? Field always thought that Rabbit was brainless, but he didn't expect that Thunder Dragon was still a scholar. All divine texts are derived from the disaster of destruction. Only the idiot destruction can't understand it. Faye Freya showed contempt and patted Field's head viciously. You little guy is too low-level, a low-level animal. Okay, when you are fried by low-level animals, you will know that you are wrong. Field was very angry. But you said, race conversion? Yes, this is the lowest level of race evolution, which takes a long time and a huge price. Faye Freya's divine power surged, and her dragon eyes glowed. Human Lord evolution. Blood Elf Lord. The rest of the inscriptions are all for change. Low-level creatures. The inscriptions on the whole wall only had this little information. Blood Elves? Field was confused. Who has nothing to do and turns into an elf for fun? I guess he wants to contract the chosen elves. Originally, he suspected that this place was related to the Ross family, but when he heard about turning into an elf, Field was confused. The Ross family and the elves are mortal enemies. The 6th level chosen god died because of the elves. There is no reason for them to become enemies. However, it is not easy to decompose and deduce the existence of the inscription. Faye Freya supported her chin, ignoring how attractive her majestic figure was at the moment. She fell into deep thought. After we were destroyed and died, who was the first to understand the inscription? It can not only understand it, but also disassemble and evolve the inscription, and teach it to the living beings. Incredible, it is definitely not something that lower creatures can do. Speaking of lower creatures, Faye Freya's hands are itchy, and she patted Field restlessly again. Just wait until my black-feathered little darling wakes up, and then hang you up and beat you. Field gritted his teeth. This big thunder dragon is too much. After searching around, the crowd only found a bunch of empty bottles and bones, nothing, just when Field was disappointed. My lord, this blood should be the most valuable thing in the cave. It's all elf blood, extremely pure, and even has a divine breath. Vivian said, tangled. It's just a little discordant. Field said in a relaxed tone, take it if it's useful, we just need to have a clear conscience. Elf blood is a high-end material, a full pool, worth 300,000 gold coins, which will make it much easier to make magic props in the future. In the next 3 days, Field took over the assets in the city, built an intelligence agency, and carefully taught students. On the other side, Shirley and her husband returned to the Griffin Royal City. The city was very lively, and the streets were full of laughter. Everyone was celebrating the victory against the rebels. Chapter 987. Is today a special festival? Shirley looked around blankly. Everyone was laughing, but she had tears in her eyes, and her eyes were red. Valtteri, her chosen one, fought to the last moment, and used his life to delay time. Maybe some noble is holding a celebration. Knight William was also absent-minded. He urged the crowd to move aside, too lazy to ask, and said angrily as he walked, they should be ashamed. There are countless soldiers on the front line who died at the hands of the Knight Leader's soldiers, but they are dancing wildly. William wanted to swing his sword into the crowd, and then do a windmill sword trick. It's not their fault, they are all damn traitors. It's Field's fault. Shirley gnashed her teeth until blood oozed out. He dragged the Empire into hell, and originally everyone could live a good life. His demon army killed too many warriors in the High Castle, and countless wives lost their husbands. All these tragedies are caused by Field. Miss Shirley, Her Majesty the Queen is calling. The wind was howling, and the Griffin Knight flapped his wings and came, dropping a scroll of edict shining with light blue magic, and then flew away quickly. Her Majesty the Queen summoned us. Shirley read it twice solemnly, quickly put away her sadness, and immediately went to the palace. Unlike outside the palace, the atmosphere in the palace was extremely depressing. The queen held the report of the imperial guards in her hand, and her slender fingers almost pierced the parchment because of anger. In the battle to suppress the rebellion of Atavan, Field took the lead in entering the city and beheaded countless people. In the defensive battle of the Bull Territory, the Knight Territory's army held the fortress and blocked the attack of 30,000 Shadow Cult rebels. In the Battle of Songhai, Field led his army to open the encirclement and release the trapped Imperial army, which greatly preserved the strength of the Imperial army. The Knight Territory opened up a group of fortresses, and Field gained a firm foothold. The shocking battle reports made the Griffin Queen tremble with fear, and her beautiful face was shrouded in a sinister color. In Shirley's eyes, he was an ignorant young man, but he was a genius with full fighting talent. The most important thing is that this guy and the Ross family are not the same kind of people at all, and even have hatred. Logically speaking, this is the perfect chess piece given to her by the goddess, fighting for her and dying for her. Unfortunately, being born in the Ross family is too confusing. Otherwise, I could have discovered it earlier and used it as soon as possible. Even if I didn't use it, I should have eradicated it earlier, so that it wouldn't have come to this point today. Your Majesty, I have already made a backup for the investigation of Knight Territory. Lance, who wanted to speak well of Field when investigating Knight Territory, proudly puffed out his chest. Lance had a clear conscience. He had suggested to the Queen to reuse Field. Looking around proudly, Lance was not afraid of the cold eyes of the powerful, and said righteously, Knight Territory is a normal city, Faye. Okay, this is none of your business. Go down and wait for me to deal with it. To Lance's surprise, the Queen directly ordered him to leave. Huh? Lance was confused, and was pulled out of the palace by his companions. Combined with Violet's news, the reason for this defeat is very simple. The Griffin Queen threw the report into the brazier beside her. Field had already cooperated with the devil and the disaster. He used countless disaster armies to corrupt the chosen ones, defeated the Earl of Fire, and killed him regardless of the aristocracy system. Unbelievably vicious. I wanted to marry him because of my royal bloodline. Haha, an ungrateful devil. The main responsibility for this battle lies with Governor Rick. He failed to investigate, and even failed to provide intelligence. He is simply a waste. Although the Earl of Flame was defeated, he still won honor. I will hold a grand funeral for him. After the Queen finished speaking, Shirley couldn't help crying, Your Majesty, my comrade died at the hands of the devil. This vicious lunatic. The nobles cursed angrily, and the Queen sighed, Surely, someone will pay the price. When I catch Field, I will sentence him to death. He will pay the price for his betrayal. Okay, let's get over it, and discuss the next plan. After hearing the handling, the nobles breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, we will do our best. The queen didn't even mention the fact that they let their children embezzle military merits. In the end, Governor Rick took the blame, leaving enough face for everyone. The Griffin Queen was helpless. Too many people were involved in the embezzlement of military merit. If she dealt with it, she would lose the support of the people. Field had already rebelled, so it was useless to say anything. She pretended to check the military merits, just to make the nobles give more troops and wealth as compensation, hoping that they would work hard in the future and find someone to take the blame. As for Field's original military merits, who cares? It doesn't matter if she is angry for 2 or 3 seconds. The most important thing is that in the eyes of the queen, the power of the powerful is not comparable to 10 Fields. Although Field has a good record, he is still not as valuable as the powerful. It is a big deal to strangle him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the queen straightened her wonderful posture. Her eyes were deep, showing the elegance and beauty of the royal family. Your Majesty, the war should be as fierce as a flame, and it must be quick. The famous General Uniel who defeated the Grand Duke of Gems suggested. Although Field won a great victory, he must be seriously injured. We should withdraw 2 6th level and several 5th level soldiers, and only use the chosen ones to raid and kill Field directly. If the north is empty, it means that Field is not dangerous, and the northern army will attack in an all-out manner. If the 4 sides are united, we should spend a lot of money to buy the Dragon Tower and block the sea and land. With the poverty of the north, Field can be starved to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a noble retorted. They can kill the 6th level, and you will die if you don't attack with a large army and are surrounded by others. The traditional noble General Slaw retorted coldly. The domain of the God of War system depends on the army. It is not advisable to act lightly without a large army and accurate intelligence. Besides, it will be winter soon. You want to have a snowball fight with the northerners in the mountains? Are you crazy? Are you awake? The crowd immediately quarreled. The Griffin Queen was overwhelmed, supporting her head with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She was sad and worried. What is the most difficult part of making a decision? Of course, everyone has a reason, and everyone has a powerful faction behind them. Any decision you make is not only related to the frontline war, but also to the power of the faction. Everyone, I have to remind you that Field did not seem to have suffered a huge loss. The Earl of the Nibelungen family stood up. After winning the battle, he quickly occupied the territory and sent more than 1,000 elite warriors to attack and plunder the villages and towns of Morning Wind. The scary thing is that his army was too lazy to rob the untouchables, only the rich and the nobles. It can be seen that he is domineering and rampant, and has abundant supplies. This despicable guy just wants to anger the nobles, and then fight a decisive battle. He is confident in the disaster. I suggest that the church return to the empire, and use the power of the holy light. Everyone agreed when they heard it. Chapter 988. If they don't rob civilians but the powerful, it can only be explained by angering the nobles, and expecting a decisive battle. It's impossible that they are just kind-hearted, right? It's so funny. Once the empire sends a large army to attack, it is very likely that Field will ambush it with disasters and defeat it again. Such arrogance, even Uniel, who advocates a quick victory, can't help but calm down and sweat. Soon, everyone agreed. Field is nothing without the disaster army. This is a simple matter. I will ask the Pope for help. After a little thought, the Queen said coldly, resisting disasters is everyone's duty, and the Pope will not refuse. After the spring plowing next year, our army will cooperate with the Pope's army to crush Field. We must quickly crush this disgusting clown. Thinking of Field ravaging her land and killing as much as he wants, the Queen's flawless face showed a strong disgust and worry. Your Majesty, what attitude should we take during this period? The chief minister suggested it is best to stabilize the enemy first, and send people to persuade them to negotiate, or even surrender. The chief minister rolled his eyes and laughed. After all, Field is young. He may be persuaded by his title and patriotism. If he cannot be persuaded, his subordinates can be persuaded. In history, there have indeed been cases of rebel leaders surrendering. Okay, send people to negotiate. The Griffin Queen nodded slightly, showing the majesty of the emperor. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. After next spring, we will completely eliminate him. On the other side, the Holy Spring City is basically stable, and people have returned to their usual lives. In fact, due to tax cuts and food distribution, life has become much more comfortable. The new city focuses on maintaining stability, and there is no rush to make drastic changes. Field hummed a little song. In a good mood, just transport 70% of the reserve funds, and leave the rest for the city hall. Open the Lord panel. Territory. Holy Spring Territory. Level 3 Territory. Actual control of 23%. High magic farmland. Population 9,739. Development 19. Owns 1,000 acres of magic farmland. The rest is a pile. Happiness 9. Full of misfortune. People are panicking. Environment value 32. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. A treasure land rich in magic. Probability of gods chosen 1 in a billion. Most likely magic. Note: local land, wealth, and gods chosen are hidden privately by dignitaries, wealthy businessmen, gangs, and priests, and the original divine power obtained by the Lord is greatly reduced. It turns out that the Baron of Holy Spring is not very controlling. This place hides a lot of influential behind-the-scenes masters. Field was stunned. He controlled the manor and fired a lot of consultants, but he only actually controlled 23%. You can imagine what this ghost place was like before, all about interest competition. And this is the 4th largest city in the High Castle, but it's only a 3rd-level territory. Field was speechless. No wonder they boasted about the Night Territory's wealth. It turns out they were not being polite. Roar? Freya's eyes were burning. Then let's massacre the city. You wish? This is not the main contradiction. It can be solved in the future. Field shook his head repeatedly. This situation mainly occurred because of the problem of the Holy Spring Baron. After the Night Territory's army was stationed, they would start with the gangs. What a pity. Freya spread her hands. Sir, which city are we going to next? Vivian carefully packed the holy lily of the valley seeds, turned around and asked lightly. Her smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Let Ashina and the others take over the next city, and we will return to the Night Territory. Field smiled. I have let the students practice the means of maintaining stability and management. They will conduct preliminary management in each city. The army of the Night Lord will be stationed in various cities, with the officials I appoint. I only have 2 first-level god chosens at hand, and it is very dangerous to carry them around. At this stage, there is no plan that can be implemented, and returning to the Night Lord for development is the big deal. As for official positions, they will be convenient to set up after I go back to promote officers. The same is true for policies, such as the recovery of coinage rights and salt and iron monopolies, which all require the assistance of the army. Sir, what if the army leaves the Night Lord and they are no longer loyal? Vivian has a long-term vision. Officials are also the same. People in the Griffin Empire will be corrupt, and ours will definitely be corrupt. Corruption is not even a big problem. What if the power is too great and there is rebellion? Don't worry, I have already planned the power of future officials. Field has planned the official positions, separating internal affairs, economy and military, and the army alone is divided into 2 categories. Militia and patrol teams are held by locals, and the county magistrate has the right to act as a commander. Weapons and equipment are provided by the county magistrate or militia, and the salary comes from the local finances, and he has full command authority. Mainly to maintain public order, catch thieves and robbers. Local regular legions are usually stationed in fortresses, military towns, and provincial capitals. Officers at all levels are appointed and dismissed by themselves, and the soldiers are mixed in a ratio of 3 to 5 to 2, including local, other territories, and the direct troops of the Night Territory. Funds are jointly allocated by the local and Night Territory, and equipment is provided by themselves. The highest officer has command power, has all authority, and has the highest priority. With this design, even if the officers escape supervision and rebel, they cannot incite most people without personnel, economic and logistical authority. And the officers will rotate, and the chosen will follow the officers. There won't be a situation where a person will command the legion for a lifetime, or even for a family. This framework may have flaws, but we can adjust it slowly. Of course, in the short term, we won't even see any flaws. After all, there are only 2 provinces, and they are close to each other. It is very convenient for the army to command itself. Field is only worried about burying talents. Let some knights and newly recruited infantry walk back slowly. Field rode the Blood Eagle and quickly returned to the Night Territory. Looking from the sky, the Night Territory had a continuous building. Most of them were 2-story and 3-story houses, with wide streets and a large number of carriages traveling on the road. New buildings were still being built in the distance, and the horse farms, large villas, military academies, and magic towers outside the city were also being built. In front of the Night Territory, the Holy Spring Territory could only be killed. Half of his foot had just stepped on the ground, and Field rubbed his chin. Hey, Vivian, your magic talent is so strong. Can you study it and make a phone? Phone? Vivian scratched her head in confusion. Can I electrocute people to death? I can. The Thunder Dragon was excited when he heard about electricity. Let me do it. I mean magic communication. Field laughed. I remember there is projection magic, which can achieve long-distance communication. Is there any way to build a magic facility that can achieve ultra-long-distance projection communication? If it can be achieved, we can better control the cities of Gaobao and Rick in the future. After all, my students are young. If they can contact me, they can also help me and reduce mistakes. Vivian tilted her head and pondered for a while. Your Excellency is really creative. I will study it now. Chapter 989. Is this my palace? It's too simple. Fei Freya's thunder wings dissipated, and she gracefully fell down. Her dragon eyes swept over the starry night castle, and she said lightly, I want a bigger palace, which is in line with my status, and it's best to build it on the top of the mountain. You actually want to monopolize the castle. Feld was amused, with a funny face. Not only is there no palace for you, to be exact, you can choose a room on the 3rd floor. Huh? Then I'd rather live in a cave. Fei Freya was angry, and she lifted her long hair, pulling it hard. Anyway, this castle is too small. You can live wherever you want, but then again, the Starry Night Castle should be renovated and expanded. The Starry Night Castle has been repaired once, since it was recovered, and no construction has been started since then. It is magnificent in a normal territory. But in the night territory today, villas are built in batches, and the Starry Night Castle is almost the same. The castle is related to the authority of the Lord and enhances the confidence of the people. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to wrong himself. If he only thinks about suffering, he shouldn't be a noble lord. The decoration color should be brighter, not dark anymore. The aesthetic taste of the people in the territory has been led astray by himself. There are black things everywhere. Night territory is almost like a demon city. If it continues like this, the demon army will come one day, and they will be stunned for a while. Let's go for lunch. Field snapped his fingers. Let's have hot pot. I only eat things that I electrocuted myself. Fei Freya despised things that were burned to death by fire. Only the sun disaster can eat them. Well, as long as you are happy. Field was speechless and greeted, let's talk in the house. The little son you miss is in the castle. Came to the living room. The moment Master Celia saw Field, her eyes lit up and she rushed over. She jumped high and clung to Field like a facehugger, her long white legs clamped around her waist like a lock, and she couldn't pull it off. Don't show off. Field covered her nightgown and felt dry-mouthed, while Celia showed a lazy and silly smile of moral corruption. She has become more energetic. Field noticed the change. Yes, sir. Hey you, who was also wearing pajamas, nodded repeatedly and said happily, Miss Philuamini used to sleep 18 hours a day, but these days, she only sleeps 12 hours. Still a lazy dog. Field was overjoyed and couldn't help pinching her cheeks. The backlash is subsiding. Good news. Is this the sun's disaster? After circling Celia for a long time, Fei Freya looked at the other's cold and beautiful face, but as docile as a kitten. Ha ha ha. Fei Freya couldn't hold back, and couldn't maintain her emperor persona anymore. She laughed so hard that tears came out, and her fat tail swung around. How did the sun disaster become so stupid? It's like you've tamed it for 10,000 years. What a waste. Woo. Lil Moon didn't understand what the other party was saying. She instinctively felt that she was blamed. She cried and buried her head in Field's arms, feeling wronged. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Don't you have 2 forms of destruction? Field's blood soared, and his tone was high. Little son will never let people down. Let me see your soft and cute appearance. Such a big queen, I dare not think about what it looks like to be cute. This terrifying bunny above J level may be able to directly hit people to death. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I only have my current form. Fei Freya waved her hands disdainfully. Only losers can survive by acting cute and coquettish. Really? Field didn't believe it. The Lord Panel wouldn't lie. Of course. Fei Freya waved her sleeves domineeringly, with an amazing aura. When this guy wakes up, I will face her head on. The loser is not worthy of becoming a destructive disaster, and the winner should inherit the power. Don't. Field was sweating profusely. What do you know? This is the fate of the destruction disaster. Fei Freya waved her claws. Lightning flashed. Once the 2 destructions meet, they will be immediately bound by the law and start fighting. Only the winner can survive and inherit the power of the loser. Is there such a thing? That's right. It's just that the sun disaster was suppressed, otherwise we would have started a decisive battle. Fei Freya snorted coldly. She saved her life, and the destruction disaster can avoid the battle through the second form. You just said that you don't have a second form. Field pondered for a moment. So there is such a thing. Fortunately, I knew it in advance. You two should stay away from each other in the future. Are you scared? Freya was very proud and arrogant. No, I'm afraid that you will be beaten to death by the little son in a face-to-face encounter. Field wiped the cold sweat. I spent a lot of effort to resurrect you. You are beautiful, and have a good figure. I can't bear to see you beaten to death. You are all my wings, Field said philanthropically. Before little son fell asleep, he had already broken through to the 6th level. Once he wakes up, the Thunder Dragon will not be able to deal with him. How can I be defeated by her? Freya was not grateful. Her aura was blooming, and her overwhelming pressure made people breathless. After scaring Field, she put away her pressure. When she wakes up, reality will prove everything. Knowing that the disaster was unruly, Field was too lazy to say anything more. Okay, now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Goddess, there's a fake dragon. Yin Tong, who had just trotted out of the bedroom, ran into Freya and was immediately sweating. She pointed at Freya and shouted, "It has the characteristics of a dragon, but it doesn't feel like a companion at all. Field, run, it's a monster." Food. Freya licked the corner of her mouth and said horribly, "You look much more delicious than a cat-like person." Mom. Field, save me. Yin Tong jumped up and pounced on Field. Little Moon and Yin Tong, the two of them were like koalas, clinging to Field on the left and right. Stop making trouble. Field was annoyed by their quarrels, and quickly asked the maid to serve the food. I just want to eat hot pot. Soon, the maid brought lunch. Is this hot pot? Vivian looked at the ingredients being served on the table in confusion. There were exquisite vegetarian dishes, sliced beef and mutton, and processed lobsters and abalone. Various seasonings were arranged in a colorful way, which was particularly beautiful. The maid brought a special table and set up a copper pot. Soon, the aroma of mushrooms wafted up. The bottom of the pot tasted like mushrooms. That's right. Just throw whatever you want into the pot. Field smiled. You should eat hot pot in autumn. It's not about delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Eat for the atmosphere. Yeah, okay. Like Field, Vivian cut a piece of giant shrimp into flower shapes with a table knife, put it in the pot and boiled it for a while. Take out the cooked shrimp, dip it in the garlic gravy and roll it around. Vivian brought it to her mouth and took a bite. The delicious shrimp burst out with rich soup and garlic aroma. Chapter 990. Delicious. Vivian's eyes lit up, and she almost snorted. The flavors of various ingredients were all gathered in the soup, and it was so satisfying with the dipping sauce. Suddenly, she remembered that she had just joined and had to pay attention to etiquette, so she sat up straight and glanced at Field. Field didn't care about the tedious understanding, and was concentrating on the food. Rosaria sat beside him elegantly, and picked bones with a knife and fork. Eat more, it will be my turn to eat later. Rosaria came over and said in a sly tone, I'm hungry too, I need to eat a lot of food. The so-called food of corrupted creatures is the essence of life. Just wait, and see how your brother Faye will deal with you. Field was not afraid, and showed off his meat. Seeing everyone eating so happily, Freya smacked her lips twice, a little greedy, but it was difficult to show it, so she could only turn her face away arrogantly. Really, don't you want to eat something? Field put the meat to Freya's mouth. Not interested. Freya snorted coldly, but she hadn't finished speaking. Yin Tong rushed over and shouted happily, if she doesn't eat, I will. She opened her mouth and took the meat heartlessly. Delicious as a real dragon, Yin Tong had an amazing appetite. Whether it was raw, cooked or half-cooked, she stuffed it into her stomach and consumed most of the food by herself. I don't know if she had a hot meal or returned to the territory. Field was in a trance for a while, and the small map that disappeared for a while was unfolded again. The radiation range of the map was not large, indicating that the soul power had not been fully restored, but it was undoubtedly good news. Great, I'm really not used to not having a small map. Field swallowed the oyster happily. Lunch was coming to an end. Sir, something happened in the west of Night Territory. The maid came to report hurriedly, there are soldiers outside, seeking help. Field's eyebrows jumped. Could it be that the corrupted creatures were attacking? He ran out of the door, and was greeted by the butler Cow and 2 knights. Oh no, the beast of doom has come to our territory. Cow was so scared that his legs went limp, and he cried, my lord, I've been hit. Beast of doom? Sounds familiar. Field frowned and asked quickly, where are you injured? Go find a doctor for treatment. I'm not injured, but I'm cursed. I'm very unlucky now. Cow pointed at his face in grief and anger. the beast of doom spit on my face. Their blood and saliva will bring bad luck. Goddess, sir, if you see those damn black horses, you must stay away from them. Is it true or not? Don't be superstitious. Maybe there is no bad luck at all. Field comforted him again, and actually believed it. In this world, luck is not an illusory thing. This thing really exists. At the beginning, I was tormented by bad luck. The knights next to them were much calmer. They explained, Baron, it is a group of winged beast horses. They seem to have migrated to the night territory. This group of beasts is called the Doom Beast. The learned Vivian added, this ancient creature appeared in the Dawn Testament. Vipers, manticores, and doom beasts devour the flesh and blood of innocent country folk and spread doom and death. They are the harbingers of the appearance of demons. Excerpted from The Devil is Coming, Chapter 17. Vivian recited them all. So it's a monster. Hearing that it wasn't a sneak attack by the corrupted, Field breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became interested. The environment is improving. Even the monsters have migrated here. Field, it may not be a migration. Rosaria put on her clothes and put on a wizard robe and came out. The former night territory has never had a beast of doom. Let's go and see first. After calling everyone to set off, Field had just taken 2 steps when he heard Ouch and Cow's mount, the donkey, threw him down hard. My lord, see what I said? I'm really cursed by doom. Cow wiped the mud off his face, wanting to cry but without tears. It's just an accident. Field shrugged and took out the healing potion he carried with him, but hadn't handed it out yet. A black shadow fell, and a flower pot hit Cow's right foot squarely. Hey, ah! Cow made a sharp explosion. Everyone looked up, and the maid on the 3rd floor said awkwardly, Sorry, Mr. Butler, I'm watering the flowers. You know, there's wind. I can't be that unlucky. Field was shocked, but he hadn't finished speaking. The donkey was frightened by Cow's scream, and it kicked Cow 3 meters away with a sudden blow, and fell into the compost bin in the castle garden, which was full of manure. Everyone fell into silence and took 2 steps back, fearing that they would be infected with bad luck. Are you okay? Field's pupils trembled. I'm fine, but for the sake of the goddess, sir, please don't question bad luck. Cow got up desperately. We can just go and see, Cow, go back and rest. I've encountered similar situations before, let time erase everything. Leading everyone to the west of night territory, Field saw a herd of black horses, a total of 47. They had a single horn on their heads and wings on their backs, but their skin was rotten and twisted. It was simply the opposite of the rainbow pony. The existence of the Doom Beast made the surrounding area filled with visible black air, and the newly sown winter wheat in the fields withered under the cover of the black air. I can't stand it. This thing will destroy crops. Field was very angry, took out the wisdom book, selected a cub, and used the identification ability. Magic Beast, Doom Beast, Pegasus Creature, Omnivorous Animal, Description, Exclusive Mount for the Demons, Spreading Doom. Curse. Kill the Doom Beast, its splashing blood will pollute the earth, and the splashing dirty blood will bring doom to everything around it. Doom is not fatal, but it will definitely make you upset. Reproduction. Can combine with holy light creatures to create a new species. This thing is not easy to kill. I use heavy artillery to scare them away. Vivian suggested. Let's do it, wait. Field was shocked and looked at the small map in shock. God's chosen beast. The Doom Beast he was facing was not marked on the small map. Yes, this group of beasts has a powerful beast king. Fae Freya opened her dragon pupils. They have different auras, but one of them has no energy fluctuations, and it is definitely hiding divine power. Field, you can actually sense the God's chosen, very good. Fae Freya rarely praised. If the God's chosen beast is alarmed, it is very likely to attack. This is bad. Field was not happy. The monster is disgusting in the first place. Not only is it God's chosen, but it is also contracted. Hey, you and the others have regained their ability to move, but it will take some time before their combat power is restored. Perhaps we should try other methods, and there is no need to rely on fighting. Field thought for a while, and came up with an idea. Chapter 991. Field stretched out his index finger and shook it. The environment is too good now, attracting the migration of monsters. In this case, change the environment and force them to leave. Good idea, just corrupt the Night Lord and poison all the Doom Beasts. Rosaria excitedly suggested, and the expectation in her bright starry eyes was about to overflow. God-defying, I just want to use joy beans to disperse them. Field was sweating profusely. Come on, go to the factory to allocate a batch of joy beans, and the dosage must be strong. You are worthy of being the Baron of Joy Beans. Rosaria laughed and shook her body. The first idea that came to mind was actually joy beans. But joy beans have no effect on the chosen ones. Hey, you, scratched his head stupidly. Field rubbed his hands and smiled evilly. It's enough to have an effect on other doomed beasts. Cry. There was a sound of breaking wind in the sky, and 7 or 8 ferocious blood eagles crossed the elegant trajectory in the air. Most of the blood eagles were not equipped with saddles, and they obviously ran away privately. The blood eagle knight in charge of training behind them was anxious and kept blowing whistles, but he couldn't order them to turn back. The moment he saw the doomed beast, the blood eagle screamed fiercely and rushed towards the doomed beast at a high speed. The extremely huge god-chosen monster looked at the sky playfully, shining with black light, and turned into a half-human and half-beast. The 4th level divine power surged out, and the black-skinned hot girl with horse hooves, wings, and a single horn was extremely eager to fight. Just a face-to-face, all the blood eagles were scared and fled in a panic. It's so dangerous. Field almost called on the corrupted army to attack, but fortunately the god-chosen doomed beast did not push it any further. Otherwise, the 4th level god-chosen monsters will go berserk, and the losses will be incalculable. It's not that I'm afraid of them. Not to mention the corpse army, the non-direct god-chosen ones are enough to deal with. But the ability to spread bad luck is disgusting. After the bad luck beast girl glanced at everyone coldly, she sneered triumphantly, trampled on the ground constantly, and could speak human words. This is our territory from now on. Humans, get out of here, or you will be killed. After that, she kept trampling on the ground, posing a provocative posture, but her body was secretly covering something. It's disgusting enough to come to my territory and cause damage, and you dare to be arrogant. Field was angry. I must make her suffer today. Faye Freya's eyes were cold. She deserves to be slaughtered. Don't be impulsive. Ask the knights what's going on. Accurately aware of something wrong, Field asked everyone to retreat and gather the corrupt army by the way. Soon, the Blood Eagle Knight came back after gathering the beasts, knelt on one knee, and apologized to Field. Please forgive me, my lord. The eagles are restless for no reason and fly here. We can't gather them. Unexplained restlessness? That doesn't make sense. Field was confused. The eagles have enough food and will not expel other beasts. There may be something here that attracts the beasts. Relying on the excellent vision enhanced by fighting spirit, Field searched carefully, and saw an inconspicuous plant emitting white soft light in the area occupied by the doomed beasts. Maybe that plant attracted the beasts. Field's eyes lit up. Cry! The blood eagle on the side nodded excitedly, like a large hen, flapping its wings against its chest, indicating that it wanted to eat. We must expel them as soon as possible. Everything produced in the night territory belongs to us. Soon, soldiers came with 6 carriages full of joy beans. If we feed them directly, they will definitely not eat them, and they may even attack. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall and rubbed his hands expectantly. He, grind the beans into powder and blow them over. Let the soldiers get out of the way, and the god's chosen girl took action to crush the joy beans. Vivian used magic again to control the wind element and carefully blew the joy bean powder over. The breeze wrapped the joy bean powder and silently enveloped the doomed beasts. Sneeze. More than 40 doomed beasts sneezed in unison. They originally lowered their heads to gnaw on the withered wheat, but they raised their heads impatiently and shook their heads. Some primitive emotions that would only burst out in spring were actually stirring in autumn. The god's chosen doomed beast, Shadow Wing, with divine power to protect his body, was not affected by the joy beans and did not notice the changes in the air at all. It was waiting for the strange plant to mature. Its bloodline and divine inheritance told it that eating this plant would increase its strength. During this period, it must stay close to prevent being snatched away by the despicable hairless gorilla. Suddenly, Ingy felt the noise around her. She keenly sensed an ambiguous atmosphere brewing. She turned her head to check, but as a monster that spreads bad luck, no creature dared to provoke it, so her movements were stiff and slow, and she turned around with twisted steps. 46 stallions, their little bad luck beasts, were doubly activated because they inhaled too much joy bean powder, and each one was like a winter melon. Get out of here, it's not the breeding season now. Ingy waved his hand to drive them away, trampling the ground with his hooves. In the past, as a leader, she could easily drive the herd, but now it was inexplicably ineffective. After thinking with his walnut-like brain, Ingy thought that he should change back to the form of a monster, so that the herd would listen to his command. However, the stallions would not give her a chance. A 4th-level bad luck beast rushed over violently and knocked Ingy to the ground. With a heavy snort, the The bad luck beast's iron hoof stepped on Ing's lower abdomen, and then the unicorn horn burst into magic and grabbed Ing out of thin air. While releasing the breeding breath, the strong black monster horse launched a fierce attack. Get out, eh? Ah! Ing's eyes were bloodshot. It was not in the state of a monster now. Damn, idiot. After struggling twice, Ing did not hurt his compatriots. Strictly speaking, as the only female in the herd, it was normal for him to take on the breeding task, but his state and season were wrong. I don't know what happened, it should be back to normal soon. After 2 hours, the 4th level bad luck beast fainted from exhaustion. Shadow Wing was dizzy, and before he could get up, the second Doom Beast came to kill him. Omit 1 day and 1 night. When it came to the 42nd Doom Beast, Shadow Wing couldn't stand it anymore, and he was almost died from a black orc to a white orc. If he was in the form of a demon beast when he was attacked, it would be fine, but the orc was too weak. I must leave the cursed land, I'm dying. Shadow Wing shook her head wildly, barely getting a glimmer of clarity. She stuck out her tongue, urged her divine power, forced her wings to soar, and fled to the west with her giant belly dragged. The herd saw the leader leave, and hurriedly spread their wings and left. The Doom Beasts that troubled the night territory all fled. It has to be happy beans. Field was shocked, and after confirming that he didn't have a sty, he hurriedly called everyone to gather. Chapter 992. It's a pity that the chosen beast of God would have recovered if it had held on for another day or two. Field sighed. He really wanted to get a Doom artifact and send it to the Queen. The reason why he didn't use force before was that he was afraid that he couldn't kill the other party and spread the Doom. The Silver Dragon was the only one who was good at fighting cursed enemies. Her mithril dragon scales had strong curse resistance. It was easy to deal with the Doom Beast, but it was a pity that the other party couldn't hold on until then. What happened here? Hey, pinched his nose and looked up at Field with a simple face. Don't ask. Field was righteous and called the soldiers, clean up the surroundings, and be careful not to step on that plant. Wait, no need to clean up. The young buds of the plant greedily absorbed the nutrients around them, and the filth around them was visibly reduced. After half an hour, the young buds stretched out like a flower roll and bloomed asymmetrical white flowers like wings. Surrounded by strong winds, a vortex was formed, and the power of God passively bloomed without concealment, like emerald green ripples. It turned out to be the breath of a divine weapon. Field excitedly punched, and was so excited that he could not say more. I said that night territory was a treasure land, and it could grow a divine weapon. After confirming that it was mature, Field picked the white flower, and the stem withered automatically. With a thought, it was refined in an instant. Divine weapon, wind wing feather soul flower, level 0, food, natural gift, can be used 7 times. Source, goddess of nature. Description, a rare plant divine weapon, which has a fatal attraction to fierce and evil flying monsters, with a total of 7 petals. Gift, it is a treasure given by the goddess of nature to monsters. After eating it, the life level will be evolved. The goddess treats good and evil monsters equally. Effect, when consumed by a monster, it will advance to a more powerful life form, and there is a small chance that it will grow into a chosen monster. When used by a chosen monster, it will slightly increase its speed. Special, only evil flying monsters will have an effect after consumption, and it can only be consumed once. There is no bad 0-level artifact. Field nodded with satisfaction. The possibility of giving birth to a chosen monster is worth it. The blood eagle beside him, bearing the pressure of the fighting knight, came over in a mean way. The eagle's beak couldn't help but peck randomly, clearly wanting to eat. The blood eagle's clear big eyes blinked, as cute as a free-range chicken. Old rules, how to distribute this treasure. Field glanced at everyone, and finally looked at Yin Tong. Do you want to eat? You have made great contributions in this battle, and deserve a reward. This flower is white and clean, and it looks bland at first glance. I don't eat vegetarian food, so I have no appetite just looking at it. Yin Tong pushed his hands in vain, lacking interest. It only provides fierce evil monsters. Yin Tong is also fierce, how can he not be attracted? Confused and scratching his head, Field shook in front of Yin Tong twice and teased, Yin Tong, make a fierce expression. Awah! Super fierce. Yin Tong roared in a baby voice, tapped the ground with one foot, and grabbed with both hands, revealing sharp teeth. The fangs and claws are so cute. You are not suitable, not fierce at all, very poor, grow for another 2 years. Field shook his head disappointedly. Next time, I will customize a set of JK clothes for you as a reward. Of course, it is also a reward for me. Damn it, who are you talking about? Etong was so angry that he rushed over and almost knocked Field away. The Blood Eagles performed well in this battle, so I will give them to them. Nowadays, high-level combat power is becoming more and more important in battles, and Field wants to strengthen the power of the God's Chosen. Giving the Blood Eagle is good, but the probability of producing the God's Chosen magical beast is too low. Field was about to hand it over when he saw Hey Yu eating melons on the side, and remembered her invincible dirty blood wings. Xiaoguai, are your two subdragons still there? Hey Yu nodded. Yes, they are seriously injured. I guess they will be absorbed by me after I recover my combat power. But now, I am ready to serve you at any time. Let them out and see. The dark magic circle shone, and two subdragons with hideous wounds all over their bodies staggered out. In the battle with the Earl of Fire, the Empire's golden comet, Violet, has not been able to come to support, not because she ran slowly, or was too lazy to come. The two subdragons, united with countless dragon-winged demons, used their lives to form a sky defense line and competed with the Griffin Legion. Delayed until the last moment. Roar! As soon as the Asian dragons appeared, their scarlet and violet dragon eyes looked at the petals in Field's hand, and they couldn't help but stick their heads out. But Field had fought side by side with them many times, so they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. They just lowered their wounded heads and saluted Field. It seems that there is no need to test it, they can eat it. No, it's too wasteful of the precious zero-level artifact. Blackfeather waved his hand to refuse. The violent creatures will die in 6 months and become my power. They won't live for a few days. Try it, it's a waste. The warriors who dare to sacrifice deserve it. Besides, Blackfeather can inherit some of the Asian dragon's attributes, so it's not a waste. Field separated 2 petals and gave them to the Asian dragon. The remaining 5 petals were distributed to the selected Blood Eagles, for females and 1 male. Ah! The monster swallowed the feather soul flower whole. The Blood Eagle reacted immediately, and its feathers seemed to be stained with green flames, and the boiling energy even made Field look sideways. The flames burned fiercely, and the 5 Blood Eagles turned into fire eggs, and were in the incubation state again, but the fluctuations of their blooming were enough to be at the level of the 5th level peak monster. Not bad. If we had 5 new high-level monsters, our heir supremacy will be greatly guaranteed. It's a pity that the 5th level fighting knight of night is only himself. The rest of the fighting knights are afraid that they will be thrown off by the monsters. Build a fence on the spot, and the fighting knights will protect them to hatch. Don't forget to call me when they hatch. My lord, they didn't respond, which disappointed you. Blackfeather fiddled with the hem of her skirt guiltily. The 2 Asian dragons just had a good meal and cried happily. Their injuries had not recovered at all, and they still looked miserable. What disappointment. It was my decision. Field laughed, and did not make any excuses. Instead, he suggested, this talent is very good and can be strengthened. If 4 Asian dragons can be infected, the mobility of the knight army can be improved. Opening the Blackfeather panel, Field was stunned. Talent, Despair and Filth. Special state, Godhead Awakening, qualitatively change this talent, and feed more gift-type food artifacts. It can transform the plundering creatures into plundering disasters, and God's chosen monsters. Current Godhead Awakening unit. 2 filthy blood wings. 10%. Note, the awakened God's chosen unit still belongs to the Blackfeather servant. After death, Blackfeather inherits some attributes, but retains the Godhead, memory and ability, and the new body inherits. Ah! Field was stunned. He looked at Blackfeather, as if he was looking at Superman. His little darling was too awesome. It is worthy of being called the 6th disaster. There is only one of its kind. Chapter 993. It has to be strengthened. Field used the divine seals accumulated in this battle to strengthen the artifacts, and the rest were all used to strengthen Despair and Filth. The divine seal emerged, devouring the surrounding divine power like the abyss. The aura of Hey Yu itself did not increase too much, but its pressure climbed several levels. Hearing the sound of glass breaking, Hey Yu's goddess mark returned to himself and completed the strengthening. Talent, Despair and Filth. Effect, contaminate 4 creatures and transform them into violent creatures. They will wither away after 6 months and inherit some of their properties. Divine Awakening, Filthy Blood Wings, 45%. Note, the awakening progress brought by the qualitative change talent will be evenly distributed. Thank you, Lord. Hey Yu thanked him affectionately. It has expanded to 4, not bad. Field nodded with satisfaction. I haven't seen the development of the territory for a long time, so I take a look at it by the way. Field opened the territory panel. Territory, Night Territory, Level 5 Territory, Type, Industrial Fortress, God's Land, God's Vortex, Development. 73. Various industries are booming. Agriculture is gradually developing towards magical agriculture. Happiness. 68. Live and work in peace and contentment. Worried about invasion. Environmental value. 60. Slightly polluted. Threat of corrupted land. God's Land. Unique to level 5 territory. Very small probability of producing 0-level artifacts, which may be anything. Vortex. Unique to night territory. Multiple races and multiple gods coexist harmoniously, forming a special environment rich in divine power, rich in magic land, and the probability of production increases. Current probability of the birth of gods chosen, 0. Crisis. Level 5 territories and above will be regarded as high-value targets by evil beings such as disasters and demons, and become the priority targets for destruction. Finally, we have a 5th level territory. This artifact plant is not just a lucky growth, it is related to the 5th level territory. Field was overjoyed and rubbed his chin again. However, the speed of the night development has slowed down, and we need to further increase productivity. Walking around Starry Night City, looking around, all the people are carrying baskets, and some are pushing carts. There is a kind of beauty of going to the market. Walking around the streets leisurely, the buildings on both sides of the city are neat, and various shops are lined up. In the best location on the main road, a store selling transportation tools was built, crowded with merchants and people. Do you need a cart? That's cheap, only 80 silver coins, and it can be used for a long time. I also give you a backpack, which will definitely be useful when you harvest carrots. Dear Mr. Home, your customized 4-wheeled carriage has been delivered to the store, and it also has a magic blower. The final payment is 87 gold coins. Thank you, Goddess of Wealth. Hearing that someone bought an expensive carriage, the surrounding people cast envious glances. Home, on the other hand, looked awesome, asked the coachman to set up 2 horses for the carriage, and drove away. I bet those 2 horses are also worth 100 gold. Did you see the pattern on the carriage? It's so beautiful. The people talked about it. I know him, he's a seafood merchant, and he spent 100 gold coins to ship a carriage from Longta Sea. Field was unhappy, damn it. Seeing Longta use simple technology to make money from the territory was more painful than losing money himself. He drove the horse to catch up with Home. Home was still happy about his new car. He hummed a little tune and said to the groom happily, "Come to nightfall, it is really the best decision I have ever made. Go to the beach and hire a child to pick up seafood for 1 copper coin, and you can get 50 copper coins in the night. You are so smart, the Goddess of Wealth favors you." The coachman was envious. This is no longer feasible. Home was in the limelight and sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, there are too many people participating, and it is no longer profitable. And the Lord has already exercised jurisdiction over the coast. Mr. Home, jurisdiction is necessary. Field rode a tall horse and passed from behind the carriage. Ah, Baron! Home was startled and quickly rolled off the carriage, sweating profusely. Goddess, I swear, I have no intention of questioning you. Well, no problem. Field pointed at the carriage. I want to buy your carriage and study the technology of the Dragon Tower, can I? It is my honor to give it to you. Home did not hesitate at all, patting his chest with sincerity. I'm not a person who likes to take advantage. Throwing him a bag of gold coins, Field smiled and said, I will return it to you after the research is completed. Thank you for your kindness. Home greeted. It's time to improve transportation and transport. Now the territory, water, wind and other natural forces have liberated a wave of productivity, and most of the sawmills and mills have been replaced by natural forces. But transporting goods is still hard, relying on the sweat of the people, using backpacks and carts to transport. Field pondered and said, Rick, after the recovery of the High Castle, the trade routes of the 3 provinces have been reopened. Relying on human transportation is undoubtedly a huge waste and must be improved. Yes, in addition, the mining efficiency of the mine is low and water accumulates at any time. I have investigated the transportation routes of coal and iron or these 2 days. The whole process relies on horse-drawn carriages and carts. The shortage of raw materials has limited the output of steel mills. Vivian nodded seriously and suggested, perhaps we should look for more powerful monsters, such as iron-backed horn cattle, which can carry ore. Switching to monsters has not changed the quality. The industry needs something more durable and efficient. The breeding and feeding costs of monsters are very high. Many small barons need to spend the output of the entire village to afford a precious monster warhorse. The textile industry has just started, and it is difficult to supply clothes. Otherwise, making shoulder bags and backpacks would be good. For land transportation, Four-wheeled freight carriages are feasible, and two-wheeled carriages have too low load capacity. Tires. It's impossible. Field pondered for a moment. As for the mine, I have a quick and effective method called the Newcomen steam engine. Steam chicken? Vivian tilted her head. Friend of the miner, also called the miner's machine. The steam engine that Field was talking about was not the linkage steam engine built by Watt, but a simple gadget, purely for craftsmen to practice. Of course, the linkage steam engine is not a great gadget, and the materials can be made in the night territory. It's just that its principle is complicated, and the process is cumbersome. Without qualified craftsmen and mature technical support, it is very difficult to make this thing. Even if it takes 3 or 4 months to make a working steam engine, it will be tied to oneself. In the future, I am afraid that I will have to find myself every time for maintenance, which is a disaster for industrialization. It is better to build a primitive version for everyone to learn. Come with me, I have drawn the drawings a long time ago, but I have other requirements. Let the others rest. Field came to the Machinery Manufacturing Institute, and the little fox was eating biscuits. Chapter 994. Good day, Lord Field. Seeing Field coming, her fox ears stood up, and she ran over excitedly. How can I help you? Of course, let's talk about the important thing first. Help improve the carriage. Field asked someone to push the Dragon Tower's carriage. Let's take a look at the technical level of the Dragon Tower people first. Leave it to me. The little fox and Vivian worked together to disassemble the carriage. Sir, the Dragon Tower's carriage is no different from ours. The only thing worth noting is the grease used for lubrication, which is extremely effective, and the wind-blowing array, which can achieve self-absorption of energy. Vivian used her snow-white fingers to dip some grease and sniff twice. It is the grease of the monster whale. The Dragon Tower's navy has the ability to hunt monster whales. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for us. The Navy of the Night has warships, but no god's choice. If you rashly go to the deep sea, you are likely to be sunk by the god's chosen monster. What is self-absorption? Field asked in confusion. It is the ability to automatically absorb magic power. This wind-blowing magic circle can absorb the free magic power around it, and achieve wind blowing without the need for magic cores. Automatic charging? This is too powerful. Field opened his mouth wide and was shocked. The technical level of the Dragon Tower can actually achieve operation without magic cores. It is worthy of being a magic kingdom. No. The little fox smiled and explained, automatic charging is a complex, inefficient, and useless magic circle. It can only support weak magic. This wind-blowing magic circle is an example. After speaking, the little fox activated the magic circle. A breeze blew, and Field immediately thought of the small electric fan hanging on the mosquito net in his previous life, which was better than nothing. We are not good at magic, but we can still explain it to you. After asking the two people in detail, Field knew the general principle of the magic circle. The magic circle is a result obtained after running the code, magic rune. Automatic energy absorption requires a lot of code space, and the remaining space is only enough to execute the blowing command. The automatic energy absorption space is huge, and the running speed is slow. It takes a long time to accumulate full energy, which is extremely inefficient. Various magic materials are similar to the computer running this code. The better the material, the more compatible it is, the better the magic circle runs. The more powerful the magic effect, the more magic runes are needed. Therefore, powerful magic circles are often super huge, covering the sky and the sun. It requires countless magicians to work hard for several years. Whenever a large magic circle is activated, countless magic cores need to be invested as energy supply. This blowing magic circle can be understood as automatic energy absorption and then blowing. The magic circle is so simple, and its threshold lies in the magician himself and the materials. Sure enough, any subject has its basic knowledge. Field sighed. Just like mathematics, it also starts with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Wait. Slapping his head, Field was confused. Why do we have to run two different functions together? Isn't it equivalent to forcing complex formulas to be calculated at once when you engrave the magic circle like this? Vivian and the little fox were both stumped by the question. Everyone engraved the magic circle like this. Field gestured. We designed a magic circle specifically for charging, as an independent individual. Use 4 more automatic energy-absorbing magic circles to power the blowing magic circle. In this way, can the blowing efficiency be enhanced? By spreading out, we can achieve more powerful magic through independent magic circles. We can even use industrial thinking. Low-level magicians make unimportant parts. High-level magicians make core areas. The difficulty lies in combining different magic circles. After saying that, the two chosen ones were stunned and looked at Field as if they were looking at a monster. Sir, how did you come up with this idea? I have never heard of this. The two pondered for a long time, and finally Vivian spoke. Your idea is unheard of. I am not a professional magician, but I will learn it immediately and start trying it when I master the magic runes. Let's talk about carriages and steam engines. Field was embarrassed and just proposed an idea. Spread out the drawings. What we are going to make is a large four-wheeled freight carriage, which can realize steering, shock absorption, braking and modularization. Don't underestimate this thing. In the 19th century, the four-wheeled carriage was still the main force of logistics transportation. It was not until World War I that it was gradually replaced by trucks. In ancient East, the four-wheeled carriage was not popularized, largely because the steering problem was not solved. It may have been solved, but it was lost in a certain dynasty. The four-wheeled carriage of the Griffin Empire also had poor steering ability and easily overturned. Steering can be achieved by adding a vertical axis. And the front and rear double wheels, each as a group, are installed on different frames. The two sets of wheels are connected by a vertical axis to achieve steering. The wheels should also be reformed, and the wheel rims should be wrapped with wrought iron. Field gestured as he spoke, adding all the details he could think of, such as double shafts, leather suspension and other details. After our improved carriage is built, we will build a carriage factory and sell it to the Longta people. Field was upset about the Longta people selling simple and high-priced products. After saying that, Field took a sip of tea. That's it. You also boldly add your own ideas. Let the workers also boldly try. I will allocate funds to you. I haven't talked about the steam engine yet. Seeing Field was about to leave, Vivian covered her dizzy head and reminded. For the original steam engine, you first make a template and test it casually. For the steam engine that he had high hopes for, Field was not in a hurry to produce a mature sample. Invention and improvement are two different things. Improvement only avoids some pitfalls. If they come by themselves, they will step over them sooner or later. Creation is different. It is impossible for me to drag the entire civilization forward. It is better to take out the original version, explain the principles, and combine the wisdom of the people. After all, one's own knowledge will always be used up one day, but the spirit of science can be spread to everyone. Okay. Sir, the wild beast baron wants to see you. The Blood Eagle Knight flew over and ran to report after landing. He is waiting for you at the Bull Fortress. What does he want from me? Hearing the wild beast baron, Field frowned slightly. I always feel that it is not a good thing. He said. He said he wanted to take back the wild beast territory, which is his territory. After the wild beast baron responded to the rebellion of the Gem Grand Duke, his territory was occupied by the Queen, and he recovered the Rick province, so the wild beast territory was naturally his. This guy is so shameless, he wants to take back the territory. It's just a dream. In the Battle of Maple Leaf territory, he didn't even cheer, not as good as the Pink Cat head. Ha ha ha. Field was happy. Tell him to wait, I will find him in the next 2 days, and talk to him in person. Chapter 995. Wait until Blackfeather recovers, then deal with the wild beast baron. Field was not in a hurry to meet the wild beast baron. He had a group of brutal rebels who had eaten people, but the largest number of people, and the 4th level god chosen left by the Grand Duke of Gem. He had to be cautious. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. If the 4th level god chosen attacked him, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Field told the knight, let him wait. If he asks for food, transfer some old flour to him. Add more bran and sawdust. Your Excellency is so kind. The knight sighed. I'm afraid his army will go crazy with hunger and catch people to eat. Field couldn't hold it back. Now Rick Province is his territory. In the next week, Field visited the mountain goats and the injured soldiers many times. Plan out magic farmland and cultivate Holy Lily of the Valley that can heal wounds. In addition, Field needed to improve the city's sewage pipes, help manufacture freight carriages, and even had a sudden idea to start sewing hot air balloons, and he was very busy. The Knight territory had drainage canals and other facilities, but with the rapid increase in population, they were gradually insufficient. Field planned to lay ceramic pipes to enhance the sewage discharge effect. As for the rest of the time, Rosaria was forcibly occupied, and she almost fed her too much. At this time, the morning territory Blue Water City. Leia curled up in bed, frowning, and fine sweat covered her forehead. Can't escape. They can sense you. They are coming. The devil is coming. A faint whisper came to her ears, and Leia dreamed of her hometown again, the kingdom of Aiken, A super small kingdom not as good as the Frostfire territory. In the dream, she was about to become an adult, full of the spirit of exploration, and eager to leave the town. Soon, she got the chance. The newly awakened saint, Chihuahua, after dressing up, was about to be taken to the forest by the king to meet the patron saint. Accompanying her were a group of young men and women, most of whom were parents. Where are you going? Why do most people not come back every time they enter the forest, but can exchange for a lot of food? His Majesty the King said that the saint and everyone went to the paradise built by the goddess, which must be beautiful. Leia couldn't bear the curiosity in her heart, and her strong curiosity did not allow her to wait any longer. With the cloak she secretly sewed, she quietly mixed into the crowd and left the town with them. The people were busy, and no one noticed her, and the team set off smoothly. Toot hum. She was very excited to leave her hometown for the first time. However, her excitement lasted only 1 minute and disappeared immediately. As she followed the crowd and passed through the forest, the clear sky suddenly turned scarlet, and the sky was full of ghosts. The black forest was full of corpses and poisonous snakes. Leia stared at everything in front of her in amazement, and the saints also screamed. Realizing that something was wrong, she wanted to escape to the town, but turned her head, and saw a strange demon with 4 hands and scales all over the body. It drooled and grabbed her, and the terrifying power almost strangled her to death. Countless demons rushed around and grabbed everyone. Except for King Akin and his men. Your Majesty, how could this happen? What are they? Saint Chihuahua panicked. She had just killed the corpse ghost beside her, with the rose blade she had condensed. 2 powerful gargoyles fell down, knocked away their artifacts with 1 claw, and knocked them to the ground. Her beautiful body was covered with mud. It hurts. Everyone run away. Chihuahua was held up by the gargoyle by the neck, struggling hard, and urging everyone to run away with difficulty. Why are you running, you bastards? You are about to meet the great demon army. Akin raised his hands and shouted enthusiastically, It is a great honor to sacrifice for the demons. We will not die, and the demons will give us eternal life. What? Leia's pupil shook, as if struck by lightning. His Majesty, the king respected by everyone, turned out to be a running dog of the demons. No one could resist. They were taken to the castle full of bones and undead. As soon as he entered the door, Leia saw an unforgettable scene. Various demons and monsters grabbed humans, and played defeat animations crazily. The scene was horrible. If someone was dying, they would be dragged to the table and cooked on the spot to be offered to the more powerful demons. Akin, you did a great job. The huge demon lord appeared with a smile. You have cultivated another chosen one for me, great. After that, the demon lord spread his hands, and a pile of bloody coins fell down. It is my honor to serve you. Akin was in tears, and he knelt over and kowtowed. I don't want anything, I just want to be a servant and serve you. After you die, I will give you generous gifts. But now, you have to manage the ranch. We need more fresh flesh and blood, especially the chosen one. Yes. Akin was overjoyed. Why is this happening? Your Majesty. The saint could not accept all this, and kept shaking her head. Haha, humans are such a lowly race, only worthy of being reduced to food. The demon lord grinned. For the enjoyment and consumption of noble creatures, this is the rule of the whole world. The frost continent has long been conquered by us, and we have reserved some land for you to live on. Are you still not satisfied? You are so greedy. There are countless pastures throughout the frost continent, where blood food is raised, mostly humans. A happy and peaceful place is just a means to get better meat. I want to eat the tenderest. Get out of here, unless you can defeat me. The impatient demons rushed forward, and the whole palace was full of screams. Leia was so scared that she couldn't move at all, and watched the monsters rushing over. Wait, this animal is not mature yet. A demon god chose, smelling the breath of Leia, said coldly, What's going on? I said that humans must wait until they reach adulthood, and have no hope of becoming the chosen ones before they can be eaten. Ah? You lowly people, how did you get in? Damn you idiot, you ruined the banquet. Akin's eyes were red, and he roared at Leia. This unruly lowly person made the noble demons unhappy. Teeth chattering, Leia couldn't say anything, but was so scared that she cried loudly, tears rolling down her face. Respected demon, why don't you just eat it directly? I can't let her go back to the pasture. Akin glared at Leia fiercely and flattered. No, you can't even touch it. Ordinary blood food is not important at all. It's about the accumulation of the original divine power. You, a useless race that has been conquered and played with, can't understand it. The demon god's strange divine power bloomed, and he stretched out his scaly hand. Wash away the memory, I will always pay attention to you, little snack. Chapter 996. When Lei returned to the kingdom, she forgot everything. She was severely lectured by the king and her parents, and continued to live a boring life. Until the first tide of divine power after adulthood, she awakened to become the chosen one and remembered everything. The strong sense of fear almost scared her crazy. In order to protect herself from being eaten, she made an ugly potion to hide her divine power. Living in a fictional kingdom, muddling through. Until the arrival of the Shadow Cult. As a vassal of the Demon King's army, the demons generously provided a batch of sacrifices, and Leia was among them. After accidentally coming to the Night Territory, Leia had a second home, but it was difficult to get out of the shadow. The demons are coming. Her heart was beating wildly, and the goddess Mark bloomed uncontrollably. Leia suddenly woke up and sat up from the bed. Her pajamas were soaked with sweat. She was shocked and said, even if I escape to the Moon Mark continent, I can't get rid of the control of the demons? The goddess Mark on the right thigh outlines the appearance of a gentle and kind goddess. But it is visible to the naked eye that the goddess Mark is mixed with death, which is parasitic. The influence of the demon god's choice is still there. She can always find my location. Leia's suppression is ineffective, and the effect of the ugly potion also dissipates. But in a moment, she changed from an ordinary-looking girl to her original appearance. The brown wavy hair fell on the snow shoulders, the eyes were rippling with a clear ice blue unique to the people of the Frost continent, and the curves were graceful. The most eye-catching thing is that it exudes an artistic atmosphere, as if a serenade lingers around her body. It's all over. No one can get rid of the control of the demons. With a dim look in her eyes, Leia smiled bitterly, hugged her knees, and sat on the bed, staring blankly at the blue water city outside the window. The water town was full of busy scenes, and everything was so real. No, even if I die, I can't let everyone perish together. Thinking of the atrocities of the demons, Leia's lifeless eyes focused again. She jumped up and refused with her eyes. Let Lord Field hand me over. Everyone can live well, even for one more year. In the Frost continent, every time a saint appeared, she fed the demons. That year was a harvest, and everyone could get more food, even toys and musical instruments. Leia pushed open the door and ran to the night. At this time, the 3-year period has come. Field swelled his hands on his waist, looking at the Black Feather, Silver Dragon and Rosaria, who had recovered their strength in front of him, all of whom were surging with divine power and had a strong aura. As soon as they recovered their strength, Field felt strong and confident. The Thunder Dragon, that had been dragged to the sky before now, spoke much more gently, and no longer dared to call people lower creatures. I didn't expect. The little guy has some background. Freya's eyes were complicated. Who would have thought that the people who sat at the same table with mortals to eat hot pot, and had no arrogance, were all-powerful chosen ones? What shocked her even more was that among these people there were powerful people from the disaster, and living beings. Even she couldn't see through Heiyu's background, and she couldn't even find out what kind of god system the other party belonged to. Invincible. Field didn't bother to pay attention to the Thunder Dragon, and waved his hand domineeringly. Now that the strength has been restored, it's time to forge ahead. Next, I will send reliable chosen ones and officials from the territory to control other cities, and the Night Territory will inevitably be empty. Rosaria, the north is our base. You are responsible for guarding the house, and you must protect the little son. Silver Dragon, you are very mobile, go and help Ashina and the others capture the city. Finally, looking at the graceful Black Feather, Field patted her head. Black Feather, follow me. Okay. Everyone was full of energy. What about me? Freya poked Field, and when she didn't call her name, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Follow me too, but don't give me the cold shoulder. Field laughed. Are you still calling me a low-level creature now? Humph, stingy. Freya was dissatisfied with the tail swing, and almost beat Field over. Everyone rode the Silver Dragon and arrived at the Bull Fortress, and the Silver Dragon spread its wings and left. Field summoned the Wild Beast Baron in the fortress. These days of wind and rain outside the fortress made the Wild Beast Baron almost mad, and directly ordered an attack on the city. What the hell is Field doing? Does he think he is invincible just because he is lucky enough to beat an old and undead Earl? Baron Crazy Beast paced anxiously, and took a bite of black bread with more sawdust than flour. Bah, it's so disgusting, it's almost like feeding it to dogs. He threw the black bread to the ground angrily. The black bread, as hard as steel, bounced out of the tent, and hit the hound he raised. Ah! He dared to swear that he had never had a better life than these days of begging. Damn it, are all the people led by Yimu masters? The guard was thinking wildly. How could a little bit of money leaking through the gaps between his fingers be worth all his belongings? Damn it, Field still doesn't meet me. Doesn't he want to join forces with me? The wild beast baron roared angrily, opened the tent door roughly, and planned to urge him again. Roar. The silver dragon that covered the sky and the sun led an attack formation composed of 30 blood eagles, buzzing and shaking across the sky. The scene was extremely shocking, and his army was almost scared and scattered. The wild beast baron calmed down instantly, and decided to sleep for a while. Dear sir, our baron invites you to discuss territory matters. The Knight of Night came over also. Please do not bring the guards of the Chosen One, which will cause tension between the two sides. Great. Baron Crazy Beast was overjoyed, changed into his most expensive and gorgeous clothes, brought his guards, and entered the fortress. After entering the fortress, his smile gradually disappeared, not because he was unhappy, but because his expression was suppressed by countless neat and brutal soldiers. When he came to the reception room, there were only Field and Black Feather in the room. Good day, Earl Ross. Baron Crazy Beast rubbed his hands and shouted tentatively. Just call me Field. Field smiled and waved his hand. Good day, we don't need to be polite. The rebel brothers who resisted the brutal rule of the Griffin family are a family. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? These words were sincere and kind, and Baron Crazy Beast's guards couldn't help but nod. I want the wild beast territory, that's my territory. Ah? Impossible. Field pretended to be surprised and turned to look at Heiyu. Quick, find the information of the wild beast territory, let's not take down our brother city. Chapter 997. Hey, you took out the file, pretended to read it, and read it out. The wild beast territory is occupied by Governor Rick, and the defenders are the third-level fighting knights of the Empire. On the 17th of this month, it will be occupied by our army. After Heiyu finished his report, he stood aside professionally, just like a little secretary. I remember that it was the Queen who revoked your legitimacy. We seized the wild beast territory from the Empire by force. Field said sincerely, if I knew it was your territory, I would never touch it. Baron Wild Beast's face turned green with anger. How could you not know? You came to buy monsters. Can I? Baron Wild Beast wanted to struggle. Pausing his head repeatedly, Field said awkwardly, now the people in that place have been relocated, and all the products are gone. It's useless to give you a ruined city. There was no relocation at all, Field said nonsense casually. After a long silence, the Wild Beast Baron suppressed his ugly expression and said stiffly, the Earl is in the north and has the title of a benevolent man. If you don't help me, I'm really desperate. Field nodded happily, finally hearing human words. If he insists on taking the wild beast territory, or attacks him madly, he doesn't mind sending him on his way. But now, it can be used, especially when everyone's enemy is the Queen. Of course, I said that the brothers of the rebel army are all one family. Field pondered for a moment. I suggest you join the Knight territory. If we form an alliance, Before he finished speaking, the wild beast Baron's eyes lit up, almost jumped up, and said excitedly, of course it's an alliance. Let's join forces. The alliance is based on you. As long as the Earl sends, I will come to help immediately. This guy is so ambitious that he still wants to be independent. Fortunately, he was not forced to be a subordinate. He would rebel sooner or later. Field shook his head secretly. Okay, there is a town at the junction of Rick and Morning Wind, North Wind Territory, which is the famous North Wind Fish Lane. The Imperial Army has already withdrawn. The land there is fertile and can fish. Going south, you can advance to Morning Wind. I will lend it to you to station troops and rest. In the future, we will fight against the Queen together. Taking out the map and looking at it, Baron Wild Beast was dumbfounded. This damn place is the only way for the Morning Wind Army and the Imperial Army to go north. If the Imperial Army comes to suppress the rebellion, it will definitely beat itself to death first. What's more difficult is that this place is sparsely populated and covered with swamps. The surrounding area is all primeval forests, and there is no place to grow food. Baron Wild Beast gritted his teeth and thought, they want to use me as a current outpost. You are good, Field, a believer of the goddess of conspiracy. Don't panic, there is water transportation, don't waste your energy growing food. Field used an inciting tone to comfort him. You are good at taming and capturing monsters, you can use monsters to exchange food, gold coins, armor and necessities with me. If the enemy attacks, you can retreat and fight with me. The enemy is strong and I am weak, there is no reason for me to kill my allies. This is not a joke. If you can't even defeat the queen, you are eager to fight internally, and you are not far from failure. After thinking for a long time, the wild beast baron agreed and asked, "What monster do you want? Let's negotiate the price first. In the entire empire, no one knows more about monsters than me, and I can definitely meet your needs. Do you have dragons?" Field's eyes lit up. Baron Beast's eyes darkened. Who has such a thing? Then I want a dragon, a good variety, with great potential. Although the blood eagle is good, its body structure is not suitable for carrying heavy objects. Carrying a knight is already the limit, and it belongs to a light armor unit. Field planned to form a dragon heavy cavalry regiment. Dragons can be equipped with heavy armor, fight on the ground, or act as bombers. If it doesn't work, it's also good to transform Black Feather. That's fine. Baron B simply agreed. The two signed a trade agreement at the price of 900 gold coins per dragon. Afterwards, they agreed to support each other and fight against the queen together. As soon as Baron Beast left, Black Feather became worried, lowered his body, and said sadly, "My lord, he doesn't look like a good person. What if he turns against us and attacks our city?" "Don't worry, I will arrange it in place. I have a vast territory and a sparse population, and I can't control the two provinces in a short time. It's better to let Baron Beast help me develop Northwind City." Field patted his head. "Send some spies over to learn his breeding and magic beast catching techniques. Next, let's explore the Goblin City." The underground elf ruins in Frostfire territory could not be explored at the beginning because of the lack of electricity and blockades. Now that the Thunder Dragon is here, it will definitely be able to restart. Took Black Feather and Thunder Dragon and just left the fortress and walked for half an hour. "Hey, has the Night territory produced a new God's Chosen again?" Field noticed that on the small map, a green dot was flying towards him at an astonishing speed. "Could it be that I have awakened the aura of kingship?" Field was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but think about it for a while, and then he was alert. "Everyone be careful, there is a God's Chosen flying towards us." "Yes, my lord, be careful." Hey, you drew out the raven feather sword and was on guard. "It's Chingin and..." "Who is this?" Field saw the person clearly. It turned out to be Chingin driving the Blood Eagle. "My lord, this is Leia. You have met before." Chingin jumped off the eagle's back and covered her mouth with a smile. "She wants to see you." Field looked up and down at the slender woman in front of him. She had a slender neck and slender ankles. She had long wavy brown hair and a brown long skirt with a full literary temperament. At first glance, she was a quiet girl who was engaged in art. The only drawback was that she was a little thin and looked fragile. But then again, she was still sea level with such a thin body, which was quite promising. "Welcome, you finally don't hide your face." Field greeted happily. "You are very beautiful, don't be shy." Thinking that the Night territory would soon have a God-chosen pharmacist, Field almost hummed with excitement. "No, I'm not shy, it's..." Leia's voice got smaller and smaller, almost like a mosquito's buzz. She pursed her lips and lowered her head, looking like a pitiful little girl. She was afraid in her heart, and the demons were the shadow in her heart, but she didn't want to cause the Night territory to be destroyed by the devil. If she was not discovered by the demons, it would be great to hide in the Morning territory forever, even if it was threatened by war and disaster, even if there were very evil and strange lords. I saw with my own eyes that the lord tried to grab Miss Chingin's thigh. Seeing the other party hesitating, Field began to sweat. It's terrible that the pharmacist wants to do something bad. "Did you add poison to the potion, or poison the well?" "No, how could I do such a thing?" Leia raised her eyebrows and pouted her lips angrily. "Goddess witness, I have never thought of such a terrible thing." Chapter 998. It's good that it's not poisoned. Wipe off the cold sweat. Field's pupils trembled, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at strange places. "Could it be that you usually add Appa tea to the potions you make?" "What is Appa tea?" Leia looked innocent. "Dear lady, for the sake of the goddess, you must not listen to his nonsense." Qianjiao glared at Field, whispered to her ear, "Appa tea is urine, this bad guy is teasing you." "Hey, hey, hey." Leia imagined the bottle going to the toilet in her mind, and she was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. She screamed, her ears turned red as if she was slightly drunk, and hurriedly explained, "Who would add that kind of thing to the potion?" "Why else are you sorry?" Shrugged, Field was confused. "I caused everyone to fall into the crisis of the demons. I really didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect the demons to be able to track us to the Moonmark continent." Biting her lip, Leia sighed helplessly. "Please hand me over and save everyone." In her opinion, no one would offend the powerful demons. Humans are just food for the demons. Demons have powerful claws and terrifying magic. She saw the saint resist with her own eyes, but she only killed 3 or 4 lowest level monsters. Can you tell me in detail? Field remembered what he saw in the high castle and frowned slightly. Yes. Leia nodded resolutely. I will speak faster, and time may not be much. She gestured and told all the things about the demons keeping humans in captivity. After speaking, Leia seemed to have lost all her strength. Anyway, she would be killed by the demons sooner or later, so it would be better to return to the arms of the goddess earlier. Relieved and giving up resistance, she quietly waited for the Lord in front of her to fly into a rage, scold her, and then quickly kneel down to the devil. The demons are dying, they even keep humans in captivity to eat. No wonder you tremble with fear when you see me. Field was furious, and angrily threw a punch in the air, and cursed a bunch of unbearable dirty words. Dare to run to the night, this is no longer an ordinary demon, we must hit hard. Leia, who was originally waiting to be caught, was really angry when she saw the Lord. But she didn't expect that he was not angry at her. What's going on? Is it some kind of suppression before praise? Or is he waiting for her to relax so that he can catch her better? It's not necessary. She is not the chosen one of the gods of battle, and has no ability to resist. My lord, I'm ready. She stretched out her hand, indicating that she could put on the shackles. I feel deeply sorry for your plight. Field lowered his voice, and comforted as gently as possible. Don't worry. No one in our territory will be sent to the devil. Heiyu smiled. I will protect everyone. Ah? Leia was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and her outstretched hands were half hanging. She thought of 10,000 ways to die, but she didn't expect that the Lord would not hand her over. Please don't joke, the girl said stubbornly. There is no need to fool you. He laughed twice, grabbed her hanging hand, and wiped it hard twice. Field thought for a moment and explained, maybe you have been locked in a cage and don't know the outside world. The demons only occupy a corner of the world and bully you. The so-called King Akin is at most a village chief. Whether it is a superior race, you have to fight to know. There are only soldiers who died in the night territory, but no king who kneels to beg for life. The environment in which this girl was born was very bad, which made her mistakenly believe that humans were weak and were food. Little did she know that the demons only dared to divide humans into villages and towns for rule. Field had a certain understanding of the world situation. The demons and the Moonmark continent were separated by the Elf Alliance and the vast ocean. Before the Elf Alliance was defeated, even if there were demon invasions, the number would never be so large that it was difficult to deal with. Really? Leia couldn't believe it. King Akin was majestic and tolerant on weekdays. The people in the territory didn't have to work to get food. Everyone just had to eat, sleep, and have fun. Lord Field was cruel and domineering. He once executed the royal delegation and paraded them through the streets. On weekdays, he was either fighting in the south and the north, or doing some shameful things. Such a cruel lord actually chose to protect everyone at the critical moment. Incredible. Stop talking nonsense. Until he couldn't convince her with words, Field smiled and said, let's make a contract, so you can rest assured. But my soul has been marked by the demon god, and she can sense my location. As she said that, she released the goddess mark, and there was indeed a black and purple thing. The mark on the soul was transferred to the mark after awakening. The little angel should be able to solve it, but she is busy. Heiyu, see if you can handle it. Leave it to me. Heiyu sensed a little. I have a way to remove the curse. You relax your mind and don't struggle. Fusion. Without saying anything, Heiyu merged with Leia, and the power surged. Flawless heart sword. Hearing the clear sound of the sword, the soul was as pure and flawless as if it had been washed. Heiyu quickly unfused, and the whole process took only a dozen seconds. Okay, in fact, the spiritual consciousness can be erased at will, but to be safe, I still use the heart sword. Hey! It's really gone. Leia opened her mouth wide, unbelievable. Her nightmare, actually. Just solved like this? It was as if she had experienced an absurd dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Now you should accept the invitation and join the night territory. Field said happily. Whoa! Her eyes became hot, and her vision was blurred. Leia threw herself into Field's arms, and cried, like a wrong child. After crying, Leia obediently handed over the soul contract. Name, Leia, first level, goddess, magic goddess, branch potion goddess. Artifact, magic potion vortex bottle. Any potion can be made into an enhanced version with this artifact, and the effect is greatly enhanced. First divine skill, God-given healing potion. Description, consume all divine power to condense a special healing potion, which can restore some vitality of the chosen gods of the same level. Can easily cure ordinary people's diseases and plagues. Potion shelf life. 1 month. Can be used continuously for a short period of time. Talent. Potion genius. As long as there are materials, you can find all kinds of weird potion formulas, of course, non-divine versions. Very practical. This is what I want. Now the internal medicine department of the Night Territory Hospital is no longer a decoration. Field was full of pride, took off his shirt, twisted it hard, and squeezed out a lot of tears. I'm too excited, sorry. Leia rubbed her eyes. Sir, there is important news from the High Castle province. The Blood Eagle Knight in charge of intelligence came running over. Count Iva has surrendered to you unconditionally. But he came to you and said that strange black clouds appeared in his village and town, and he needs your help. It should be the demons. Leia said hurriedly, Sir, I really sense that the demons came to the Moonmark continent before. Chapter 999. I remember Earl Iva, he is a good man. Since he has surrendered to me, I naturally have the obligation to protect his territory. Earl Iva is the only Earl who is not a 4th level God-chosen one, and his combat power is pitifully weak. Sir, is it really okay? Leia covered her chest, very worried. Don't worry, just stay in the territory these days, and don't run around. Field clapped his hands and suddenly asked, with the existing resources in our territory, can you make useful potions? Talking about her profession, Leia asked, which type do you want? Can you improve fighting spirit, magic awakening potion? Rubbing his hands expectantly, Field hoped. The second is lucky potion, or potion to enhance combat effectiveness. By the way, I hope the potion I develop will not have side effects. I will study the materials in the territory first, and I can give you an answer after I figure out their functions. Then go now. Well, this is for you. I don't know if it can help everyone. Leia consumed her divine power, condensed a divine potion, and gave it to Field. After sending her back to the territory, Field took the luggage for the expedition. By the way, he went to Maple Leaf Fortress and found the Queen Sia, who was forced to work. Queen Sia, I need your help. Seeing her carrying a huge stone and repairing the city wall, Field had an idea and controlled her to stop the work in her hands. She was controlled by the Netherworld disaster and had no choice but to be used like a donkey in the Night Territory. Roar! You human traitor, are you going to do evil again? Queen Sia looked disgusted and sneered coldly, you must be very satisfied to have killed so many humans and killed precious creatures of the 6th level. Thanks to you, the artifact of the Goddess of Life has been reduced to the 7th level. The end of the Moonmark continent is coming soon, and you will be nailed to the pillar of shame and be infamous for thousands of years. These days, she has been carrying corpses, and the casualties of the Imperial Army have made her particularly sad. Your speed in carrying shells is much faster than that of my other soldiers. Field sneered and stepped forward to put his arm around her shoulders. We are all brothers. In recognition of your help to our army, I will award you a medal. Shameless. Queen Sia was almost mad. You are controlling me. I thought you would become smarter as time went by. Field sighed and said contemptuously, no one of the ancient dynasty will perish in your hands. With this brain, it would be strange if it didn't perish. Predicting all day long, if you can infer the future based on predictions alone, your dynasty will not perish, and the first 4 world destructions will not happen. Shaking his head repeatedly, Field was laughed at by this old antique. Yes, we are the people of the night. We can't tie our hands and feet and let the enemy kill us. The always reasonable Black Feather couldn't help but clench his fists and angrily retorted, we are the victims. Don't care what this guy says. Field shrugged, take her with you. I want to see if she is really as righteous as she says. Queen Sia knows the demons very well. With her arrangements in the north, maybe we can get some treasures left behind. Everyone is chosen by God. Field has a big thunder dragon to assist in flying. It only took 3 days for everyone to reach the westernmost city of High Castle, Broken Sword Territory. High Castle and the north are both by the sea, but the coastline of the north is a beach and a deep water harbor, which is suitable for the development of marine fisheries and shipbuilding. Although Gaobao has a long coastline, it is full of steep cliffs. Hurricanes can blow people away. Standing on the cliff of Broken Sword Territory, there is endless sea water in the distance, and the outline of giant marine creatures can be seen faintly. My lord, is it the Songhai province to the south? Facing the strong sea breeze, the voice of Hey, you floated in my ears. The 3 western provinces are occupied by the Hero King. Field narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filled, I think we will see the Hero King soon. This guy betrayed his compatriots in the west. Arriving at the gate of Broken Sword, Field saw the vertical flag hanging at the gate of the city. changed from the gold and silver griffin vertical flag to the black and silver wolf pattern vertical flag, indicating the position. The only embarrassing thing is that in front of the bright and handsome wolf flag, there are 6 or 7 lazy garrisons, gathered together to play dice. Very good, the little scorpion hasn't recovered this place yet, and Earl Iva has taken the lead in surrendering to us. Snapping his fingers happily, Field walked forward, and was about to let the soldiers at the gate inform him. Baron Field, it turns out to be you. You have caused me so much trouble. I thought you died in the assassination, but I didn't expect. Hey! The white-haired Earl Iva sighed, and slapped his thigh when he saw Field. He ran to Field, looked at him carefully up and down in shock, and bowed and said, "Welcome to Broken Sword territory. May the light of victory always shine on you." Okay, let's skip those cumbersome etiquette. Field almost got goosebumps. Only an old noble would dare to say such a flowery word. Earl Iva, I believe you have received the photo stone I sent you. Field spread his hands helplessly. I am not rebelling, but forced to revolt. If I don't resist, I will be the one who dies. Hypocrisy? Queen Sia was unhappy and muttered in a low voice. I have tolerated you for a long time, low-level creature, you are disturbing my ears. How could the big thunder dragon Fey Freya indulge her? The arc of electricity flashed in her left hand, and she slapped her in the face. Hearing the violent sound of bang, Queen Sia was slapped away for more than 10 meters, and the demon's face was swollen. Without giving her a chance to get up, Fey Freya flashed and stepped heavily on Queen Sia with her jade feet, and said irritably, "If you say a word of nonsense in the future, I will beat you up." You? Queen Sia just said a word, and was kicked hard again, and she didn't say anything. What shocked her more than the injuries on her body was that she was actually injured by the first-level gods chosen. Iva didn't dare to ask more about what happened. He explained awkwardly, "I approve of your choice, and did not send troops to attack." Of course, he didn't have troops for him to squander. The right and wise choice. Field stood proudly with his hands on his hips. Iva sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him had the courage to fight against the Empire. The most incredible thing was that he actually won a battle and captured 2 provinces. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "I will never betray the Queen, but I can't betray justice. I hope Baron Field can accept our proposal." Say. Field stretched out his hand to signal. "We will cede the Broken Sword territory and pay 50,000 gold coins to Baron Field. My son, inherit my last territory, Sea Breeze territory, and be loyal to you." After saying that, Iva looked like he was 100 years old, and put on his noble hat. The family title came from the Griffin family. I am no longer worthy of being a noble. Chapter 1000. Oh my God, don't commit suicide. Field pushed with both hands, fearing that this old man would be so upset that he would commit suicide, while shouting loyalty to preserve his reputation. "Ah? I just want to be an ordinary citizen." Iva was confused. Ahem. Besides, I hope you can show mercy. Don't massacre the city, the citizens are innocent. After a little thought, Field understood his intention. This guy actually surrendered, but he was afraid that his children would suffer, so he wanted to keep a territory. Broken Sword City is the main city of his family. Handing over the big city, and keeping the small city is a huge concession. After a moment of silence, Field nodded in agreement. "Okay, I accept your proposal, and we will discuss the details later." If he forced him to hand over 2 territories, or adopt a strong attack strategy, he would definitely win. But Field needs nobles to be role models, and many small nobles are watching his attitude. If he is cruel and inhumane, they will resist to the end. One person's resistance is nothing, but the entire noble class, all resisting. It is definitely a torrent, especially in this era. The surrendered nobles need encouragement, so that more nobles can come to them, and then gradually reduce them in the future. There are not enough officials, so let friendly nobles manage a small amount of remote land, so that the 2 provinces can be controlled faster. Thank you for your kindness. Iva breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself. The news that Field would massacre the city wherever he went was indeed a rumor. "My lord, please enter the city, the lord's palace has been cleared out." Iva stroked his beard. "You must try the bird eggs of our Broken Sword territory." "That's not urgent. I heard that this place was invaded by the demons." "In the Sea Breeze territory." Talking about this, Iva was also very anxious. The entire Sea Breeze territory is shrouded in darkness. The witnesses said that they saw a large number of zombies and demons with scales. I have sent people to block off a nearby area. Sea Breeze territory? Isn't that your territory? Field was moved. This guy actually left the territory invaded by demons to his family. Sir, please save the people in the Sea Breeze territory. Iva wiped his cold sweat. There are still 50 warriors in the city. Please take them. After saying that, he pointed to the warriors who were crooked at the gate of the city, either sleeping or playing dice. Let them continue to watch the gate. I will take care of this matter. After saying goodbye to Iva, Field and everyone came to the neighboring Sea Breeze territory. It was pitch black, pitch black. It was clearly daytime, but the entire territory seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only the scattered trees that were close could barely see the branches. It's not a domain. Is there any justice? Field's back was cold, and he almost suffered from 6th level phobia. Don't worry, sir. This darkness is caused by some kind of space power, and it's not strong. Hey, you hugged Field's arm and comforted him gently. Ahem, that's good. Field scratched his head embarrassedly. It was too embarrassing to be comforted by a little girl. Queen Sia, who had been silent all the time, looked shocked. It's from the demon clan. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Freya's dragon pupils were wide open. She didn't care what reason you had for talking. She went up and kicked her with a sharp kick whip, kicking her far away. Oh my, you kicked someone to see the situation. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pulled up Queen Sia. What is this? She glared at everyone with resentment, and gritted her teeth. You have surrendered to the devil, don't you know? Don't let that stupid dragon man get close to me. The Dark Boundary Stone is the inscription technology of the demons. It is engraved on a stone, and can produce an artificial dark environment. The demons are like fish in water in the dark. Queen Sia seemed to recall the past. Humans often suffer from the environment when fighting against demons. The demons that have been entangled for so many days have finally been found. Do you know what they are doing here? Field was curious. How should I know? I'm not a demon, at least not my soul. Queen Sia saw Field's confused expression and doubted. Could it be that Field really didn't cooperate with the devil? Then how did he gain so much powerful power in a short period of time? Everyone get ready. We go in and kill all the demons. Field opened the small map and was about to record the terrain when the sound of wind whistled in the sky. A huge white bird-like monster landed with 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, there was only one honest man, dressed like a nobleman of his country. The women in the team jumped directly from the glowing rock and landed arrogantly, with the knight badge on their chests shining. Rian, is this the Griffin Empire you mentioned? It smells vulgar and barbaric. Felicity pouted disdainfully. I remember that Saint Fio fell in this place. Hearing the other party insulting his country, Ryan looked extremely ugly and said awkwardly, Miss Felicity, please fight for the light. For my territory, dispel the evil. Don't you have a superior lord? Felici rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the captain's request, I wouldn't bother to care. You almost made him cry. The other 3 members of the Knights were laughing, which made Ryan feel particularly embarrassed. But thinking of his own chosen ones and the future territory, Ryan still said respectfully, Please. Ahem, let me see what's going on. Seeing the outsiders, Field couldn't help but be vigilant and strode over. Where are you from? Have you got an entry permit? The High Castle is his territory. It's the Queen's business whether she cares about you, but he must have control. Entry permit, haha. Felicity sneered, as if she heard a joke. Stupid, do you know who we are? The Twilight Knights. Fuck? Hearing this familiar name, Field immediately remembered. The Twilight Knights were the brutal knights when they first met the Queen of Sia. 3 Twilight Knights of the gods chosen were killed by Little Sun. I have some impression. Field said with a funny face, I am Field, the leader of the Maid Knights. Are you interested in joining? Clown, don't get in the way. Felicity grinned disdainfully. Baron Field. When Ryan heard the name, his pupils trembled, and he ran to Field and knelt down to salute. I offer my loyalty to you, Lord. My father is Count Iva. Here, Ryan looked more honest than Iva, without any aristocratic style. According to etiquette, Field drew out the noble sword and placed it on Ryan's shoulder. I accept your loyalty. Get up, young man. Field patted the young man who was 30 or 40 years older than him. Is this your superior lord? Felicity looked Field up and down and laughed. No wonder you cry for our help. This kind of rubbish, lord. What can you solve? I think you want to die. Field narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1001. Black Feather's momentum surged, and the dark divine feathers around him fluttered, as if the goddess herself had come. Field's eyes were cold, and he was about to order them all to be killed. Felicity, don't provoke the local nobles. Another chosen one of the knights, seeing that the atmosphere was not right, patted Felicity on the shoulder. We need the support of major countries. The Twilight Knights only kill darkness and disasters. Rian, you begged us to come. Who do you think should leave? Felicity pointed at Ryan and questioned. Please leave. Ryan gathered his courage and pointed at the sea. I won't recover the commission fee, but please leave. I can't betray the Lord. Field deliberately provoked. If you don't dare to stay to fight the demons, don't make excuses. Get out of here, Brother Faye. Humph, without us Twilight Knights to protect the world, the demons would have torn you all to pieces long ago. You short-sighted trash. Felicity wanted to curse, but was dragged away by her companions. But they didn't leave, but hid in the forest. Why are you dragging me? He's just a lord. We've killed him before. Felicity rubbed her hands, and was crazy. If it weren't for our knight's protection, they could live a stable life. In her opinion, if it weren't for the Twilight Knights protecting the Moonscar continent, the people here would have been killed by monsters long ago. Don't do insignificant things. The handsome and fair knight, Victor, lowered his voice and said, It's not difficult to kill a noble, but nobles are all in groups. It will attract more nobles and troops, which is not good for our plan to find the chosen devil. Are you really going to waste your time killing demons? Felici pouted, If we kill all the demons, who will hire us? Don't you think so, Tasha? Who said we should kill? We should catch them. Tasha explained in a low voice, As long as there is a demon chosen by God, we can let the demon destroy and kill in the future, and our income will be much higher. Just letting the demons take action and kill the powerful can gain countless wealth, and we can also get it all. After preparing the luggage, the four people were fully armed and merged into the darkness. At this time, Field was paying attention to the small map. Seeing them enter the darkness, he was no longer in a hurry to deal with them. If they really left, Field would chase them instead. Well done, Ryan. Turning around and giving a thumbs up, Field praised him. My lord, we are in big trouble. The Twilight Knights are powerful and good at burning, killing and looting. You must be careful of their revenge. Ryan was anxious, pulling his hair, looking painful, as if the sky was falling. Don't worry, I know what's going on. After meeting St. Falco and the others last time, Field checked the information. The main responsibility of the Twilight Knights is to block overseas space nodes, prevent disasters and evil forces, and teleport into the Moonscar continent. Members are volunteers from all over the world. As long as they pass the trial and swear to protect the Moonscar continent, they can join. It's a pity that its corruption speed is faster than the arrival of disasters. As the old knights with faith die, few of the new knights are considered human. The Twilight Knights today are more like the Twilight Bandits. There are only 3 types of income: robbery, trade, and accepting demon exorcism commissions. Of course, the money encountered during the commission process is also part of the income. You said before that your chosen one is also in Sea Breeze City? Yes, the only 3rd-level chosen one of my family, a guest, and all the people of Sea Breeze territory are shrouded in darkness. Lien had dark circles under his eyes and looked desperate. Go back to Broken Sword territory, and I will solve everything. Let's go into Sea Breeze territory without delay. Taking a deep breath, Field stepped into the darkness. It was as if he had passed through a mist, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky was dark, as if it was late at night. Sea Breeze City just lay quietly in the darkness, with only sporadic green light. Feeling the ground moving faintly, Field guessed that the demons were doing a big project. There are low-level creatures. Hey, they don't look like living creatures. The lightning of the Thunder Dragon flowed, and he raised a cold smile excitedly. It doesn't matter, anyway, something is approaching. Following the direction of the Thunder Dragon's finger, Field looked. It was a woman with disheveled hair, running quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the woman rushed directly to everyone's face. Sadako! When Field saw the face with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his hair stood on end, and he jumped 3 feet high. The other party was a pale, extremely terrifying undead with his tongue sticking out. He was not afraid of encountering a rotten corpse, but everyone would be afraid of encountering an undead unexpectedly. Even Heiyu, a 5th-level disaster, was so scared that he hugged Field's waist and buried his head in Field's arms like an ostrich. Ha, you are too timid. Faye Freya snorted coldly, and her noble temperament bloomed. Raising her hand to condense the lightning gun, she flashed in front of the undead, and put her face to face with the undead. Ah! The undead was stunned by the super-large woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. After being an undead for so many years, this was the first time she was frightened by a living person. She burst into resentment and screamed, "Dare to scare me? You're looking for death." She stretched out her long nails and pinched Faye Freya's snow-white neck. Ha ha ha, cute. Faye Freya was extremely excited, and the thunder gun in her hand swept out domineeringly and fiercely. Hearing the shrill scream, the moment the undead touched the thunder, it was directly shattered, leaving no residue. What? This kind of thing scared you? Faye Freya glanced at everyone teasingly, laughing so hard that her body shook. Field recovered, touched his cheek awkwardly, and quickly adjusted his mentality. The undead are just the creation of the underworld, just a race, not mysterious, and can still be killed. The survivors are hiding in the Lord's palace. Let's go and rescue the survivors first. This place looks familiar, but I can't remember it. Queen Sia glanced at Haifeng City, fell into deep thought, and quickly followed the pace of the crowd. There were few monsters outside the city, and everyone quickly came to the city gate. The city gate was full of blood. The soldiers guarding the city had been reduced to half of their bodies, and there were traces of bites on their bodies. Replacing the guards were two bat-shaped statues. The horrifying scene instantly ignited Field's anger. Dare to run to my territory to kill people. Field drew out the golden sword with a clang, fighting spirit, and magic power flowed. Don't be ambushed, that's a gargoyle. It is a common warning method used by the demon army. Once you get close, they will turn back into monsters. Queen Sia was entangled in her heart, but thinking of the rampage of the demons, she still reluctantly reminded Field. Okay. Field's fighting spirit surged, and a punch that swept through the fighting skills blasted the head of a bat statue. The other statue did react. The stone fragments fell off, and an ugly black bat monster broke through the stone statue and jumped out. It was instantly shattered by Heiyu's sword light. Keep going. Chapter 1002. Hundreds of Demon King army monsters were guarding behind the city gates. The corpses piled up like mountains around them, and they were devouring flesh and blood. Some beautiful women were defeated by demons. Demons are very interested in humans, and can give birth to demons, or rare but powerful demon sons, or demon daughters. Demon sons are often born to become lords or chosen ones. Demon, let me out, I want to duel with you. Help, help. Please, let my child go. Many humans were locked in cages by them, watching their loved ones being eaten by demons, but they were powerless. Lesser demon, has the human granary been polluted? A female snake demon covered with scales spit out her tongue and laughed sinisterly. Even if we can't set off a wave of undead during this exploration, we must discuss humans. Lord Sokka, we have already put corpse poison in the granary. The ugly brown lesser demon, hunched over, cheered obscenely. We must make the lowly humans feel fear. This time you have made great contributions. You will definitely be rewarded and gain more undead territories. Hiss. Hearing the compliment, Sokka looked satisfied and stepped on the lesser demon's head. Continue to capture the blood food around. Don't let go of even frogs and rabbits. Every drop of blood is extremely precious. Praise the upper demon. In the eyes of the demons, it is the greatest honor for the upper to touch themselves. The lesser demon shouted excitedly. Humans tremble because of your slaughter. I saw you kill more than 100 human soldiers with my own eyes. That's right, we need more slaughter to defeat the elves that are in the way. Sokka grinned proudly. As for the human lords, they are not worthy of being enemies. They are not qualified. The elves must think so too. Wait, there are humans coming. The monsters were chatting happily, and Sokka suddenly sensed that the two gargoyles on guard were killed. Is there anyone who is not afraid of death and dares to offend the demons? Surprised, Sokka spit out his tongue and burst out his divine power. He was about to rush out of the city to see who was so bold. Boom! Thunder exploded. Through the city wall, the demons saw the brilliant lightning outside the city spreading like a spider web. What? Before the monsters could react. Bang! The city wall was shattered by the overbearing force, and a strong shock wave directly broke the wall and rushed in. The thunder snake surged, mixed with countless rubble and crushed it, and the demons who were close were directly blasted into pieces. Even if it was not hit directly, the wandering thunder could domineeringly cut off the life of all those who came into contact with it in an instant. The graceful and majestic figure of a woman walked out of the ruins, and dust domineeringly, and with a wave of her sleeves, the smoke and dust were dispersed. Roar! Another low-level creature. Glancing at Sokka jokingly, Faye Freya sensed that it was a third-level god's chosen, but she still arrogantly said low-level creature, not taking the other party seriously at all. Dare to disrespect our masters, go to hell. A third-level inferior demon soldier, holding two meat cleavers, jumped high and chopped at Faye Freya. Heh, get out. Faye Freya didn't even use the artifact, and shook her hand like a fly. The terrifying destructive power condensed into a blue-purple lightning spear in an instant, and accurately twisted into the inferior demon's head. A blinding flash of light exploded, and the head of the inferior demon exploded like a watermelon. The iron helmet with arcs crackling flew far away. What is that? Feeling the murderous intent for no reason, Sokka covered his heart in disbelief, and his scales stood up. The talent of the snake demons can sense danger. The first-level gods chosen in front of her made her feel fear instinctively. Too weird. We must test and consume the enemy. Sokka sent out his men, while waiting for the Thunder Dragon in a sinister way. All of you, whoever kills her can enjoy her flesh and blood. And serve as the team leader. Hearing the encouragement of the gods chosen, the corpses, undead and inferior demons around rushed out in unison. More and more. Freya couldn't control herself when she started fighting. Her dragon pupils trembled wildly, and she exhaled a hot breath excitedly. It's fun to kill like this. Raising her hand and grabbing the sky, the majestic divine power was like a flood, gathering into a heavenly thunder spear. The blue-purple magic ring behind her instantly bloomed. She was not in a hurry to kill, but turned her head and commanded with a queen-like temperament. It's rare to encounter a suitable prey. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. You be careful. Field's face was full of black lines. The enemy is coming. Ding ding dang dang. 60 or 70 monsters seized the opportunity and rushed to attack nearby. All kinds of claws and swords attacked, but they were blocked by the invisible divine shield 3 meters away from Freya, knocking out ripples. It seems that there is an invisible wall in the air. The poor brain of the inferior demon could not guess that this thing was Freya's divine shield. Lightning flashed, and Freya swept the lightning spear across. Bang bang bang, and all the monsters that surrounded and attacked were exploded into blood mist. Even the powerful thunder that was wandering in it was dyed bright red under the blood light. Freya walked out of the blood mist gracefully, without a drop of blood, extremely charming. What is that? Mom, help me. Goddess, another monster has come, they are snatching food. Not to mention the snake demon Sokka, even the humans who were expecting to be saved were scared. This guy doesn't look like he is here to save people. Are there any appetizers? Send him over quickly, I can't wait. Freya licked the corner of her mouth and felt the backlash, but the original divine power was also accumulating. The arrogant dragon man, disguised as a first level. But in the dark, it is the cradle of our demon clan. Although he sensed the danger, the demon clan respected the strong. If he retreated, he would definitely be tortured when he returned, such as rewarding 500 dog demons, in order to resume his position. Level 3 divine skill, Shadow 100 slashes. Sokka grinned as she blended into the darkness. She decided to use all her strength from the beginning, relying on her speed advantage to kill her instantly. Moreover, she took advantage of the fact that the inferior demons were dying just now to ambush her god-chosen guards. In the darkness, Sokka's demonic body was like a fish in muddy water, appearing and disappearing. Instantly she came behind Freya, laughed triumphantly, and slashed with both swords. Clang! The dragon's tail swung violently, blocking the terrifying slash. Although Sokka was stunned, she had experienced many battles, and slashed out with continuous sword lights in an instant, which was dazzling. Turning her head, with a cold smile, Freya only stabbed out a shot. Swish! The heavenly thunder spear steadily hit Sokka's artifact double swords, and then, a strong electric current actually flowed along the double swords and directly poured into Sokka's body. The violent destructive thunder destroyed Sokka's internal organs wantonly. Wow! Sokka didn't expect this move, and screamed in pain. It's so noisy. He punched Sokka and sent him flying, crashing into the city wall. Freya took a step forward, flashed above Sokka, stomped her feet hard, and stepped the unfortunate snake demon into the ground. Don't die, I haven't had enough fun yet. Freya looked at him like trash. Chapter 1003. Black Feather, be ready to reinforce at any time. Field watched Freya fighting, sweating profusely. This big thunder dragon is too fierce. A first-level dare to challenge a third-level god's chosen. You fell into the trap. Go to hell, dragon man. Sokka, who was stepped on, disappeared from the panic in his eyes, and his mind moved. The darkness twisted, and the seven-headed snake demon broke the invisible state, and used fighting skills in unison. These are her god's chosen guards, who have been hiding around. The special scales of the snake demon can make them achieve a perfect stealth effect in the dark. And their blood is cold, and their breath is weak, making it difficult for people to detect. Roar! Facing the 7 fighting skills, Freya raised her sword eyebrows, and laughed contemptuously. Her figure turned into lightning, and flashed out more than 10 meters in an instant. Mixed fighting spirits collided and intertwined. Scales mixed with blood flew, and the seven-headed snake demon's attack not only landed in the air, but also caused accidental injuries. What? Sokka jumped up in shock. First level divine skill, destroy the thunder dragon. The moment Fei Freya dodged, countless thunders gathered rapidly, gathering her into a thunder dragon. There was no dragon's life at all, and this dragon was completely made of destructive divine power. The arc flickered and jumped, like a nuclear bomb about to explode. Fei Freya urged the dragon to accelerate in an instant. Buzz! Dragging a long tail in the air, the thunder dragon hit the snake demon in the blink of an eye, and thousands of thunders exploded. The blood mist exploded, and the guards of the gods were ruthlessly killed. Sokka, who had just stood up, collided with the thunder dragon head-on, and the whole person was annihilated in the blazing lightning. How is this possible? Sokka's eyes were red with anger. The scale armor that he was so proud of was instantly broken into pieces, and every inch of his skin was bitten by the destructive force. After barely holding on for 3 breaths, the lightning penetrated his chest. The thunder dragon exploded and dissipated, and Sokka, who was charred all over, was nailed to death on the lightning spear. That's it? It's better to die if it can't bring me pleasure. Fei Freya pressed his body to the ground like throwing garbage, stepped on it with her undecorated snow-white feet, and pulled out the lightning spear. The combat power of the destruction disaster is simply outrageous. The scene of quickly killing the 3rd level made Queen Sia stunned. It's completely different from corruption and the Netherworld disaster. Although she killed the chosen one of the demon clan, she was not happy at all. Thinking that this thing was resurrected and she had contributed to it, she wanted to strangle herself to death. Feld, how many disasters do you have to release before you are satisfied? Queen Sia was in agony. In the future war of annihilation, how should the living beings deal with so many disasters? The people who didn't know they were saved held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. They were afraid that the dragon people in front of them would kill them all. I am curious about how much help the living beings in the future can provide me. Fei Freya's divine power surged. With a hook of her finger, Sokka's body collapsed, and the mark of the goddess of death turned into 3 purple thunder spirits, which swam around the heavenly thunder spear, gorgeous and cool. Catastrophe Thunder Spirit, 3 pieces, a total of 30% increase in the power of divine skills. Why are there only 3 thunder spirits? Oh, it turns out that it has been promoted to the 2nd level divine choice. The body frantically absorbed the original divine power accumulated by Sokka, and Fei Freya quickly completed the promotion. Advancement will allow the thunder spirit to merge. After all, killing a 1st level condensed thunder spirit is definitely not as good as killing a 2nd level thunder spirit. Puff. Fei Freya was about to turn around and show off to Field. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and her brows were furrowed. She reached out her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth in disbelief. She almost fell to the ground, holding the thunder gun tightly. Fei Freya was unhappy. Is this backlash? Big Thunder Dragon, are you okay? Field hurried over and wanted to help her, but found that her arms were wrapped in arcs of electricity. The rest of the body was white again, and he didn't know where to help. Seeing Field's hand, it was shadowing under her bunny, as if to lift it up. Fei Freya glared at him fiercely. Are you poisoned by a snake? I have a magical potion that can cure all diseases. Field took out the potion awkwardly. Don't joke, I won't be hurt by prey. Fei Freya waved her hands repeatedly. It's the backlash of the law. I sense a powerful force that is rejecting my existence. Then you take a rest first, and leave the next battle to us. Field recalled that the backlash suffered by the Thunder Dragon was lighter than that of the Little Sun. Under normal circumstances, if it was killed across levels, it would have fainted long ago. I have advanced to the 2nd level, how can I add points? I hate making choices the most. Fei Freya was very irritable. She vaguely remembered that she didn't have to worry about adding points in her previous life. As long as you advance, you will naturally get divine skills. So fast? Destruction is upgraded rapidly. I now declare that you are the fastest upgraded legend in the Night Territory. Field sighed. There are still many 1st level creatures in the territory. Each god system has its own characteristics. The disaster system upgrades rapidly, but often exhausts the resources. Creatures need to snowball. Once they have the support of rich territories, they can be born and grow in batches. Clicking on Fei Freya's panel, Field was surprised to find that this guy's points are very special. Combining the territory, the chosen one and the lord, Fei Freya has the following points options. 1. Bloodthirsty Thunder Spirit, get bright red thunder. Each bloodthirsty thunder spirit provides a small amount of life absorption gain. 2. Shining Thunder Spirit, Get Shining White Thunder. Each Shining Thunder Spirit provides a small amount of defense gain. 3. Instant Health Thunder Spirit. Get Blue Thunder. Each Instant Health Thunder Spirit provides a small amount of agility and divine skill release speed. Note, there is no need to choose between Thunder Spirits. Their power comes from the different attributes of the killed chosen ones. Note, choosing different Thunder Spirits, Fae Freya will get different talents or divine skills. So that's it. Field told Fae Freya about the choice and asked for her opinion. I order you to choose. Fae Freya waved her hands repeatedly, folding her arms across her chest. I hate making choices the most. You can choose whatever you want. Anyway, I am invincible. Kill all the creatures in this world, and any magical skill will be enough. This guy, is he suffering from choice difficulty? Field's mouth twitched. But what she said was indeed right. The snowballing ability of this big thunder dragon was extremely terrifying. Field was a little worried whether Little Sun could beat her in the future. After all, Little Sun was a mage, and Big Thunder Dragon was an assassin, and the ability to charge was too strong. After a little thought, Field asked and considered again, and chose Instant Prison Thunder Spirit. After all, the divine shield of the destruction of disasters was thick enough, and it was difficult for them to be hurt. The blood-sucking and defense abilities were not very useful. In the future war, let the mermaid and the pharmacist provide her with shields and potions. The surrounding divine power surged violently, and Fae Freya's breath rose steadily, completing the advancement. Queen Sia, who was standing by, was almost mad with anger, but she was powerless to change the situation. Chapter 1004. New Divine Skill, Folding Thunderbird. Description: condensing a large number of high-speed tracking Thunderbirds. After the Thunderbirds hit the enemy, they explode and cause a weak electric effect. Fae Freya, for the target hit by the Thunderbird, can cause the effect of penetrating the divine shield. Not bad. Fae Freya sensed the new divine skill, and nodded with satisfaction. My lord, the granary of the Sea Breeze territory has been poisoned. Hey, you quickly checked the surrounding environment, and came back to report, maybe Miss Angel has a way. It must not be eaten before the curse is removed. Field snorted coldly. The undead are worthy of being the creation of the netherworld. Even the means are so despicable. I almost forgot to ask, hey you, to what extent have you accumulated your original divine power? Slapping his head, Field remembered the battle with the Earl of Fire. When he killed the 6th level God's Choice, he didn't know whether you had obtained the original divine power. After all, you in the fusion state could not steal the divine skills. Reporting to the Lord, I got half. The other half of the original divine power was lost due to the fusion. You lowered his eyebrows and looked very guilty. Sorry, I disappoint you. Not bad, better than getting nothing. Field rubbed her head happily, and secretly decided to give priority to cultivating you next. The Night Territory needs a 6th level person to sit in, otherwise it will always be restricted by the 6th level god. Save the people in the territory, and we will continue to set off. Yes. You nodded obediently. The Ailing sword shattered back and forth, smashing the skeleton cage that trapped the people in the territory. The people in the territory were startled by the sword light, and thought they were going to kill them. After the cage exploded, everyone touched their necks in disbelief. These people in front of them were actually here to save them? A strange human figure hidden in a black robe, a dragon man, and 2 humans. This strange team looks like adventurers. Hide in a big house, block the door with miscellaneous items, and wait for me to kill all the demons. Field waved his hand, signaling the people to go back to the house. Sir, please accept this money. Are you an exorcist? A white-haired old man took out a dozen copper coins, and handed them over with tears in his eyes. I am the lord of your lord, Field. Ah! The old man shuddered and almost scattered the copper coins. For the goddess' sake, please forgive my unreasonableness. In the eyes of the people, not recognizing the big man is a sin. Field didn't care. After all, for the convenience of fighting, he didn't wear complicated noble clothes. He immediately waved his hand to signal them to go back. By the way, don't eat the food in the territory. The demons have poisoned it. The closer you get to the center of the town, the more corpses and blood there are on the ground. Many people have been transformed into corpses, or undead by the demons. Everyone cleared the way along the way. They couldn't withstand the sword of you anyway, so they quickly fought their way out, and soon arrived near the Lord's Palace. The street where the Lord's Palace was located was densely packed with zombie heads, with more than 1,000 of them. Help, help! Goddess, reinforcements finally came. Field was about to release his fighting skills, when he suddenly heard someone yelling from the opposite side. On the top floor of the palace, the wooden windows were wide open. A man in gorgeous merchant clothes waved wildly at Field with a terrified look. "Come and save me. I have money. I will pay you 10,000 gold coins." The merchant yelled at Field in an imperative tone, "Do you hear me? Roar!" Such a noise immediately attracted 7 or 8 gargoyles to besiege and tear the windows wildly. Fortunately, there were also God's chosen in the house, who barely repelled the gargoyles. However, the gate downstairs of the palace lacked a God's chosen to defend it. Countless corpse ghosts and inferior demons smashed the gate and rushed in, and screams were heard immediately in the house. Similarly, the demons found Field and others, and rushed in like a tide. "Stupid teammates, I'm just killing monsters. Why are you shouting? Everyone quickly rescue." Field was speechless, and his fighting spirit surged. He summoned the artifact armor and golden sword and slashed into the corpses. Blood splattered, and Field swung a sword with fighting spirit, slashing it out, and 7 or 8 good heads fell off. A punch was thrown, and the inferior demons that scratched over exploded. Field killed 20 or 30 corpse monsters in a row, and killed crazily. The corpse ghosts controlled by the demons were stiff in movement, and their strength and desire to attack were far less powerful than the rotten corpses. They were just targets. You summoned the Raven Feather Sword, injected a huge amount of divine power into it, and instantly transformed it into more than 300 swords, and the sword light instantly covered the entire block. Countless demons were ruthlessly killed without even seeing the enemy. The people in the palace had watched the demons rush in, and fell into despair. Master Aiden rolled and crawled to the corner, shouting, "Damn it, those idiots have alarmed the undead. Goddess, save me, woo-woo." The 2 chosen ones in the house were pitifully weak in combat power, and could only resist with the remaining guards. But soon, they were shocked to find that the pressure was disappearing like the ebb tide. "Come and look outside the window, Ilti." Jasmine waved repeatedly. When they came to the window, the survivors' eyes widened immediately. The demons on the entire street fell in the sword light like harvesting wheat, and soon piled up like a hill. They couldn't even struggle against a simple enemy, and the 2 looked at each other in disbelief. Is it an adventurer or an exorcist? The merchant who had been shouting before recovered from his panic and looked out the window. He found that the demons were indeed dead, and he jumped for joy. "I called for help. It must be the goddess who had mercy on me. Oh my god, this is all my credit. Did you disturb the undead?" Master Aiden was angry. "I will let Grandpa Roll execute you." Young master, it's not like that." The merchant quickly changed his face to please. It was the adventurers outside. Their crude exorcism methods disturbed the undead. How could my prayer to the goddess disturb the undead? The people around him nodded in approval. Prayers are for the goddess. Even if you yell, you can only drive away monsters. How can you attract enemies? Woo, 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 thank the goddess. It's all because of those stupid exorcists. My nephew was killed by a corpse monster. The people in the territory said more and more outrageous things. Don't talk nonsense. The 2 chosen ones shuddered and scolded everyone. Using fighting spirit to isolate the blood, Field swaggered into the Lord's palace. Some of the people around him thanked him, some shrank back, and some glared at him. "Thank you for your help." Jasmine and Ilti hurried over to salute. "We are running out of power, and almost can't hold on." "Thank you very much. Normal chosen ones have limited power. Facing the attack of more than 1,000 demons, they really can't stand it." "Haha, it's good that you're okay." Seeing that the chosen ones were okay, Field nodded happily. After all, he would take back the nobles' territory sooner or later. Rounding off, their chosen ones are half of their own people. By the way, where is the person who was lying on the windowsill and promised to give me 10,000 gold coins? Come out. Field said with a dark face. Chapter 1005. 10,000 gold coins. Do you plan to give me a voucher for exchange, or transport it to my house by carriage? Field extended his hand unceremoniously. This merchant was too rich. A village could not produce a tax of 100 gold coins. I didn't intend to ask for money for saving people, but this merchant caused trouble and promised to give money, so I had to ask for it. What gold coins? Seeing Field asking for money, the merchant Gale pretended to be stupid. When did I promise? We haven't signed a contract. What the hell? Are you playing law with me? Field's eyes widened in shock, and he snorted coldly. I advise you to think it over. I hate people who go back on their words and play tricks on me the most. Besides, I didn't ask you to save us. It was the goddess who saved us. Gale changed his face and said sarcastically, Goddess, please forgive this ignorant man. He is so greedy. Without your help, there will be others to help. As long as I have money, I can find mercenaries at any time, understand? Boy! It's not that he doesn't have gold coins, he just doesn't want to pay. After all, he has the support of the future lord, so he is really not afraid. Field was angry and sneered. Then don't give it. That's good enough, sensible. Gale was complacent, but Field's golden sword was unsheathed, and the crisp sound of the sword made people's backs cold. He was startled and waved his hands quickly. Stranger, my future lord is here. If you mess with me, in the future. You still want a future, and you're making a wish to me? Before Gale finished speaking, Field rushed over and kicked him hard in the stomach with a fierce football kick. His internal organs exploded, and Gale's eyes instantly filled with blood. He couldn't believe that someone dared to attack him at the risk of angering the Lord. Don't give me the money, save it for hell. He kicked him into 3 folds, and Field's sword flashed, cleanly chopping his head off. Blood splattered, frightening everyone and screaming loudly as if they had seen a ghost. You? The 2 chosen ones were shocked, and Ilti was the first to react. He pushed with both hands and comforted them with a pleasant voice. Don't be angry, sir. This idiot must be possessed by the devil, damn it. What possession? Don't be superstitious, I just don't like this guy. Field waved his hand indifferently. This domineering style made Ilti stunned. She wanted to give Field a way out. After all, killing free people in front of the nobles is a serious crime. Even for other nobles, this behavior is considered a provocation. You are? Jasmine rubbed her smooth chin, vaguely guessing. I am Field. Field was speechless, scratching his head awkwardly. Damn it, I will never wear adventurer clothes again. His prestige was too low, and he rarely participated in noble activities. In order to facilitate fighting, he did not wear noble clothes, and no one recognized him when he ran out. Lord. Jasmine hurriedly lifted her skirt to salute, but Ertie was frightened and saluted tremblingly. Well, get up. Field said in confusion. Didn't you say that your family only has one chosen one? This is. I am here as a guest. Ertie hurriedly explained, sweating profusely. The person in front of him slaughtered all the shadow cults. If he was found by him, he would definitely be hacked to death. The shadow cult that threatened him was finally destroyed, and he just wanted to live a good life. The 2 were disheveled and smelled of blood. Field was too lazy to ask more questions, and pointed at Aiden with interest. Who is this young man? He is the grandson of Count Iva. Jasmine pushed Aiden's shoulder and urged, call someone quickly. Aiden stiffened his neck, hummed twice, and his face was full of resentment. In his opinion, Field was the villain who robbed the family wealth. His future wealth was inexplicably reduced by more than half. What's more hateful is that he also killed the businessman who made money for him. Why call me Lord? We are all one family. Seeing him like this, Field was not angry but happy, and said happily, I like young people with personality. This child is an adult, but he is still childish. After all, his grandfather and father are kind people who spoiled him. Jasmine apologized embarrassedly. She was secretly shocked. This Field, who has just come of age, has become a local overlord. It is true that people are different. If Field can gain a foothold, it would be nice to join him in the future. No need to apologize. I plan to build our 3 northern provinces into a whole. I have thought of a name. It is called A Loving Family. Field looked funny. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. My lord, the main force of the demons is in the lake south of the city. I don't know what they are doing. Jasmine couldn't help but feel tired, and fell on the chair behind her. There are only a pile of broken stones in the lake. Lake? Field frowned slightly, becoming more and more confused about what this group of demons are doing. On the contrary, the Queen Sia on the side had a gleam in her eyes. Let's go and take a look. Taking everyone with him, Field continued to head south. Little guy, that thing, what grandson. It's really annoying to look at. Just kill them all. Not far from the palace, the big thunder dragon killing addiction came, rubbing his hands. I haven't hunted for 30 minutes. That guy's eyes are angry, and we saved them. Hey, you nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect Earl Iva to be kind, but his grandson is not a good person. Earl Iva and his son, who can take out the Lord's palace to protect the people, are indeed kind people. After he rushed in, many people in the territory glared at him, and they really supported Iva's family. This coincides with our strategy to weaken the nobles. Field exhaled. Next, we will treat the imperial nobles in 3 main situations. The first is the support of the queen, or rebellion against him, and being defeated by him on the battlefield. There is nothing to say about this kind of thing. The family is uprooted, and the territory becomes his direct jurisdiction. The second type is the neutral faction, which does not send troops to attack, or the nobles who are fence-sitters jumping around. When his troops are at the gates of the city, he has no choice but to surrender, and he has not caused any actual losses. The castle and the manor are his private property, and he retains the title of nobility. But the real power and land are yours. Want to enjoy the life of an aristocrat? Do business or come to work for me, and you will be treated well. The last is the kind and smart nobles, who take the initiative to surrender and help me fight the queen. The land is retained as an autonomous territory, just like normal nobles, and I will protect the safety of their territory. Hey, you listened carefully, and was even more confused. Earl Iva belongs to the third category. That's right, so we are cooperating with Iva now. When his grandson inherits the territory, we can find an excuse to cut him off. Chapter 1006. Field said with a smile, "If they surrender to our good nobles, I will not harm their interests. But if their descendants do evil, even a little bit, it will be enough to be an excuse to take back the territory. I will not divide the land in the future, and at the same time implement the enfeoffment order, so that their land will be divided smaller and smaller until they sell the land to me. By then, the situation will be stable, and will not cause violent resistance. Two-pronged approach, gradually replace, transform, and improve the nobles, and make them part of the territory. Killing alone without changing the root cause will not be enough. Just like the Griffin Queen, who killed the nobles crazily. In the end, people's hearts were scattered, and no one cared about the land. Either they were taken away by foreign races, or local tyrants became new nobles. Queen Sia on the side was dumbfounded, stunned, and roared in her heart, damn it, damn it. Who taught him these decisions? He is definitely a devil. As a traditional queen, she felt a chill on her spine when she heard these words, and she actually felt a little fear. The strategy of extending favors alone is terrifying enough. Without the existence of nobles, who will resist the invasion of demons and disasters? The people need the guidance of nobles, and Field's sinister intentions are obvious. What evil ideas can a baron who is less than 20 years old come up with? There is an undead behind you. Just when they were chatting about serious topics, the Thunder Dragon suddenly scared Field. Fuck, where? Field felt a chill on his back, and he rushed forward and rolled, and took the opportunity to draw his sword and turn back. Seeing that there was nothing behind him, he realized that he was fooled by the Thunder Dragon, and he was immediately furious. Ha ha ha, I found the weakness of you humans. Fey Freya laughed so hard that her body shook. She lazily put her hands on her waist, raised her long hair like a waterfall, and ordered like a child, "Don't talk about the aristocratic system. It's boring. Kill whoever you are unhappy with. You've played tricks on me, and you've even taught me a lesson. I have to teach you a lesson today." Lightning whirlwind strike. Field was furious, but he wasn't going to tolerate her. He threw a heavy left hook, thinking that the big Thunder Dragon would flash away. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't defend himself at all, but just took 2 steps back stupidly. This punch hit her rabbit hard, causing it to jump in panic. Fey Freya exclaimed, narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" "Very good, worthy of being a body of disaster." Field touched his nose awkwardly and explained, "I said I was aiming at your shoulder. Do you believe it? I see you're looking for death. I strangle you, you little hooligan." Fey Freya chuckled coldly twice, changed her face at the speed of light, turned into thunder and rushed over, pinched Field's neck with both hands, and lifted him up and shook him around. "Everyone, stop quarreling, woo." Hey you, who was trying to stop the fight, was so anxious that he turned around. He seemed to be trying to stop the fight in a soft and cute way, but in fact, his murderous intent surged, and he was on the verge of going berserk. If the Lord was really injured, she was afraid that she would not be able to control her murderous intent and chop the big Thunder Dragon alive. Wait, there really is an undead. Field grabbed the hands of the big Thunder Dragon and pointed to the distance. Following the direction of Field's finger, everyone saw a translucent undead standing in the pool of blood on the street. Wrapped in red rags, and the style of the copper belt, it was obviously an ancient person. Queen Sia's pupils widened. "That's a red ribbon, the 5th sequence of our dynasty. She actually died here. Wait, I can keep my soul with the help of the power of the netherworld and the artifact. Why is her soul still lingering here?" The undead spirit called Red Ribbon screamed horribly and flew over quickly. "Devil, you really did your homework. You deserve to die." Her face was festering, her hair was twisted into a ball, like withered and yellowed water plants, extremely scary. Wait, don't attack her first. Field subconsciously wanted to kill her, but was surprised to find that this undead spirit was different from the ones he had encountered before. It didn't attack him, but rushed towards Queen Sia. Queen Sia was shocked for a moment, and fell into ecstasy. If she had the help of Red Ribbon, she would be able to get rid of Field's control and regain her freedom. Red Ribbon, save me, I am she. Field had been on guard against her, and quickly signaled to the Thunder Dragon. Although the two had been fighting just now, Fey Freya understood, and slapped Queen Sia to the ground with a slap. The violent thunder power burst out, and the Thunder Dragon directly stepped on the Queen of Sia into the soil, and the divine power blocked the space, making the Queen of Sia unable to move. This domineering scene made the undead Red Ribbon stunned. Don't get close, that demon is our captive, I have great use. Field raised his hand to stop the undead. What do you want to do? Red Ribbon stared at Field for a long time, her eyes confused. The memory of the undead is very chaotic, and they are often very sluggish. After a while, she came to her senses. Go find the 6th level god chosen, and come to rescue. Field tried to communicate. What happened? I must know before I can report. Believe me, it won't take much time. You are not a spy of the demon clan? Red Ribbon suspected. How could it be? We just beat up the demon. Field pointed at the Queen of Sia. Red Ribbon agreed with this statement. 2 5th level demons are removing the seal of the evil spirit demon. She looked painful. There is a rich vein of life gems underground. I made a mistake. Hearing about the gem veins, Field's heart was pounding. Life gems are a kind of magic, and the gem on the top of the healing staff is inlaid with it. Suppressing his excitement and concerns, Field hurriedly asked, what mistake? I had a decisive battle with the demon god's chosen, evil soul. I wanted to fight to the death, and bury her underground with me. I didn't expect that there was a large area of life gem veins underground. After I died in the battle, my soul was transformed into a dead soul by her divine power. But she still has some fragments. She should have been buried by the earth, but she was saved by the vitality of the gem veins. The demons are breaking the seal I set up. If it is unlocked, the evil soul can quickly recover its divine power. So that's it. Field understood. I go to support them now. You are no match for them. There are 2 5th level enemies. Red Ribbon was anxious. Hey, there are always some things that require us to go forward without hesitation, even if there is hell ahead. Field put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. 2 5th level demon gods are just right as experience packs. You are so great, sir. Hei Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and she admired Field like a little fangirl, wishing she could hug Field's thighs. Hong Zibo was also stunned, and exclaimed, Courage is the hymn of mankind, I will help you. Queen Sia buried in the ground. Big Thunder Dragon, send this damn demon back to the Lord's palace and imprison it, and then wait for our news. What? Sending her back is no problem, but I also want to fight. Fey Freya was extremely determined to fight. I will never shrink back. Okay, act now. Chapter 1007. In the lake of Siwon City, an obelisk with shining inscriptions continuously created darkness, covering the entire territory. Surrounding the obelisk were countless kneeling demons and undead. The magic circle was running, condensing countless soul-shaped shock waves, crashing into the seal underground. Interesting, our demon clan strongman has been dormant in human territory for 1,000 years. Humans are really trash. Why don't we dig it out and kill it? The female blood demon with 4 arms laughed horribly. They are all a bunch of trash. How can this bunch of trash resist the disaster? A blazing fire demon, with magma dripping from the corner of its mouth. This time it's a human conspiracy. Someone strengthened the evil spirit's divine power signal and reported it to us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to detect that she is still alive. Just a while ago, the demon lord suddenly sensed that there was a distress signal from the powerful demon god in the Moon-Mark continent. After sending out the reconnaissance team, they found the evil spirit demon and a group of people who called themselves Hero King and wanted to cooperate with the demons. Conspiracy? Haha, I love conspiracy the most. The blood demon licked his lips. To set off a demon tide and rule the whole world, these conspirators are our best chess pieces. The demons are cruel and perverted, but they cherish every bit of power. Even if it is a skeleton, they will revive it and use it. Roar! A gargoyle fell and roared loudly. Many outposts have been destroyed, and our guests are here. Listen, tear every living person into pieces and swallow them into your stomach. The blood demon looked to the north and roared excitedly. 5th level magic skill, Blood Pool. The entire demon army roared, and the roar shook the sky. For portals made of blood opened wide, and countless little demons were summoned. So many monsters, worthy of being a population evolved from the hands of disaster. Field stood on the roof, looking at the ant-like demon army in shock. Quickly scanning the small map, Field was not panicked at all. Hey you! Give priority to clearing the small fish and lead the demon army to the west. Huh? Why? The Thunder Dragon was confused. The Twilight Knights are also coming. Field pointed to the distance and sneered. We are too aggressive in attacking, and we may be ambushed by them. If they want to play the game of fishermen with us, they may not wake up. What a nasty guy. Heiyu's perception is extremely strong. She knows that the other party has been following the Lord. But Field needs them to help deal with the demons together, so he didn't kill them immediately. Roar, roar, roar! Various monsters killed in front of everyone, and Field could even see the blood hanging from the corners of the corpse monster's mouth. Go away! Black Feather's delicate and beautiful body burst out with a terrifying divine power as vast as the ocean. Raising his hand and throwing out the Raven Feather sword, divine power was infused, and it instantly replicated into more than 300 swords, vibrating and buzzing and strangling everywhere. The monsters that rushed to the crowd, whether they were demons, undead, or corpses, fell in groups like wheat being cut, and all kinds of dirty blood splattered, which was extremely tragic. The chosen one of the goddess of sword? Some strength. The Twilight Knight hiding in the dark quietly ate melons. But compared to the great power of the goddess of holy light, it is still far behind. Tasha covered her mouth and chuckled arrogantly. Using the stupid nobles to open the way for us, it's barely enough. When they are exhausted, we will attack from behind and kill them all. Felicie, who had a conflict with Field, had a venomous look in her eyes, gritted her teeth, and shot a shot into the air. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to scold me. Hey, wait! How did she come here? Tasha was watching the battle, and suddenly found that Heiyu was flying towards everyone. Don't hide, come and help me. Heiyu chuckled wickedly, flicked his sleeves, and flew out more than 100 crow feather swords, and the black stream of light fell in a sword formation, covering the entire area. Get up. Raising his hand suddenly, the entire stone house where the Twilight Knights were hiding, along with a large piece of land, was fiercely blown away. Goddess. Tasha's pupils shook. How did this guy find us? The stone house fell into the magic tide, killing a group of monsters. Bitch, I'm going to hang you up and feed you to the monsters. Felicie rushed out of the ruins of the house with a dusty face, gritting her teeth. We are all from the Moonmark continent. It's immoral to betray us like this, isn't it? Tasha was much calmer, protecting the two lords and floating out, with a bad look in her eyes. The goddess is watching everything. You are guilty. Morality condemns us? Haha, so shameless. Field was speechless, and suddenly had an idea, and he shouted, Wow, it's the Twilight Knights who specialize in killing demons. We are saved. Praise the holy light. Field waved excitedly. Hearing holy light, the two demon gods were like being electrocuted, and their eyes were bad. The church people are coming to support. We must take the initiative to attack. The two demon gods burst out with 5th level divine power at the same time. 5th level divine skill, Burning Bone Claw. The fire demon flew over and waved a stunning claw. The air exploded, and the flames left a deep mark in the air. With a solemn expression, Tasha's divine power was running to the extreme, and she raised her hand to condense a divine sword. Facing the claw attack, she slashed with a sword. Clang. Sparks flew, shock waves swept around, and the two retreated at the same time. The fire demon was ignited into a ball of light by the power of holy light, and Tasha was stained with hellfire. Before she could stand firm, more than a dozen gargoyles attacked from all directions. Tasha twisted her sword and killed them all. The divine power she burst out was even at the upper middle level for the 5th level chosen gods. Be careful, the demon tide is coming. Tasha didn't have time to scold Heiyu and others, and hurriedly called her companions, retreat, protect the Lord, and share the pressure with Field and others. Take care of your head, I will chew it up. The red clouds around the fire demon surged, and a huge flame-shaped head condensed in the air, biting towards Tasha. The two of them fought each other, using dazzling magic skills, and the buildings of Seawind City collapsed with a buzzing sound. The blood demon then went to Heiyu. Human, cherish the little time you have left. The blood demon confidently showed his claws. The 5th level divine choice of humans is no match for the demons. As a high-level demon race, the blood demon is born with thick demon scales, and their claws can easily tear the thick skin of the monsters. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary blood demon can fight 5 or 6 human soldiers alone, which is the difference between races. You have to fight to know. Heiyu didn't care, and strangled all the demons who were killing Field. Looking for death. The blood demon stretched out her 4 hands, blood flowed down her fingers, and her bright red nails became longer and longer, and in a blink of an eye, they were like 20 short swords. Flashing and moving, the blood demon cleverly dodged the blockade of the wandering crow feather sword and rushed to Hey-Yu at a high speed. The four arms waved wildly, and the scarlet light of sharp nails was intertwined everywhere. Chapter 1008. Facing the intertwined sword lights, Hey-Yu reached out and took a floating crow feather sword. The sword light flashed. Ding ding dang dang. The nails collided with the crow feather sword at high speed, interweaving large sparks, and the two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Humans are indeed weak. Even if they forge various weapons, they can only be food for the demons forever. Let you see, the gift of the blood goddess. The blood demon smiled, his eyes suddenly sharp. The strange divine power like blood wrapped around four arms. At the same moment, the blood demon's four big hands suddenly grabbed forward. It actually clamped Hey-Yu's long sword firmly. Let you see, the ability to destroy artifacts. 5th level divine skill, blood tearing. As direct as a short sword, dirty blood began to seep out, contaminating the crow feather sword. Hey-Yu exclaimed in surprise, and the connection between himself and the crow feather sword in his hand gradually weakened. To maintain the previous strength, it is necessary to provide double divine power support. A divine weapon without support is just a harder weapon. Squeak. The raven feather sword was quickly cut into fine gaps by the nails. The blood demon shouted angrily, twisted his four hands, and twisted the raven feather sword into a twist. Bang! The raven feather sword, which could not bear the weight, broke into countless pieces. Ha ha, you can start to despair. The blood demon covered his face excitedly, his red skin turned black with excitement. Now, what should you do? Weak human. She likes to admire the helpless and desperate expressions of her enemies the most. Well, let me think, what should I do? Hey-Yu pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand weakly and helplessly, and reselected a new raven feather sword from the vast number of flying swords. I think this should work. The special feature of the Yailing sword is that it can be copied. This thing doesn't even have a body. As long as the divine power is sufficient to maintain it, it can be wholesaled in the thousands. Come again. Hey-Yu took the initiative to attack, and stabbed out with a sword, and the sky was full of colorful sword light. Ah! Blood Demon was confused. Those flying swords are all artifacts. How is it possible? Cursing a bunch of vicious curses, Blood Demon concentrated his attention, and his originally normal pupils quickly gathered into strange dots. Talent, Special Race Blood Precognition. Effect, possess extremely fast foreknowledge of upcoming attacks. With his body and mind flashing rapidly, Blood Demon dodged most of the attacks, and the remaining unavoidable attacks were knocked away with his nails. Waste human, get out of here. Blocking all the attacks, Blood Demon ruthlessly raised a leg whip, and the air exploded sharply. Hey-Yu blocked with his sword, but was still blown away more than 10 meters. Such an attack is useless. The Blood Demon just breathed a sigh of relief, and his pupils shrank suddenly, as if a terrifying aura was staring at him. That feeling was like a natural enemy. Damn it, as a high-level demon, how could I have a natural enemy? The Blood Demon retreated violently. Sword domain unfold. The strong wind swept, and the black feather, as a disaster, contained a terrifying malice that was difficult to suppress in battle. Her momentum burst out wildly, her long hair moved without wind, her skirt rustled, and the whole person was like a banished immortal, but the aura she exuded was as deep as the abyss. I hate not hitting. Hey-Yu's voice was full of domineering aura, and the whole person was like a peerless sword. The previously arrogant Blood Demon couldn't help but beat his heart. The next moment, all the wandering crow feather swords were controlled by Black Feather, and blasted towards the Blood Demon with different sword styles, among which was the Heaven Burial magic skill. The surrounding space was distorted in an instant under the cover of the sword light. Boom boom boom. The Blood Demon caught only a dozen flying swords before being stabbed and bleeding all over, and fled in a panic. The surrounding demon army was in trouble, and was strangled madly. Rush over quickly, and consume her divine power. The Blood Demon urged his divine skills to continuously strengthen his body, while urging the army to die. Anyway, the demons and undead under his command are endless, and it doesn't matter if they all die. The Blood Demon looked at the flying sword light in shock, and murmured, when did the God of War become so powerful? The main battlefield was in full swing, and the 4 5th level God Chosen were caught in a melee, attracting most of the demon army. The remaining demons were also restrained by the Twilight Knights. Field and the Thunder Dragon seized the opportunity to kill a bloody road, trying to destroy the Dark Boundary Stone and Magic Circle of the demons. Run, warrior, leave here quickly. Defeating the demons will not stop the seal from being lifted. While Field was rushing around, the residual soul of Red Ribbon suddenly appeared beside him. Field almost chopped her off as if she were a small fish. Leave? Field was dumbfounded. I'm about to destroy the Dark Realm Stone. This is a trap. Red Ribbon's soul escaped, and she said with difficulty, my seal was mostly lifted a few days ago. All this is a conspiracy. I sense the breath of humans. They loosened the seal and strengthened the divine power signal. The original sufficient warning time is actually only a few minutes. Ah! Field almost crashed on the spot. What is going on? Why would humans loosen the seal? Are they tomb robbers? The blood of the demons and the souls of the people are accelerating the awakening of the evil spirit demon. Escape from here quickly. I have used my last strength to help you. After that, the figure of Red Ribbon became increasingly dim and disappeared quickly. What happened again? The Thunder Dragon turned around and asked, bearing the dense, long-range attacks. This demon incident is a conspiracy arranged by some people. Field quickly figured out everything. The demons were attracted by the signals released by humans. Someone is guiding the demons to invade, and those bastards want to get rid of us with the help of the devil. The seal was lifted in advance, which could catch the humans who came to rescue by surprise. The only uncertainty is whether the enemy is targeting themselves or any rescuers. Boom boom. The ground trembled, as if something terrible was awakening. Then we escape in disgrace? The Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes and snorted angrily. I hate the feeling of being led by the nose. Field waved his hands repeatedly. The demons resurrect their demons, and we fight our own. Escape? Impossible. Ha ha ha, Field, I found you. Not far away, a disgusting voice came from Felicia of the Twilight Knights. If you dare to use us to share the demon attack for you, you will have to pay the price. Felicia raised her head arrogantly, with a ladylike style. She said sarcastically in a sarcastic tone, your chosen one has no time to save you. When I kill you, she will be backlashed and her combat power will be greatly reduced. By then, she will be overwhelmed by the demons. That scene is interesting to think about. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Palace and said happily, you gave me a good idea. It just so happens that I even brought the happy beans. Chapter 1009. Felicia sneered, are you out of your mind? Die. The fourth level divine power suddenly erupted, and she suddenly shook her hand, and the pearl bracelet on her wrist shattered, turning into dense white light spots. Puff puff. The demon soldiers along the way were all ruthlessly pierced, and their bodies were full of holes with white light, and then they burned fiercely, and turned into a ball of fire. Wail, ha ha ha. Felicia laughed morbidly, don't worry, you will die in the hands of the demons, I am avenging you. Anyway, I usually do this, everyone will thank me. This woman needs to be educated, like a mad dog. What kind of ghost night group is this? This time when I return to the night territory, I will immediately establish the Maid Knight group and regain the right to speak. Field gritted his teeth, thinking about how to buy some time for Hey-Yu so that she can fight the enemy with peace of mind. At this time, the Blood Demon had fought with Black Feather for more than 10 rounds, and was no match for Black Feather. His skin was torn, his scales were broken, and half of his cheek was flattened. If it weren't for his strong vitality, and the Blood Demon's strong and swift wings, he would have been killed long ago. My lord is in danger. Black Feather has excellent perception. When he saw the lord being attacked, his face changed slightly. Even if Field didn't ask for help, she didn't hesitate to abandon the seriously injured Blood Demon and rush to Field to help. Haha, you want to run away when you can't beat him? You must have used a skill with great side effects just now. Seeing that Black Feather wanted to escape, the Blood Demon, who was pressed to the ground and rubbed, activated his blood instinct, and was extremely excited. Once the target wants to escape, she will turn into a ruthless hunting machine. Can lowly humans resist this trick? The Blood Demon propped up his broken wings and flew rapidly in the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. He quickly intercepted Hey-Yu, crossed his 4 arms, and swung them violently. Buzz 4 scarlet energy slashes, crushing Hey-Yu all over the place. Each slash had the power of a normal 5th level divine skill. When the 4 slashes overlapped, the air trembled, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Do you have to die to be happy? Hey-Yu suddenly felt anxious, and his murderous intent was boiling. He slashed the grinning Blood Demon with a cold knife. With a thought, he summoned the Yailing Sword to form a giant curtain defense. The mixed sword energy intertwined to form a powerful protective network. The lethality of the demon god's choice is indeed a level stronger than that of the normal human god's choice. Clang hummed, and the sword curtain was slowly crushed by the demon god's skill. In the Chi-Chi explosion, a large number of Yailing swords collapsed. The previous strength was really just an act. The blood demon thought of the previous time when she was chased and chopped by Heiyu, and she was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. I will catch you and drain your blood. Puff! The blood demon, who was just imagining to torture the other party, had a long sword pierced through his chest. The intense pain made the blood demon scream. The sword curtain in front of him collapsed, and there was no trace of Heiyu at all. The defense built before was just a trick. You can't run away now. Heiyu summoned 2 swords, cut off the blood demon's wings gorgeously, and rolled up countless crow feather swords, blasting it away fiercely. Without chasing, Heiyu frantically gathered the surrounding divine power, and a terrifying purple divine light appeared all over his body, which was the performance of the power-accumulating divine skill. When the blood demon was pushed by the crow feather sword, he arrived at a delicate position. Level 5 divine skill, Catastrophe Sword Abyss. A brilliant sword light flew out, and the earth and lakes cracked, tearing open a huge crack. Immediately, the terrifying sword abyss that spanned half of the sea breeze territory suddenly erupted. The blood demon, the countless demon armies around him, and the fire demon who was fighting fiercely, Tasha, and the others, were also ruthlessly enveloped. Buzz buzz buzz. The space was shaking, and the sea breeze city was cut in half under the attack of the sword abyss. Even the sea in the west was set off by raging waves. Human. How is it possible? The blood demon was ruthlessly evaporated, and the flame demon was caught off guard, wailing and cursing, and was torn into slag. Tasha, on the other hand, was always paying attention to the situation of Heiyu and others. Because the fire demon was huge, it blocked some of the damage. Tasha dodged in time, seized the opportunity, and rushed out of the sword abyss. Damn, what the hell was that just now? Tasha's heart was still beating wildly. She had never felt that she was so close to death. Boom boom. Tasha's pupils trembled, and she looked at the still distorted sky in shock. The surrounding mountains shook, and the houses collapsed in the roar, just like a doomsday scene. The chosen ones on the continent actually have such strength. She actually killed 2 chosen ones of the demon clan in seconds. Tasha couldn't describe the shock in her heart. A normal human lord, if he wanted to deal with the chosen ones of the demon clan, would at least have the Holy Light Church and a vast army. No, we must not fight hard, even if. Tasha calmed down her chaotic mind and glanced coldly at Felicie and the 2 lords, including her lord. Even if it costs the lord. Tasha watched coldly. The only thing that made her hesitate was Felicie. She was the daughter of the leader of the knights. Without her, she would definitely be punished. At this time, Field and the Thunder Dragon were facing Felicie's attack. I don't know if Felicie is missing a string in his brain and is not afraid at all. Blackfeather Sword Abyss made a doomsday noise, but this guy turned a deaf ear to it. The 2 lords of the knights were surrounded by the demons, but Felicie didn't even look at them, just attacking frantically. Don't stand there stupidly, get out of the way. Seeing Field pick up a demon shield and try to defend, Fei Freya was so scared that her tail was tucked up. Without saying anything, she grabbed Field and used the Thunder Flash skill to flash and avoid Felicie's attack. I order you to die, haha. Felicie splashed white light all over the sky. The holy light flame ignited on the lake, and the undead wailed in the holy light and turned into dust. The continuous explosions caused the great thunder dragon's divine power consumption to increase dramatically. She was not like the little sun, who possessed infinite divine power. Her total divine power was only a little more durable than the divinely chosen creatures of the same level. Hoo-hoo, Fei Freya kept panting, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She threw Field in the air and quickly caught him. It's inconvenient to have a lord. Put me down, you are trying to murder the lord. Field almost crashed, his face turned green with fear, and pointed at himself and said, let me take the damage, you just attack. He shared the divine shield of the little scorpion, and with the excellent fighting spirit armor, he had a strong ability to resist attacks. Just because you picked up a broken shield? Fei Freya laughed angrily, and said lightly, if you want to please me, don't use such a lame excuse. You can't stop the attack of the 4th level divinely chosen. Felicie was proudly admiring his masterpiece. The sword light suddenly flashed, and the figure of Heiyu flew over. Bullying my master is seeking death. Chapter 1010. 5th level divine skill, Black Crow burying the sky. With his mind locked on Felicie, Heiyu slapped a sword with the divine skill of the scroll. The air exploded, and Felicie watched the sword light coming, but was surprised to find that he had no chance of dodging. The sword light rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and was about to hit. Boom boom. The ground suddenly cracked, and a small part of the Sea Breeze City, along with the entire lake, collapsed in an instant and fell into the abyss. The countless demons and the Twilight Knights fell together, screaming. The divine skill of burying the sky exploded violently, and most of the damage was blocked by the terrain. Damn it! Heiyu was furious, and his crystal earlobes turned red. Just as he was about to rush into the underground to chase, he was stopped by Field. Don't attack rashly. There is a big guy below. It's very dangerous. Being caught by the big thunder dragon, Field saw Heiyu Hongwen for the first time, but unfortunately he didn't have time to take a closer look. Everyone only felt the terrifying breath spreading from the ground. Hoo-hoo! The heavy breathing, like a hurricane, blew up from the big pit. Boom boom, the ground trembled again, and the huge demon claw stretched out and grabbed the edge of the pit. What a huge hand! How big is this thing? Field was shocked. The claw alone was 3 or 4 meters long. The joints of the demon's fingers were covered with rocks and moss, all traces of time. Wow! Hearing a cry of surprise, the people and demons who fell earlier, pushed by the huge force, climbed up at a high speed. The ground shook, and the demon body covered with rock surged out of the ground, and countless gravel and demons flew like a volcanic eruption. The upper body of the evil spirit demon was firmly grasping the ground. Its great pupils looked at the world and then closed immediately. The stone tablet that the demons used to create the dark environment was destroyed in the collapse just now. The sky was clear, and the sunlight made the demons extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! Felicity fell to the ground with a thump, and was knocked unconscious. The artifact was also separated from the body due to the aftermath of the Black Feather attack. She was lucky. When she fell, she did not fall to the bottom, but was hit by the giant demon. However, the 2 lords she was responsible for protecting were crushed into meat paste by the boulders. Cough cough cough, Field, you really deserve to die. Felicity covered her head and barely stood up. It hurts, it hurts. Where should I die? The earthquake subsided, and Field and his own chosen one fell in front of Felicity. Field looked at him unkindly. You bastard, you were so arrogant just now. Do you feel pain now? You asked for it. Felicity screamed. She didn't take the threats from the Night Leader seriously at all. What did you do? The demons are revived. It's all your fault. You deserve to die. This guy is not normal. The Thunder Dragon glanced at her with contempt. Destroying the world is undoubtedly the right decision. The creatures are becoming more and more abnormal. Tasha, come and kill them. Felicity shouted anxiously. Tell my happy beans. Didn't you just say that you want the demons to drown us? Seeing that you are so curious about the strength of the demons, I give you a chance to test the waters. Field was unhappy. This woman disgusted him for so long, and the artifact was disintegrated. Must punish severely, no mercy. Taking out all the happy beans from the bag, Field lifted his body and breathed lightly, stuffing all the demons around him who were not killed with happy beans. The dizzy demon soldiers swallowed the happy beans, and their eyes suddenly widened. Their eyes gradually became abnormal, and they looked at Felicity unconsciously, who had no ability to resist, and slowly surrounded her. What did you do? Felicity felt panic for the first time and quickly scolded Field. I order you to stop. I am the daughter of the Knights and the Grand Master. You can't hurt me. Otherwise, my parents will twist your head off. So you are the daughter of the Master. No wonder you are so crazy. Field unconsciously took a step back. Isn't it just a Knight's? The Thunder Dragon tilted his head, raised it with the big tail behind him, and scratched his head and cheeks in confusion. This Knight's is not the original Knight's. Field explained. This is called the Knight State. It is essentially a military state. The big warlords, their king, is called the Knight's Grand Master. The woman in front of you is essentially a princess. The 4 major Knight states in the Moon-Marked continent are larger than many countries. They are the pillars of the Holy Light Church. Ha ha, now you can kneel down and apologize. Felicity had a ferocious expression, with her arms folded across her chest. If I die here, guess what the Griffin Queen will do to you? Chop you up and feed you to the dogs. As expected, fairy tales are all lies. There are no cute princesses. Field sighed in disappointment and said disdainfully, Griffin Queen, I don't know if you can chop me up and feed me to the dogs. But I know that you will be fed to the devil soon. The densely packed demons, carrying the little devil, rushed over. What? Save me! Felicity wanted to struggle, but was punched in the stomach by a demon covered with pus. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her was not afraid of her threat. Let you give birth to my demon child. The demon jumped and jumped excitedly. No, wait. Felicity was surrounded by demons, and could do nothing but scream. Oh oh oh! There was no time to pay attention to Felicie's miserable condition. The giant demon gradually adapted to the sunlight. The stone chips fell off, and the evil spirit growled in an awkward, ancient voice. Human breath, just a good meal. Hey, you immediately protected Field in front of him, and covered everyone behind. And Tasha, who was well prepared, released a white chain composed of holy light from a long distance. 5th level magic skill, Light Shackles. Light Shackles. Imprison the soul of the evil monster and make it use it for yourself. The stronger the target soul, the lower the success rate, and the greater the risk of escaping control. Only one can be controlled at the same time. The holy light sank into the body of the evil spirit demon and dissipated. Ha, it actually succeeded in one go? Tasha was ecstatic. I control a demon chosen by God, I will have a miracle. Now, go kill Field and the others. Tasha couldn't wait and hurriedly activated the shackles to control. But the evil spirit was a dull and stupid look. Run for your life, everything is too late. The ghost of the red ribbon appeared, her figure was illusory, and she said desperately, no one is her opponent. What level is this guy? Field frowned slightly. Why, I don't feel oppression. I don't either, I can't even feel the fluctuation of divine power. Hey, you blinked his big eyes, could it be that the strong above the 6th level will not release oppression? Red Ribbon was confused. The group of brave men in front of him were too brave. Seeing such a terrifying demon clan, they actually studied the level seriously. The evil spirit demon once possessed the peak combat power of level 6. Chapter 10:11. I thought you were so powerful, but you're only at the peak of the 6th level. Faye Freya snorted disdainfully, shaking her big tail and mocking. The 8th level God's Chosen is just a piece of trash that can be killed with a slap. What's the Empire? It's so difficult to deal with a piece of trash. Dragon Man, you are too presumptuous. Red Ribbon screamed in horror and almost fainted. Field thought about it for a while, and understood the reason. The God's Chosen is related to the development of the territory. The Sia Empire is an ancient empire thousands of years ago. In a vertical comparison, no matter the culture, economy, or technology level, it is far less powerful than the Griffin Empire. As for the enemy faced by the Thunder Dragon, it was a matter of other eras, and everything started all over again. Don't be arbitrary, test the enemy's strength first. If she is still at the 6th level, we will retreat. Field didn't want to escape easily. He had the Lord's skill of resurrecting the God's Chosen, so he still had the courage to test. Be careful, the Twilight Knights are working with the demons to deal with us. Hey, you quickly warned, with the raven feather sword in his hand ready to strike at any time. Move, demon. Tasha's holy light power condensed, and the chains composed of light, linked together, directly sank into the demon's body and pierced into the soul. She shouted, get up, and the demon's soul was pulled. The evil soul demon raised his giant hand high, and the thunder dragon immediately pulled Field away. The palm that covered the sky and the sun came with a whistling sound, and Hey, you suddenly felt that the world was dark. Black light flashed, and while Heiyu's figure retreated violently, he urged his strength to strike a sword fiercely. The flying raven feather sword, with the divine power wrapped around it, made it look like a black comet. The palm and the long sword collided in a plain and unpretentious manner, and a loud buzzing sound erupted. Buzz. After a pause, the raven feather sword actually bounced off the demon's claws, and the two were evenly matched. What? Tasha was horrified, her eyes almost popped out, and while urging her divine power to strengthen her defense, she flashed behind the demon, and her heart was in turmoil. Is the combat power of the Griffin Empire already so strong? In a small and unknown place, an unknown person emerged and killed 2 demons with a domineering attitude. That's fine. He can also bounce off the palm of the giant demon with a sword. You know, this demon has the soul of a 6th level divine choice. Huh? Heyu himself was stunned for a moment, and flashed back to Field's side. Sir, I have tried it. The opponent has no divine power, not even a divine shield. Heyu pondered, only the body's defense is very high. It is undoubtedly the 6th level. Isn't that just a sandbag? Field's head was pressed down by the huge rabbit behind him, and he couldn't raise his head. He said with difficulty, try to see if you can destroy it. If you drag it on, I don't know what will happen. At this time, Tasha noticed the problem and questioned the evil spirit in a harsh voice. Why don't you have any divine power at all? Idiot, I have been dying for thousands of years, and I have no territory or lord. My original divine power has faded. Even my 6th level body has been corroded by nature, and even the clams are full of minerals. How can I fight? The evil spirit sneered through the soul. If it were you humans, you would have died long ago. You actually blame me? Haha, ridiculous. It's not that the older the thing, the more powerful it is. Tasha was stunned. No wonder I can control it so easily. I thought I had picked up a 6th level God's Chosen, and I would be able to dominate the entire Moon-Mark continent in the future, but I didn't expect that I had picked up a large sandbag. Seeing that the evil spirits were not strong enough, Hey, you also became bolder, and controlled the Raven Feather Sword to attack them frantically. Countless sword lights hummed and bombed, the space trembled, and Tasha's divine shield was rapidly collapsing. Tasha fought back, and threw out holy divine skills in an attempt to repel Heyu. The evil spirits kept stretching out their huge palms to blow up the flying swords. There were explosions everywhere, and Heyu relied on his majestic divine power to beat the two unilaterally. It's over, what should I do? Tasha's pupils were shaking, and her heart was trembling. She regretted it in her heart. Why provoke the nobles for no reason? These guys have combat power that is far beyond the reach of others. In the battle with the fire demon, 40% of her own divine power was consumed. At present, only 20% is left. Don't worry, she can't break my defense. But I can't kill her either, I need flesh and soul. The evil spirit said in a bewitching tone, Give me everything you have. Do you think I'm stupid? Stay away from me, useless demon. Tasha snorted coldly, her eyes unconsciously glancing at the sea. No, I have to leave. Reluctantly abandoning the demon god's choice that was about to be in her hands, Tasha dissociated the sword in her hand, turned into a white stream of light, and quickly retreated to the west. Don't think about running away and becoming my nourishment. The evil spirit used all the sporadic divine power accumulated in these days. The demon's pupils suddenly shrank, and the invisible holy light chain connecting Tasha and the evil spirit quickly turned black. What? Tasha, who had just rushed out, was pulled back quickly. The evil spirit opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth like a pencil sharpener. Help! Tasha's eyes were bloodshot. She grabbed at Heyu like drowning, screaming, Help me quickly, if I die, you all have to die. Okay, I help you right away. Level 5 magic skill, Catastrophe Sword Abyss. Heyu forced the second sword abyss, and the sword abyss crossed the sky, covering the evil spirit and the two people from the knights. At the same time, Heyu urged the Raven Feather Sword to fly left and right, joining the strangulation. The aftermath of the sword energy dissipated, and the sea cliffs in the distance were cut into pieces and fell into the sea. No, you human traitors. Tasha only felt countless steel knives scratching her body, and was mercilessly killed in pain. Thelacy, who was defeated by a group of demons, rolled his eyes, and was strangled to slag. Hoo-hoo. After using 2 powerful magic skills in a row, Heyu couldn't stand it anymore, and the rabbit that had begun to take shape kept rising and falling. The biggest disadvantage of Jinyuan's divine skill is that it consumes too much energy. A normal chosen one would not be able to use it even once. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the evil spirit slowly stood up from the ground. Its mountain-like body was covered with deep sword marks. Dirty blood flowed. The human chosen one is much stronger than before. The moss on the evil spirit's face fell off, revealing a dark and ugly face, but it doesn't matter, I like to eat it the most. It's not easy to remove the seal, I'm going to eat it desperately. Don't even think about it. Hey, you blasted out the Burial Heaven divine skill, and blasted a hideous bloody hole on the evil spirit's head. The mountain-like body fell down with a roar, and the evil spirit screamed. But she was not seriously injured, but fell to the ground and stretched out her big hand. Grabbing the corpses around her, along with the stones, she threw them into her mouth. You can attack at will. The evil spirit said with a ferocious face, I am a defensive profession, and my body is much stronger than yours. Just give me time to recover, and soon, I will eat you all. Chapter 10:12. Heavenly Punishment Sword Monument. The divine power was consumed crazily, and 6 sword monuments fell like meteorites, with the inscription shining, providing huge gains. Heyu made a full-strength attack, using various high-consumption means, and the terrifying lethality was almost the same as that of the 6th level. With the 5th level divine power, Heyu beat the evil spirit's chest to collapse, and the flesh and blood were blurred, but he still couldn't kill the evil spirit. Hell Scale Armor, Racial Heritage Level, Passive Divine Skill Condensed permanent scales on the body surface. The more demons devoured, the stronger the defense. Don't try, it's useless, my body has no flaws. But you killed all my food, hee, you will pay for it later. It's tender and delicious. Greedily devoured the gravel, even though you annihilated all the corpses around him. The evil spirit still relied on devouring the gravel to find the blood and scattered flesh hidden in it. The evil spirit kept humiliating him in an incendiary tone. You will soon see that everyone you care about will be eaten by me, and you can't do anything about it. What should we do? Otherwise, dissociate the artifact and forcefully break the defense. After all, Heiyu was young, and after being told a few words, he became irritated and splashed his divine power to attack frantically. Don't panic, your brother Fei is here. A reassuring shout came from behind. Lightning flashed, and Field landed gracefully. Seeing the evil spirit humiliating Heiyu, Field couldn't bear it at all, and immediately pointed at the evil spirit's nose and scolded, "What an ugly demon, don't chat with my little darling, don't you know that ugliness is contagious?" This was too heartbreaking. The biggest pain point of the evil spirit was that because of the Hell Scale armor talent, he grew thick black scales. The evil spirit's attention was immediately attracted by Field. She sneered, "The Lord is here? I have eaten a lot. It's really unfair to be eaten by a bastard like you. Sorry, my own chosen ones are not enough to eat." Field made an international friendly gesture. "Wait, and see your brother Fei beat you to death." "Who are you talking about?" Heiyu covered her mouth and chuckled. She calmed down from her anger, her cheeks flushed, and she gradually understood some strange knowledge. The evil spirit slapped her. "Arrogant, human, you have successfully angered me." The ground shook, and the evil spirit slapped the surrounding ground like slapping a fly. Field was taken to a safe place by his own chosen one, shrinking his neck and sighing. "This guy is really powerful, but it's a pity that there is no ability to control her. Otherwise, let her plow the land and mine, one person is worth 10,000. "Sir, what you meant just now, is there a way to defeat her?" Heiyu asked curiously. "I guess he's running away or something." Fei Freya poked Field's waist and said contemptuously, "Your lord just dragged me to search for supplies, and asked the people in the lord's palace to run away. I guess he was ready to run away a long time ago. He has a conscience, and at least asked you to go with him. Don't talk nonsense. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity." Glazing at the Thunder Dragon, Field took out two artifacts. Clang clang. These are the artifacts of the Blood Demon and the Fire Demon, respectively ribs and nails. After Heiyu killed them, they were left on the battlefield, and no one picked them up. "Just two demon artifacts, Field. Are you going to wear the Blood Demon's nails?" The Thunder Dragon imagined the Lord wearing manicures, and laughed so hard that his body shook. As expected, Rabbit is brainless. This also applies to disasters. Field's face was gloomy, and he decomposed the two demon artifacts into pure divine seals. "Is this the ability of the Lord?" "There is something." Thunder Dragon nodded in approval. "It's time to release the power in your artifact," Field said seriously. "Since the artifact that has not undergone qualitative change can't break the defense, let's do qualitative change." Blackfeather's artifact is the most expensive in the Night Territory. It was originally a 6-star artifact, but in order to make Blackfeather adapt, it was downgraded to a normal artifact. Before fighting against the Earl of Fire, the artifact was not qualitatively changed because breaking the domain was the key, and it had little to do with the artifact. The Thunder Dragon was puzzled, holding his forehead with his slender fingers, and taught, "The artifact cannot be changed at will, don't have wild ideas. I will dissipate soon, but I will mobilize the last strength to break some of the shields and help you." The soul of the red ribbon condensed again, and her figure was illusory and almost transparent. She said earnestly, "If you still can't break the shield, please ask for help from the Holy Light Church immediately, and don't let the devil gain a foothold. Warriors, please be sure to kill the evil spirits, this is my last wish." Field waved his fist firmly. "No problem, after all, the High Castle is my territory. Human courage is eternal." The soul of the red ribbon turned into stars, and completely dissipated. The earth trembled, and the soul bird composed entirely of red starlight left a brilliant trace in the air. "It's been so long, you still want to hinder me? Damn it." The evil spirit demon was startled, knowing that he couldn't escape, and licked the blood on the ground more vigorously. Cry! The red soul bird crashed into the body of the evil soul. There was no wound, but the evil spirit was trembling all over, and its scales and flesh were glowing with an illusory red light. Heiyu quickly directed the raven feather sword, blasting the evil spirit's flesh and blood. "It hurts." The evil spirit laughed grimly. "Not enough, far from enough, just a piece of trash that has been eliminated for 1,000 years. As for you, you can't escape the fate of being devoured." "Really?" "The artifact has undergone a qualitative change." The divine seal gushed out, and Field used the Lord's ability to upgrade Heiyu's artifact. More than 100 drifting raven feather swords all glowed with chaotic light, and their penetration and lethality instantly increased a lot. Ah! The Thunder Dragon and the evil spirit suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. Lord, can it be upgraded to a divine weapon? The Thunder Dragon opened his mouth so wide that a duck egg could almost fit in it. No wonder we destroy disasters, but there is no mention of upgrading to a divine weapon. 5th level divine skill, qualitative change Black Crow burying the sky. Heiyu raised his hand and blasted out the burying the sky divine skill. Countless crow feather swords, like a school of sardines, rolled up vast divine power and intensively smashed the evil spirit's head. Bang bang bang. The space hummed and trembled, and the explosion lasted for half a minute. Flicking his sleeves to disperse the blood mist, most of the flesh and blood on the evil spirit's head disappeared, revealing a white skeleton, burning with blazing demonic flames. How is it possible? The evil spirit was horrified and fearful. No, if this continues, I won't have time to recover my divine power, and will be beaten to death. Without a territory, Lord, the recovery of divine power is extremely slow. Without hesitation, the evil spirit struggled to drill into the previous pit. Want to run? Your brother Faye said he would beat you to death, so you must not pull any less. Field used up all the remaining divine seals, and transformed the artifact of black feather again. The flying swords that were originally as black as a flock of crows suddenly produced a dazzling scarlet. It was like a giant crow opened its red pupils. Artifact, Rose Crow Feather. Artifact new features, Crow Swarm Master Sword. Description, for every 500 crow feather swords, a Scarlet Master Sword can be condensed. The lethality and hardness of the Master Sword are 3 times that of a normal crow feather sword. The divine skills released by the Master Sword are 150% of the original divine skills. Chapter 1013. Heiyu summoned the Scarlet Crow Feather Sword, and his divine power was running to the extreme, pouring into it crazily. The seemingly light long sword was difficult to support with Heiyu's power, and the tip of the sword shook. Die! Heiyu forcefully urged the qualitative change divine skill, and blasted out another Black Crow Sky Burial. The long sword hummed, and a series of scarlet ripples spread in the air, piercing through the ground, and crushed towards the evil soul. The aftermath bloomed like ripples, and the 6 sword monuments were all unable to withstand the attack of their own gods. They all exploded and turned into divine power and dissipated. The combat power has become stronger again. How is it possible? At this time, the evil soul really felt that the other party had the ability to kill her. She was the end of the Sia Empire. How could an ordinary lord fight against her 1,000 years later? It was too outrageous. No, wait! The evil soul demon's back shook violently, his flesh and blood steamed, and his bones burst. As if being run over by a speeding train, it instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. The ground trembled, and the entire pit began to collapse. The black divine flames wrapped the remaining flesh and blood of the evil spirit demon, absorbing its power. Floating in the air, Heiyu's original divine power gathered crazily, the breath surged, and the sky and the earth changed color. Having killed many 5th level and 6th level people, her accumulation was enough to break through to the 6th level. Feeling the change in momentum, Field was ecstatic. Little devil, you dare to be arrogant. Field put his hands on his waist, looking awesome. Hee hee, it seems that our night territory will have the first 6th level person. In the future, we have to walk sideways in the Empire. With Heiyu's combat power, he is at least a top level strongman among the 6th level. At that time, I will destroy the queen in one battle, catch that bastard woman, and love Ace every day. Field gnashed his teeth in pleasure. It was so satisfying. What did you do just now? Goddess of Destruction. The Thunder Dragon was stunned, his heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The look in his eyes when he looked at Field also changed. He was greedy. Even if it was the destruction disaster, he couldn't kill the 6th level gods chosen at the 5th level. Even if he was invincible, he would use the cub form to rest in disguise, and would not easily deal with high-level opponents. The opponent was also a defense specialist, who could break through defense, and his combat power was simply outrageous. Blinking his big eyes, the Thunder Dragon looked at Field with a straight look. As if he was looking at a treasure, Field felt a chill on his back. You can upgrade the artifact at will? Faye Freya came up, wrapped her big tail around Field's waist like a python, and said with a flattering smile, I also want to strengthen the artifact. Please let me upgrade it 10,000 times. I will take you as my servant, and I will kill you last after the end of the world. Thank you very much. 10,000 times? It's better to kill me, it's hard to strengthen it once. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, patted her big tail and explained, if it weren't for the Raven Feather Sword, it would have been a qualitatively changed artifact, and the divine seals I have saved would not be enough. To strengthen the artifact by yourself, the Lord skill of the divine skill needs to consume a lot of artifacts. In fact, I think that the normal advancement of Black Feather can awaken the original power of the artifact. Field spread his hands, unsealed the Raven Feather Sword in advance, and hoped that the Raven Feather Sword can go further in the future. But if it is not unsealed, the evil spirit will run away, and the consequences will be worse. Ha ha ha, a divine weapon is not a human being. You can't advance to a higher level just by working hard. The Thunder Dragon covered his mouth and chuckled. He stomped his feet heavily, shaking his snow-white thighs. I don't care. I want to advance to a divine weapon too. We talk about it later. Field pushed with both hands. Qualitative change is not very useful for the destruction disaster. These guys are already strong enough, and what restricts them is the backlash. Qualitative change is not always so useful. It doesn't mean that you are invincible if you have the magical skill of qualitative change. The big Thunder Dragon wanted to throw a tantrum, but suddenly his face changed slightly. Wait, I sense a familiar strange breath. What breath? There's something wrong with Black Feather. Fey Freya looked serious, and an inexplicable chill surged into her heart. The destruction ring bloomed, the artifact condensed, and Fey Freya automatically activated the combat state, as if facing a great enemy. Ah! Field was startled and looked over quickly. The strange breath lingered, and Black Feather, floating in the air, closed his eyes, and his momentum soared wildly. The almost tangible sense of terror and oppression caused a large-scale panic among the creatures in the entire High Castle province. Various powerful monsters fled in panic, and babies cried non-stop. Buzz. The magic ring behind Hey You bloomed, wantonly venting the terrifying aura of disaster. The undisguised murderous intent even locked onto the Thunder Dragon. Damn it, is there something wrong with the enhanced artifact? I shouldn't have unlocked the artifact in advance. Field's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped anxiously. This is... Don't go over there. It's definitely not a problem with the artifact. Fey Freya grabbed the anxious Field, dodged backwards, and recalled that strange aura. So familiar, it appeared in the first era. Don't go over there now. She will kill indiscriminately. If you get killed, it's really over. The two were so anxious that they turned around. Hey, you only felt that his surroundings were distorted, and his consciousness was inexplicably trapped in the black abyss. Everything around him was real and distorted. Newly born disaster, I see you, surrender to me. Assimilate, the disaster will eventually become a part of me. A strange call came from a distance. Faintly, Hey You saw 5 or 6 disasters, who also bloomed the magic ring, waving at her strangely, and her ears were full of the sound of chains shaking. What is that? I don't want it. Hey You was frightened and hurriedly used the hard sword to try to kill the distracting thoughts, but found that it was useless. The strange call lasted for a full half an hour, almost making people collapse. Just when Hey You had a headache, the surroundings turned scarlet again, and a completely different female voice came. New disaster, don't forget your mission. All living beings must be killed. All disasters listen to orders, at all costs, find the origin of the world and destroy it, there is no time. The new female voice dispersed the previous strange call. Hey You felt relieved, and the abyss that imprisoned his will dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, Hey You was surprised to find that his artifact had dissociated, and his original divine power was boiling violently. After a little perception, he had broken through to the 6th level, but there was no domain. Fake 6th level? Hey You staggered and fell from the sky. She's back to normal. Lightning flashed, Fey Freya caught Hey You in midair, returned to the ground, and threw her into Field's arms. Is she okay? Field was sweating all over. This was the most difficult half an hour he had spent. His little darling had dissociated his artifact, and he looked like he was going to explode with the whole world, which was extremely terrifying. I'm fine, sir. Hey You raised his hand weakly, and grabbed the corner of Field's clothes. Don't talk. Field was sweating profusely, and hurried to check. Chapter 1014. After a careful inspection, there was nothing abnormal except that she had a good figure, and a promising future. The Thunder Dragon checked the goddess mark, and found no signs of contamination. Hey You was weak all over, her pretty face flushed as she let the two examine her. She has advanced to the 6th level. Her aura is a little worse than the 6th level, a pseudo-6th level. If it is not a forced upgrade, why is it a pseudo-6th level? Only the 6th level that is upgraded by divine skills, and special consumable artifacts will appear as a pseudo-6th level. Field thought for a while. Don't worry about this. It should be that Heiyu's promotion system is special. Heiyu didn't even plunder the 5th level divine skills and talents, so it is impossible for him to jump to the 6th level. Opening the panel, it really confirmed what Field thought. Name, Heiyu. Level, 6th level, pseudo, Field. Chaos state, plunder full talents, obtained after divine skills. Abnormal state, one affected by dysphagia, the abnormality was detected. You need to see through dysphagia after she reaches level 5 to get accurate information. Abnormal state, 2 the same. Abnormal state, 3 the same. There is no problem with Heiyu's advancement. After filling in the missing divine skills, he will naturally break through to level 6. Field was sweating, but what are these abnormal states? 3 abnormalities appeared at once, and Field almost fainted, taking deep breaths. Fortunately, dysphagia is not far from level 5. Big Thunder Dragon shrugged. I can't detect any abnormalities. This little guy is very healthy except for his thin body. Field suppressed his confusion and said helplessly, we can only rely on the little scorpion. As long as people are alive, there is hope. Rubbing his smooth chin, the Thunder Dragon asked seriously, explain why you have a head. A strange destruction disaster. No, her divine seal is obviously not my kind. After confirming that he was fine, Field did not hide anything and explained everything. So you are a comrade of disaster, very good, and your disguise is better than mine. The Thunder Dragon looked at Heiyu with a little more kindness. My lord. At this time, Heiyu also recovered, and whispered his lips, telling the story. What is the strange breath you are talking about? Field frowned, and keenly noticed that the strange breath they were talking about was the same thing. A thing that has continued from the first era to the present. I don't know either. The Thunder Dragon spread his hands. At first, after killing the creatures of light on the surface and the sky, I looked for the survivors all over the world to kill. Until one day, a strange existence suddenly forcibly occupied my body in godhood, and tried to enslave my will. You know, I was a 9th level peak destruction disaster. Only my kind can do this. But I'm still very strong. Fei Freya put her hands on her waist, and proudly raised her big tail, easily broke free from control. Then what? Field was confused. Killed by my good sister. Fei Freya said awkwardly. After breaking free from that weird thing, the artifact automatically disintegrated. It happened to be found by the wind disaster, triggering a destruction duel. I, the Great Thunder, was killed by her wind wings. Oh, don't mention it. After being torn apart by the wind destruction, she turned into a destruction scroll, and was used as a battery to work for the underground elves for many years. After resurrection, he worked for Field again, not to mention how miserable it was. Didn't you die of starvation? Field opened his mouth wide, and heard the sequel of the destruction of the world for the first time. This group of disasters is really cruel. They are not satisfied with killing all living things, and they even kill each other. Little son is probably killed by his own kind. I didn't die of starvation. As for my sisters, maybe. Fei Freya waved her hand indifferently. Anyway, I have slaughtered the surface and the sky several times. It's a good thing to be killed by my sisters, inherit my power, and use it on the right path of destroying the world. The disaster only cares about destroying the world, and doesn't care about being killed. I thought that the weird power only existed in the first era. After all, the rule-based god has similar abilities. The Thunder Dragon shrugged. Now that I think about it, it's incredible that there is an existence that can invade the will of the 9th level disaster. By the way, are your wild destructions contracted by the goddess herself? Heiyu mentioned that there are 2 completely different voices. One makes Heiyu surrender, the other makes Heiyu destroy the world. I forgot, there is no goddess. The Thunder Dragon spread his hands and waved his sleeves domineeringly. When I was at the 9th level, I repeatedly swept the world. High above, I was the goddess of destruction. Field sweated profusely. Very good, you are named the pioneer of anti-superstition in the night. Anyway, I have never heard the goddess speak. I guess your little darling is out of his mind. The Thunder Dragon covered his mouth and laughed. Not out of his mind, really? Heiyu cried and protested softly. But it seems that nothing happened. Look, Heiyu got rid of the other party. I always feel that it is disturbing. Field fell into deep thought. The only time that the Chosen One advanced, it still made people feel heavy. Heiyu next, you should have a good rest. Field took off the healing magic medicine, opened the stopper, and carefully fed Heiyu. The skill scroll has been prepared, but in this case, it is better not to use it first. It is safer to remove the abnormal state first, and then advance. The magic potion of Pharmacist Leia crushes the magic potion, by 100 streets. After hey, you drank it, his face looked much better. She hugged her knees, sad and depressed. Sorry, I disappoint you. How could it be? Take a nap. Comforted Hey You, and watched her fall asleep. Field did not go to meet up with the people in Sea Wind City, but built a bonfire and found a rock to hide. The big thunder dragon went underground to find the life gem mine mentioned by Red Ribbon, and check the harvest. After exploring for half a night, the big thunder dragon held 2 gems and flew up. This is the harvest. Don't count on the gem mine. Most of the gems have been sucked dry by the evil spirits. The rest are broken stones, and the gems are all debris. I'm afraid that mining will not pay off. No way, there are only 2 gems in the whole mine. Field's eyes darkened, and he sang helplessly, we are all trying our best to live. 2 divine power gems, not ordinary gems. Seeing Field's frustration, Faye Freya couldn't bear to tease him. She squatted down and stuffed the gems into his hands, like coaxing a child. That's good, barely acceptable. Field breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, he subdued them. Artifact, gifting gem, 1 time, 0 level artifact, source, goddess of life. Description, a large number of life gems condense and are blessed by the goddess to form a unique artifact. Effect, increase the life level of the target life, and there is a small probability that the female user will become a chosen monster. This thing seems to be able to give violent creatures. Field's eyes lit up. Chapter 10:15. When Blackfeather regains his strength, find a subdragon to test it, and you will know. Field picked up another artifact gem. Artifact, life essence, disposable, 0 level artifact, food, description, knock the stone open and it can be eaten. Effect, increase physical potential and gain 100 years of vitality. It has to be the goddess of life, so awesome. Field clapped his hands and laughed, almost jumping up with joy. The life of the Dookie Knight is long, and as a 5th level Dookie Knight, it is not difficult for him to live 200 or 300 years. But which noble would think that his life is too long? I must leave this to myself, and it can also be regarded as a conspiracy to stop corruption. The pure white guys are just waiting for me to die so that they can inherit the disaster of the Night Territory. Field carefully lifted the jade, Dookie attached to his nails, and gently tore a hole. Drink all the life essence, the warm power flows through the body instantly, and every pore is cheering for the comfort. Huh? Feld was relaxed and in high spirits. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the combat power of Littlefield has also been strengthened. Give me some, stingy guy. The Thunder Dragon came up dissatisfied. I want the food artifact too. I give you some essence next time, but not today. Field looked at the Thunder Dragon meaningfully. When the sun rises, take Queen Sia with you, and we go back to the territory. We must develop the territory well, and strive to get the little scorpion to the 5th level as soon as possible. The Thunder Dragon was confused. Don't you say hello to your human partner before leaving? No, protecting your family is more important than meaningless etiquette. Field would never let his injured chosen ones be exposed to unfamiliar people. It took Field 4 days to return to the Night Territory. As soon as he arrived at the territory, he received good news from Disshia and Eshina. The chosen ones who conquered the 2 provinces returned to the territory and advanced to reunite. Field hurriedly called them to gather at the Starry Night Castle. Master, we have conquered all the cities in the High Castle. Disshia raised her head proudly. In addition, there are 6 nobles who are willing to join you. The same is true for Rick City. Ashina's elastic ears swayed, and she said happily, 2 nobles are willing to join us. The rest of the territories have been conquered, and the progress is very smooth. The nobles who are willing to join us will bring their families, and come to you in person in the next few days to swear allegiance to you. There are a total of 3 nobles who are resisting. Their subjects also do not accept our rule. You need to deal with these cities. Field leaned back in disbelief. Good guy, there are nobles who are resisting here. They really don't know how to live or die. We must kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise other nobles will also be lucky. Fury with murderous intent, Field used his hand as a knife and gestured a beheading motion. I will ask Rosaria and the others to dearbanize them without mercy. Eshina took out another package with a strange look on her face. We got these artifacts by plundering the treasuries of nobles from all over the country. In addition to the artifacts, we got a lot of gold coins, which are difficult to transport, so they have been sealed up. Great, I'm just short of artifacts. Field's eyes lit up. The foundation of the city, and the nobles is the biggest gain in the battle of the Earl of Fire. Dingling dang dang. The package was opened, and a large number of broken, 1st and 2nd level artifacts fell out, more than 20 pieces, but only 11 pieces were not damaged. The scene was extremely shabby, just like a street stall. Ah? Why are there no high-level artifacts, not even third-level ones? Field hurriedly picked up an artifact and looked back and forth, and there were even traces of dirt left on it. Well, we don't know. Dishia scratched his head awkwardly. I heard that the great nobles got the news in advance and took away valuables. The small nobles don't have much wealth. Every time I go to a city, I immediately block the noble castles and city treasuries, and nothing is missed. Goddess witness, I cannot take kickbacks. Master, you have to believe me. Dishia came up softly, shaking Field's arm like a spoiled child. Her charming peach blossom eyes tickled people's hearts, not to mention how sincere she was. Of course I can trust you. Instinctively aware that there is something else going on. Field pondered for a moment. A bunch of bad thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he shook his head in relief. Anyway, these artifacts are also unexpected gains, better than nothing. In addition, the important figures of the Ross family took advantage of the chaos to retreat to the Morning Wind province. Ashina reported. Don't worry about them, just get the territory. Give us some time to build, and the North will definitely become rich. After encouraging everyone, Field ordered, arrange the sand table map, let me see the power map. In addition, call everyone to come for a meeting. The sand table quickly laid out the situation map of the empire. After the Night Territory occupied 2 provinces, the territory expanded 7 or 8 times, which was very cool to see. However, the map was full of flags and the territories were of different sizes, which was very annoying. What a confusing division of territories. The nobles infect minor nobles, resulting in different sizes of territories. The small territories were only the size of a village, with a dozen households. The large territories were as large as 3 night territories, a typical example being the territory of the Earl of Flame. Field rubbed his eyes. After we occupied the 2 provinces, the first thing we did was to replan the territories. All territories were divided according to the standard size of night territory. After gesturing for a while, High Castle had 13 standard territories and Rick had 12. Although there were many surrendered nobles, they occupied a total of 4 territories. Including the 4 territories in the north, there were a total of 29 territories. So many territories. Ashina cheered and said with her head held high, we are a big tribe. Let's see who dares to bully us. That's right, we are probably the largest nobles in the empire. Field swelled his hands on his hips. He is a baron in name, but his territory is comparable to that of a Grand Duke. But the area to be defended is also much larger. The little fat dragon, who came to attend the meeting leaned calmly on the table behind him, lifted his long legs in black silk stockings, and poured cold water on everyone with a lazy and intellectual tone. You annoying corrupt creatures, can't you make me happy for a while? Rosaria protested. God damn it, you are also a corrupt creature. Stupid. Corrupted cat, Frenetta looked contemptuous. That's right, we are big but not strong now. The northern provinces are already terribly poor, most of them are uninhabited areas, and there are very few cities. There are only 2 provincial capitals, Golden Eagle and Burning Flame. Field sighed, what's more terrible is that these cities are full of dignitaries, families, priests, and evil forces. The land he actually controls is actually pitifully small, and the basic base is still the northern border in the short term. Chapter 1016. Field couldn't contain his excitement and rubbed his hands. We can't still call it the Night Territory in diplomatic language. From now on, we will call it the Earldom so that the people in other provinces can also feel a sense of belonging. Country? Are you going to be a king? Silver Dragon was excited. Then I can catch princesses for fun in the future. In night novels, dragons are bred by catching princesses. You can't catch princesses. The girls were anxious and criticized severely. What kind of night novels are you reading? You are not allowed to read them. Field almost flipped the table over. The Earldom is not a kingdom, it is a territory ruled by an earl. Of course, this is not important, it is just for convenience. It doesn't mean that if you get the title of empire, you can get the territory of the empire. Without strength, it's nonsense to call it anything. In the future, it will gradually change to principality, kingdom, empire, which is more in line with the reality. Of course, it should be called the Earldom of Corruption. Frenetta suggested with a smile, or the Earldom of Disaster, Grey Mist, which is appropriate and overbearing. It doesn't sound like a fool. Field was ashamed. I feel like I'm going to be attacked by a hero. Hee hee, the subhumans often use the dragon clan as a totem, and you should also use the silver dragon as the name of the country. The silver dragon raised his hand and quickly suggested, but I'm still young, so I can't call it the Earldom of the Great Silver Dragon. Just call it The earldom of Milk Dragon. After all, milk is also white, and white is also considered silver. Field was silent for a long time before he spoke. Let's call it a loving family. I can't stand you. Dishia fanned the wind with her hands, chuckled helplessly, and after a little thought, she gave a suggestion. Call it the earldom of the Black Sword. After gesturing on the map, she introduced it in a cultural atmosphere. High Castle, the river in the north, converges in the Rik province, and points to the Morning Wind province of the empire. Like a sharp sword, going straight to the heart of the empire. Besides, our Night Lord is determined to forge ahead, and was established from the darkness. It is very appropriate to call it the Black Sword Earldom. Agree. Rosaria and you nodded immediately. Their artifacts are swords, which is a big advantage. That's the name. I didn't expect my little scorpion to be a cultured person. Field immediately made the decision, and then ordered, the mountain goat has rested well. Let her lead 2,000 soldiers to station at the Rik border. Painter Cheen, Night Wind led 1,000 soldiers to station in the Golden Eagle, the capital of Rik province. Damn, don't call it Golden Eagle anymore, call it Red Eagle City. As for High Castle, I think about it. Let everyone busy themselves with their own affairs, and Field thought about the candidates. Oh Lord Field. The carriage produced entirely by the Night Lord has been sampled. The little fox grabbed Field's robe and said excitedly, Do you want to see it? The little fat dragon Awful-Eye said sternly like a teacher, Carriage? Don't waste your energy on toys. Don't be so serious. Let's go and see it together. Field came to the Mechanical Manufacturing Institute. The scale of the Mechanical Institute is getting bigger and bigger now, and the industrial machine tools are constantly iterating. Now they are made of black iron metal. The original precious black iron ore is used to make fighting equipment. With the ability of the little fox and Vivian, it is easy to build a carriage. This carriage is a bit scary. The carriage in front of him is just like in a dark fairy tale, with a gothic square body. The iron wheel hub is matched with a steel protective shell, evil and huge, like a chariot driven by a demon. Your aesthetics have been completely misled by me. Civilian carriages don't need so much steel protection. Felt helpless, Field entered the spacious and luxurious carriage. There was a bright lighting pearl on the top of his head, with a delicate design that could turn the lights on and off. Field sat on the seat, and shook deliberately, to test the shock absorption performance of the vehicle, and the strength of the wheel hub. What are you playing? Xiao Filong was curious, opened the door, and got into the carriage. The carriage was narrow, and Xiao Filong stretched his perfectly curved toes, and stepped in front of Field. The friction between skin and fabric, and the fragrant breeze, instantly made Field TSK. Awful-Eye curled up, sat in the seat, and lifted his long legs. He imitated Field and swayed twice. Field's eyes jumped twice with Tutu. The atmosphere was ambiguous, so there was no time to test the carriage. Unable to help looking around, Awful-Eye turned around in confusion. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. Field waved his hand, and suddenly had a bad idea. Little fatty, try to stand up and see if there will be bumps and crowding. Why don't you try it yourself? That being said, Awful-Eye impatiently shook her long hair, and tried her best to stand up. Her plump figure occupied most of Field's sight. From behind, Awful-Eye was the Queen of Queens. Because she stood on tiptoe, kept her body in a sticking-out position, and was concentrating, her body trembled slightly, and her attraction was full. Field looked around guiltily, quietly moved his body, and occupied Awful-Eye's seat. Hey! Why are you taking my seat? I can't sit down. Little Fat Dragon looked at Field, moved behind him, and asked coldly. Ahem, just testing the position here. Field stared at the royal sister in front of him, and said nonsense casually. My lord, what are you doing? The little fox scratched his head in confusion and asked simply. Testing the carriage. Field closed the carriage door casually, and shouted from inside, You go, and do your work first. I will tell you the test results later. Okay, then I try to modify the appearance of the carriage. Huh? Awful-Eye didn't understand, but she felt her waist being pressed, her pretty face quickly turned red, and she turned her head hurriedly. Wait, what do you want to do? Don't say anything, the little fox is still busy outside. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Ah! Awful-Eye hurriedly covered her mouth and questioned, and her rational eyes gradually dissipated. Omitted 10,000 words. The carriage has excellent shock absorption effect, with leather shock absorption device. It is no longer the broken carriage that shook people to pieces. 2 hours later, Field supported the carriage frame and walked down with a serious expression, but still felt that he was about to fall apart. Except for the appearance, everything else is perfect. especially the comfort. Ophelia bit her lip, constantly adjusted her makeup, and glared at Field with a complicated expression. She didn't refute, she just hummed twice. Well, it's not bad. My lord, are you all right? The little fox's pupils trembled, testing the carriage. Do you have to work so hard? As a lord, I must lead by example. This is a major event related to the future of the territory. Nodding with satisfaction, Field said happily, I am going to promote the popularization of carriages and horses. Knight Territory will build the first carriage factory owned by the lord. Horses, carriages popularization? Since 2 hours have passed, Vivian also came to work. When she heard this, her pupils trembled. This idea is too niche. Chapter 1017. Don't you think it's inconvenient for the people to travel? If you want to connect the territories, transportation must be popularized. Besides, I've built such wide roads, and I've been prepared for this day. Development should be adapted to local conditions. Field originally fantasized about making a bicycle, but after thinking about it, it was too outrageous. The technical content of bicycles is too high, and the road requirements are also high. It is not practical at all in this era. Subsequent guarantees and road conditions cannot be achieved. On the contrary, horses can be purchased and plundered by themselves, as well as produced by the territory. If there are many horses, they can be used as nomads. Where horses rely on monsters to carry goods. Ordinary and inferior horses are best used by the people. Not only can it improve efficiency, but it can also explode gold coins. From the Night Horse Farm, release 500 horses to the market, 5 silver coins each. Mark them well, prohibit merchants from reselling, slaughtering or moving them out of the territory. Buyers, register well, and each family is limited to 1 horse. Field made arrangements in an orderly manner. This? 5 silver coins, it's too cheap. Vivian was dumbfounded. You are too kind. Normal purchase of horses costs at least 10 silver coins. I'm afraid you can make a fortune by buying them back, slaughtering them, and selling them. No wonder the Lord has to mark them. You really... I can't describe it. We are so lucky to have a lord like you. This is unheard of. I thought the nobles only accumulated wealth, but I didn't expect that there would be someone like you. Huh? Seeing her tearful eyes and a look of gratitude, Field waved his hand quickly. It's not that exaggerated. I'm just investing to implement the strategy. Horses can be sold cheaply, but horseshoes, saddles, even brushes and fodder can bring long-term income. As for carriages, they are built in batches according to 2 types, cargo and civilian. Try to make them more luxurious. I have to collect some money from the rich people. After talking about the carriages, Field was about to return to the city hall when Vivian stopped him. Sir, I want to recommend a talent. Vivian hesitated for a moment and suggested weakly, if you don't allow it, please don't punish her. Oh, tell me about it. A little girl named Fanching. She is very interested in magic. Vivian smiled and said, she always asks me about magic in the name of visiting. I dare not disclose the magic of the Night Territory without the permission of the Lord. It is a taboo for civilians to spy on the magic of nobles without permission. If Field had not always been gentle, she would not dare to speak. My Vivian has asked for help, so I must help her. Pinching the girl's face, causing her to blush, Field was confused and said, why doesn't she come to school? The tuition is not expensive. The Night Territory Academy is the lowest fee academy in the entire empire. It seems to be a family conflict. The family is unwilling to give a little help. After thinking for a while, Field smiled and said, I paid the tuition for her, hoping that she can become a magician. It just so happens that we won this battle, and seized some awakening potions, and transported them back to the territory, just in time to expand the enrollment of students. So soon, you hooked up with a new girl again. Little Fatty was standing aside, staring at Field with a resentful look, making him sweat profusely. You pinched me, and it hurt everywhere. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that she was exhausted, Field quickly comforted her, go back and rest. The territory of the rebellious nobles is waiting for you to corrupt it. Hey! Really? Ophelia was originally leaning lazily against the carriage. Hearing that he could corrupt the territory, he jumped up excitedly, but almost fell to the ground because of his weak legs. The corrupted gods of his own family are far from being advanced, so they are evenly distributed. Ha ha ha, don't get excited. Field laughed, they are just small cities. Soon, you will get a richer reward. What do you mean? Ophelia heard the implication. The territory of the Hero King. Field's face was heavy. Let's talk about this later. In the next few days, Field sent Rosaria, Little Fat Dragon and Little Angel to purify the territory of the rebellious nobles, and appointed Little Angel and Rosaria to temporarily station in the High Castle province. Field selected enough officials to take over the management of various cities, mainly maintaining public order, collecting taxes and conscription, and by the way, starting with urban sanitation and manure, to carry out simple and practical reforms. Most of the officials were the first batch of students, that is, Heiyu's classmates, who are now adults. There are also former subordinates, such as Tate, who is too small for him to manage slaves. After Tate was promoted to the city lord, he almost died of excitement. Let the knight leader manage the city, and Field also opened up channels for promotion, absorbing local talents as consultants and clerks. Of course, the clerks and consultants recruited locally are only responsible for work and suggestions. If they want to get power, they need to come to the knight leader to study and take exams, and pass Field's interview. In addition, Field allowed the nobles, merchants and citizens to elect a total of 10 representatives to form a local supervisory council, which only had the right to supervise. In the city hall, Field finished the work at hand. "Sir, what is your supervisory council for?" Ashina's snow-white hands carefully peeled the grapes like picking flowers, and stuffed them into Field's mouth. Literally supervision. The sweet and sour taste of the grapes made Field exhale a breath of turbid air comfortably. "The officials we sent are not saints, and must be supervised. Rick, the people of the High Castle are now our own people, and have the right to supervise." Ashina thought for a while. "Then why don't we let our own people supervise? Moreover, why should we allow the nobles and merchants to supervise? We don't have enough manpower, so this will save costs, and win the hearts of the local people from all walks of life. As for letting the nobles and merchants together, this is more complicated," Field explained with a smile. "The parliament can also serve the nobles. It all depends on how it is used. It is worth mentioning that you must never trust the people unconditionally. In the eyes of modern people, the rich and powerful are bad. Businessmen are bad. Things that will be eliminated sooner or later. It is best to kick them out quickly. It is the most progressive to give all the power to the people. However, the people now have no such ability. It can be predicted that they will form a strong parliament, factions, and form citizen elites and citizen aristocrats. They will play all kinds of monopolies, fight internally, disband the army, and rely on mercenaries to fight. The most terrible thing is that this thing is inherently anti-feudal, anti-emperor, and anti-military. They are full of thoughts of catching the emperor and beheading him, and then living a life. With the intensity of war in this world, if you do this, the whole country will perish in a matter of minutes. On the contrary, the traditional aristocrats that modern people hate often support the imperial power. Therefore, Field still focuses on centralization and releases some small powers to let everyone work together to build, instead of thinking about drastic changes and implementing a real parliamentary system. Chapter 10:18. Field carefully shared the reason with Ashina. "Ah bah." Blinking her big eyes, Ashina was stunned, and her brain crashed. "Let's take it one step at a time, and adjust it slowly in the future. The first stage is mainly to maintain stability, and the rest is trivial. In the Griffin Empire, setting up a local supervision organization is already a very bold attempt." Field was not too nervous. With a strong military and financial power, he was not afraid at all. Anyway, he had the Knight territory as a base. "Master, the city hall has become so deserted. You have sent out all the work." Dishia brought a stack of documents and cried, "Expansion, expansion, and expansion. The burden of the 4 territories in the north is all on my shoulders, and I can't handle it all. Look, my shoulders are red from being pressed." As she said, Dishia pushed Ashina away in a mean way, revealing her perfect and silky shoulders. White collarbone, full of curves. "It's quite white." Field shook his head. "The sea fish in our Chenmu territory is for feeding people. Miss Dishia, just leave these to me." Vivian held the feather pen and chuckled. "No wonder the Empire wants nobles to manage the city. Who can stand this?" Dishia fell on the table and rolled around. "I don't want to deal with government affairs. Woo woo woo, let me go." "Little goblin, you are still afraid." Field was happy. Leave the rest of the government affairs to the students. With Vivian in charge at the city hall, I feel relieved. "Really?" Dishia burst into laughter. "Of course, you guys prepare, and go explore the underground elf ruins in the next few days." Field rubbed his hands expectantly. "My lord, the Hero King has sent an envoy to pass on the message. Their diplomatic envoy will soon visit Maple Leaf Fortress." The guard reported hurriedly. "He said there is an important proposal and wants to discuss it with you in detail." "Hero King?" Hearing this title, Field cursed and snorted jokingly. Why is she looking for me? Is it an alliance? At the beginning, the hero king rebelled, saying that he would give freedom and happiness to the people, and lead them to the crazy queen. As a result, there were starving people everywhere, and the people of the 3 western provinces were ruthlessly betrayed. The slaves transported by the Dragon Tower were almost all from there. Field asked those slaves, but they knew nothing about their situation. They said that the prices in the territory were soaring, so they had to sell themselves and become slaves. Then should I drive them away? The guard scratched his helmet twice, embarrassed. No, I go see them. I want to see what they are up to. Field had long been curious about what the hero king was up to. Grabbing the sleeping silver dragon from the bed and using it as a mount, Field arrived at Maple Leaf Fortress. The hero king's envoys have arrived. They are very large, with 100 or so fighting knights escorting them. The luxurious sapphire carriage, the horses pulling the carriage alone, are all Frambia's precious magical beast horses, Blue Lightning. Since the destruction scroll was stolen and the Frambia holy mountain disappeared, the price of thunder attribute magical beasts has skyrocketed. Why hasn't Field come yet? Isn't he seriously injured by the devil in the sea breeze territory? It seems that the little trick we arranged has given him enough power. A woman wearing a gray robe with an eagle claw pattern on her chest glanced at the city wall with sharp eyes, full of malice. Let's take action and kill all these soldiers to urge Field. Storm, don't underestimate Field, you will suffer a great loss. The skinny diplomat glanced at Storm. You, the 4th strongest man who killed the falcon, don't dare to observe the battle situation in Sea Breeze City from a close distance. I advise you to take it easy. You don't even dare to watch the battle? You are really useless. Storm sneered. The Griffin people are no longer warriors who can fight well. They are only worthy of being our toys. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the carriage and untied the chain. Tie up 3 naked men and walk to the open space with a smile. Learn to bark like a dog, Griffin people. Storm ordered. Woof woof woof. Everyone looked desperate, trembling all over, and shouted one after another. What the hell? Are you looking for death? The clerk in charge of the handover and the surrounding knight soldiers were furious. Put away your despicable clown tricks. This is Lord Field's territory. The clerk scolded. He will beg us too. Storm made the slave lie down and sat on the slave's back, crossed his legs, and said arrogantly, Field needs us, do you understand? Otherwise, he will die ugly. Okay, stop fooling around. The diplomat scolded indifferently, with the same contemptuous look. Go and urge your lord again, otherwise he will regret it in the future. The clerk drew his sword directly, and before he could speak, the soldier beside him hurriedly grabbed him. Lord Field is here, let the lord make the decision. Everyone retreated in displeasure. It seems that Field is coming. The warriors of the Obsidian Empire, show your battle formation. Yes. More than 100 gorgeously dressed fighting knights all detonated their fighting spirits, and the gorgeous fighting spirits of various colors intertwined. Wild and domineering. I hope this will leave a deep impression on Field. The diplomats and others were extremely arrogant, and wanted to give Field a head start. Roar. A silver dragon streaked across the sky. Giant dragon? Where did the giant dragon come from? Storm was shocked and her divine power surged. Seeing the giant dragon crashing into her team, she quickly took off and condensed a divine scimitar. Silver Dragon, leave here, you are not allowed to approach my warning area. Silver Dragon was originally sleeping, and was caught as a means of transportation, and was already full of anger. Seeing a blind guy blocking her, she pretended not to see it, and crashed into it regardless. Don't listen? Then you should learn a lesson. Storm slashed with his sword, and collided heavily with the thick mithril scales of Yintong. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the deafening explosion hurt the eardrums of the surrounding soldiers. Storm was like a bag of flour, and was knocked down from the sky by Yintong. Goddess, it's a god-chosen dragon. Storm retreated violently, as if facing a great enemy, and his face was extremely ugly. Is there such an unfortunate thing? The diplomats were stunned and cursed their bad luck. It must be our Dookie Knight who attracted this dragon. Storm spat. Let the delegation evacuate here first, and let Field deal with the god-chosen dragon. Anyway, this area is Field's territory, and even if this god-chosen monster destroys it, it can't damage us. Storm raised his eyebrows slightly, looking like he had nothing to do with it. However, when they turned around, the silver dragon rushed towards them again. Aren't you here to have a diplomatic conversation with me? Why are you running? Field shouted with his fighting spirit. You're blocking my mount. I thought it was a speed bump. Chapter 1019. What a mad country baron, barely repelling the Queen's army, he actually doesn't know his own weight. Don't think that you can be mad forever by defeating the Earl of Flame with the help of the power of the disaster. Due to the Queen's winning theory, it was announced that the Earl of Flame was greedy for merit and was defeated by the disaster. It also vigorously publicized the incompetence and brutality of the Night Lord's army, causing the surrounding forces to greatly underestimate the Night Lord. Storm stood firmly, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed. If we hadn't come to negotiate, you would be dead now. When Field heard this, his veins bulged. Not having the patience to listen, Field grinned and said coldly, "Then don't fucking negotiate. I'm too lazy to listen. It's a waste of time." Field didn't know that they had released the demon, nor did he know that they had previously despised the Night Lord soldiers. But they put on this posture, obviously intending to demonstrate and increase diplomatic bargaining chips. How could Field indulge them? Directly ordered the Silver Dragon to attack the enemy with divine skills. Level 4 Divine Skill, Silver Frost Breath. Tong aimed at the delegation and exhaled a sharp breath. The violent power covered the sky and ruthlessly crushed everyone. Goddess, he directly launched an attack? How dare he? Storm wanted to dodge, but he didn't dare to betray the diplomat. He had to gather his divine power on the blade and flew over to meet Tong. Boom! The explosion swept out the sound of cascading dragon roars. The surging dragon flames scattered, and a layer of white frost formed on the surrounding ground. Storm was retreated violently, and his originally arrogant expression was instantly sobered. Holding his chest, Storm's face was extremely ugly. The majestic dragon power just now made his heart beat wildly. Damn God's chosen dragon, the combat power is so terrifying that it can cross the level to repel me. Before he could stand firm, the silver dragon exhaled, and his claws tore through the space, blasting out 8 invisible slashes. The most hateful thing was that Field personally instructed Silver Eyes not to aim at the enemy's chosen ones, but to bombard the enemy's envoys. If the enemy's chosen ones dared to dodge, the envoys would have to be sent to see the goddess. Despicable Griffin people. Don't they want diplomacy? They dared to attack the envoys, simply declaring war on us. Storm was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. He rushed to intercept, and took the divine skills with a hard face, defusing and intercepting the Silver Dragon's attacks one by one. Swoosh. 2 invisible space slashes still fell on the crowd. Fighting Chi Army Formation, Defense. Protect the Ambassador. The fighting knights roared in unison, and the gorgeous fighting skills condensed into a powerful shield, which withstood the attack. Puff. A large number of fighting knights wailed and flew away, vomiting blood and injured, with bones bursting and twisting, but no one was killed instantly. Fuck? The damage has been weakened and shared. Field's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Dochi also has unique skills. The Hero King has something. This is the first time I've seen a Dochi Knight intercept a divine skill, even if it was just the aftermath of a missed divine skill. Enough, Baron Field, stop your dragon. The Hero King's diplomat Gooker was blown off balance by the blast. With the help of the knight, he covered his face with his right hand, and shouted in the strong wind, "Stop, we brought the goodwill of the Hero King. You told me to stop, so I stopped. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" Field made a gesture to silence him, and said arrogantly, "Shut up, if you dare to show off to me, be prepared to be beaten. Dare to speak nonsense in front of my fortress, does your master know that you are so awesome?" Arrogant, too arrogant. Gooker's mouth twitched. He had heard that Field was an honest and kind person before. This guy is definitely a war maniac, right? He hurriedly said, "Diplomacy is about thousands of people. Sorry, this is about my mood. I just know that I am very unhappy. Keep attacking. Who tolerates your bad habits?" Field was unhappy. "For the sake of the Night Owl organization, please stop killing. Peace is what we all yearn for." Helplessly, Gookerl brought up the Night Owl and took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Goddess, I have come to the kingdom of barbarians." Night Owl, it sounds familiar. Field patted the Silver Dragon's neck and signaled her whereabouts. "It's fine if it's normal diplomatic procedures, but you have to make trouble for me." The dragon landed with a roar, and Field jumped down from the dragon's back. Under the attention of everyone, he landed steadily, and was extremely handsome. God's chosen dragon knight. I've only heard of it in legends. The Warcraft is already crazy, and the God's chosen Warcraft is a mobile disaster. I don't know what Field relies on to make the God's chosen Warcraft surrender. Gooker looked solemn. He was surprised to find that the Hero King had seriously underestimated Field's strength. The Griffin Queen never mentioned that Field had the God's chosen Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon is the embodiment of holiness, and the Griffin Queen will definitely not promote it. Feng Bao, who was in a mess, landed gracefully, not to mention the God's chosen Silver Dragon. If Field is promoted, he can get the approval of the God's chosen Silver Dragon. It is very likely that countless people will surround Field. The God's chosen Dragon Knight, this thing is a legend. The surrounding fighting knights cast jealous and greedy eyes, looking at Field with hostility. After staring at the delegation in front of him for a long time, Field was silent. The skin of this group of foreigners was dark brown, and their cheeks were different from those of the Griffin people. They had sharp edges and corners, thick hands and feet, and their pupils were mostly brown and yellow. The fighting armor was painted with oil paint and feathers in brown style, which looked like a combination of desert and rainforest civilization. Where did you come from? Field was dumbfounded. Why don't I remember that the Hero King's army doesn't look like this? We are people from the Obsidian Empire, and we coexist with the Hero King in a beautiful country. Gooker clenched his fist and lightly hit his chest twice, which was the gesture of their empire to salute. Hee. Field's mouth twitched. He didn't even dare to say that his own night territory was a beautiful country, but the 3 western provinces actually achieved beauty? What about the original people? Especially the Night Owls. Field naturally had a good impression of those idealists with naive fantasies. The people of the territory live happily. As for the Night Owls, they have completed their mission and retired to logistics. Gooker explained, you know, the Night Owls are not strong in combat and are not suitable for military use. Field nodded in approval. Indeed. The Night Owl organization has been replaced by a new organization, the Falcon of Death. Gooker stepped aside and introduced Storm beside him. They are a more professional and powerful God-chosen combat organization, or in other words, the God-chosen army. Hello. Storm smiled. I am the 6th sequence of the Falcon, codenamed Storm. Roar. Roar, roar. Silver Dragon pointed at himself with his claws and announced his name, but unfortunately no one understood. Are they as powerful as my maid knights? Chapter 1020. Field put his hands on his hips and said, nonsense. Let's have a discussion when we have time. Maid knights? Gooker and Storm were confused. They had never heard of such an organization. My lord, please have tea. Yi Mu led the soldiers and clerks to bring chairs and coffee tables, served hot tea and desserts, and respectfully placed them in front of Field. Having won many wars, Field's prestige in the army is almost the same as that of the goddess husband. After Dishia sensed that it was not poisonous, she handed it to Field. Slurp. Field drank tea leisurely. Let's get back to the topic. Gooker found that the topic had gone too far, and changed the subject. The Griffin Queen is cruel and stupid, and she has lost the authority given by the goddess. Our 2 forces have a common enemy. Similarly, we all hope to save everyone, and let everyone live a happy life. That's right. Hearing this, Field's brows relaxed, thinking to himself, it seems that this Hero King still has some brains, and knows how to make alliances. So, we convey the will of the Hero King. Gooker announced to Field in a matter-of-fact tone, we request that Nightfall become our vassal. Grant you the title of Duke of the North, pledge loyalty to the Hero King, and hand over High Castle and Rick Province. You only need to pay 50% of your annual income and provide war support obligations. Puff. The tea in his mouth sprayed out directly. Field turned his head, his eyes were full of shock, and his brain almost crashed. Dishia was also confused, turned his head and looked at Field, and both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. I thought the other party was going to propose an alliance, but it turned out to ask us to become a vassal? This Shabi is crazy. After a long silence, Field covered his forehead, wondering if the other party was a psychopath who ran away from a monastery. After all, the monastery would take in psychopaths and exorcise them. Did I hear it right? Let us be vassals, and hand over our territory. Field pointed at himself. You heard it right. Don't forget that the Hero King defeated the Griffin Queen head-on and forced her to sign a treaty. Gooker shrugged, and he has established a firm foothold, and has the support of Fran, Dragon Tower, and the Obsidian Empire. The Griffin Empire has no hope of defeating us. On the contrary, our army is gathering in large numbers. Once the truce agreement expires, we will form a coalition again and completely destroy the Griffin Empire. If you join now, you can become a Grand Duke and enjoy glory and wealth. But if you refuse, you will be the enemy of our 4 major countries. Gooker's words were full of arrogance and oppression. Many people ignore the power of diplomacy. Although the Hero King is weak, she has strong foreign backing. Even the intact Griffin Empire could not resist the multinational coalition forces, and was overwhelmed by the endless enemies. Although Field had just won, It had no external aid and could only rely on the rogue tactics of releasing disasters, which was bound to be short-lived. No wonder the delegation asked Field to become a vassal. From a god's perspective, it was logical. The soldiers of the Night Territory around them all showed solemn expressions. Those were 3 giant countries, each with the strength of the Griffin Empire, and they were definitely not something that the emerging Night Territory could resist. Many recruits were worried that their lords would be forced to compromise with the other side under pressure. Get out of my sight. Field flicked his sleeves. Let Nightfall become a vassal. Unless the queens of your 4 families come and recognize me as their father. Bah, the people of your obsidian country are too ugly. Send them to the public toilet. Silence. The entire delegation fell into silence. What are you talking about? Do you know what diplomacy is? Kukurhuzi almost lost his temper and said angrily, You vulgar savage, we are giving you a chance. I am also giving you a chance. Let all your royal women come to me. Field hooked his finger. We are in need of toilet cleaners in Nightfall. Full of murderous intent, Field wondered whether to kill all the people in the delegation. It is not recommended to kill the envoys. Dischi on the side dissuaded them in time. Master, we will lose the initiative. That's right. There is no need to alert the enemy. Field suppressed his anger. If you want to fight, fight hard and completely crush them. They dare to come to me and speak nonsense. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Storm sneered jokingly. I said, only force can solve the problem. When you encounter a hard bone, how can people be so ignorant? Cooker couldn't believe it. The Hero King is still smart. He doesn't need to be persuaded and takes the initiative to become our running dog. The envoys discussed in their own language for a while. Cooker came out again. Baron Field, our wise and safe proposal was rejected by you, which makes you hard to understand. But we are willing to be tolerant once and sign a peace treaty. In the future, when we launch an attack on the Griffin Empire, please don't interfere with the Night Territory, and we will not attack the land of the Night Territory. That's negotiable. Field nodded. You want me to fulfill my obligations. Then what are your conditions? Cooker was stunned. Our condition is not to attack you. Not enough. Field greedily grabbed his hands. I need a tribute of 500,000 gold coins every year. Otherwise my army under the night will attack all your strongholds without hesitation. If we can't beat the Griffin Queen in the future, we will flee to your land. Puff. The delegation was choked. Let's go back and tell the Hero King that Field is a short-sighted lunatic. Cooker snorted coldly and got on the gorgeous carriage and left. It's really annoying. Ashina's wolf tail drooped, her scarlet eyes full of fighting spirit. I didn't expect that the Hero King the Night Owl was loyal to was the same kind of person as the Griffin Queen. As expected. Field ordered. Record this incident, print it into a newspaper, combine it with the miserable conditions of slaves in the 3 western provinces, and preach it everywhere. Let everyone in each city know that surrendering to foreign races will not end well. Sir, will they retaliate against us? Ashina was very worried. Dischi didn't understand. Why don't you agree to them? There's nothing wrong with a peace agreement. We all need peace. The latecomer advantage. Patting the 2 men's heads, Field raised his mouth. Since it is the treaty they proposed, they must pay the price. Even if this treaty seems to be in our favor. A treaty without strength is just a piece of waste paper. If I agree with a heavy burden, the other party will see through our strength. As for whether this treaty is valid or not, and whether they will stab us in the back, doesn't it depend on their mood? Ashina was stunned. Can it be explained? Like this? Humans are so cunning. He, called the Thunder Dragon, we will explore the underground elf ruins, hoping to strengthen our strength. Chapter 1021. After exploring the underground ruins, I will sneak into the 3 western provinces myself. Field frowned slightly and said angrily, I want to see what the Hero King is doing. Calm down, sir. The wolf's tail swung, and Ashina patted Field's back and comforted him repeatedly. I'm very angry now. Field hugged Ashina unceremoniously. Let's go back to the territory. I want a hug too. Why should the master be nice to this pervert? Dischi was not happy, jumping up and down in a hurry, protesting loudly. Roar, roar. The silver dragon pointed at himself, and his footsteps roared and were about to roll over. Field's eyes went dark. What was the point of such a big-headed silver dragon joining in the fun? Don't be afraid, sir. I take you away now. The black light shone. Ashina smiled sweetly, summoned the dragon wolf, grabbed Field and fled back to Starry Night Castle. After beating Ashina all night, he turned her into a useless wolf, and she was still sleeping the next day. The original exploration plan had to be postponed for 1 day. Field, who had nothing to do, ordered people to build a wooden platform and hold the awarding ceremony in advance, and the address was chosen at the Starry Night City Square. In the Battle of the Earl of Flame, Field captured some noble gods chosen. Field selected 4 gods chosen who were willing to surrender, and after asking for their wishes, Field awarded them to the Knight Commander. These 4 were not pure, and they could not make a contract by themselves. Their combat power was at the 3rd level, just right for building the army. It was not Field's style to not reward meritorious service. In the morning, Starry Night City. This is Starry Night City? Good, so beautiful. It's completely different from our subhuman city. Catgirl Woody was invited by Field to attend this grand gathering. She walked on the flat street with floor tiles in shock, and she didn't even dare to take a step forward, fearing that she would dirty the floor tiles and make Field unhappy. Starry Night City is the sister city of Finchi City. The old buildings in the city were all demolished and renovated, and replaced by large residential buildings. Of course, the people call it a villa mansion. After all, the building density in Starry Night City is not that high, and the architectural style is bright and elegant. Many buildings even use glass windows. In this era, this decoration can be called luxurious. With the establishment of forests, gardens, and churches, and the combination of beautiful villas, Starry Night City is comparable to the royal back garden. Rich people in the north tend to settle here. Those pearls. Aren't you afraid that they will be stolen? Woody pointed at the huge pearls on the lampposts on both sides of the road. Her pupils trembled. You are so rich that you put jewelry on the roadside. Those are lighting pearls. They are caught in the sea near the Dawn territory. Field was happy. Everyone can see the road clearly at night and won't trip. The effect is SOSO. How can they trip? Your roads are flat, and you can slide on them. Woody exclaimed in shock. You will spoil the people in the territory. It's not that exaggerated. Field patted the catgirl's head. No more chatting, the rally is about to start, there are snack stalls around, don't get sick. The crowd surged around. Field drove his horse and arrived at the square. The crowd made way like waves and bowed to greet him. Lord. Every time he walked a distance, he could hear the cheers of the people in the territory. The number of people who came to the rally was more than Field had imagined. It was crowded and estimated to be more than 5,000 people. After climbing onto the wooden platform, Field pressed down with both hands, and the people around him immediately fell silent. Clearing his throat, Field announced loudly, Fellow citizens, we won a great victory in the Maple Leaf Territory battle. We defeated the arrogant Earl of Flame and successfully defended our homeland. I bet that the whole world was not optimistic about our Night Territory before this battle. But our victory slapped the arrogant people in the face. The citizens cheered loudly, Long live the Night Territory. Field looked at everyone and said, Do you know why we can win? It's unity. Whether humans, subhumans or mermaids, or workers, merchants or farmers, it is unity that brings us together in the Night Territory. Before the battle, you were contributors who shed blood and sweat. But after the battle, I, Baron Field, will never let anyone down. Many children of the Night Territory have been appointed as officials in various places. Now it's the soldiers' turn. They will receive the grace of the goddess and sign a contract with the chosen one. Field turned around and looked at Bobcat and others. Well done, soldiers. Field patted Bobcat on the shoulder. I knew I had made the right choice. Sir. Bobcat's nose was almost dripping down, and he burst into tears. Born a slave, he thought he could only move stones in his life, but he didn't expect to become an officer. Now he has contracted the chosen one. All this is simply a dream. He didn't dare to pinch himself, fearing that this was a dream. Taking out the iron medallion, Field put it on him and said, When you go to the local area as a general, protect the local peace, and don't act tyrannically. Our journey is far from over. Woo woo woo. Mountain Cat burst into tears. Can you not leave Night Territory? The atmosphere of unity and cohesion in Night Territory is simply not comparable to High Castle and Rick. If it weren't for the distribution of the chosen ones, everyone would even worry about promotion in name, but demotion in reality, and no one would want to leave Night Territory. No, I still need you to build cities in various places. Field couldn't hold it back, all squeezed in Night Territory, and no other places? Besides, I will still command you in future wars. The most important thing is that the nobles they contracted with are the chosen ones. They are not the castrated version of the Imperial Army, they can be promoted. If they stay in Night Territory, they will rob their own lineage of their original divine power. Yes. The officer saluted. Under the jealous eyes of the people, they contracted the chosen ones. After they arrived in various places, they would be stationed and expand the local army. But they are not city lords, but local military chiefs, only managing military affairs. Next, Field praised a lot of non-military talents. Some invented sandwich biscuits, some discovered colored glass, and even those who raised horses well were pulled out and rewarded. The rewards were all 10 gold coins. Oh my god, I want to join the army too. They have all become nobles, and will be sent to other cities to be masters. Why not have 2 more children, and send them all to school, so they can become officials before they graduate? Being an apprentice is the easiest. That bastard just put the biscuits invented by the Lord together, and spread jam on them. Is this an invention? With the example, the people in the territory became more and more fanatical, and many people began to compete with each other, wanting to win honors and better treatment. They saw the possibility of class transition, which was also what Field was happy to see. He didn't want the territory to be stagnant. Leaving time for the people in the territory, Field returned to Starry Night Castle amid the cheers of the people in the territory. Chapter 1022. Having military power, being chosen by God, having an official position, but not owning land, is this considered a new noble? Dischia was so smart that she saw Field's intention. Yes, this is an attempt. Field smiled and said, I have always been curious whether an officer with a chosen one can make the chosen one advance normally. After the advancement, will the skills obtained be distorted? In the noble system of the Griffin Empire, the Lord takes charge of everything in the territory. In Field's system, officers only enjoy the military rights of the territory, and other officials are in charge of finance and politics. If this model works, nobles can all transform into professional officers in the future. The most important thing is that he no longer needs to infect nobles. Great unification is the general trend. Chatting, Field returned to Starry Night Castle. As soon as he entered the living room, a strong momentum surged. Huh? The original divine power of the territory is gathering here. Dishia's skirt moved without wind, the ribbon fluttered, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Congratulations, the territory's strength has increased. Really? Good news. Field was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Then don't go and disturb her. After waiting for 2 hours, Asina stepped on the frost and walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes. Her long frost-white legs were straight, shining with a white light like ice sculptures and jade carvings. Asina's silver hair was loose, and the whole person exuded a lazy and cold beauty. Is it dawn? Rubbing her eyes, Asina hummed and drilled into Field's arms. Damn, bad woman. Dischia quickly blocked him, angrily. Look at you, use your divine power to weave a normal set of clothes, and then leave the bedroom? Hee. Asina was awakened by the noise, knowing that she was in the wrong, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Turning around, Asina exhaled. Finally, I'm at level 5, and I can be more useful. Sir, you should add points. You've done a good job. Field gave a thumbs up. Finding Asina's personal panel, it shows that she has been promoted to level 5. In addition to the attribute gains, she also gained points. Based on past experience, the 5th magic skill is often extremely high quality. Without hesitation, Field decisively chose the magic skill. The soul link was handed over, and the magic power surged. Asina's momentum broke through again, and the whole person became more extraordinary. She closed her eyes, and carefully felt the new power. Let me see. How is the new magic skill? Click on the panel. New magic skill. Winter Wolf Howl. Passive magic skill. Description. People living in frost and snow don't believe in tears. Wolf Howl. The gain brought by the dissociation of the artifact. The duration is greatly increased. The recovery time of the artifact is shortened from the original 7 days to 3 days. Winter. This magic skill exists, permanently improving the ice attribute damage. This gain is shared by the god-chosen Warcraft. A very practical magic skill. Our night territory has added another 5th level. Field stood up with his hands on his waist, walked forward and said with concern, Asina, go and rest for a while. No, after the advancement, I feel very energetic. The wolf's ear stood up, and Asina was full of energy and excitedly clenched her fists. Now, I just want to fight. Okay, let's set off immediately and explore the underground ruins. Hey, you is not recovered yet, and the basic base needs people to stay, so Field asked her to look after the house. He brought Lei, Silver Twin Dragon, Little Scorpion and Asina, for animal friends, to Frostfire territory. Frostfire territory is still barren, and slaves have built a large number of huts here. When we arrived here, the most eye-catching thing was the huge steel cannon that was almost submerged in the clouds in the distance. That was Vivian's artifact, and no one knew how it grew to be so huge. I offer my loyalty to you, my lord. The soldiers guarding the entrance to the ruins saluted immediately when they saw Field arrive. Have there been any abnormalities in the ruins these days? Field asked. I swear to the goddess, there is no movement at all. Field secretly breathed a sigh of relief and led the god's choice into the ruins. Taking out the puppet spider that had been used to lead the way, Field replaced it with a magic core. Big Thunder Dragon, try to see if you can open those closed doors. The power of the underground elves is the Thunder Destruction Scroll. Most of the places that Field explored before were blocked due to lack of electricity. Huh? What do you think of me? My power is only for killing, not opening metal doors. Freya curled her lips in dissatisfaction, only this time. That being said, she still walked to a large conical house. The moment the divine power was activated, the crackling thunder rolled like a python. The white palm pressed on the door, and the big thunder dragon injected the tyrannical thunder into it. Boom boom. The arc flashed, and the heavy metal door slowly opened. The rune chariot storage has been restored to power. The puppet spider reminded. Great, this should be the technology of the underground elves. Taking out the lighting pearl, Field excitedly entered it. In the heavy building, there were brass chariots, with an old and ugly shape, and a mortar-like device was installed on it. What is shocking is that most of the wars still shine with the glory of the inscriptions, and can still be used. Let me try. Field rubbed his hands excitedly. He took out the magic core that had been prepared long ago, and embedded it into a chariot. Squeak. The ruined battlefield made a noisy noise, and started slowly. Let me play, I know how to play this. Ancient inscription technology. Dishia's eyes lit up, and after jumping on the chariot, he directly controlled it with divine power, only one function. Try it. Aiming at the open ground, the chariot spewed out a 5-meter-long blazing flame. Fuck? It's a train, and the energy fluctuations are about the level of third-level magic. Field slapped his fist with excitement and said, this thing is a killer against ordinary soldiers or corpses. Another evolved inscription, boring enough. The Thunder Dragon snorted. After all, the inscription technology came from the World Destruction Scroll. Mark this place. When we have explored it, we will take it to the Mechanical Institute for research. Field was in a good mood. Let's go to the Sky Forge and see what the underground elves' furnace looks like. Dong dong dong. Just after taking 2 steps, footsteps came from the building next door. Quick, clear, and full of oppression, it was like the sound of a creature with sharp claws trampling on steel. Everyone turned around. Everyone be careful, there is movement. Asina summoned the dragon wolf, trying her best to release her perception, pointing to the building not far away. The movement coming from there doesn't seem to be the movement of the puppet. Field frowned slightly, but there was no mark on the small map. Do you want to go and see? The Thunder Dragon smiled wickedly. She especially liked to see Field's nervous look. No, record it first. Even if you want to open it, you have to be fully prepared. Decisively refused, Field pulled everyone and continued to go deeper. Relying on the Thunder Dragon Palace, they successfully arrived at the door of the Sky Forge. Chapter 1023. Arriving at the Sky Forge marked on the map, the first thing you see is a giant gate that is 100 meters high, shining with blue-gray brilliance. Just by looking at it, you can tell that its defense is amazingly strong. Except for the Thunder Dragon, everyone exclaimed in unison, it's so huge. We have arrived at the Artifact Forging Palace. The puppet spider reminded. Such a big door, Miss Pseudo Dragon, can you provide energy? Silver Eyes opened her mouth and lowly opened her arms as much as possible, indicating that the thing in front of her was really huge. Ha ha ha, no need to provide energy, the door is not closed. Asina laughed so hard, you are probably embarrassing Freya. The only thing that prevented everyone from arriving here before was the small doors and bands along the way. Humph, it's the best. The Thunder Dragon hummed twice, and casually raised his long hair like a waterfall. Artifact Forging Palace. After taking 2 steps, Field Kai reacted, his eyes widened, and he looked at the puppet spider in disbelief. Underground elf civilization can make artifacts? Sequence 1, Legendary Underground Elf God Choice. Soren Hill has a 9th level artifact, Sky Forge, which can achieve artifacts, batch replication, and forging. Unable to contact Soren Hill, vital signs have disappeared. The puppet spider made a mechanical sound. It's a miracle if we can contact, but this 9th level artifact belongs to me. Field laughed, took off the Do-Chi shield from behind, carefully entered the palace, raised his hand to release a spell, Light Ball spell. The light ball passed through the darkness, like an anglerfish in the deep sea, indescribably weird. Let me do it. The silver pupil's divine power surged, and released a high-level illumination spell, lighting up the entire palace. The towering palace was filled with metal waste. A huge metal sphere was suspended in the air, with complex patterns and a cold texture, all of which showed the splendor of the underground elf civilization. Found the Skyforge, current status, broken. Field's eyes went dark, and he drooped his shoulders speechlessly. I knew that if there was really a 9th-level artifact, it would have been moved away by the Chaos God chosen. My lord, there is artifact fluctuation. Ashina's ears shook. In the Skyforge, there is an artifact that has been cast, and has not been taken out yet. The puppet spider reported. I hope it is not scrap metal. Let's search and see if it can be taken out. After searching for a while, everyone found a strange sphere in the gap of the sphere, which looked a bit like a clock. This is... The moment Field reached out to touch it, he sensed the use of the sphere. Artifact, Time Summoning, Level 0, Prophecy Artifact, Giant Treasure House, Source, Goddess of Time. Description, after being touched by a lord or the chosen one, this artifact will open a large number of time portals throughout the world. Entering it, you will face challenges that do not belong to this era, and you will also find satisfying treasures. Special, the time portal is open for only 10 minutes. This portal is affected by field touch, and the highest entrance strength can only be a pseudo 6th level chosen one. Buzz. Just as I understood its use, the sphere in my hand turned into silver starlight and exploded, and the strong light gathered into a gorgeous portal. At the same time, the sky outside the ruins began to fall silver stars. Portals were formed all over the world. Prophecy artifact? Field stared at the shining portal, and fell into deep thought. I remember that we entered the memory artifact. We returned to the time and space of the chaos disaster and the world war. Ashina was still in fear. This kind of artifact is very dangerous. Black Feather's Raven Feather sword was also stolen at that time. High risk also means high return. The artifact has been activated. It would be a waste if we don't go in and take a look. Field rubbed his chin and hesitated for a moment before making a decision. I have been curious about the prophecy for a long time. I often heard Queen Sia talk about prophecy. Field was very curious. Is the prophecy really that magical? After letting the dragon wolf explore the way first, everyone entered the portal. At this time, in the north of the moon-marked continent, the subhuman grassland, the elegy cat subhuman god chosen was leisurely enjoying the stolen smoked fish. A silver star hummed and fell, rolling her pot into the portal. This cat stole the pot, and I stole the spoon. Without any hesitation, the elegy cat subhuman god chosen screamed and drilled into it. To the east of the moon-marked continent, across the vast ocean is the Luwang continent. Stars falling from the sky? It must be a new omen. A woman in a white and green dress floated into it with a sword. Griffin Empire, 3 western provinces. Poison Ivy, Floisa, and Feather Blade, Siatsuesi, who reported the death of the Falcon organization, are searching for traces of the Night Owl in the messy slums. The rat nest of the Night Owl is hidden in the camp of these Griffin country pariahs. It may be here, or it may not be. Feather Blade pinched his nose and stepped on the disgusting excrement and household garbage. Don't alarm them, their lives are still very useful. I really want to poison everyone to death. Poison Ivy snorted twice. Our time should not be wasted here. Don't you think so, haha? Buzz. Silver stars streaked across the sky. The fluctuation of the artifact. Which lucky guy actually found the treasure-type artifact? If I can find a treasure that can wash away skills, my combat power will be a qualitative leap. Poison Ivy was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. She didn't care about the task anymore, and the divine power surged, flying towards the portal. Stupid Kun girl, if you fly around like this, what will happen to the task? Lingren sighed heavily and screamed angrily. The surrounding people were frightened and panicked. Seeing that the other party was the chosen one, they knelt down and prayed. Praise the goddess, please forgive us, please, we don't want the original land anymore. Woo woo woo, adults of the Obsidian Empire, please be kind and don't capture me as a sacrifice. The people cried for their parents. I'm so annoyed, you filthy griffin people, it's all you cockroaches that caused me to fail my mission. Leaping high, Lingren's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, then, let's have some fun with you. With brilliant sharpness, thousands of flying blades gathered out of thin air, and shot densely at the kneeling people on the ground. Puff puff puff, blood splashed, and the whole slum turned into a pool of blood, with corpses everywhere. After admiring the masterpiece with satisfaction, he chased after his companions. 10 minutes later, Field opened his eyes dizzily, and the room was shaking. My lord, are you okay? Ashina came up quickly. This is... Looking up and looking around, he was in a dark metal room, without any decorations, and even the bed was made of straw and linen, a haystack mixed together. The most peculiar thing was that the whole room was shaking. It should be in the sky. Silver Eye shook his head cutely. After entering the portal, we were teleported to this room. Chapter 1024. Field shuddered, turned over and jumped up, and came to the window. Outside the window without any glass, it was pitch black, and the wind was howling. It was pitch black all around, and Field boldly leaned out of the window. The room he was in was actually a large steel ark. The light blue protective shield emitted by the ark isolated the wind and rain, otherwise he would have been sucked out of the window. It's really in the sky. Field slapped his head. Fortunately, Lei and Silver Shuanglong were both there, so he was not afraid of falling. Field quickly relaxed. Dong dong dong. The iron door was knocked heavily, and a stern voice came from outside the door. Warriors, gather quickly. Interesting, it's really similar to the previous artifact. Field's mouth corner slightly raised. We are role-playing, but we don't know what time period it is now. The original memory artifact brought me back to the period of chaos and disaster invasion. The prophecy artifact is probably in the future. Pushing open the door, a bunch of people came out of the empty corridor. They were wearing all kinds of clothes, and there were even many slaves. The slaves were so scared when they saw a bunch of fighting knights and chosen ones around them, that they peed and lay on the ground, not daring to move. How could there be a lowly person who dared to enter the artifact portal? He was simply looking for death. The woman with green lips sneered. Where is this? Where is the treasure? Why can't I see it? The barbarian with a horn helmet on his head smashed the floor frantically, trying to find the treasure. Don't smash it, we are in the sky, idiot. The devil is here, Mom. There was a lot of noise around. There must be hundreds of people here. Ashina snorted. The treasure we found actually allowed so many people to sneak in to look for the treasure. It's not a big problem. Most of them are not even the chosen ones. Field opened the small map. Most of the people in the cabin were marked. Very good, the small map can be used. Silence. The crowd was in chaos, and suddenly a thunderous roar came to everyone's ears. The roar with divine power even made Field's ears buzz. Many timid slaves were frightened and kowtowed. Looking in the direction of the sound, a short-haired woman wearing a tattered cloak and missing her right arm came slowly from the darkness. She was not charming at all, but covered with muscles and scars. The last warriors of the living, I am your captain. Don't kowtow to me anymore. I'm not dead yet. The short-haired captain spat at the kneeling slave. Look at you useless people, you know the battle report? The disaster has wiped out the last legion of living beings. All the gods chosen above level 6 have died in battle, except me, the last level 6. It's only a matter of time before the rest of the resistance is destroyed. Dead silence. The moment everyone in the corridor heard the news of the disaster, their original excitement for exploration was extinguished. Even the gods chosen had pupils trembling. Everyone knew what the disaster meant. It's so fucking scary. Field shuddered and hugged Freya's thighs tightly. It's so slippery. Oh no, it's so scary. Hee hee, you know how powerful the disaster is. The Thunder Dragon grabbed with both hands and said proudly, it's not easy to catch you. Warriors, we have to carry out the last mission. The short-haired captain looked lonely. She raised her head. We have to escort the last seed and escape from this broken world. Oh. The Thunder Dragon was excited. I knew that the creatures had a backup plan. As long as we remember it, we can completely destroy the world. It shouldn't be that simple. Field's mouth twitched. He should have known not to bring disaster. Captain, I have a question. Which era is it now? Field asked proactively. The 6th era? Do you still need to ask? The captain looked at him like a fool and cast a contemptuous look. The corruption disaster killed the chance of the creatures to come back. The origin of the world can no longer be reborn like before. We only lasted less than 100 years in the 6th era. It's really... There is no living space. You will soon see that the earth is still corrupt and fragmented. As strong as the destruction disaster is, it only kills creatures, and the world can still recover. Corruption, however, digs up the roots of the world. Captain, who is our enemy, the 6th disaster? Field had a bad premonition. Hey kid, you are so careless. Why are you asking these useless questions? The man dressed as a bandit licked the knife in his hand and mocked. Are you stupid? Ask something useful, such as where the treasures and women are. Knowing what disasters are useless, I only care about money. Shut up, it's your turn to teach my men a lesson. Freya looked at him fiercely with sharp eyes. Without waiting for the bandit to react, The big thunder dragon slapped the bandit's head and crushed his head with a bang. Domineering, arrogant, and completely unreasonable. Goddess? The people around him retreated one after another, casting fearful, malicious or fearful eyes. Field looked at the short-haired captain, who didn't say anything but shook his head with a bitter smile. Fortunately, I wasn't punished. Wait. Frightened, Field said in surprise. Is it true that I died here? When we returned to the Chaos Invasion, we could leave at any time. Seeing that everyone stopped asking questions, the short-haired captain continued to talk about the mission. Warriors, your mission is to reach Hope Town. It is one of the logistic supply stations for human beings, but it is also the place of hope. There are a lot of leftover supplies there. Make good use of them. You need to find supplies, build defenses, and then resist disasters. Until the world incarnation leaves, or everyone dies for her together. After speaking, the short-haired captain stepped aside. Only then did everyone notice that there was a little lowly hiding behind her, wrapped in a white cloak, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Is this the incarnation of the world's will? Isn't it a legend? Oh my god, I thought this was something that only existed in night novels. Everyone was excited. The thunder dragon tilted his head. Strange, I don't want to kill her, maybe it's fake. Or, this is just a simulation of the artifact. It should be a simulation, otherwise, relying on a zero-level artifact, it can kill the will of the world. What's the matter? The world would have been destroyed 800 times long ago. Field originally wanted the little lowly to help unseal the little sun, but it seems unrealistic. Hope Town is just ahead, the goddess of luck bless us, we didn't run into it. The short-haired captain hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom! The ark shook violently. Filthy creatures were found, confirmed to be filthy blood wings. The number is 300. 2 violent plundering gods were found. The enemy is too fast. They are destroying the ark. We are going to be shot down. There was an alarm in the cabin. Puff. Field spit out a mouthful of old blood, covered his forehead, and couldn't believe it. What the hell? What he was worried about became a reality. Chapter 1025. Boom boom boom. The hall trembled, and there was a cry of surprise in the corridor. Field's body swayed, and he rushed to the window to look out. The dark clouds were covered with lightning, and a large number of black and red dragons quickly broke through the dark clouds, leaving scarlet tracks in the air. The ark opened fire at full power, and a series of blue light spears, fireballs, and lightning chains were poured out without cost, but few hit. The dragon's mouth opened, and a series of red magic balls were blasted, hitting the ark's protective shield heavily. The whole ark shook violently. It's really the dirty blood wing, and it looks similar. Field's heart finally died. Will it not meet Black Feather? Damn, it gets complicated when it comes to time. Isn't the violent disaster a specialty of night? Field gritted his teeth, trying to seize the time and ask for more information. The chosen one of the ravaging gods is found on the starboard side. The target is confirmed to be the blue and white ravens. We will never get rid of them. As soon as the crew member finished speaking, Field saw a gorgeous black and blue light flashing outside the window. The black trailing gauze skirt rustled, and the straight white legs were still covered with crystal sweat beads. The person who came had a cold temperament, a slender waist tied with a blue ribbon, and blue star bells jingled. The best thing was the raven feather flower decoration on her left ear, which was mysterious and beautiful. I caught up with you. The frost white toes lightly tapped, the dark clouds condensed into ice, and the thorn foot ornaments on the ankles of the blue raven swayed slightly. She raised the heavy sword in her hand with a proud attitude, and the divine power gathered like a hurricane, and instantly condensed into a 100-meter frost giant sword. Extinction, begin. Damn beast, we humans will never admit defeat. The short-haired captain, with divine power bursting out, turned around and shouted to everyone, remember, at all costs. After that, the ark burst into a strong light, and everyone was wrapped in the light, and launched out of the ark. Sizzle! Blue Raven slashed down with a sword, and the ark was blown up in midair, crashing into the distance in the ice-blue flame. Field was shocked to see the ark being destroyed, and the last 6 levels of creatures dissociated from the artifact, attracting the chosen ones of the violent plundering gods to leave. It only took a moment. Everyone relied on the white light, and landed on the ground. Is this the world at the end of the disaster? The earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the sky was snowing black. Many destroyed buildings and land floated in the air, as if they had lost gravity. The world is collapsing, and we have no future. The little lowly wrapped in a white robe looked at everything sadly. It's so dangerous. The divine power fluctuation just now was not fake at all. Asina patted her chest with lingering fear. My lord, the disaster. Dicia was so mean, hugged Silver Dragon, and Asina leaned close to Field's ear and whispered, "Is it our night territory that caused the destruction of the world? If we are recognized by the incarnation of the world, I'm afraid we will all die. Master, why don't we sneak away? I'm really afraid that the chosen one of the violent plundering gods will come and kneel down to call us the boss. That would be so embarrassing." Dicia looked funny, and the big thunder dragon cat eavesdropped on the side, covering his mouth and laughing. "There is no way. The night territory is caught between the disaster and the living beings, and it is really neither a human nor a person." "Ahem, don't talk nonsense. The chosen one is not Heyu. She saw us but didn't point us out." Field was sweating profusely. He pinched Dicia's pretty face, sometimes into a square and sometimes into an oval. "This world probably has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it. It's just a divine weapon for trials. We are here to seek benefits, not to find discomfort. Let's take a step back. The disaster has happened 4 times and has nothing to do with us. If there is no plunder disaster in our territory, there will be other places to produce milk dragons, Kuingu, and Hakimi. When I am not there, the world will be finished. When I am there, the world is still finished. That can only mean that there is something wrong with the world itself, and it has little to do with what our night leader did." Field easily persuaded everyone. "Okay." Everyone quickly cheered up, and Field no longer entangled in the matter of the plunder disaster. His thoughts suddenly became clear. "Everyone, please go to Hope Town and be sure to stick to it." The incarnation of the world said to everyone, turned into a light spot, and pointed the way for everyone. "Let's go. This broken place is so cold. Since it is a small town, we must have a house. Let's go quickly and grab a good place to sleep." The crowd flocked to Hope Town. The Silver Dragon was about to transform into a giant dragon under the divine power, but Field quickly stopped him. "The giant dragon is too big, and the predatory creatures will definitely find us. Moreover, the other survivors will also be tempted. Let the dragon wolf help. The snowy environment is our specialty." Ashina summoned the dragon wolf. Everyone jumped on the giant wolf, and the dragon wolf rushed forward excitedly, so fast that it was blurred. It only took half a minute for everyone to reach the deserted town built on the mountain. It has been abandoned for a long time. Ashina sniffed the smell and said vigilantly, "There is no one, but I smell the breath of monsters." As she said, she looked at the small house next to her, and a faint roar came from inside. After taking off the shield, Field pushed open the door of the hut, and saw a strange human figure with a charred body, facing away from him and twitching constantly. The noise immediately alarmed the corpse monster in the house, and the black corpse's head turned around with a click. The deep red eyes stared at everyone greedily. Black rotten corpse? Unlike the gray-white rotten corpse in the night, the corpse monster in front of him had elongated joints, black filth wriggling all over, and sharp bone spurs that looked like or on his body. With a low roar, the black corpse pounced on Field. Field hit the shield hard, knocked the black corpse to the ground with brute force, raised the shield high, and smashed it down hard. Bang! The power of the 5th level fighting spirit directly made the black corpse's head explode. They are both 0 level life forms, but their power is much stronger than that of the corpses. Field frowned, shook off the blood on his shield, and looked unhappy. "The monster we are fighting this time is probably very powerful." "Huh? I just want to compete with my juniors." The Thunder Dragon didn't care, bent down and forced his way into the house. "Be careful, don't get out of control." Easily found the wooden box in the house, on which the inscriptions were shining. Opened the box, and there were 6 cans of salted eggs sealed in glass jars neatly placed inside. "This is the supplies you mentioned." Field was disappointed, but still commanded, everyone collect the supplies around and pile them up in the town hall. After searching for more than 20 minutes, they found enough food for 30 people to eat for half a month. The rest of the supplies, mostly firewood, swords and armor, were useless to Field. At this time, the survivors arrived in Hope Town one after another. The powerful people occupied various houses and looted supplies. Everything seemed peaceful and tranquil, as if this was a colony. "Everyone listen to me." Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the little Lolita in a white robe stood in the center of the square. She called out to everyone in a soft voice. Chapter 1026. After counting the food, Field was struggling whether to win over some of his men or teammates. When he heard the call, he ran out of the house quickly. Hundreds of people were all blocked in the square, making a lot of noise. "My children, the legion of creatures that exist in my perception has withered like petals. The little lowly in white robe said in a sad voice. My power temporarily blocked Hope Town, but the disaster will find us soon. Is there a way to leave here? Damn it, I'm here to find treasure, not to belong to this time and space, and not to die. The poison vine that told the falcon to die shouted impatiently. Can you open the portal and let us leave? The little lowly looked aggrieved. Where did the foreign barbarians come from? There is no place for you to speak here. The big rabbit and big but woman wearing an ancient gauze skirt frowned and scolded, majestic and full of the breath of a superior. Affected by the prophecy artifact, everyone has no communication barriers, even if they come from different countries. Sensing the other party's powerful divine power, Poison Ivy just licked the corner of his mouth and shut up. This style of clothes, could it be the chosen one of the East? Field immediately noticed the ancient woman, pushed the crowd away, ran to her, and tentatively said, Odd changes, even does not change. The green-clothed woman glanced at Field inexplicably and asked, What do you mean? Hello. Field deliberately greeted him in Chinese, but the other party was still confused and even wanted to draw his sword. It's okay. Looking disappointed, Field waved his hand. It seems that the Eastern civilization in the other world has nothing to do with him, not even the language. It's better not to think about making friends, so as not to be called a barbarian. I need time to tear open the feudal wall and open the world tunnel from the endless abyss. Hope Town is the weakest part of the feudal wall. By then, everyone can leave this world as the last hope. Gritting her teeth, the little lowly in white robe said to everyone, Please everyone, be sure to hold on until then. So that's how it is. Field nodded in understanding. I called everyone here because everyone lacks supplies and combat power. The supplies in the town are too few, and I can't bear to see everyone starving. The little lowly covered her chest and said sadly, I will use my last strength to create wish crystals to provide you with supplies. After that, she radiated white light all over her body and condensed into 2 crystal balls. Pushing the crystal ball to a slave, the little lowly said gently, What do you want in your heart? Use your mind to touch it. As long as it is not outrageous, you can make your wish come true. What do I want? Let me think about it. The slave scratched his head. I want a lot of bread. Reaching out to touch the crystal ball, the divine power shone. There were delicious food on the ground, roast chicken, fine wine and white bread, enough for him to eat well. Wow, thank you goddess, thank you goddess. The slave was almost crazy with excitement, dancing with his hands and feet, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed continuously, grabbing the roast chicken and breaking off the chicken legs, and stuffing them into his mouth. Another crystal was pushed to a person dressed as a mercenary. The mercenary glanced at his partner warily, muttering in his mouth, I want to become an extraordinary power, and quickly touched it. Buzz. The crystal turned into a stream of light, and injected into the mercenary's body. The bones cracked, and the mercenary quickly transformed from an ordinary person into a fighting knight, blooming with a strong third-level fighting spirit. Great, I finally became a supernatural power. With a gleam in his eyes, the mercenary punched the air, and the air exploded. Slaves are slaves all their lives, and even their wishes are so ridiculous. The slave, who was gnawing on the chicken leg, suddenly felt that the meat in his mouth was not fragrant. If you become a supernatural power, it's not a matter of a word to ask for food. Goddess. I want it too, I want it too. Everyone was boiling, this was a miracle happening in front of them. The little Lolita in white robe curved her eyebrows, and tried hard to condense the third crystal, and announced at the same time, Every hour, I will randomly select one person and provide a wish crystal. Sorry, I really don't have enough strength. But don't be disappointed for those who get it later. As my strength recovers, the items provided by the wish crystal will get better and better. After that, the crystal fell into the hands of another slave. The slave base is too large, and many of the people who enter the portal are slaves. I'm so lucky. The slave cheered and was about to touch it. Wait, don't touch him. The thunder dragon stops him. Don't kill anyone yet. Field shouted, raising his hand to signal. The thunder dragon flashed behind the slave, and a strong wind blew, blowing away the people around. Hope the crystal fell into Field's hands. Retreating violently, Field took his own god's chosen and distanced himself from the crowd. Hey kid, you broke the rules. A large number of survivors glared at him. You know nothing. Field sneered, and the group of people were almost fooled and forgot where this place was. This is a huge treasure house created by the expression. Since it is a treasure house, you must grab the treasure. Seeing that the little white-robed girl didn't stop or scold him, Field confirmed his guess and touched the crystal directly. I need an artifact to strengthen the artifact of the chosen one. The light shone, and an artifact fell into his hand. Artifact, charging stone, first order, consumable source, earth goddess branch mineral goddess. Effect, after use, restore a certain amount of divine power, not limited to the gods. Good stuff for you. Field threw it to the thunder dragon. You, how can you do this? The slave whose treasure was robbed screamed and dared to jump up and accuse the noble for the first time. The rest of the survivors accused one after another. I think he did nothing wrong. The young man, also wearing a noble robe, walked out sinisterly. The precious wish crystal, instead of improving the strength of the chosen ones and obtaining artifacts, is it to provide food for you bunch of trash? Yes, this crystal is provided 1 per hour. The disaster will soon attack, and there are 500 or 600 of us. How can everyone get it? A bare Asian chosen one nodded in understanding and said angrily, Damn, 2 artifacts have been wasted by trash. It's all because the incarnation of this world spoke too misleadingly. I thought that everyone had a share of this wish crystal, and it was not allowed to snatch it. I'm not a waste. The mercenary with the 3rd level fighting spirit was so arrogant that he drew out his sword. I can kill disasters if I become stronger. Why can't we ordinary people become stronger? What? Just give it to that pretty boy. I can kill disasters, no worse than you. This immediately inspired all ordinary people, and they cast dissatisfied eyes at Field. The mercenary drew his sword and pointed at Field. Let's fight. What's the point of robbing ordinary people's treasures? I'm a fighting spirit knight now. The winner contracts the god. After drinking a few mouthfuls of horse urine, I don't know what your last name is. Field's cold eyes slashed at him like a steel knife, and he rushed over, and the artifact armor gathered in the air. The mercenary was not afraid, burst out fighting spirit, and punched him. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and in the mercenary's shocked eyes, his entire right arm exploded into a bloody mist. The iron fist slammed over, and Field showed no mercy. Wait, sir, I was just joking. Before he could finish his words, the mercenary's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splattered everywhere. Be smarter when you speak in your next life. Field shook the dirty things in his hand. Chapter 1027. This guy is simply a demon. The people who were encouraged by the mercenaries saw the bloody and horrifying scene, and their courage was quickly extinguished. The disaster is about to come. No matter how ordinary people are strengthened, even if they become genius magicians, it will be useless. Who dares to use the crystal if they are not the chosen ones? I will kill you first instead of the disaster. Field looked around majestically. The wish crystal is only provided to the chosen ones. Who has any objections? Speak up as soon as possible. Field is usually so kind. Why is he so overbearing now? Silver Dragon shrank his neck and held Ashina beside him. The master is just protecting his shortcomings. He is only good to his subjects. Most of these people even come from other continents. Do you think they will become our subjects? Ashina spread her hands. The slaves were the first to accept their fate and knelt down with sad faces. I thought I had encountered a chance to change my fate, but in the end, I still worked like a slave for the nobles. The surrounding mages and fighting knights looked at him unkindly, but because of the chosen one behind Field, they could only temporarily endure it. The 2 chosen ones of the Obsidian Empire, after seeing Field, confirmed each other's eyes, and made a gesture of wiping their necks. They had seen Field's projection a long time ago. Seeing that no one said anything, Field immediately offered sweet dates. You don't have to worry about food. I, Field, will not eat, but I will ensure that everyone has food to eat. Don't use crystals and pray for useless things. Everyone was moved by Field's words, and was about to reach a consensus. Goddess of holy light bless you, I question you. A paladin raised his war hammer and pointed it at Field. The nun behind him, wearing a skirt slit to the waist, twisted her big buttocks, and stood out in the same charming and holy manner. Everyone present has been inspired by the goddess to come to protect the world. We are all equal, and the holy light blesses every believer of her. The nun gently preached to the crowd. Field, you can't deprive everyone of their rights. Who the crystal randomly gets is the best arrangement of the goddess and the world. The nun raised her white and warm jade neck. Who knows, these poor slaves will not be the key to saving the world. Sister and paladin, you are right. It has to be the holy light. The ordinary people who just accepted it immediately became restless. Where is the saint? Field said bluntly. Do you think a pile of scattered sand can fight against disasters? Wake up. The Knight territory is so united, and they paid a heavy price in the battle in the Viscount territory. My name is Irene. Put away your annoying aristocratic style. Everyone is free, at least under my protection. Irene opened her arms, and the rabbit swung non-stop. Because of the net-shaped rabbit nest, everyone could even see the east and west sides. The wish crystal will follow the miracle and find its owner. Why do we still have to gather in the square? The paladin laughed. Why not disperse? No one is allowed to leave before the order is established. Only unity can have a glimmer of hope. Field was furious, and the corners of his mouth were cold. If the survivors dispersed like this, the more than 500 survivors would be completely reduced to scattered sand. How can we resist disasters by being wary of each other, plundering and killing? That's too much. I can do whatever I want. I am a free man. Humans are so arrogant. We demons can't possibly obey your orders. Brothers, who is willing to follow me? I promise you a good life. The square was noisy, and no one was willing to give in. Good opportunity. The sound of breaking wind suddenly came from my ears, and a sharp dagger cut through the air. Insolent boy, you dare to make rules for a 5th-level necromancer at such a young age. Humph, go to hell. A corpse doll wrapped in death came to assassinate Field. Living creatures are still so interesting, always daring to fight against stones with eggs. The big thunder dragon was disdainful, stepped out with white toes, thunder roared, and his figure instantly appeared behind the corpse doll. Still without using the artifact, he slapped it with a slap, and the purple thunder spread like a spider web. The corpse doll was directly beaten into a bloody mist. It's not a magician. There are gods chosen in the dark manipulating low-level corpses. You dare to test us. You are really tired of living. The divine power surged in Dishia's eyes, summoned the dragon spear, and fired dragon breath bombs at the distant house. The orange-yellow fireball blasted out brilliantly. The target stone house was instantly blown into powder, and the gods chosen in a noble dress ignited flames and retreated. Oh my god, the humans have taken action, subhumans. Kill all the human dogs. After the humans die, all the good things will be ours. The grumpy bear subhuman gods chosen, the muscles in his arms swelled. She slapped a hapless fighting knight like slapping a fly, and turned him into a meat pie with his armor. The subhumans were all soldiers. Even if many subhuman slaves were teleported, they picked up stones on the ground and rushed towards the human slaves, extremely fierce. In just a moment, the human civilians and slaves were killed and covered in blood, wailing and falling down. Hee hee, it would be better if they were all dead. A pink-haired girl, with a smile on her face, looked at the fight in front of her with gloating. Anyway, you are useless. I can clear this secret realm by myself. Little human girl. Catch her as reserve food. I love eating her the most. Several dog-headed men stuck out their tongues and drooled all over the floor. Human? How can I be that lowly species? The pink-haired girl's originally clear eyes quickly turned into demon pupils, showing cute fangs. Go to hell. The tender voice was like the judgment of hell. The petite demon wings behind the girl flapped, and her little mouth pursed, compressing the hell flames to the extreme, burning the surroundings indiscriminately. Ah, help! Countless burning figures rushed out of the flames with wails, rolling on the ground and turning into ashes. There were even more sickly chosen ones, who drew out their double swords, and killed everyone indiscriminately. Kill, kill, kill all of you trash, and all the treasures will be mine, and your artifacts will be mine too. At this time, those who were not chosen by God were crying and screaming, and only then realized the seriousness of the problem. It turns out that Field, who seems to be the most arrogant, is the most reasonable. Ordinary people who long for no order, at this time, wish that Field would immediately announce a new order so that they can kneel down and obey. Field cursed. The damn disaster hasn't come yet, and you're killing like this? When the violent disaster comes, I see you will bear it with your heads. Sir, should we take action? Ashina couldn't do it. Of course I am the Lord. The whole world belongs to the king. Those guys are a little stupid, but they all have value. Ashina, suppress the bear people, and the silver dragon will deal with the demons. Field drew out the golden sword. It's still iron and blood, the most convincing. Chapter 1028. The velvet bear rushed left and right, smashing everything that could move into pieces. If it weren't for the incarnation of the world, she would not have let her go. Just as she was enjoying killing, silver light flashed, ice spears flew in front of her, and Ashina walked over with the dragon wolf. Like a hungry wolf, elegant and cruel, with cold murderous intent in her eyes. My master, I told you to stop. With the disaster coming, our killing is meaningless. Who? Looking at Field in disbelief, Velvet Bear laughed and said sarcastically, it can't be the human, it's so funny. I feel disgusted when he rolls over to be my dog. Ashina's hair exploded, and a flower of gun shot out of the ice spear in her hand. How dare you? Humans are such an ugly race. How could you obey their orders? Velvet Bear licked the corner of his mouth and winked at Field provocatively. Don't think that you can talk nonsense in front of me just because you have recovered a dog subhuman. We subhumans can suppress you humans and kill them indiscriminately. Whether it is Silver Wing or the Griffin Empire, there are human corpses everywhere, and it's the same here. Velvet Bear arrogantly showed his muscles. The bear subhuman has a strong body, and Velvet Bear is a muscle queen, and the hair in his armpits is denser than human hair. It's better to kill me than to cooperate with you, Velvet Bear said arrogantly. Then I satisfy you. Field sneered. Ashina, I've changed my mind. You can attack as you please. Just pay attention to one thing. Let the people present realize that their recklessness will have to pay a price. That's what I was thinking of doing. Asina was eager to fight. You dare to insult my master. You're looking for death. Dragon Wolf, kill! The wolf howled, shocking the whole audience, and the dragon wolf rushed out first. Its body, as heavy as a tank, rushed forward fiercely. While it had extremely heavy defense, it was also extremely fast. In an instant, the dragon wolf, with the might of a mountain, rushed in front of the Velvet Bear. Come on, I really don't believe that the dogs you humans raise can defeat the subhumans blessed by the goddess of nature. The Velvet Bear's arms were all muscular, and he smashed them confidently. Bang! It was like two discuses collided heavily. It's the 5th level gods chosen. It's the 5th level fighting. Several 3rd and 4th level gods chosen were so scared that they quickly dodged. The deafening sound caused the surrounding chaos to calm down a lot, and almost everyone made way. The ground cracked, and the veins rose like earthworms. The Velvet Bear stopped the charge of the dragon wolf with both hands. But the arrogant smile on her face was slowly disappearing. Tyrant Dragon Flame. The dragon wolf suddenly opened its mouth, and a ball of ice blue dragon flame roared out. The Velvet Bear was hit back by the dragon flame and swung twice in the air before it could stabilize its body. Swish! The spear light swept through the air, and 6 ice spears passed through the air. Asina took advantage of the dragon wolf's attack. Not only did it reach the predetermined attack point, but it also condensed ice spears to attack the Velvet Bear from all sides. Each of the flying ice spears was 5 meters long, carrying an unstoppable edge. The moves are very precise, but don't think about breaking the defense. 5th level divine skill, the bear god is possessed. The Velvet Bear bent his fingers on both palms and immediately wrapped up the giant bear phantom. Then he slapped in all directions frantically. Every time he slapped, an ice spear would explode. The energy ripples spread out, condensing layers of frost. The Velvet Bear remained motionless, like an insurmountable mountain. Ashina and the dragon wolf attacked several times, but the Velvet Bear used his palms to calmly repel them. Haha, as expected, even if there are subhuman subordinates, they are no match for the orthodox subhumans. Bear subhumans are also a superior race, and their ability to fight alone is much stronger than that of wolf subhumans. Most of the people watching around were not optimistic about Field. Haha, wolf subhumans are just SOSO. The Velvet Bear blew up all the ice spears and laughed. Your race can be king and dominate because of your large number of people. You are the only one, and I beat you like a puppy. They are the most elite heavy infantry of the subhuman alliance. They can even resist the charge of human noble cavalry from all directions without collapsing. While you still have time to say your last words, say more. Soon, your body will be as hard as your mouth. Ashina's voice, like a ghost, sounded behind her. 5th level magic skill, the extremely cold spear of killing. The fine needle in her hand spun around, and the frost gathered around her, instantly turning into a 100-meter ice spear. At the same time, the dragon wolf rushed over quickly, biting the left arm of the Velvet Bear with its bloody mouth. Get out of here, you bastard. The Velvet Bear's palms blasted out crazily, leaving a residual image, and the whole Hope Town was full of the sound of piercing clouds and cracking rocks. However, the dragon wolf would only bite harder, even if the scales flew and the skin and flesh were torn. Buzz. The 100-meter-long spear of killing blasted out with a buzzing sound. Who is afraid of who? 5th level magic skill, velvet armor. The Velvet Bear grew a large piece of hair, wrapping her inside and outside in 3 or 4 layers, really like a bear. This is her famous skill, which earned her the title of Velvet Bear. He once led 3 human chosen gods to attack and broke out of the siege. Die. Ashina had no expression on her face. The moment the lance of killing penetrated the fur bear's armor, the frost in the entire space shattered like glass. The thick fur armor was penetrated by the ice spear. What? The fur bear's eyes were red. Ashina's previous attack had already infused the winter power into her body. Coupled with the penetrating nature of the armor-piercing frost, the fur bear had no room to resist. Blood splattered, and the fur bear was nailed to the ground. The astonishment in his eyes had not even dissipated, but the artifact began to slowly condense. You are busy showing off, and I almost got led astray by you. I have no confidence at all. Ashina frowned slightly. So annoying, I haven't scolded you back yet. This guy was clearly beaten the whole time. Why could he shout nothing special? She was still angry about being called a dog subhuman, and wanted to scold back, but unfortunately the other party didn't hold on. The people around who were originally looking for fun were stunned. What kind of explosive power is this? Too exaggerated. It's over. So quickly. The originally arrogant chosen ones of various races stopped attacking at the same time, and slowly moved away. They looked at each other, and saw each other's confusion. Normally, a level 5 battle would take at least half a day, right? They only fought for more than 10 minutes, and it was over. The female demon who had a brief fight with the silver dragon also retreated explosively, with a fearful look on her face. Now, let's discuss the new order. Field suggested gently and humbly as if nothing had happened. Please don't fight among yourselves, okay? You can't do that. How dare you ask us to beg us? Everyone's hair stood on end. You are the most ruthless in the whole field. Others can only kill some small fish at most. You just go for the intensity, and kill the chosen ones in a casual conversation. Sir, we listen to you. You are our savior. You have helped us humans to vent our anger. Quack, it's Sir Field, we have saved our teeth. Except for the chosen ones, and the lords, almost all humans ran to Field's side. Chapter 1029. Most humans ran to Field to seek shelter. Field nodded to Ashina again. We also protect the subhumans. Ashina raised her ice spear high, like a flag. According to the tradition of the subhumans, the winner of the duel is the leader. If anyone disagrees, I accept the challenge. We will obey your orders. Subhumans respect the strong, and Ashina is a superior race. Almost all subhumans recognized Ashina. Field glanced around and found that he accounted for 3/4 of the survivors on the field. How stupid. What use are ordinary people? Except eating up the food. Poison Ivy snorted. He wants to monopolize the crystals by relying on the advantage of numbers. How naive. We just need to kill all those ordinary people, and kill Field by the way. How dare he rob the 2 provinces of Gaobao and Rick? These are the lands given to us by the goddess. The falcon duo looked unkindly, and whispered to other gods to deal with Field together. My lord, I am from the kingdom of Wind Scar, and have heard of the Night Territory. The plain woman in green officer's clothes came to Field quickly, and said politely, My name is Sari, the captain of the guard of the kingdom of Wind Scar, and I hope to get your protection. The kingdom of Wind Scar? I have come to the Night Territory for exchanges. I can talk to your people very well. Field's eyes lit up, and he immediately extended his hand to express his welcome. I am a 4th level commander type god chosen, and I can transform ordinary humans into 4th level wind spear fighters. Sarichan suggested, if you don't mind, I can strengthen our combat power. Profession, wind spear fighter. Description, a fighting knight with wind attributes, he has a strong defense against bow and crossbow attacks. Fighting skills, gust of wind bomb, spiral strangle, body protecting wind force. That's great, I will do my best to protect your safety. Wide-eyed, Field was overjoyed, and couldn't help rubbing his hands. This guy is actually similar to Xiao Feilong. Xiao Feilong can transform corpses, and this guy can transform ordinary people. Isn't the value of taking an ordinary people here? Commander-type god chosen and ordinary people are very weak in single combat, but when they unite together, they can burst out with extremely strong combat power. Immediately afterwards, another 5 3rd level god chosen joined Field. They thought they couldn't get any benefits, so they might as well stick together for warmth. Sari, while you convert the soldiers, take everyone to enclose the land and collect supplies, even if it's just a piece of wood. Field looked at the little lowly in white robe, slapped his head, and asked hurriedly, Can the crystal be assigned to one person directly? No, you are all my children. The world shook his head decisively, and said softly, And my power comes from all living beings. So many people died just now, and the crystal production speed has slowed down. Now, one is produced every half an hour. Ah! Everyone was in an uproar, and the few people who had been killing crazily before suddenly felt like clowns. It turns out that these small fish are so useful. Why didn't you say it earlier? At least stop it. With a twitch of his mouth, Field suspected that this guy might be black-bellied, but then he thought, if the world will is smart, would it suppress the little sun? The little sun fell on the way to conquer the disaster, and was still suppressed by the world will. Sari, whoever gets the crystal should collect it first. Silver Dragon, you are responsible for protecting Sari and the people in the territory. Field made arrangements in an orderly manner. It's protection, but it's also supervision. Wait, no one can leave here. Sari was about to take the people away, and this time it was the turn of the other chosen ones to quit. Field, we can protect these ordinary people too. The Obsidian Empire's feather blade played with a flying knife in his hand. It's not appropriate to take away most of the people, right? Leave the people behind. The sinister noble fiddled with the brooch. Your men are very strong, but with so many of us, we can fight to the death to replace her. 3/4 of the population means that Field will take away most of the treasures, which is absolutely unacceptable. The demon girl covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee, how stupid this world incarnation is. My lord, the number of 5th level chosen ones present is far beyond imagination. Ashina exclaimed. The enemy has 4 5th level chosen ones, who have shown their strength. There are also many strong ones, who hide their combat power. Everyone was struggling whether to go up, and Field didn't want to stir up a hornet's nest, and the scene fell into a stalemate again. Okay, let's play this way, right? Field sneered. The group of people in front of him didn't know the strength of the disaster, and they couldn't stop fighting. If they didn't defeat them, they couldn't even build a defensive position. Then I play with you, no one is allowed to stop. Field ordered. Sari, transform the soldiers here directly. In front of everyone, Cece transformed ordinary people into wine gun fighters with emerald green light. Although most of the soldiers didn't even have weapons, their strength had made a qualitative leap. The chosen ones of other races immediately became anxious, but due to Ashina's previous domineering performance, they didn't dare to force it. In 1 hour, Field harvested 217 Dookie soldiers, with amazing efficiency. Commander-type God's choice is convenient. It would be great if I could give more at night. Field smacked his lips. Seeing that the crowd's reaction was not intense, Field secretly took out the artifact of the Velvet Bear, decomposed it into a divine seal, and strengthened Ashina's 2 artifacts. Soul Link surged, and Ashina's breath rose rapidly in full view of the crowd. The dragon wolf next to him evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles were like several knots, and the whole body was burning with blazing ice flames. Artifact, Dragon Black Wolf. Gain, greatly enhance the various attributes of the Dragon Wolf. Special, the magic skill Tyrant Dragon Flame was affected by the Dragon Wolf and transformed into a 2-star magic skill. While the consumption was reduced, the power was greatly increased. Fuck awesome. Field's eyes lit up. It turned out that upgrading the Dragon Wolf would also give skills and strengthen Ashina's weapons. Artifact, Frost Annihilation. Benefit, armor breaking ability and lethality are improved. This is awesome. The 2 artifacts given to Ashina were all strengthened, and Field felt relieved. How is it possible? Not only did the trash he recruited become stronger, but the chosen ones are also getting stronger? Damn it, there are obviously no chosen ones for forging. Could it be that the other party has an 8th level territory that can strengthen the artifact? Impossible. Everyone was shocked. The other party's competitiveness has become stronger again. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to grab anything. Poison Ivy waved his hand. Everyone, come together and kill Field first. Just at this moment, silver light shone, and the little lowly in white robes condensed to crystal again, which fell into the hands of ordinary people in Field's team. After all, ordinary people are the majority. Go! That's ours to kill Falcon. Poison Ivy couldn't bear it anymore, roared angrily, and threw out a handful of green seeds, which fell to the ground. Chapter 1030. Mud and rocks splashed, thick vines emerged from the ground, and ugly flowers quickly grew. One after another strange flowers, divine power surged, spitting out sticky poisonous stings at Field. My lord, be careful. Dishia's dragon spear turned into an umbrella, opened it, and blocked Field. Ding ding dang dang, all the needles were deflected. Woohoo, I'm awesome. Behind the umbrella, Dishia twisted her waist playfully, and hit Field with her hips. You are really burning, be careful not to get attacked. Field couldn't hold it. Buzz the air tore. The feather blade turned into a stream of light, and rushed over, leaving a piece of afterimage in the air, and suddenly attacked Field's left side, stabbing out mercilessly. Thinking of the despair of Field and others, when they were assassinated, the feather blade couldn't suppress the smile on the corner of his mouth. The silver dragon made a decisive move, and the snow-white lowly palm caught the artifact with bare hands, making a clang buzzing sound. Goddess? Lindgren's eyes almost popped out, and his already dark skin became even darker. Get out of here. I hate people with the opposite color to me. The silver dragon inexplicably thought of the black dragon of the five-color dragon, and punched Lindgren hard with all his strength, sending him flying far away. The metal dragon and the five-color dragon are old rivals. While flying backwards, Lindgren tried to hold back the spitting of blood, adjusted his body shape, and suddenly threw out a large number of flying knives. The silver dragon lacked combat experience, and was caught off guard, screaming when it was stabbed, not knowing which to protect, its head or its buttocks. Damn it! Wrapped in the mithril armor, the silver pupil rushed out in an invincible manner, facing the poison needles and flying knives, causing continuous space ripples. Bang bang bang. The falcon and the scorpion dragon fought each other. The square was almost blown away. The two sides collided madly. The Death Falcon was a powerful battle god with rich combat experience. However, Dishia and the other two were both numerical monsters. Neither side could gain an advantage in a short period of time. The Griffin Empire actually has such a strong lord, at least the strength of a Grand Duke. However, there are good things, I must fight for it. The sinister noble joined the siege. His god was the one who used the corpse doll to test Field. After disappearing for a moment, she actually controlled hundreds of corpses to come back and besieged Asina madly. Take the crystal first. Field cursed and was about to take the crystal. A blurry figure flashed in front of him, and was about to snatch the crystal. Hee, the good things are mine. Cat subhuman, get out of here. Asina had a strong sense, her nose wing moved slightly, and she threw an ice spear behind her, knocking the assassin who stole things away. Just as he turned his head, the Holy Light Sister also activated her magic skills and joined the siege, but was stopped by the Dragon Wolf. The Catman failed to steal things, and then attacked Ashina. Ashina was fighting 1 against 3, and she could still have the advantage in a short time. But the overall situation was full of murderous intent. Field's scalp was numb. How could this prophecy artifact summon so many 5th-level artifacts? It is really harder than climbing to the sky to get the benefits. After all, no one wants to give the benefits away. Demon, let's do it together. The sinister noble looked at the demon girl beside him. This way, no one will suffer. After obtaining the artifact, let's share it equally, how about it? Okay, I like to cooperate with humans the most. The demon girl giggled, spread her wings, and drew a gorgeous trajectory in the air. No, there are too many opponents. We have to think of another way. There are 6 5th-level gods chosen to deal with alone. The pressure index is rising. Single fight and group fight are 2 different concepts. Puff! Just when Field decided to retreat and avoid the sharp edge, something strange happened. The demon girl fell in the air like a comet, but did not hit Field. Only then, she quickly made a big circle and went behind the sinister noble. The gods chosen of the sinister noble was fighting a bloody battle with Ashina. His mind was all on Field, and he didn't notice that the demon was behind him. With her hands raised and claws falling, the demon girl instantly killed 2 corpses of the guards, stabbed into the back of the noble, and took out the heart. Wow! The sinister noble screamed in disbelief. You betrayed us. I'm a demon. How can I keep my word? The demon girl, Yuluo, smiled sweetly, and crushed the heart in her hand. His chosen one was severely wounded in the moment, vomiting a large mouthful of dirty blood. Yuluo dodged and splashed the dark power. The violent demonic power beat the puppet chosen one to blood and flesh, crushing him into a pulp. Hey, another 5th-level chosen one died. Yuluo floated in the air, her white legs swinging back and forth, and smiled without thinking. How about it? I also have the strength to kill the same level in seconds. Goddess. The chosen ones, who besieged the night territory, were shocked. How dare they trust each other? Under mutual defense, the offensive momentum was immediately frustrated. The pressure receded like a tide, and Field was very carefree. He didn't care about the situation and muttered, I don't want to think too much. The benefits in my mouth are real. Pick up the crystal, make a wish with a thought, and get a new artifact. Artifact, Messiah Ring, 2nd Order, Source, Space Goddess. Description, it is not a wedding ring, but it can store many wedding rings. Effect, provide 5 cubic meters of space, and cannot store artifacts of non-space gods, and cannot store living things. Purification, items placed in it will be purified and will not expire. Ha ha, how can you travel through time without a space ring? Field was in tears. It had been 2 years, and it was the first time he saw a storage artifact, and it was obtained by making a wish. Putting on the ring as if nothing had happened, Field smiled at everyone. I have the artifact in my hand. Why don't you take a break? It's ridiculous to lose your life for an illusory benefit. Devil, how can you help humans? Poison Ivy was so angry that her nose was crooked. You are a group of people, bullying one person, it's so unfair. We demons also only respect the strong. The demon girl aimed at the night leader and shot a red light, covering everyone. I am in a good mood today, and I plan to stand on your side. This is sincerity. What? Field subconsciously dodged, but found that this was not a damage skill. Magic skill, Violent Hellfire, group strengthening magic skill, effect. The covered unit will gain extra strength and immunity to fatigue within an hour. Actually helping us? Field was stunned and looked up to this beautiful lowly demon. I am helping myself. Yulua raised her hair in a chic manner and put her hands on her waist. If you die, these crazy people will come to kill me. I am the only demon on the scene. She is very smart. Even the demons can see the situation clearly. Why do you still fight among yourself? Another chosen one dressed as a knight took the initiative to stand on Field's side, and the two sides of the chosen quickly reached a balance. Seeing this, Field immediately stirred people's hearts. Don't forget, our enemy is the disaster. We haven't fought the disaster yet, but because of internal fighting, 2 5th-level gods died. Is this worth it? I will lead everyone to build defenses now. If any of you still want to give up and give away artifacts, I am happy to accompany you. After speaking, Field waved his hand and left with everyone. Chapter 1031. You actually chose to retreat. Yuluo put her hands on her hips and raised her head. I thought you would use my power to kill all the opponents. When you fight with the disaster, you will know my good intentions. Field said seriously, short-sightedness will only lead to self-destruction. In Field's opinion, the secret realm summoning so many 5th levels is definitely not a coincidence. The most important thing is that they can be killed after defeating the disaster. Uniting all species is also the philosophy of our demon clan. The demon king is very wise. Yulua raised her hands enthusiastically, took over the conversation, and announced loudly, we conquered all continents in order to unite all living beings and fight against the coming disaster tied together. Don't fool me about this. If enslaving people or slaughtering people is called unity. With a cold snort, Field stared at the girl's red eyes and said calmly, the disaster is more united than anyone else. Field will never forget that his own pharmacist was frightened by the perverted demon clan. Two different things, you won't understand even if I tell you. Yuluo pouted her lips, took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white little hand, and smiled innocently. My name is Yuluo, the son of the devil, the dark god system, and the 5th-level assault god chosen. The son of the devil is a monster born after the combination of the demon clan and humans. It is born to be the chosen one. The probability of appearing is even lower than that of a normal chosen one. Looking at the demon girl in front of him. Her demonic features were not obvious, and both her horns and wings were very small. She had a red ribbon tied around her neck, which made her look a bit like a vampire. Field extended his hand and introduced himself, with a funny look on his face. My name is Field, a control-type soul master. No, I'm just a lord nicknamed Destroyer. My lord, don't shake hands with the devil. Een Tong squeezed over and stood in front of Field. In front of Yuluo's confused eyes, he grabbed his hand. Squeak squeak. The moment their palms touched, Yuluo's palms smoked, and she screamed and stomped her white and slippery feet. Damn God's chosen silver dragon. Yuluo's pupils trembled, and she jumped 4 or 5 meters away like a rabbit, looking at Een Tong vigilantly. Humph. With his hands on his hips, Een Tong's eyes were full of pride. Mithril can exorcise evil spirits. Field, demons are very cunning creatures. It's best not to have physical contact, or strange things will happen. Then I have to try it. Field was thinking wildly, and patted Een Tong's head casually, blaming him without any blame. Now we are teammates, don't make trouble. This intimate behavior left a terrifying impression on Yuluo. How did this human subdue the god-chosen silver dragon? He even touched its head like a pet, not afraid of being eaten alive. Turning around, Field looked at the god-chosen one wearing knight armor. She was also one of the few god-chosen ones who supported the knight territory, but she didn't say much. I'm from the Silver Wing Empire, Homus, a 5th-level defensive god-chosen one. Feeling the gaze, Homus stroked her chest and performed a standard knight's etiquette, neat and solemn. Because she had short hair, was neutral, and wore armor, Field was often not interested in this type of woman before seeing her figure. Welcome, your joining is very important to us. Field sincerely thanked. You are worthy of being a knight of the Silver Wing Empire, always standing on the right side. The Griffin Empire and the subhumans only bordered a small part of the area. The Silver Wing Empire was almost a country held in the arms of the subhumans. Most of the country bordered the subhumans, centaurs and trolls. This country is flat, with only grasslands and farmland, and no great wall for defense. Therefore, the public toilets that have completely fallen into the hands of barbaric forces are either robbed or on the way to be robbed, which is extremely miserable. But the Silver Wing Empire is the most gentle empire, never attacking fellow human beings, and does not exclude outsiders. Field, let's discuss the distribution of benefits. Yuluo smiled and licked the corner of her mouth. If I don't want anything, and am still willing to help, you might be worried. Well, I also hope to be rewarded. Holmes nodded, speaking quickly and firmly. I need artifacts to make the country prosperous. In exchange, I will fight hard. Look, there is a bad woman who wants to steal my money. Dizxia grabbed Field's arm, and came over resentfully. Her beautiful and charming figure looked extremely funny at this moment. Strictly speaking, all the artifacts in the Night Territory belonged to Dizxia. Ha ha ha. Field was happy. If you want the horse to run, you have to eat enough grass. Let's take turns to get the crystal. You two take it first, and then it's my 4 chosen gods' turn. Take turns in turn. When the secret realm is over, everyone will give a share of the spoils to the 4th level chosen gods and ordinary people. How about it? Agree. The two had no objection. Taking the crystal first would be a disadvantage, but it was better than nothing. After hearing this, the low-level combat forces such as Sari also had more hope. In the following time, Field asked the demon Yuluo to monitor Falcon and the others. Although the two sides reached a tacit understanding, Field would not let down his guard. With the advantage of numbers, Field naturally occupied the town center, and the east and south of Hope Town, and immediately assigned people to dig trenches, build earth walls, wooden forts, and sentry towers. On the contrary, the survivors who occupied the western town, although there were many 5th level god chosen, had no backbone and kept quarreling. Sir Field, we searched every box in the territory. But the food we found was very few, only enough for 2 days at most. Holmes looked worried. If this goes on, everyone will starve to death. Field was not panicked at all. I will solve it. When he came to explore by himself, his backpack was filled with sugar, honey, bread and dried meat from the Night Territory. With food in hand, Field was not panicked. We don't have enough weapons either. Most of the warriors we gathered don't even have weapons. Ashina also came to report. Maybe I can go out and explore. Explore? Hope Town. Field paced back and forth for 2 steps, and suddenly clapped his fist. Yes, since the creatures know that this place is the retreat of the world incarnation. They even used the Ark to transport the army here. There must be important resources hidden. Hope Town itself is ordinary, but it is just a cover-up. According to his experience as a lord, there must be something good hidden nearby. The cold north wind blew into the house through the crack in the door. Sniff. While reporting, Ashina suddenly jumped up alertly. There is a smell of blood coming from the southeast corner, very fresh. Huh? Those idiots who opposed us, they must have fought each other. Dizxia, who had spread out the bed neatly, laughed teasingly. At this time, we can't be careless. Field shook his head decisively, summoned the golden sword, and pushed open the door. Holmes, Ashina, come with me to take a look. Chapter 1032. When Field saw the other survivors fighting in a group, he almost fainted and roared. Save your energy and stop arguing. Go outside the town. You are so stupid. Once you are attacked by the disaster, you will go to hell. The 3 of them quickly came to the open space outside the town, and saw several corpses lying in a mess on the dark snow in the distance. Each corpse was in tatters. Help, help! There is a monster, Mom. I want to go home. The man with only half of his body crawled on the ground, leaving a scarlet bloodstain. The enemy attacked silently, and the knight led everyone to not notice it. Damn, the disaster has actually touched the vicinity of Hope Town. Field's heart jumped suddenly, and an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. It was only a short while after arriving in Hope Town that the chosen one of the violent raiders arrived. You idiots, didn't I ask you to collect firewood? The 3rd level god chosen on the Falcon side heard the noise and flew over angrily. Disaster, disaster, I have the goddess's blessing. Let's see what kind of strength disaster is. Don't act rashly, it's dangerous. Ashina warned. Her senses were fully open, feeling all the information provided by nature. What kind of danger can it be? You two go ahead. The god-chosen spat disdainfully, raised his chin, and let his 2 god-chosen guards lead the way. Just after taking 2 steps, the god-chosen guards walking in the front suddenly felt empty under their feet, and they didn't even stumble. Snowflakes flew, and a shining stream of light shot up into the sky. Puff! The blood mist exploded, and the unlucky God-chosen guards were cut vertically. The attack was so fast that the man even made a ho-ho sound from his mouth, and blood soaked his throat. Then, the chosen guard behind him was torn into pieces, killing 2 people in a blink of an eye. What? Enemy attack. Disaster attack. The 3rd level chosen of the Falcon had just finished warning when a thread flashed through the air. A great head flew up, and the artifact began to condense. Goddess. Field took a breath of cold air. Found you. Ashina's eyes moved, quickly locating the enemy's position, and infinite frost elements gathered, quickly condensing a 100-meter ice spear, accurately blasting towards the enemy's hiding position. The blizzard surged, and the ice spear exploded the moment it hit the ground. The black figure jumped out of the ground. It was a charming woman dressed in a seductive way, almost only wearing a top, with only small panties underneath. There was no time to appreciate the big rabbit and the big butt. The opponent's armor artifact was even more eye-catching, similar to a thick black centipede. The teeth were shining. It seemed that the claws of the centipede were detachable. The chosen one of the violent raiders, and it was the 5th level. Sensing the fluctuation of the other party's divine power, Asina had a complicated expression. I am Gora, the scout of the violent raiders. The world will eventually perish. Gora showed his armor, stepped on the corpses on the ground with his snow-white lotus feet, and his ankle bells rang. He said elegantly, I will tear you apart quickly. I promise there will be no pain. Please don't struggle. Monster, you dare to kill humans. Hearing this, Holmes almost bit her white teeth. Everyone has done nothing wrong. We all have families looking forward to us. You monster, go to hell. Her feet stomped heavily on the ground, stepping on the flying snow. Holmes summoned the artifact hammer in midair. Aim at the enemy's head and smash it hard. The whistling wind, the airflow condensed like a ribbon. Clang hummed, the harsh sound of the artifact, like a bell, awakened the whole Hope town. Gora used his armor to resist the heavy hammer, and the rabbit jumped and jumped because of the mixed airflow. What? It actually blocked the attack. Holmes' eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Ridiculous struggle, your corpse will not be perfect. The corners of her mouth raised happily, the joints of the centipede armor opened, and steam boiled. All the claws flew out, and under the control of the divine power thread, they directly entangled Holmes. Holmes was dragged and thrown away, and she had not yet landed. The centipede armor bloomed and opened like a flower, and instantly blasted out a house-sized scarlet light ball, shooting towards Holmes. Be careful. Asina was worried that the other party would be killed, so she shot 2 guard ice spears, and collided with the scarlet light ball. Boom! The red and white light swept across the ground, and Holmes was blown away by the aftermath, rolling and crawling for dozens of meters. The dragon wolf seized the opportunity, and crushed over like a high-speed train. With a bang, Gora blocked the impact with his armor again, and was pushed forward, knocking down a large number of trees. Bad dog, you should be punished. Gora blocked the dragon wolf with one hand, and kicked with a sharp side kick with his long legs with beautiful curves. It was like kicking on a steel plate, and the sound of metal and iron was buzzing. Blooded scales splashed, and the dragon wolf was motionless like a statue. Fast speed does not mean it is fragile. The artifact is already terribly hard, and the artifact of qualitative change cannot be destroyed at will. Awooh! The dragon wolf seized the opportunity, and bit the opponent's foot. Its sharp teeth were about to tear open the divine shield. Seeing that the opponent was holding onto the kick and biting him, Gora looked disgusted, and steam gushed out of his armor, which opened again, shining with black light. 5th level divine skill, killing black flames. The rolling black flames blasted out without cost, and the space was instantly distorted. The surrounding trees, which were twisted by filth, also burned fiercely. 5th level divine skill, tyrant dragon flame. The dragon wolf also roared out ice flames close to his face. The 2 terrifying flames intertwined and rose. Ashina had been accumulating power for a long time, and the avalanche charge rolled over, hitting Gora's exposed white back from behind. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, Gora forcibly pulled his leg out of the dragon wolf's mouth, and a hideous blood mark was plowed on his originally smooth calf. After the qualitative change of the dragon wolf this time, it was really as strong as a tank. Rolling away gorgeously, Gora's figure retreated violently, shuttled gorgeously in the forest, and began to retreat. Don't let her go, she will definitely attract more riders. Field's heart was in his throat. It was not his nature to go alone. The other party probably just happened to meet everyone. If he let her go, he would not even have time to breathe. Yes, sir. Ashina jumped on the dragon wolf and quickly caught up with it with her terrifying speed. Both sides fought while running, and the moves were dazzling. The chosen ones, who had just run out of Hope Town, could only see the continuous afterimages and the shocking divine power. Demi-human, I help you. Homus happened to be on the other party's evacuation route. She immediately spun like a gyroscope. 5th level divine skill, windmill. Get out of the way. With a glance, Gora swung away Ashina's ice spear. In a flash, he raised his armor, and the scarlet light spots gathered like a vortex. The straight rainbow light hummed and hit Homus head-on, and the strong energy was released wantonly. The head was buzzing. Homus flew 100 meters, like a spinning top, still spitting in the air. Die! The opponent was distracted after all, and Ashina decisively stabbed out a stunning shot. Through the gap in the armor, it violently hit the opponent's left chest, and then went out from the back. The dragon wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit the opponent's intact thigh. Chapter 1033. Where there is disaster, we are here to help. The previous Holy Light sister arrived at the battlefield in a hurry. She thought she was late, but she was the first chosen one from the Falcon. Although she had a conflict with Field, she still remembered the mission of the Holy Light. As soon as she stopped, she saw the violent disaster being beaten back step by step, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Sister Salvi was ecstatic. With the restraint of the Holy Light on the disaster, it is too easy to kill a dying disaster. With the blessing of the Holy Light, I will get the disaster artifact. Hand over the disaster artifact to the church, and she will be promoted to the bishopric and reach the peak of her life. Salvi burst out with white light all over her body, dispelling all the darkness around her, and the power of the Holy Light shone to the extreme. The subhumans get out of the way, letting the flawless Holy Light purify the disaster. Using both arms to exert force, Salvi pushed out rolling holy flames and blasted them onto Gora's back. Accompanied by glowing inscriptions, the holy flame surged. The nun thought she could see the disaster, the painful struggle, and the appearance of turning into ashes. However, Gora only vomited a mouthful of dirty blood, with a terrifying look in his eyes, as if he could eat people, and he was not fatally injured at all. Even the filth around him did not burn. If it was replaced by corrupt gray mist, it would have been burned clean long ago. Sister Salvi was stunned, and her smile froze on her face. Holy Light, ineffective? Impossible, absolutely impossible. All of you go to hell, disintegrate. With a wild laugh, Gora's skin tore all over, as if burning, and a lot of char appeared all over her body. The next moment, she exploded with her artifact. Countless rainbow lights bombarded indiscriminately in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The beams bombarded the surroundings wildly, and smoke and dust splashed, and gravel flew everywhere. Oops, wow! The beam enveloped Salvi, blood splashed, and the powerful destructive force tore the divine shield at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Salvi was about to be torn apart, Holmes rushed over, swinging the war hammer wildly in her hand, sharing a large number of attacks. The two screamed and were blown away together, and the blood was evaporated as soon as it was spit out. The dragon wolf was also blown away by the violent airflow. My lord, be careful. Ashina was smart. While controlling the dragon wolf to defend, she dodged and moved to avoid most of the damage. She was worried about the safety of the lord, but fortunately Field never dragged her feet. When he saw that the violent plunder was difficult to deal with, Field hid far away and picked up the 3rd-level artifact chosen by the god of war. The aftermath of the explosion spread, and the originally filthy forest was now like the surface of the moon, with potholes. So, dissociation can also self-destruct? Field's eyes widened, and he took a breath of cold air. This violent disaster was too cruel. Fortunately, Ashina ran back energetically, and Field's heartstrings relaxed. He hurried over to check the injuries. Cough, cough, cough. Homa supported Sister Salvi, and walked out of the smoke with blood all over her body. The original enchanting temptation of the nun was replaced by confusion, and the nun's clothes were even more tattered. What should be seen, and what should not be seen were all clear. You actually risked your life to save her? Ashina glanced at Holmes in surprise. Saving one's own kind is the way of chivalry, and it is the principle I adhere to. Holmes shook her head repeatedly. What's more, she also helped to deal with the disaster. If it weren't for Holmes's action, the nun would have been blown to death. Well said. Field performed righteously. After all, the people have been saved. Can they still be blamed? Looking at Falcon and others who just ran over, the horrific scene outside Field Town once again warned. You are hiding in the town. You all saw it clearly. This is the disaster, the first disaster we encountered, and it was a scout. The power of her dissociation alone almost killed 2 gods chosen. Those who are obsessed with taking advantage of the situation should think about whether they have the life to take it or not. This group of gods chosen, who did not come to help, mostly wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone's pupils were shaking, and they couldn't hold back a word. Field regretted bringing the Thunder Dragon. The strength of the enemy was beyond imagination, and even Ashina couldn't feed the Thunder Dragon safely. Field even suspected that the violent disasters were all gods chosen. The worst result is that the Thunder Dragon cannot kill the enemy to accumulate the original divine power, and will die. I have to make a wish to see if I can get the artifact to escape. Field rubbed his chin. H.U. Faye Freya, who was helping to reinforce the roof, scratched her head in confusion. I actually sneeze. When he came to the center of the square, Field wanted to ask the World Incarnation for more information about the disaster. But she had already turned into a light cocoon and began to break through the wall of the body, ignoring Field's communication. This guy is a pure human machine, and has no thinking ability of normal creatures. Field almost fainted. Damn, do I really have to guard this broken town? There must be something I can do to accumulate more strength. Field was anxious. Field, your guess is right. Not far from Hope Town, there is a hidden large warehouse hidden in the cracks of the rocks and covered by snow. There are life activities inside, and there may be local natives hiding. The silver dragon, in half-dragon form, flapped its wings and came back to report. Very good, let's go explore. Field clapped his fist. At least wait here. Take all the chosen gods and the demon Yulua with him, leaving only the female Night Homes and others to guard the house. After fighting with the storm, Field was afraid of being caught alone. Take me with you. Just after taking 2 steps, a soft and cute voice came from behind. It's the cat-like demi-human who only wants to steal things. Turning around in disdain, Ashina's wolf ears stood up. Get away, thief. So what if you're a thief? I'm the most powerful thief in the demi-human coalition. I've investigated the borders of Griffin and Silver Wing, and have assassinated countless officers. The 5th level divine power bloomed, and Gray Reed shook his head and fiddled with the dagger in his hand. Field, our intelligence personnel have even investigated you. TSK, after all, my nickname is Triple Daniel Wu, the best among men. Field swelled. It's normal to attract the attention of you demi-humans. Gray Reed almost choked to death. Jokes aside, Field shook his head secretly. Black Feather is suitable for fighting, not for internal affairs. She is too young and cute. Although she is conscientious, she is naive after all. How can she fight against the old spy war personnel? It's not a female channel. Love can transcend everything. The most outrageous thing is that Heiyu's sister Baiyu is suspected to be the first person in the territory to use blood ties. She buys things and keeps her sister's account. The merchants in the territory dare not ask Heiyu for money, so they can only swallow their anger. Put aside distracting thoughts. Aren't cat-eared girls weak? Field was confused. There are many cat-eared girls in the territory, even pink cats, but he has never seen a cat-eared girl of such a high level. There are many kinds of subhumans. How can those cat subhumans of low blood compare to me? Gray Reed proudly put his hands on his hips. Chapter 1034. Gray Reed proudly put his hands on his waist, his tail sticking out from under his skirt, swinging provocatively like a stick. That's right. Even wolf subhumans have different hair colors and bloodlines. Generally weak cat subhumans will also give birth to aliens. Ashina nodded. Just like Warcraft, there are ordinary wolves, frost wolves, and dragon wolf children. Speaking of children, the dragon wolf buried its head in the snow, holding its head with its claws, looking like it would rather die than live. We are all comrades now, sharing honor and disgrace. I don't mind you snatching my wish crystal before. Field stared at the gray cat-eared girl seriously, but if you don't have to say it, I swear. Gray Reed stood up straight, raised his little hand, and made a let-you-fly gesture. She swore solemnly, I, Gray Reed, swear by the honor of the cat ancestors, I will treat you as my comrades and clear the way for you. Everyone squeezed onto the dragon wolf. The strengthened dragon wolf was a circle larger. Even if there were 50 people, with the posture of Oz-san riding a motorcycle, they would definitely be able to sit. The dragon wolf was very fast, and it took everyone 2 minutes to find the large warehouse. Such a strong smell of blood. As soon as she arrived at the door, Asina frowned. The blood is still fresh. Opening the small map, only human signs were seen on it, but unfortunately all of them were hostile signs. Native residents? Field smiled and clenched his fist excitedly. Since this group of people can survive, there must be supplies inside. My lord, there are living people approaching. Asina signaled vigilantly, and everyone hurriedly hid. They were even worried that Field was not the chosen one, and would expose his breath. The women surrounded Field, and Field was almost suffocated. The sword flashed, and the woman in the oriental long skirt, with a newly recruited female servant, also came to the warehouse. She wanted to break into the warehouse, but the woman suddenly looked into the distance with vigilance and let the female servant go. You hide here. I can't fight with you. I go to investigate the strange divine power fluctuations. After saying that, she turned into a stream of light and rushed away. Ah? What should I do? The female servant was confused and looked around in fear. Squeak. The wooden door of the large warehouse was opened, and 3 men in cloaks heard the noise and ran out. They happened to see the female servant, and their eyes lit up immediately. Living people, there are still living people. Go into the shelter quickly, we have food here. The 3 cheered and came over to pull enthusiastically, and the female servant saw that the other party looked like a human. Hearing that there was food and shelter, he followed them into the shelter without caring that they were not from his own world. This is too low a vigilance. Pushing aside the rabbits of different sizes around him, Field ordered, let's sneak in and see what these locals are going to do. It's probably the same trick as humans, catch them and insult them. The demon Yuluo had seen through everything, a boring race. Demons eating people is not noble. Field flipped over lightly, carefully moved the blood-stained triangular nails on the ground, and sneaked into the warehouse. This is a warehouse in the late Middle Ages, with pulleys on the top, which looks like it. But the surroundings are full of broken boxes, bricks, and wooden boards, dividing the rooms. Gentlemen, I am a Friendian, a slave, flower farmer. The maid made up an excuse. I accidentally entered the silver vortex, understand? Can you help me get home when I come here? After a stupid explanation, the cloaked men nodded and stretched out their hands. I know, that is the vortex of God. The gods will personally pass through the vortex and come to the world for a feast. They will all come, and we will reach the final happiness, forever happy together, never separated. They were inexplicably fanatical, laughing wildly, and saying incomprehensible words. The maid was a little at a loss. Ha ha ha, we will soon be free from the filth of the disaster. Soon, 10 local natives wearing cloaks ran out of the warehouse, cheering and reveling for no reason. The maid realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave, but the door was blocked by the madman. The people in this world are completely crazy. Field shook his head. With the disaster killing people to this extent, how can there be normal people? It's time to make delicious food and offer it to the gods. The natives lifted their cloaks in unison, sneering maliciously. What the hell? Field was stunned. The humans in the warehouse were rotten under their cloaks. Black rotten meat mixed with disgusting secretions, and even had black tentacles. 2 of the most seriously infected people had half of their bodies turned into black corpses. Obviously, the black corpses in Hope Town were transformed from humans. Ah! The maid urinated directly, her legs trembling, and she crawled out tremblingly. Goddess, save me quickly. The monsters were about to catch her. The crackling blue-purple arc swept across in front of him, and the moment the black corpse came into contact with it, it was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Well done, Thunder Dragon. Field patted her waist to encourage her. You know how difficult it is for me not to electrocute people. Faye Freya hugged her chest with both hands and scolded, I will never execute this ridiculous order again. Field jumped down from the hidden platform and landed gracefully. Thank you, sir. It turns out that miracles really exist, woo-woo-woo. The maid was originally desperate, and the moment she saw Field, she was so excited that she almost tore her clothes. Field was too lazy to pay attention, and after motioning her to go away, he came to the natives who were smoking all over. What are you? Why are you all covered with? Field pointed at them in confusion. We are the messengers of God, and you, a traitor, are helping the disaster. The natives recovered and roared excitedly. I did help the disaster. Could it be that the cause of the world's destruction was caused by my helping the disaster? To the point that everyone in the future would hate me. The Thunder Dragon strode forward and slapped a native's head to pieces, warning him domineeringly. Speak properly, otherwise, your so-called ship banquet and happy world have nothing to do with you. The natives were honest in an instant. This trick still works. Great Thunder Dragon. Do you know me? Field pointed at himself and asked. No. It seems that I thought too much. The other party said that he helped the disaster, which meant that I helped the disaster by stopping them from killing people. Why do you look like this? The natives stared at Field strangely, with strange and terrifying eyes. Why don't you know? It turns out that you are the subordinate of the disaster, haha. I asked you to ask back. Field grabbed a man and beat him wildly, beating him until his eyes were clear. We are half zombies, infected by the filth, which is the black snow floating outside. Once we come into contact with it, we will slowly be infected.